You've seen people reporting to school in luxury cars, and you've also seen people reporting to school in helicopters. But have you ever seen a reporting method in which someone descends from the sky in a dashing manner riding a crane on the day of reporting? On the first day of school, I had planned to keep a low profile when I entered school, but I accidentally activated the Taoist Temple Development System and was given the crane riding technique right from the start. So, when everyone was busy reporting in, I saw a crane floating in the sky. It spread its wings and I landed steadily. Along the way, all kinds of eyes followed me, and even a few classmates came over to ask me if it was the filming site of a drama. Alas, there is really no way to explain it. I can only smile. Linyu, come and report? Not only that, I also acquired some little talents. As long as I draw a bagua diagram on the ground and rub my fingers lightly, the heavy rain will start to fall without any ambiguity. Everyone in the school was stunned, and the instructor looked at me in shock. I had no choice but to spread my hands and said with a helpless smile, I can't help it. After all, I am a time traveler who has activated the Superpower system. This time, I must enjoy the rewards the system gives me and show off in school. When I got home from school, I couldn't help but get excited when I thought about the cheating lives in countless novels. I opened the system to check for more hidden information. System prompts, ding. System information is being transmitted to the host. After a few minutes, I roughly understood the routine of this immortal cultivation system. Completing tasks or increasing reputation points can be exchanged for various rewards, even immortal magic. I said, System, open the novice gift pack. The system immediately responded, ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and receiving rewards. Taoist robe, crane, marrow cleansing pill, fairy spell to call rain, and a chance to draw a lottery. Looking at the rewards listed on the system's inventory, I couldn't help but laugh. This crane can fly 100 kilometers with just a carrot, and this robe can be transformed at will, keeping warm and breathable, which is really thoughtful. Take out the marrow cleansing pill. Swish. A black pill appeared in my palm. I looked at it carefully. The more I looked at it, the more it looked like poison. I made up my mind and swallowed it with my eyes closed. Crackling. A warm current flowed through my body, and my whole body felt so comfortable that I felt like I was floating. Then, a layer of black impurities seeped out of my skin and dissipated with the wind. After a moment, I stood up and felt extremely light. Out of curiosity, I jumped onto the roof next to me. I jumped up easily. After the marrow washing, my body was indeed as light as a swallow. I fell back to the ground, and thinking that I still had one chance to draw the lottery, I chose Start Draw without hesitation. A huge turntable appeared before my eyes, filled with props and magic arts, the most eye-catching of which was the cornucopia. I stared at it, hoping to draw a treasure that would make money. However, the turntable turned slower and slower, and finally stopped at the art of controlling thunder. System prompts, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal lightning control technique. The art of controlling lightning? I curled my lips and muttered to myself, actually, I want a treasure bowl more. To my surprise, when I was riding the crane back to school, someone else actually took a video and posted it on the internet. In the video, a young man actually leaped onto the back of a crane. The next second, the crane flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. After watching this video, users of the Shark platform were almost going crazy. The entire comment section was boiling with all kinds of speculations and debates. The hot searches on the internet are all about immortals and cranes. In the blink of an eye, my video was pushed to the top 3 trending searches like a rocket. A TV drama staff member named Song DeBeo clicked on the number 1 trending search and saw a caption under the photo posted by a millionaire blogger. Picture of an immortal controlling thunder. Friends, quickly download it and post it at home to ward off evil spirits. Fuck. Song DeBeo was furious, pointing at the screen and yelling, who bought the traffic? Which fairy tale drama is this promoting? These companies are actually hyping up the fairy meme just for traffic. He yelled at the team to quickly increase the traffic and not let these sons of bitches steal the show. However, before Song DeBeo's staff could react, the hot search list was dominated by the topic of immortal. The company's gossip hotspot was completely eliminated from the top 10. Ding-ling-ling. The boss's phone rang. When Song DeBeo saw it, his face turned pale. The boss said, Song DeBeo, I asked you to buy trending searches, but where the hell did you buy them? You are the only one on the internet. Are you using the traffic money to buy you to go out and have fun? The roar from the other end of the phone almost deafened his ears. Boss, let me explain. He stuttered and tried to make amends. You don't need any explanation. Pack up your things and get out. Song de Bao stared at the hung-up phone in a daze, his lips trembling, his heart full of grievances, and muttered, "Whose nest did I mess with today?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes went dark and he fainted. On the other side, I stood on the top of Mount Tai, wearing a Taoist robe, surrounded by dreamy thin clouds, as if I was in a fairyland. I took a deep breath, sighed, and looked at the crane lying next to me. "Little crane, sir, please be kind and put me back to the ground before going on strike, okay?" I said helplessly. The crane raised its head and glanced at me, then lazily lowered its head again, apparently not caring about my request. Just now it carried me to the top of this isolated peak, but it gave up as soon as we landed. I asked the system and found out the reason. It turns out that cranes work for wages. And they still want wages? I was speechless, but the system did remind me. 1 carrot is all it takes to drive 100 kilometers. But where did the carrot come from? Looking at the abyss of the cliff and the crane that was totally out of touch with the earth, my head started to hurt. These cranes actually went on strike because they had no wages. Am I just going to wait here to die? My stomach was rumbling with hunger, having not eaten for a few days. Looking at the crane, I suddenly had a bold idea. Since this gentleman refused to move, I might as well. Just as I was about to approach it, a system prompt sounded in my ear. The host's reputation value has been detected to have exceeded 100,000, and the reputation value function has been successfully enabled. What? 100,000 reputation? I was stunned. I didn't do anything. So why did my reputation suddenly soar? A light blue panel appeared in front of me. Host, Lin Yu, 19 years old, reputation value, 124080. 1 chance to draw a lottery for every 10,000 reputation points. I clicked on the mall and found carrots, priced at 10,000 reputation points. My eyes widened. This price was so ridiculous. In desperation, in order to go down the mountain, I exchanged 3 carrots in one go. By the way, I asked the system, how does this reputation value come from? The system replied coldly, reputation refers to the host's popularity among the public. The higher the popularity, the higher the reputation value will naturally increase. Well, that's a pretty perfunctory explanation. Since there is a reputation point lottery, I might as well try my luck. Maybe I can win a treasure. So I tried to draw the lottery 5 times, but the system kept reminding me, congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize. My face turned black. They were all amulets, talismans, and the only reliable one was a low-level water wave technique. After calming down, I decided to save some reputation points for later use. I took out the exchanged carrot, and before I could react, the crane swallowed the carrot in one gulp. It licked its lips and came over to rub against me with a flattering face. What a snob. I couldn't help but complain. If I hadn't been counting on it to take me back, I would really want to stew it. I shook another carrot, and the crane immediately bent down understandingly, and I jumped onto its back. I patted its neck and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. You are quite sensible. Let's go. Our destination is Magic City University. Shanghai University is particularly lively today, with crowds of people welcoming new students crowding at the school gate. I looked at a girl near the orientation point. She was dressed up beautifully and was enjoying the attentive service of several boys. There was disgust in her eyes, but a sneer on her lips, as if these people were just clowns to satisfy her vanity. At this moment, a shrill roar was heard, and a bright red Ferrari slowly drove into the school gate, immediately attracting everyone's attention. There was an uproar in the crowd, and some people whispered in amazement at the price and limited edition status of the Ferrari. The car door opened, and a young man wearing designer clothes got out of the car. He looked like a typical second-generation rich man, and even Sean Lee's eyes lit up, as if she had found the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. She hurriedly put on makeup, lowered her neckline, and ran towards the rich second generation in high heels. Her actions obviously attracted imitation from other girls, and many of them flocked over and scrambled to surround the rich second generation. The second generation rich man smiled at the group of girls and deliberately showed off his famous watch. The girl's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked even more proud. Just as he was enjoying all this, suddenly, someone around him shouted, "Look, something is falling from the sky." I looked up like everyone around me and saw a black spot in the sky growing bigger and bigger. The black spot approached quickly, and a huge shadow cast a shadow. I frowned slightly, then I could see clearly that it was actually a white crane, carrying a human figure and descending straight towards the direction of the rich second generation. Boom! The white crane landed steadily, creating a strong gust of wind that blew the girls around the rich second generation all over the place. After the strong wind subsided, the only thing left on the ground was the naked rich second generation with his clothes blown to shreds, staring at me blankly. Ah, this is such a surprise. I smiled awkwardly and called the crane to leave quickly. Before everyone could react, the crane and I disappeared into the sky. A crane was circling in the sky above Shanghai University. I held onto its feathers tightly, with cold sweat on my forehead. The landing just now was too fierce, with no consideration for the students below. I hope that the unlucky rich second generation will not have any psychological trauma. Let's find a place to land first. I patted the crane's neck gently. It let out a crisp chirp, spread its wings, and flew directly towards a dilapidated building in the school. My eyes lit up as I looked at the dilapidated dormitory building and thought, this place is remote enough that I shouldn't bump into anyone. As soon as I landed on the third-floor balcony, I heard a few people inside discussing enthusiastically, if there really are immortal cranes in this world, I, Luda, will shit 3 large pots of shit and swallow them raw. As soon as I finished speaking, my crane landed steadily on the balcony with a dull sound. I calmed myself, jumped off the crane's back, and prepared to go in to take a look. But as soon as I opened the door, my eyes met with those of the 3 people in the room, and the air froze instantly. Sorry for disturbing you. I smiled awkwardly, immediately turned around and jumped back on the crane's back. At a command, I immediately flew into the sky. After an awkward circle, this time I landed directly on the rooftop of the school, sent the crane away, and quickly used the system to transform my Taoist robe into a short-sleeved shirt with Hattie Bear printed on it. After putting on this disguise, I walked towards the school gate. When we returned to the school gate, the noisy scene had calmed down, the scrapped sports car had been towed away, and the rich second generation was nowhere to be seen. Pretending to be an ordinary freshman, I walked to the registration office of the Finance and Management Department and handed in my admission letter. Well, senior, I'm the freshman Lin Yu. I called out twice, and the responsible senior with glasses came back to his senses and smiled brightly. It's junior Lin Yu. Where's your luggage? Do you need help moving it? No, I don't have much luggage. I smiled and shook my head, thinking to myself that I should keep a low profile as much as possible. The senior with glasses didn't say much and arranged for another senior, Gaudali, to take me to get the military training uniforms. Along the way, Gaudali enthusiastically introduced the school to me. Modu University is divided into 2 campuses, the East and West campuses. Our finance department is in the West campus, together with more than 20 departments such as the dance department and the computer department. After listening to his introduction, I was brought to the dilapidated dormitory building. I prayed in my heart, it can't be such a coincidence, right? But when I stood at the door of dormitory 3121 and pushed it open, the 3 people inside were the ones who were almost scared crazy when they saw the crane just now. I never dreamed that the 3 people I just met would become my roommates. The moment I walked into the dormitory, the atmosphere was a little awkward. I looked at the door and thought, if something bad happens next, I hope the door has better soundproofing. The 3 of them stared at me blankly, as if they thought I looked familiar. It wasn't until they saw the luggage in my hand that someone reacted, ah, so you're the last roommate. A tall boy came up to me and took my blanket enthusiastically. My name is Luda, you can call me Dada. Now I felt relieved. I smiled and introduced myself, Lin Yu, Lin for forest, Yu for universe. Come on Lin Yu, Luda patted me with a laugh. Let me introduce you. This is Li Yu, and the fat guy over there is Bailey Baoju. The 3 of us have been close friends from elementary school to college. As soon as we met, everyone enthusiastically pulled me to the cafeteria. I didn't refuse, and along the way I was thinking about how to save some food. When I arrived at the cafeteria and looked at the colorful dishes, I secretly touched the empty wallet at my waist and thought, oh, when can I take out the treasure bowl? After finishing my meal and returning to the dormitory, I turned on my mobile phone and logged into the Salted Duck Egg trading platform. This website allows free trading of all kinds of weird and strange things. I plan to try this small elixir in my hand to see if I can exchange it for some money. System, what disease can this small pill cure? I asked. System reply, ding, Xiao Huandan can treat minor illnesses such as regulating qi and blood, restoring physical strength, or improving male health. Okay, I have a selling point. I took a photo and edited a title. Xiaoyu brand secret Xiao Huandan treats blood and qi disorders, refreshes the mind and replenishes energy, and restores virility. Only 888 yuan, free shipping in Shanghai. After uploading it, I didn't hold much hope, So I packed up and went out to find a part-time job. I have been working part-time since the beginning of the school term, and I have already become familiar with it. After all, if I don't do something, I will probably faint from hunger. I thought that other systems would give out some money at the beginning as a token of appreciation, but this crappy system gave me nothing. My life is so miserable. In a classical manner outside the magic city, the old man held a small pill glowing with golden light and said to his grandson earnestly, "My dear grandson, do you know what this is?" The grandson rolled his eyes impatiently. "Grandpa, you've said this 50 or 60 times a day. Isn't this the little Huandon that the master spent 10 years refining? What do you know?" The old man shook his head and snorted. "This little Huandon is a treasure. It increases yang energy and prolongs life." The grandson was helplessly flipping through the salted duck egg website when his eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a familiar photo and title. "Huh?" He handed the phone to the old man. "Look, isn't this exactly the same as the one you have? It's only 888 and shipping is free." "What?" The old man widened his eyes, grabbed the phone, looked at the blurry picture, and took a closer look. Sure enough, not only was this pill exactly the same as the one in his hand, but the white lines on it were even denser than his. For a moment, the old man rolled his eyes and collapsed on the chair. "Oh my God!" The whistle at 4 in the morning woke me up from my dream. A strong voice was shouting outside the window. "Stupid kids in building 2, get up quickly. It's time for military training. Gather on the playground within 10 minutes, or I'll beat you with a stick." I rubbed my eyes and glanced at the screen of my phone. 4 o'clock in the morning? I was stunned for several seconds and couldn't help but want to curse. Angry mutters rang out throughout the dormitory. What the hell? Military training at 4 in the morning. This is not going to let us live. However, we soon understood the reason. This time the instructor was the legendary Ruthless military district boss, and it was said that if we procrastinated, we would suffer in the next few days. Hearing the commotion in the corridor, Liu and I hurriedly put on our clothes and prepared to rush out. But suddenly I thought of something. Wait, where is Bailey Baoju? At first glance, the fat boy Bailey was still sleeping soundly with a pink pig doll in his arms. Luda shook him a few times, but there was no response, so he simply picked up his slippers and blew them on his face. As a result, he actually touched his face, turned over, and continued snoring. What a pig. I walked forward helplessly, carried him on my shoulder, rushed out of the dormitory, and ran towards the playground with this guy under the stunned gaze of Luda and Liu. On the playground, most of the boys were in dishevel, and some even came in their shorts. Everyone's eyelids were fighting each other. Some were slapping themselves in the face to stay awake. Soon, a man in military uniform walked up to the podium and began to speak. "Hello, everyone. I am Chu Tong, the chief instructor of this freshman military training. No need to cheer. I am a low-key person." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "In order to give you a special welcome, we have designed a special ceremony today, running around the playground 20 times. The whole place was silent, and then there was an explosion of protests. "Instructor, we didn't have breakfast. What the hell is this welcome ceremony? It's killing me." Chu Ting ignored him completely and added with a smile, "Don't resist. There is no time limit. You have to finish crawling. If anyone doesn't run, I will post your current appearance on the campus wall." Hearing this threat, we all took a deep breath. If this gets through the campus wall, it will be socially fatal. Do you still want to find a girlfriend in school? Run. A young man wearing only shorts rushed out roaring, and then everyone followed and ran for their lives. I followed the team and started running, thinking that this exercise was a piece of cake. After all, my master has been taking me for morning jogging since I was a child, and with the enhancement of the marrow cleansing pill, running 20 laps is nothing to me. Slowly, I kept speeding up, soon overtaking people in one circle after another, and gradually rushed to the front. Chu Teng on the rostrum obviously noticed me. At first, there was a hint of admiration on his face, but by the 10th lap, his expression gradually became serious. I kept speeding up, and when I ran to the 16th lap, Chu Teng's eyes had become astonished, and he murmured, "Could this kid have installed a motor?" I ran the last lap at lightning speed, and stood on the sidelines as if nothing had happened when everyone else collapsed to the ground exhausted. Chu Teng, who was watching all this, could only stare in amazement, staring at me as if he was looking at an alien. On the playground, the students were lying on the cold ground like corpses, their faces pale. Look at me again, leaning leisurely against the basketball rack. Chu Teng looked back and forth on the podium with a wonderful expression, looking at me and the others who were lying on the ground wailing. He couldn't help but get angry. Look at him. He can run 20 laps without getting red in the face or out of breath. And then look at you. You've only run 1 or 2 laps, and you're like you're on your period. How can the difference be so huge? His eyes were fixed on me, as if he had regarded me as a person of special attention. I felt a burning gaze, and I couldn't help but shudder. Who is staring at me? Amidst a continuous wailing, the last boy climbed the last lap with difficulty. Chutang picked up the microphone and said with a malicious smile, "Very good. It seems that you still care about the face of the campus wall. Boys should be reserved. I am very satisfied." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone jumped up as if they were given an injection of chicken blood, shouting "Liberation," and rushed to the dormitory and cafeteria. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after the boys had been exposed to the sun for 10 minutes, the girls finally walked leisurely onto the playground. The eyes of the entire group of boys were full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. We got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to run laps, and they gathered at 7 o'clock. Is this fair? One guy was indignant. Damn, is it too late to go to Thailand for sex change now? After all the girls arrived, the instructors came down and directed us to line up. According to my height, I was pulled to the front row. Now I am nearly 1.87 meters tall. Coupled with the effect of the marrow-cleansing pill, I feel particularly conspicuous in the crowd. After all the teams were lined up, Chutang picked up the microphone again. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chutang, and I am your chief military training instructor. The 3 requirements of this military training are simple and clear. Obey orders, obey orders, obey orders. Understood. We responded loudly, but Chutang was still not satisfied. He yelled at us to shout louder, over and over again, as if he would not be satisfied until his throat was broken. The military training officially began. Our team instructor was a young man, Shaoli. He gave me a thumbs up as soon as he came up and said, "Young man, you have a good figure. You will be the platoon leader of this platoon in the future." Before I could react, I was inexplicably promoted to the top. Luda and the others beside me were laughing and teasing me, which made me feel both amused and helpless. The military training items are monotonous in nature. Standing at attention, continuing to stand at attention, and standing at attention repeatedly. Whenever someone couldn't stand and fell down, the instructors would immediately surround them, slap them a few times to wake them up, and then send them to the infirmary. They kicked the word faint out of the military training vocabulary. This scene made us shudder with fear, and we couldn't help but wonder in our hearts, what kind of person is this instructor hired by this school? At noon, the sun was scorching us. Chutang finally picked up the microphone and said to us, "I'm not asking you to rest. I just want to announce something." My heart suddenly sank. Today is the first day of military training. Let's skip the cliched beginning and go straight to enhancing the relationship between the trainees and the instructors. So I decided to hold a friendly basketball match. We looked at each other in bewilderment. They had woken us up at 4 in the morning and made us suffer, and now they wanted a friendly match? This was just a deliberate attempt to make trouble. He continued, "But there must be some prizes in the competition. As long as you beat the instructor team, we will cover your meals during this period, and we will give you chicken legs for every meal. We will pay for whatever the students who play eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the boys immediately burst into cheers, and the scene exploded. Some boys said, "It's not just for a chicken drumstick. We have to give these instructors a good beating to vent our anger." As soon as Chutang finished speaking, the boys on the playground raised their hands higher than the sky, and they shouted with blood boiling, "Hit me! Let me go on the court and dunk your instructors. Come on, I will pin the instructors to the ground and rub them today." One of the brothers shouted proudly, "If I lose, I will read my name backwards." Someone nearby couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what's your name?" The man calmly replied, "King of Kings." Everyone. Chutang glanced around, memorized these enthusiastic faces, took out his notebook, and sneered to himself. "You want to play so badly? You'll be taken care of one by one. Those who used to be on the school team, step out." Chutang gave an order, and hundreds of boys stood up in a row. The most exaggerated thing was that a guy with a crutch also squeezed in. This scene made Chutang speechless. "Brother, you are still on crutches." Finally, he selected a few people who were over 1.8 meters tall and pointed at me, "And you?" I was stunned and looked around. I didn't raise my hand, so maybe he made a mistake? But since he called me, I had no choice but to step forward. "Everyone get ready. We'll see you on the basketball court in 10 minutes. Chutang said this and turned around to discuss tactics with the instructor team. As soon as I stepped onto the court, my teammates came around and asked me what position I usually played. I smiled and said, I'm not very good at playing basketball. I'm okay on defense, but don't count on me on offense. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1.9-meter tall Wei DeBeo in the team rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't play, don't join in the fun. Otherwise, I'll ask the instructor to replace you. My brother is on the school team." His contemptuous look made me feel uncomfortable, but another buddy with a buzz cut came to my rescue with a smile. "Don't worry, brother. Leave the attack to us. You just need to guard against the instructor." After saying that, he winked at Wei DeBeo and said, "Okay, stop making such a sour face." I sneered secretly, "Okay, Wei DeBeo, right? Just wait for me, kid." My master always said, "It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge," but I don't intend to be a gentleman today. When Wei DeBeo went to the bathroom, I accidentally knocked over the mop next to the door, locked him in, and put up a sign saying under renovation. After doing all this, I breathed a sigh of relief and stretched myself comfortably. Hey, this is what it means to be in a good mood. 10 minutes later, the basketball court was surrounded by students. Ching looked at us and smiled slyly. "Everyone understands the rules, right? Then let's get started." My defensive instructor was a burly fellow. He smiled at me meaningfully and said, "Boy, I won't show mercy later. I'm a professional at hitting people." I grinned and said, "Instructor, come on. I'm pretty good at collision prevention." As the referee blew the whistle, the basketball was thrown into the air. Wei DeBeo and Ching jumped up at the same time to fight for the ball, but at this moment, Instructor Zhuang rushed directly towards me. There was a loud bang and I didn't move at all. Instead, the instructor seemed to have hit the wall. He was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't believe it, and bumped into me hard again, and was bounced back several steps again. The instructor was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help but shout at Ching, "Captain, this kid doesn't move." Ching was so angry that he kept yelling, "What are you watching? Go and support them." The instructor cried back with a sad face, "Captain, I can't stand him." On the court, Wei DeBeo grabbed the ball and slammed it down with quick hands and eyes. The moment the ball went in, the boys cheered loudly, "Awesome! Wei DeBeo is awesome. Beat the instructor so hard." I defended my side so tightly that I didn't even give my opponent a chance to flirt. When Ching saw this, his face turned pale and he yelled at instructor Shaoli to take over my guard. Shaoli said solemnly, "Boy, I won't be soft on you." I nodded and said, "Go ahead." The whistle blew again, and the game continued. Shaoli hit me with all his strength, but he was bounced out with a bang and sat on the ground in shock. He scratched his head and rushed over again, only to be bounced back. He was completely dumbfounded. No matter how hard he rammed, it was like hitting a wall, and he couldn't move me at all. Ching on the other side saw this scene and couldn't help but shout, "Brother, what are you doing?" Shaoli gritted his teeth, and this time he really put all his strength into crashing forward. I stood firmly and shook it with a little force. With a loud bang, Instructor Shaoli was actually thrown 3 or 4 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times. The scene was silent, everyone was stunned, and Ching was instantly petrified. The instructor was cheating? Times have changed, or am I blind? Seeing the instructor still standing there in a daze, I walked over and reached out to pull him up. "Instructor, are you okay?" He said, "It's okay," but his expression was confused, as if he was stunned. He stared at me and asked, "Did I just fly out?" I scratched my head and was about to speak when I heard Ching approaching me aggressively and snorted, "Shaoli, what are you doing again? Performing a trapeze?" His eyes were filled with suspicion. "How many meals did you and Lao Wang charge him for? Was it a competition or a trip?" Instructor Shaoli hurriedly shook his head. "Impossible, Captain. This kid must have practiced before. I can't push him even with all my strength." Ching's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at me and asked tentatively, "Have you practiced it?" I nodded and admitted, "I have practiced a few moves. My master taught me." Ching chuckled when he heard this and patted my shoulder. "It's good to have practiced. After we play basketball, you can play with me. Of course, my shots will be very gentle and will not hurt you." I was about to explain something, but he interrupted me without further ado. "It's okay. Everyone can testify. Just go ahead and hit me. Even if you knock me down, it's nothing." After that, he stopped pestering and pointed at the basketball on the ground. "Since you have practiced before, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't show it off? Warm up." Hearing this, Wei DeBeo on the side couldn't help but interrupt, "Instructor, he can't play basketball at all. He's just hanging around." I ignored him and walked to the basketball. Wei DeBeo saw me standing next to the basketball, sneered disdainfully, and said to Ching, "Look, instructor, he can't even hold the ball correctly." I gently tapped my toes, and the basketball was instantly lifted up and jumped steadily into my hands. The students watching the scene fell silent instantly, seemingly still not realizing what was going on. Some even whispered, "Is this internal force?" I patted the basketball twice, squinted my eyes slightly, aimed at the basket in the half-court from a distance, and calculated the strength in my mind. Bang, bang. After getting used to the weight, I threw the basketball lightly, and it flew slowly towards the basket. Ha ha ha, what is he doing? He's throwing the ball so lightly? Wei DeBeo couldn't help but burst out laughing. The students next to him also laughed. Just wait for a slap in the face. You have to shoot hard, big brother. However, the laughter soon stopped. The basketball actually flew towards the basket along a perfect arc. The students' smiles froze on their faces, and their expressions gradually changed from disdain to surprise. It's not going to go in, is it? Just as the ball was about to enter the basket. Bang! The basketball hit the iron frame of the basketball rack. Everyone was just breathing a sigh of relief when suddenly they heard a sharp breaking sound. I saw the basketball hoop slowly tilting, and finally the entire frame collapsed, and the basketball spun in the air and fell into the already broken hoop. The whole place was silent, as if everyone had pressed the mute button. Everyone stared at the broken basketball rack with wide eyes. Chu Tung stood aside, swallowing hard, as if he was still thinking about what he had just said. Fight! Oops. He stared at me blankly with a complicated expression. Are you sure you only practiced a few moves with your master? What the hell, are you pinching a nuclear bomb with your hands? As I watched the basketball hoop turn into a pile of scrap metal, my eyelids couldn't stop twitching. My goodness, it is definitely cracked. I have carefully controlled the strength, but how can I destroy this inferior thing with just a light throw? If I had known the school used such an unreliable basketball hoop, I would have hesitated before shooting. I was speechless when I thought that this ball would probably cost me the only $8 left in my pocket. Just when I was lamenting that I can only wash dishes for free in the second half of the month, I suddenly noticed that Chu Tung was staring at me nervously. I smiled coldly and walked towards him. Instructor, didn't you say you wanted to practice with me? Since you can't play the ball, how about we have a few moves? No. My waist suddenly feels a little uncomfortable today. Let's do it another day. Chu Tung stepped back in panic, as if he had seen a ghost. I didn't want to hear him refuse, so I walked over, grabbed him and started practicing with him. Don't slap me in the face. I'm the instructor. I was wrong. Chu Tung wailed repeatedly, and the expressions of the students watching on the playground were wonderful. It was such a blast. Who asked him to drag us here to run laps so early in the morning? Today's instructor screaming performance was definitely a compensation for all the bitterness. When the beating was almost over, I clapped my hands and stopped. I had to save some face for the instructor. As for Wei DeBeo, when he saw me taking action, he cleverly shrank back into the crowd, looking like, I'm just an innocent person. Chu Tung, who was beaten black and blue, stood up, glared at me with resentful eyes, and then roared, What are you still looking at? What are you laughing at? The game is cancelled. Get back and stand at attention. He kicked the instructor Shaoli next to him and ordered everyone to continue the military training. Everyone stopped laughing and ran back to the team. I was about to return to the line when Chu Tung called me coldly with a strange smile on his face. You? Go and queue up? He finally uttered a sentence with a patient smile. I saw the hint of revenge in his eyes, but I was not afraid. You take revenge on me for a while, and I will bankrupt you for the rest of your life. Soon after, the military training continued. Under the scorching sun, the boys stood in military posture for more than an hour under Chu Tung's special care, with sweat dripping down their cheeks and their faces turning pale. I cursed in my heart, knowing that this was the instructor's naked revenge, but we still had to endure it. Chu Tung looked at the time proudly and shouted into the microphone, Girls can take a break, boys stand for another 10 minutes. He also raised his eyebrows at me, deliberately disgusting me. 10 minutes later, Chu Tung asked everyone to disperse and announced that there would be a talent show during the afternoon military training. I endured the scorching sun, thinking only of lunch coming quickly so I could eat it in the cafeteria as compensation for my loss. When I got to the cafeteria, I filled plate after plate with braised pork trotters, pickled fish, and exploded beef balls, and managed to fill up the entire table. Chu Tung sat across from me, holding a steamed bun in his hand, his expression twitching slightly. You? Have a big appetite? I smiled and said, The instructor is treating us, so I have to give him face. Then I started eating. Chu Tung silently watched me wolfing down the food, then looked at the steamed bun in his hand, carefully broke off a small piece, put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully. I was enjoying my meal when I accidentally saw his stiff face. I couldn't help but ask, "Instructor, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're not crying?" Listening to the sudden thunder above my head, I raised my lips slightly, and I couldn't help but feel happy. What military training in the sun now? I will give you a heavenly justice. The playground was silent, and everyone stared at the sky with wide eyes. It was a clear sky just now, but now it was covered with dark clouds and thunder. Chu Ting stood on the podium, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, staring at me in shock, muttering, This can't be true, right?" Seeing his dumbfounded expression, I couldn't help but cough lightly and pretended to explain seriously. "Instructor, I told you to pray for rain. If we don't let the students cool down, this military training will be so tiring." Before Chu Tong could react, raindrops as big as beans began to fall from the sky. As the first drop of rain fell, the whole playground burst into cheers. The students looked up and opened their arms as if they had been pardoned, enjoying the sudden coolness to their heart's content. Some people even danced in the rain, and some shouted excitedly, "Brother Lin is awesome. Master Lin is mighty." Chu Tong was completely speechless. He stood in the rain, soaked like a drowned chicken, and looked like a wooden chicken. It was obvious that he was stunned by my move. He stared at me blankly and finally uttered, "You? What kind of evil ways are you using?" I raised my eyebrows and shrugged casually. "Instructor, you just asked me to show my talent. You don't think my performance is not exciting enough, do you?" Chu Tong's face twitched, and he was about to say something when the rain was getting heavier. Many students quickly found a place to shelter from the rain, and laughter mixed with the rain. Finally, Chu Ting glared at me fiercely, waved his hand and shouted, "Disband! Everyone, disperse. Go back to the dormitory and rest." I looked at the disheveled Chu Ting and chuckled to myself. "Want to take revenge on me? Sorry, my talent is real, and it also made all the brothers and sisters in the school feel cool. Indeed, my life would be wonderful only if it were filled with art." As I raised my hand, a huge thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky, which almost made Chu Ting throw the microphone in his hand away. He stared at the still blue and cloudless sky with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. "It's not really going to rain, is it?" Chu Ting murmured to himself. After a while, his pupils contracted slightly, and the people on the playground seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked up at the sky at the same time. I saw the blue sky gradually covered by a layer of light gray clouds. The gray spread and cast the entire playground of Magic City University in shadow. "Brother, didn't you say it was going to be a sunny day today?" A student nudged the person next to him, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. "That's what the weather forecast says, but the weather station can't control the affairs of the gods." The person next to him swallowed and said in a low voice, "Boom." There was another loud noise, and then dark clouds quickly gathered over the playground. The sound of raindrops falling came from all directions, and the faces of the students on the ground were instantly wet by the rain. A few seconds later, the rain suddenly intensified, pouring down like a flood that broke through a dam, and the students on the playground were immediately soaked. The entire playground was in chaos, with screams coming one after another. Chu Tang and his companions on the rostrum stood there, staring blankly at all this, with the rain hitting their faces, and no one reacted. "You call this talent? This is clearly a magical skill," Chu Tang murmured. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the military training had to end early. Holding the umbrella borrowed from Chu Tang, I walked leisurely towards the dormitory with my 3 roommates. Along the way, they looked at me with admiration. "Oh my God, my roommate is not a human being. It should be said that he is not an ordinary person. He can make it rain heavily just by waving his hand." Facing the flattery of several people, I waved my hands lightly with a calm expression on my face. Low key, it's just a small prayer for rain, not worth mentioning." The 3 of them were so excited that they almost knelt down to ask me to be their master. "Fairy Dad, please accept us as your disciples. We want to show off like this too." The heavy rain lasted for an hour before it stopped, and the entire playground was soaked by rain. Chu Tong stared at the playground full of water, patted his stiff cheeks, and finally came to his senses. At this time, his cell phone rang. Chu Tong took out the cell phone from his wet trouser pocket, pressed the answer button, and DeBayo's loud voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Hey Lao Chu, I'm going to Shanghai University soon. Didn't you say you met a troublemaker? I'm here to help you calm down." Chu Tong was stunned for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "DeBayo, if the person on the other side is a deity, can you hold him down?" "DeBayo, There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then DeBeo's helpless voice rang out, "Lao Chu, was your head caught in the door?" After returning to the dormitory, my 3 roommates immediately ran to the boys' dormitory next door and spread the news about my miracle that day. In less than a few minutes, bursts of exclamations and several gasps were heard from the dormitory next door. I lazily lay on the bed, took out my mobile phone and opened the Salted Duck Eggs website to see how my xiaohuandan was selling. After logging in on my phone, I actually saw someone had sent me a message asking me about it. The customer asked, "Boss, is your xiaohuandan really useful? Can it really restore a man's virility? Is it really only 888 and shipping is included?" I smiled and quickly typed out a reply, "Cousin, I am a trustworthy seller. The quality is absolutely guaranteed." At the same time, in the suburbs of Magic City, an old man was lying on a recliner, looking at the young man next to him and urged, "Hurry up and check. Has that person replied?" The young man reluctantly opened his phone, and when he saw my reply, he was stunned for a moment, curled his lips and muttered, "Grandpa, is this outrageous thing really useful?" The old man glared at him and said, "Just look, I told you to. Why are you wasting your words?" The young man clicked on the message helplessly, and when he saw my enthusiastic reply, he was speechless and didn't know how to respond. I couldn't help but smile as I looked at the new message on my phone. The reply from the guy on the other end was quite amusing. The customer said, "Does the real thing match the photo? I am still a very young boy. Please don't lie to me, otherwise I will keep crying and it will be difficult to comfort me." He also added an aggrieved expression. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I almost threw the phone away. If it was a girl, I could accept it, but if it was a guy, okay, for the sake of business, I have to put up with it. I replied, Of course, the photo and the real thing are exactly the same." I took a photo of Xiao Huandan and sent it to him. The other party quickly replied, seeming a little interested, "Okay, then I'll pay first. I'm in Shanghai. The address is number 306, Antique Street." The phone prompts ding. "Your product Xiao Huandan has been sold successfully, waiting for the other party to confirm receipt." After confirming the payment, I was delighted. I closed my first deal today. I was lucky. But when I looked at the courier fee, I frowned. It was 18 yuan. I didn't have enough money. I was still short of 10 yuan. A penny can make a hero fall, so I decided to deliver it myself, but I had not walked far when I walked into a dark alley while thinking about something. I accidentally bumped into a muscular man and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was just thinking too hard." He snorted coldly, turned around and glared at me, and put his hands on the wall to block my way forward. "You want to leave just because you apologize? No, you hit me and hurt me internally. You can't leave without compensation." I took a look at him. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, weighed over 200 pounds, and was all muscle. How could such a strong man get internal injuries after I just hit him lightly? He was really trying to extort money without any care. I calmly asked, "How much do you want?" He seemed intimidated by me and held up 5 fingers. 500. I shook my head. "It's too little. For a guy your size, it should be at least 5,000. He nodded somewhat proudly. "Okay, 5,000. I held out my hand to him. 5,000. "Give it to me. I'll take you to see a doctor." The sturdy man was stunned. His face changed immediately, and he waved his palm as big as a palm leaf fan towards me. I slightly turned sideways and swung my punch, hitting him directly in the chest. He staggered and leaned against the wall, his eyes becoming blurry. I kicked him and laughed softly. "I told you 5,000, but you didn't believe me. Now you should stay in the hospital for a month and reflect on yourself." Just as I was about to leave, a sentence from my master suddenly popped up in my mind. "Good child, you should get some reward for doing good things." So I turned back and searched his body for a while, but only found a pack of instant noodles. "Damn, I'm so strong, but I can only afford instant noodles, bah," I muttered, put the instant noodles into the bag, turned around and walked out of the alley in a cool manner. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, I sat on the bed, listening to the exaggerated flattery of Luda and others in the next dormitory, and couldn't help laughing out loud. These people praised me as if I were a deity. We have only known each other for a few days. Why are they praising me like that? Do I really have so many advantages? Well, I can only say that I am too charming. After feeling proud of myself for a while, I turned my attention to the system, thinking that after today's rain-praying performance, my reputation should have increased a lot, right? I hope it can reach 1.8 million, and that would be enough. With a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, reputation, 166600. Immortal Technique, Lightning Control Technique, Rain Calling. Taoist Technique, Water Wave Technique. Item Column, Taoist Robe. Mount, Crane. Reputation Store, opened. When I saw the reputation of more than 160,000, my eyes widened. So much? After a good night's sleep, it increased fivefold. The system explained that this reputation value is accumulated with time and popularity. If that's the case, then I'm considered a rich kid now, right? Who cares? Let's try it out with a 10-shot combo. As soon as I finished speaking, a huge virtual turntable appeared in front of me. The turntable spun rapidly, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize. De Huan Dan. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize. Xin Xing Fu. Congratulations to the host for winning the Taoist Magic, Divination. Congratulations to the host for winning the Immortal Magic, Space Teleportation. After 10 consecutive draws, except for 2 Practical Magic and Taoist techniques, the rest are consolation prizes. However, Space Teleportation is quite interesting. I couldn't help but get excited when I thought about how hard I had racked my brains to save on express delivery fees. Now, there is no need to worry about postage. Isn't it more convenient to just send it directly? In order to try out the space teleportation function, I picked up a pack of paper and concentrated my attention on the teleporting item's ability described by the system. With a thought, the image of the men's restroom in the teaching building emerged in his mind. He aimed at a toilet stall and passed the paper directly over. At the same time, in a toilet in the teaching building, a boy in military training uniform was banging on the cubicle door desperately. "Is there anyone here? Please, someone give me some paper." Just when he was about to give up, a pack of pink tissues suddenly fell from above and hit him on the head. He stared at the tissue on the ground with wide eyes, then looked at his already dirty fingers, and instantly let out an earth-shattering scream that echoed throughout the entire teaching building. Back in the dormitory, I watched the paper in my hand disappear, my heart filled with excitement. This transmission function is great. Just think about it, we won't even need express delivery in the future. Next, I have to try to see if I can teleport to the antique street. I took a pin cap and continued the experiment. After several attempts, the distance became farther and farther, and I finally almost mastered the range of this ability. Okay, the bell for dinner at 7 p.m. is about to ring. I glanced at the time. It was 8:46, about the same time. Now that I have mastered the teleportation range, I will go back and look for the map of the antique street and try to teleport the little Huandon directly there. Now, my dear instructors all live on the first floor, especially Instructor Chu Tung. Hee, how can I not ask him for some dinner? I rubbed my hands and walked towards the first floor. Instructor Chu, here I come. Chapter 17, The Gods Appear. At last, Lin Yu left the cafeteria in a leisurely manner under Chu Tung's extremely resentful gaze. No, I can't bear it anymore. Damn it, next time I must find the right time and run away before dinner. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Chu Tung secretly made up his mind. As for what bullshit promises? My wallet is almost empty, so to hell with all the promises. Call. Chu Tung let out a breath of foul air, glanced at the time, then turned and walked out of the school. Estimating the time, DeBeo will be here around this time. Night is falling. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, radiating its clear moonlight to the earth. In the dormitory, Luda and the other two have already gone to bed. Ong ong ong. Throughout the dormitory, the snoring symphony representing the 3 people symbols continued to play. Lin Yu sat on the bed, holding the Xiao Huandan and 2 yellowed talismans in his hands. He closed his eyes and began to imagine the scene of the antique street in Magic City in his mind. This time, he wanted to succeed in one go and teleport the Xiao Huandan to number 306 Antique Street in the Magic City. At the same time, in the antique shop at number 306, Antique Street, Shanghai. Mr. Li, please take care. After seeing off the last customer, Feng Dagong couldn't help but stretch. Feng Dagong, male, 46 years old, Han nationality, has a son and a daughter. And none of my children are single. He is the agent of shop number 306 on Antique Street, and his hobbies are various antiques and his young master. Woohoo! Today's work is finally over. Back to the store. He took the brewed wolfberry tea and took a sip. It's comfortable. He glanced at the clock on the wall, then at the now empty street. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. The package that Master mentioned probably won't arrive today. Think of this. Feng Dagong turned off the lights in the store and planned to pack up and go home. Tonight is another sleepless night. Mr. Li's paintings will be delivered in the next few days. Rubbing his temple, Feng Dagong picked up the thermos cup he carried with him and walked towards the door. Before closing, Feng Xiaojiang also knelt down and bowed respectfully towards the statue of the god of wealth enshrined in the center of the store. After doing all this, Feng Dagong planned to close the shop and go home. Bang! Sudden. A crisp collision sound suddenly rang out in the dim room. Hearing the collision, Feng Xiaojiang's face suddenly changed. Just turn on the lights and check the room carefully. Oh my goodness, don't let a mouse suddenly jump out and bump into some antiques. Everything in the store is like this. Feng Dagong hasn't finished speaking yet. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his steps stopped in place. Gurgle. He swallowed and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is that? Following Feng Dagong's gaze, only in the dim room, a pale yellow halo slowly emerged from the originally pitch-black sky. Hiss! Feng Dagong took a breath of cold air and then subconsciously rubbed his eyes. I wonder if I am too tired and have hallucinations. Swish! It was at this time. A sharp tearing sound suddenly came from the pale yellow halo in the air. Then a small pill glowing with golden light slowly appeared in the air. Next came 2 pieces of yellowed paper. These 3 items appeared out of nowhere later. A professional male voice also came from the halo. Moto Express is so fast. Your package has been delivered, dear. Remember to give a 5-star praise. Brush. The professional male voice just fell. The pale yellow halo in the air disappeared, and the 3 items also slowly floated into Feng Dagong's hands. Well, seeing the 3 items in his hand, Feng Dagong suddenly had a feeling. I'm not too tired. I just fell asleep. What is going on here? The gods appeared. Brush. In an instant, Feng Xiaojiang's face changed. I just suddenly understood something. Then he knelt down on the ground with a thud. It was so quick. He held up the pills and yellow paper in both hands and kowtowed madly to the statue of the god of wealth. Then he tremblingly took out his cell phone, found his young master's number, and pressed the dial button. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for 3 seconds before being picked up. A young man's voice came from the other side. Hey, Uncle Gang, what do you want from me so late at night? Call. Feng Dagong took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Young master, the gods have appeared. Opposite. There was silence for a few seconds. Uncle Gang, what the hell are you talking about? Feng Dagong quickly explained. It's like this. Didn't you send me a package this afternoon? Then I'll pay attention to your latest package. Just as I was planning to. Feng Dagong told the whole story. Then, just as I was distracted, the halo disappeared in an instant. Master, if this isn't a manifestation of the gods, then what is it? Master, our Go family will become a god in the future, a legendary god. In the classical manner. The young man listened to Feng Dagong's story on the other end of the phone with a confused look on his face. Listened for a long time. Why didn't I understand anything? What kind of package? Even the gods have come. Isn't it just a courier? How did it become a manifestation of the gods? Are all these old people playing so extravagantly now? Ahem. After coughing twice, the young man said, Uncle Gang, calm down first. You mean the package I asked you to pay attention to has arrived? It's here. It's here. It just appears in the store in one swipe. Guy. Okay, it's so late. Go home and sleep first. I'll come get it tomorrow. Master, how can I still sleep? You know that immortal? Beep beep. Hang up directly. After hanging up the phone, the guy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Okay, I guess Uncle Gang is too tired recently, and now he has started talking nonsense. He appeared out of nowhere. Do you think the stall owner has the superpower of space teleportation? Shaking his head, the young man returned his gaze to his phone. Fuck. This bastard actually ate my monsters while I was on the phone. Damn it, if I don't show off my skills today, you guys will really think that our country's monkey king got promoted by exaggeration. All of you, die. 3 minutes later, Tefite, as his own crystal slowly rose into the air before his eyes, there was an explosion with a bang. Grass. The young man cursed angrily, and then, report, 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 report. After doing this, return the screen to the desktop. Click to uninstall. You have successfully uninstalled Peace Elite. Bad chicken eating chicken. Ruining my youth. It takes up my memory. Blocking my path to becoming a king. The unloading. Chapter 18. Giving away his head. The second day of military training. It was still 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was still the familiar wake-up call. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp whistle sounded over the second dormitory building like a spell. Grass. Fuck. That's too much. Getting up at 4 o'clock to do exercises again? I'm not going. Even if the instructor beats me to death, I won't go this time. I'm going to go there today. I'm going to do a live broadcast of myself doing a handstand and spraying shit like a fountain in the middle of the school. After countless wailing sounds, an extremely familiar and powerful male voice was heard again. Everyone, please gather at the playground within 10 minutes. Yeah, this time our chief instructor said that if no one wants to go, don't force them. We need to get along well with the students. Hearing the sound outside, everyone was stunned at first. Then a look of deep doubt appeared in his eyes. This Dogecoin instructor. It would be so good. After 3 seconds of silence, the sound outside was heard again. Of course, in order to preserve the beautiful memories for you, we will make an album with the photos of the students who did not arrive, and then give it to the school newspaper as a gift. For example, this student named Zhang, this student still needs to eat more, he is too thin. And this classmate Lu Dong, his shorts are actually pink Peppa Pig, his taste is extraordinary. There is no need to say what happens next. Lin Yu quickly opened the door. As soon as the door is opened, I happened to see several guys dragging benches and walking downstairs with gloomy faces. The rest of the people in the dormitory were also very self-conscious. They dressed quickly and went downstairs in unison. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Instructor Shaoli with a smile on his face. When he saw the people coming down the stairs, an expression of extreme surprise appeared on his face. I really don't force it. Everyone can actually go back to sleep. Speaking of, he even fanned himself with a few photos. Everyone. Oh my God. What on earth has changed about these instructors? Why are they all so mean? Instructor Shaoli tiptoed and looked for Lin Yu. He waved a thick stack of photos in his hand and said with a smile, "Boy, I really care about you. It took me a lot of effort to find your photos." Hear this. Lin Yu's face suddenly turned dark. Not to the extent that it is not to the extent that it is. Such blatant care? I can't bear it. Seeing Lin Yu's face suddenly turn dark, Instructor Shaoli couldn't help but be overjoyed. He glanced at the time, then said to everyone, "Since you are so enthusiastic about military training, don't just stand there, start running." He also emphasized a few sentences. As a grown man, you have to learn to endure hardships. It's just getting up early in the morning to run. It's not going to cost you your life. People's life lies in movement. Let's run quickly. Come, I will run with you and lead you. After saying, turn around and get on your bike. He rode away with a creaking sound. Everyone. The crowd was silent for a few seconds. Then, fuck, a plant. Morning. On the playground, loud slogans continued to come out from the neatly arranged columns and floated into the distance with the refreshing morning breeze. Lin Yu stood at the front row of a team. Everyone, march in step. As he gave the order, the entire team of students began to conduct cue training. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed in the playground. Interwoven with the loud slogans of the crowd, it forms a beautiful landscape painting. On the rostrum, there was now a sturdy middle-aged man beside Chu Teng. He is the foreign aide invited by Chu Teng. Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao looked at Lin Yu not far away. After looking at it for a long time, I still couldn't figure out what it was. He pushed Chu Teng and said, "Hey, old Chu, that's the guy you mentioned. I can't tell if he's special. This arm is not that thick, and he managed to beat you. Is your status too low? Do you want me to make you 2 pairs to replenish your kidneys?" Chu Teng couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard that. "No need. I'm in good health. Don't underestimate him. He has been practicing since he was a child. Last time, I was not careful and was knocked down by him. Yo." Hearing this, Zhao Debao's eyes suddenly lit up. "I've practiced it before. Then I have to give it a try." After saying that, he rubbed his hands, stood up, and walked straight towards Lin Yu. Chu Teng sat on the chair and looked at Zhao Debao's figure. I don't know why. He has an illusion. Zhao Debao. It's like going there to get killed. Everyone, look to the right. The other side. Following Lin Yu's another order, the entire formation began to change rapidly again. Oh my God, this job is so tiring. After shouting an order, Lin Yu swallowed and tried to moisten his dry throat. I've been yelling for almost the entire morning and my throat is almost smoking. Lin Yu glanced at Instructor Li, who was joking with other instructors not far away, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. I'm training hard here, and you're chatting and laughing over there. I am so envious. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Yu saw out of the corner of his eye a figure walking towards him rapidly. Wait until the man comes closer. Lin Yu finally saw his appearance clearly. He was wearing a loose coat, revealing his explosive muscles. He was wearing a pair of worn-out slippers. Look at the head again. Lin Yu couldn't help but stare. Short hair, big gold chain. Oh my god. This guy was sentenced to life imprisonment and just escaped from prison. Before he reached Lin Yu, a loud voice came out of his mouth. Oh haha, kid. I heard you're pretty crazy. Come on, practice with me. Let me see how strong you are. As he spoke, he waved his hands, as if he was about to do something big. Lin Yu. No. Dude, who are you? Click. Zhao Debao's fingers were crackling and the excitement on his face was obvious. Oops. Just when he was about to walk in front of Lin Yu, Zhao Debao's slippers slipped and he fell directly towards Lin Yu. Snap. Just when Zhao Debao was about to fall to the ground, a slender hand gently supported him. Thanks. Zhao Debao thanked Lin Yu. You're welcome. Lin Yu replied, then loosened his grip. WTF. Bang. Followed by a dull sound. Zhao Debao's face came into direct contact with the ground. Bang. On the rostrum. Chu Tong covered his face. Oh shit. What the hell did I say? This bastard is just going to get killed. It's so fucking embarrassing. Chapter 19 Coach, I want to learn this. The air in the entire playground froze for about 3 seconds. Everyone looked at the big man lying on the ground with confused expressions on their faces. This big brother. We just met, and you're already showing such a big gift? Well. Zhao Debao slowly raised his head and looked around. Then he gently pushed himself up with his hands on the ground, and the whole person bounced up from the ground. As soon as he stood up, Zhao Debao quickly jumped back a step. He threw off his slippers and assumed a fighting stance. It doesn't count just now. The soles of my shoes are too slippery. Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't react, Zhao Debao wiped the plastic grass off his face. He smiled foolishly and said, Hey, little kid, do you dare to fight me fair and square? If you win? I don't dare. Lin Yu shook his head. This guy must have something wrong with his brain. Just start fighting. It's better to send him back and lock him up for a few more years. After saying that, Lin Yu automatically ignored the former and walked towards instructor Shaoli, who looked leisurely not far away. After training for so long, I have to ask the instructor for a few bottles of water to quench my thirst. Brush. Sudden. A figure stood in front of Lin Yu. It's still Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao raised his head and showed 2 rows of white teeth to Lin Yu. You don't need to look for your instructors, just look for me. My level is much higher than theirs. Lin Yu stood there, looking at Zhao Debao's face. He looked again at the instructors who were watching the show not far away and had no intention of coming over. Lin Yu understood. This big guy is the external aid found by these instructors. Seeing the understanding look on Lin Yu's face, Zhao Debao puffed out his chest. What the hell, as long as you beat me, you can walk right along with me during this military training, just like a crab. Lin Yu stared at the former for 3 seconds. Then, turn around and walk away. This guy is not just mentally ill. You can already call and have him put in a mental hospital. Or just drag him out and shoot him. Mom doesn't let me play with idiots because that will make me stupid. Hey, stand up. You're just leaving now. Seeing Lin Yu turn around without hesitation, Zhao Debao was dumbfounded. Is it a capsule? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Isn't it just to fight with you? Damn it, just don't hang me up. In that case, you can't blame me. Zhao Debao's eyes suddenly narrowed. The sturdy arms also grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, the veins on Zhao Debao's arms suddenly bulged. He stomped his foot to the side, then exerted force with his entire waist, swung Lin Yu up and threw him hard behind him. Certainly, this is what Zhao Debao thought. But the reality is, when his palm touched Lin Yu and he was about to use force, he found, I was unable to shake the ladder. At this moment, the ladder was like a rock, firmly fixed on the ground. That's interesting. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Debao's eyes. Immediately, the other hand grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder, and then both hands exerted force suddenly. Give me a lift. With the strength of Zhao Debao's hands, Lin Yu's body was also lifted up. Go. Zhao Debao swung Lin Yu hard, and he flew towards the podium. Ah. See this scene. The students on the playground suddenly let out a loud scream. Murder. He just threw the person out. If this isn't murder, then what is? Call out. Accompanied by huge screams from the crowd. Lin Yu, who was flying in the air, turned around easily in the air, and his toes seemed to be touching the air. Bang, 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 accompanied by 3 crisp sonic booms. Lin Yu's figure has risen to more than 3 meters. Then she landed gracefully on the railing of the podium. The whole process is very fast, but that's it. Handsome. Zhao Debao, Chu Tong, everyone. The entire playground became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yu standing on the railing with a dazed look on their faces. Just now that was. Ching Gong? Bang. I don't know where the noise came from. I saw a student kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lin Yu standing on the railing, and then knocked his head to the ground without hesitation. Fuck, coach. I want to learn this too. The student's voice immediately brought everyone back to their senses from their dazed state. Bang, bang, bang. Next second, on the entire playground, more than half of the people knelt down. Instructor, I want to learn this, Ching Gong. Teach the kids. They want to be so handsome. They want to be so pretentious. Master, please accept my skull. Master, I offer you my knees. On the girls' side, screams were endless. Handsome, 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 handsome. I'm tired of saying this word. So handsome. Who is he? I want to give birth to a baby for him. How can he be so handsome? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. Hurry up and ask him to give me artificial respiration. Listening to the exclamations ringing in my ears, Zhao Debao was also dumbfounded for a moment. Is she really good at Qinggong? This is totally beyond scientific common sense. On the rostrum, Lin Yu jumped off the railing, then picked up the mineral water on the table and drank it in one gulp. Ignoring Chu Teng, who had a dazed look on his face, he turned and walked towards the podium. As soon as he stepped down from the podium, a large group of boys rushed up. Coach, please teach me. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Master, I want to learn too. Before they could finish their words, they were surrounded by an endless stream of girls. Get lost, Min. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of being taught by our male god? That's right. If the male god wants to teach us, he will teach us personally. I can't use the word male god anymore. I'm tired of calling you male god. My male god, please teach us girls Qinggong. Anytime is fine. Damn it, isn't it just a girl? I'm going to cut off my third brother and change my sex. Fuck brother. You are so cruel. Hearing the constant exclamations around him, Zhao Debao's eyes couldn't stop twitching. Oh my god. These students are fucking crazy. As for the students surrounding him, Lin Yu simply waved his hand lightly. Hey, isn't it just Qinggong? All you need is a pair of legs. Don't get too excited. Keep a low profile. The subtext is, keep a low profile. I can pretend to be a master of low key, but I can pretend to be even more powerful. Chapter 20. The ranking of Magic University. The most popular university in Shanghai. As the oldest intelligence organization in the history of Magic City University, the main purpose of its existence, it is to quickly dig out the hot news about Shanghai University and then spread them. It was as small as a classmate forgetting to bring toilet paper and using a mop to wipe his butt. It was so serious that a vice president of Shanghai University was arrested for washing his feet late at night. The purpose of the Magic City University ranking is, there is nothing I can't find. Only you can't do it. They are called by all students of Magic University the God-level ant organization at the village entrance. Wherever Finjianbang went, women closed doors and men climbed through windows. When the wind and clouds pass, not a blade of grass is left. Secret meeting base of the Magic City University rankings. Under the dim light, for masked figures gathered around a table. Why do I wear a mask? I am afraid that some students will know about it. They will not see tomorrow's sun. On the table in front of them are photos with extremely clear pixels. This photo was taken of a freshman washing his feet at a foot massage parlor before school started. The person who took the photo was a sophomore who happened to be the technician responsible for washing the feet of the freshman. Each person picked up a photo. The photo shows a handsome boy with a look of enjoyment on his face, as if he is doing something indescribable. This one is a photo of Mr. Zhang, who sells roasted sweet potatoes at the school gate, and Granny Wang, who sells tofu pudding, having a secret rendezvous. This time he picked up a picture of two 67-year-old men and women flirting with each other under a streetlight. Sorry, I took the wrong photo. This is my bathing selfie. Silently put down the last nude photo. The man pushed up his glasses and said slowly, my Magic City University ranking has always been adhering to the code of conduct of no grass grows where the wind and clouds pass, and has been digging out more explosive news for Magic City students. After years of development, we have succeeded. It has fallen to the point where everyone is calling for his death. How sad this is. Another person also let out a long sigh. Sorrow. Nowadays, students at Shanghai University are shocked when they hear the three words, Hinjianbang. He immediately rushed around the school with a machete as if he had killed his own mother. If I ran a little slower, I would probably have to stay in the infirmary for a month or so. So until now, they are the Magic City ranking. No enrollment in 3 years. To be honest, we can no longer operate this business. The Shanghai University rankings has been going on for 3 years, and there are only 4 people in the entire club. This includes a president, 2 vice presidents, and a department manager. So in order to get out of this predicament, the man who had spoken first spoke again, stood up, and walked around the table. We must dig up more explosive information and intensify our efforts to expose them. The freshmen nowadays are just blinded by other students. We are being excluded, and we must stand up and resist oppression. Right? The remaining 3 nodded. But President, what news are we exposing? Are we going to expose the vice principal's sister-in-law like before? Well, hearing this, the boy called the president paused for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. We can no longer go down this path. Let's wait until we can recruit someone new to take on this important responsibility. The first thing we should do now is to find a suitable person to lead our ranking list. It would be best if this person has just become popular and has not yet been recruited by other clubs. But I feel it will be hard to find such a person. After all, there are very few men like me who can reach the peak right from the start. Hey, invincibility is... The president stroked his flowing bangs and was about to sigh at his overwhelming loneliness. Boss, I found it. Sudden. A person holding a cell phone shouted in surprise. President? The man placed his phone on the table and clicked play on the video. In the video, there is a huge crowd of people gathered together. They were all wearing the school uniforms for the Magic City military training. The camera turned and a man wearing military training uniform appeared on the screen. The man just tapped the basketball lightly with his toes. Brush. The basketball that was quietly placed on the ground automatically jumped into the latter's hands in the blink of an eye. Oh, that's good. You can play with this kind of flowers. The screen continues. I saw the boy slowly throwing a ball into the sky. Seeing this, the president was dumbfounded. What is this? Why is it thrown so lightly? Didn't you have milk this morning? Can this thing be thrown in? Bang. At this time, the sound of the basketball hitting the basket was heard from the screen. Then there is... boom. A huge breaking sound was heard. The sturdy ball rack collapsed with a loud bang. President. The second picture. It was a boy in military training uniform, holding a wooden stick in his hand and gesticulating on the grass. Soon, a simple bagua diagram appeared in front of everyone. Then the man raised his finger and rubbed gently. The crowd still didn't understand the meaning of this gesture. Next second, boom. Immediately afterwards, countless thunders were heard, and accompanied by countless thunders, the picture gradually became dim. Afterwards, crash. Through the screen, the 4 people present could hear the sound of heavy rain falling. Gulu. The president swallowed his saliva. So yesterday's heavy rain was caused by this. The third picture. It was a big man who was at least 2 meters tall. He grabbed the shoulders of a boy in military training uniform with both hands and threw him backwards. WTF. Seeing this, the president stood up immediately. Isn't this murder? But something even more unbelievable happened to him. The man who was thrown out did a 180-degree spin in the air. Then he stomped his feet 3 times in the air. The whole person landed lightly on the railing. President? Kinking Gong? WTF. Ching Gong. Well, as the third scene ended, the atmosphere on the scene froze a little. Well, President, do you think it would be great if we could include him in our list of the most popular people? A boy suggested. Brush. The president raised his head immediately. There was a strong green light coming out of a pair of eyes. It's more than just a face. He can be directly brought to our club as a door god. This person must be deceived. No, he must be brought into our club. Chapter 21. I accidentally accepted a disciple. A few people had a brief discussion. The final conclusion is, before the target person is poached by other societies, we must use every possible means to bring him to the top of the list. Then let him sign a death warrant. When necessary, you can even let the president sacrifice her looks and wear black stockings to seduce her. Although he himself was unwilling, as he said, all sacrifices are worth it to achieve the goal. Then today's meeting ends here. Now, let's disperse. Thump, thump, thump. As the president's voice rang out, the other 3 people quickly stood up and left the room without even looking back. Meeting. The president's mouth twitched and he slowly uttered the last word. After the 3 people left, the president sat on the chair and spread his hands. Hey. When he thought that his name would soon return to the top of the list, he felt ecstatic. Where the storm passes, no grass grows. Oh ha! Gradually, his laughter became more and more unbridled. getting more and more complacent. Bang! Sudden. A muffled sound came from beside him. Then there was a loud voice coming from next door. Alpaca, I'm laughing at you in the toilet. I can't hold my shit anymore. President. On the playground. Looking at the students who were gradually going crazy, Chu Tong couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed the table hard, picked up the microphone and started yelling. What are you all doing? What are you all doing? This is a military training, not a teaching meeting. Get out of here. All instructors, get up and drive them back. Anyone who doesn't obey will have to run 40 laps around the playground. Wow. Chu Tong's voice sounded. The students surrounding Lin Yu dispersed instantly. The few people kneeling in front of Lin Yu even crawled back into the formation. In less than a dozen seconds, everyone was standing on the playground with expressionless faces. They stood straight and looked straight ahead, standing in a good military posture. Lin Yu, Chu Tong, Zhao Debao. The corners of Chu Tong's eyes twitched violently a few times. Damn, it would be such a waste if they don't win an Oscar for Best Actor. Even Lin Yu was stunned for a few seconds. Immediately his expression returned to normal, and he quickly ran towards his own team's position. Stop right there, I'm here. As soon as Lin Yu moved, Chu Ting's voice rang out again. Well, Lin Yu's face froze. Then he slowly turned around. Chu Tong walked down from the podium step by step with a gloomy face. He walked up to Lin Yu, glanced at Lin Yu, and then glanced at Zhao Debao next to him. Boy, you were so cool just now. Lin Yu's mouth twitched when he heard this. This is obviously a hidden meaning. He forced an awkward smile on his face. Just a little bit. Chu Tong. Seeing this, Zhao Debao, who was standing by, couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Oh, Lao Chu, actually? Shut up. Chu Tong rolled his eyes at Zhao Debao. If it weren't for you, would this have happened? Well, after being yelled at by Chu Tong, Zhao Debao shut up and took a step back. He is simple but not stupid. Look at Lao Chu's expression. He is very angry now. Call. After taking a deep breath, Chu Tong looked at Lin Yu. Being stared at by Chu Tong, Lin Yu's expression began to become unnatural. Oops. He won't ask me to sing Conquer for disrupting the order of military training. After waiting for about 3 seconds. Instructor, actually? Lin Yu, actually? The two were stunned. You speak first. You speak first. The two were stunned again. Zhao Debao, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Hey, what do you two want to say? Say it quickly. Shut up. Chu Tang glared at Zhao Debao fiercely. The latter's face froze, and then he took a step back. After Zhao Debao shut up, Chu Tang slowly said, Actually, Lin Yu, what I want to say is that this so-called martial arts are all very valuable for communication, such as Qinggong, which can be used. Actually, I really admire those of you who can perform Qinggong. You know, instructor, I have never asked anyone for help. Lin Yu. Lin Yu became more and more confused as he listened. What does it mean? I don't quite understand what you are saying. Shouldn't you be raising an army to hold him accountable now? Seeing Lin Yu looking confused, Zhao Debao, who was standing by, seemed to understand the hidden meaning behind Chu Tong's words. The next moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and yelled in shock. No way, Lao Chu. You still want to ask someone else to teach you some Qinggong. Shut up, I say. Chu Tong roared directly at Zhao Debao. Well, Zhao Debao couldn't help but pout when Chu Ting yelled at him. A face full of grievance. Damn it, old Chu. You are such a jerk. You got so angry after I exposed you. Chu Tong. No longer paying attention to Zhao Debao, Chu Tong looked at Lin Yu again. Lin Yu looked at Chu Ting and understood. That is, I hope the coach can teach him. He also wants to learn. Well, Lin Yu touched his nose, then showed 2 rows of white teeth to Chu Tong. Xiao Chu, no, Instructor Chu, this Qinggong is just a little trick. If you want to learn it, I will definitely be happy to teach you. Real. Chu Tong's eyes lit up. Of course. Lin Yu patted his chest. Then Chu Tong said halfway, and then looked at Zhao Debao standing beside him. The corners of Zhao Debao's mouth twitched. Look at me. Where the hell can I go? Chu, please don't go too far. Since others have said so, Chu Tong withdrew his gaze for the time being. Then he forced a smile towards Lin Yu. Thank you very much. I, Chu Tong, am not a casual person. What kind of reward do you need for teaching others Kung Fu? Lin Yu heard this and waved his hand. Casual talk. My master said that people in the martial arts world value generosity and are willing to give advice to their own family members. Money and other things are just external things. Hearing this, Chu Tong couldn't help but nodded. This master really has a big heart. As expected, He is the one who can teach such a disciple. I only heard Lin Yu continue to say. But since you asked, as for the reward, you can just give me a few tens of thousands of dollars and become my disciple. As Lin Yu's voice fell, visible to the naked eye, the expression on Chu Teng's face gradually stiffened. Chapter 22, I am a very stable Taoist priest. Chu Teng wanted to vomit blood, and he spits out a large amount of it at once. Own, why do I have to be so mean? Why do you ask this one more question? Ringo, could you please pretend you didn't hear my last question? In this way, I think we can still be good friends. Seeing that Chu Teng looked a little bad, Lin Yu blinked. Curiously asked, what's wrong? Instructor, are you feeling unwell? Chu Teng forced a smile on his face. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something sad. So you go back to the queue first. I'll go over there and think for a while. Don't ask who Jingjing is. Jingjing is my wife. After saying, he turned around and walked back to the podium with a very desolate back. Hey, Lao Chu, what's wrong with you? Isn't your sister-in-law called Miao Miao? Why did she suddenly become Jingjing? Who is Jingjing? Seeing this, Zhao Debao hurriedly followed. Halfway through the walk, Zhao Debao turned around and gestured towards Lin Yu. Hey boy, remember, our duel isn't over yet? After saying that, he happily caught up with Chu Teng. Lin Yu. Magic City Mental Hospital. Feng Dagong was pinned to the bed by 4 or 5 guards. One of the nurses held a needle the size of a pinky finger. Then it went straight into Feng Dagong's butt. Hiss. The latter, who was originally struggling, suddenly widened his eyes and his mouth opened into an oval shape in an instant. Then, he rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. I fainted instantly. Outside the door, the young man looked at Feng Dagong lying on the hospital bed with a worried look on his face. President Liao, how is my Uncle Gang doing now? Next to the young man is an old man wearing glasses. Hearing the young man's words, he said calmly, Master, don't worry. The patient was brought here on time and will be fine after a period of recuperation. That's good. Hearing this, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Since I arrived at the antique shop in the morning, Uncle Gang kept telling himself about the miracle that happened last night. Something like gods appearing and transmitting objects through the air. And they insisted on making pilgrimage from afar in broad daylight. It gets more and more outrageous later on. He would repeat it to every customer who came into the store. There is no way. The young man had no choice but to send his uncle to a mental hospital for compulsory examination. He glanced at Feng Dagong, who had fallen asleep, then picked up his phone and walked aside. Since Uncle Gang's condition has stabilized, he should send a message to his grandfather to report it. The other side. In the quaint and elegant manner, 2 old men sat opposite each other. One of them is the young man's grandfather. The other is a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and holding a whisk in his hand. His outfit, combined with his gray beard and hair, gave him an immortal look. The two sat for a while. The old man picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Then he slowly said, recently, the master's temperament has become more and more extraordinary. The old Taoist smiled slightly when he heard this. Donor, keeping calm is the most basic professional quality for us cultivators. Anyone who practices Taoism cannot do without the word stability. As long as you can remain calm even when a mountain collapses before you, you are considered a successful practitioner. The old man nodded in agreement. Then he seemed to think of something and said, Master, please come this time. The old Taoist saw this. He said calmly, if you have something on your mind, you can talk about it. The old man heard this. He also slowly took out the small pill from the treasure box. Master, do you still remember this little pill? The old Taoist nodded. Of course, this is the magic pill that I spent 10 years refining. It can warm the heart and spleen, treat injuries, and if necessary, it can also increase the time you and your wife have. Speaking of this, the old Taoist glanced at the old man and continued. If I hadn't seen that you had a connection with me, I would never have sold it to you at the cost of my heart. After listening to the old Taoist words, the old man continued. At that time, I heard the master say that the quality of this Xiao Huandan depends on the white lines on it. The more white lines there are, the stronger the medicinal effect. The old Taoist touched the white lines on the Xiao Huandan and a smug look appeared on his face. Of course, I spent 10 years refining this little pill and put in countless efforts to refine it. I was only able to produce such a pattern. I can even say that I am the only one in the world who can do this. The old Taoist priest hadn't finished speaking yet. The old man took out a golden pill from an ordinary pocket. Master, I invited you here from afar mainly because I want you to take a look and determine whether this pill is real or fake. The old Taoist heard this. His eyes involuntarily turned to the pill in the former's hand. This is... When he saw it for the first time, the old Taoist priest was stunned. How do you feel about this thing? Why is it so similar to the Zyro Huandan that I made? Color shape. The old man saw that the old Taoist priest looked a little strange and hurriedly explained. Don't get excited. I think this pill is too outrageous. There are thousands of lines on it. WTF. The old man hadn't finished speaking yet. The next moment, the old Taoist priest sitting in front of him jumped up from his chair. Snap. Before the old man could react, the former also grabbed the old man's arms with both hands. Quick, quick, tell me, where did you come from? The old man was startled by the Taoist priest's sudden action. The latter at this time. He no longer had the calm and composed demeanor that he displayed when faced with a catastrophe. The old man couldn't help swallowing and said, Master, didn't you say to stay calm? Keep calm. The old Taoist priest immediately cursed. Calm? What is calm? I've never said these two words. They are not born from the same mother as me. He raised the small golden pill with trembling hands. This medicinal aroma and this rich color. This is something that cannot be condensed by mortal power. This is an immortal item. Just taking a whiff of it, I feel my blood boiling. Gulu. The old Taoist swallowed and looked at the old man excitedly. I am sure this pill is a divine item. Absolutely priceless. How excited the old Taoist priest was. This little pill. Just by sniffing it, I could feel the blood in my body surging. Magic pill. This is definitely not an exaggeration. If I hadn't still had a shred of sanity, now they might just kill and rob on the spot. The old man looked at the old Taoist priest with a dull expression. He was really frightened by the former. After a moment's silence, the old man slowly spoke. I spent 888 yuan to buy this pill, and the Magic City even provided free shipping. Old Taoist priest. Just in this moment, the old man felt that the world suddenly stopped. The old Taoist priest was completely stunned. After a long time, the old Taoist priest turned his stiff head and looked at the old man. He looked at the old man in disbelief. How much more? Is he hallucinating? 888. Can you tell me that I bought it for 888? For a moment, there was only one character in the old Taoist's mind. That is, grass. Chapter 23, Deadly Cereal. The old Taoist priest didn't know how he left the manor. Anyway, when he came back to his senses from his dazed state, he had been carried into a car by several strong men and was speeding towards the Magic City airport. On the plane, the old Taoist priest looked at the Magic City that was disappearing below and couldn't help but fanning his cheeks. 888. Bought a magic pill? God is above. It's not that I don't believe it, it's really. This is too fucking absurd. It took me 10 years to barely refine a small elixir with a pattern on it. I sold it for 10 billion with great reluctance. Good job. Unexpectedly, the other party slapped him hard in the face in the blink of an eye. $88.80? You may not have this luck even if you buy lottery tickets. Unless the other party doesn't know the value of the product, or they simply don't like this small pill with thousands of lines on it. But this thing isn't cheap merchandise. How could I not like it? The old Taoist priest was very devastated. $88.80. People also want to buy hundreds of. Woo woo woo. No, we must know where he got the magic pill from. Modu, I will definitely come back. The old Taoist clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the table in front of him. Bang. The loud noise attracted many people's attention. Seeing many people looking at him, the old Taoist flicked his whisk. He rolled up his sleeves and glared at her fiercely. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a Taoist priest swearing? Everyone. Shanghai University. Lunch break. On the rooftop of the second dormitory building. A watermelon. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly raised his hands in front of his chest and then gently pushed them outwards. A watermelon. Beside him, Chu Teng took a breath and repeated Lin Yu's movements. Cut in half. Lin Yu took a step back and clapped his hands to the sides. Cut in two. Chu Teng gestured, his eyes full of confusion. Master Lin Lin, this is really a Qigong practice. Why do I feel like you are practicing Tai Chi? Lin Yu heard this. Open your eyes slowly. He glanced at Chu Teng, then said slowly. Xiao Chu, I am teaching you how to use your Qi. Once your body is full of Qi, you will naturally become as light as a swallow. Chu Teng heard this. I nodded involuntarily. Seemingly. It sounds like this makes sense. Think of this. Chu Teng couldn't help but become excited again, and he tried harder and harder. It took about half an hour. Lin Yu stretched his body, waved at Chu Teng, and said, "You practice first. I'm going to take a nap first. You can rest when you feel your body is unblocked." After saying, he turned around and walked downstairs, leaving Chu Tong standing alone on the rooftop. Call. Chu Tong placed his hands on his chest, then pushed his palms out following his breathing. At the same time, he was muttering something. "Cut a watermelon in half, one half for you and one half for me. Our love will never fade." Gradually, Chu Tong's breathing gradually became heavy. At the same time, he also felt a sense of blockage in his abdomen. The feeling of blockage became stronger and stronger with his breathing. Is this what is called qi? Feeling that sense of blockage, Chu Tong couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. This thing is not that difficult. Oops. You can do it easily. After practicing for a few more minutes, the feeling of blockage became more and more intense. That feeling. It was like my toilet was suddenly blocked. Can't go up, can't get out. Gradually, Chu Tong's expression began to look a little strange. I don't know why, I always feel. My abdomen is so blocked now. Did you hold your breath too long? Chu Tong was a little dumbfounded. What should I do at this time? Lin, you didn't teach me either? Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. Then Zhao Debao appeared on the rooftop. "Oh, Lao Chu, where are you? Everyone is waiting for you to attend the meeting." As he said that, Zhao Debao walked up to Chu Tong, grabbed him, and pulled him downstairs, etc. Being pulled so suddenly by Zhao Debao, Chu Tong's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the blockage in my abdomen seemed to loosen. However, when Chu Tong felt the loosening feeling, he did not feel the slightest bit of smile in his heart. I don't know why. The moment that feeling of looseness arises, my chrysanthemums suddenly felt a cool breeze. That is, what the hell are you waiting for? Zhao Debao ignored Chu Tong's words and simply pulled the ladder downstairs. No. Before Chu Tong could say anything, Zhao Debao had already rushed him to the first floor. At this time, more than a dozen instructors had gathered together, waiting for Chu Tong and the others to arrive. And running up 6 floors of stairs, Chu Tong's expression became more and more unnatural. For a while, Chu Tong's abdomen suddenly felt like a gas tank with the valve suddenly opened. Air started to leak out with a hissing sound. Not good. Chu Tong's eyes suddenly bulged. He finally knew what it felt like. That's the feeling that the gas stored in your abdomen is about to burst out. Papa. Zhao Debao clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pay attention to him. Everyone is here. Now let's... Puff. It was at this time. A crisp voice sounded in the corridor. Zhao Debao stopped speaking and sniffed hard. Fuck, that stinks. Next second, Zhao Debao's face suddenly changed and he subconsciously covered his nose. The remaining instructors' expressions also changed. The body quickly retreated, leaving a large space in the middle. Zhao Debao covered his nose and moved towards Chu Teng's position. Old Chu, it stinks. Don't you have any? Puff. At this time, another crisp fart was heard. Brush. Zhao Debao's entire body instantly bounced 10 meters away like a spring. He covered his nose and looked at Chu Teng in shock. Old Chu, what did your kid eat for lunch? His fart was stinky. Chu Teng was about to speak. Phew. A fart sound was heard that lasted for a full 10 seconds. It also comes with a long tail. Next, it's that horrible smell of ammonia. Vomit. Some people couldn't bear it and just knelt down and retched. Puff pee. Rhythmic farts continued to sound, mixed with the sound of diarrhea. Everyone in the corridor had already rushed out of the dormitory building. Chu Teng stood there with his head lowered, motionless. After a long time, he slowly raised his head into his eyes. At this moment, there was a strong murderous intent gathering. Then he clenched his hands and roared like a madman. Lin you, fuck you. Puff puff puff. Then another series of fatal farts. Chapter 24. Who just climbed out of the pit? Lin you, fuck you. A roar filled with resentment resounded throughout the dormitory building. All the students in the dormitory building were awakened by Chu Teng's shout. Everyone opened the door curiously. Vomit. The next moment, a foul smell swept over. Then there were countless vomiting sounds. Fuck, it stinks. Who the hell didn't flush the toilet after taking a shit? Enemy attack, enemy attack. This is a poison gas attack. I just ate lunch. The fucking school cesspool must have exploded. It must have exploded. No, I need to go to the toilet. I think the shit in the toilet smells better. The entire dormitory building was shrouded in a horrible stench. Bedroom. Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, heard the sound and then opened his eyes drowsily. Who wants to fuck my uncle? Just now in his sleep, he vaguely heard someone wanting to fuck his uncle. But he has no uncle. Can I be the master? Bang. Just at this moment, the dormitory door was kicked open. Then Bailey Baoju rushed into the dormitory crawling. He ran to Lin Yu immediately and said urgently, "Brother Yu, run quickly, the instructor is chasing you." Ah. When Lin Yu heard this, he was confused. Hunting me? Why? Bailey Baoju swallowed and explained. I don't know the details, but the instructor is looking for you with a machete and red eyes. He was farting like a motherfucker as he was beating drums and gongs. Lin Yu. A series of fatal farts? New moves? When did you learn it? And why does this move sound so outrageous? Puff, puff, puff. Just at this moment, suddenly, a series of loud farts were heard outside the door. Then came Chu Tong's roar filled with murderous intent. Lin Yu, get the hell out of here. If I don't chop you into 3 pieces today, I won't be named Chu. Hear Chu Tong's roar. Lin Yu woke up instantly. This almost turned into actual murderous intent. He felt it from a distance. What's going on? Isn't he practicing Qi? Why did you suddenly become so irritable? Brother Yu, the instructor is coming soon. I think you? Bailey Baoju hasn't finished speaking yet. Next second, he only saw a dark shadow flash before his eyes. Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, jumped off the bed. Then he quickly rushed out of the balcony. Brush. A light jump. Lin Yu jumped off the balcony in front of Bailey Xiaopeng's shocked eyes. After a long time, Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Damn, with this skill, am I still worried that I won't be able to make a living in the future? Downstairs of the second dormitory, in a bush, 3 figures were lying on the ground. His eyes were fixed on something 800 meters away. There was a man and a woman sitting on chairs, talking and laughing. Damn it, I knew this guy had bad intentions. He stood us up and then talked about love here. What's so good about flirting with girls? The most important thing for us men is our career. Our career is our career. The boy in the middle clenched his fists, looking unhappy. The 2 people next to him rolled their eyes when they heard this. The main reason? That's because you don't have a girlfriend. Well, after roaring for a while, it finally turned into a sigh. Forget it, let's just give him a break. The rest of the great cause will depend on the 3 of us. The boy in the middle pushed his glasses up on his nose and looked towards the 4th floor. He said to the 2 people beside him, after my extensive investigation, I determined that the target person is on the 4th floor. What we need to do is to find his specific location. 2 vice presidents, do you have anything to add before we take action? The man looked at the 2 people beside him. One of them scratched the back of his head and then asked curiously, Boss, let me ask you why we have to lie here. Wouldn't it be okay if you just walked into the dormitory building and knocked on each door? Man. Well, the man was speechless for a moment. Grass. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to think about this. He was silent for a while, then said, One of the reasons we did this is because I wanted to know why our management managers went on strike and stood us up. And the most important thing is what is it? The 2 men saw their president being coy for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. The muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch violently. Actually, whoosh. Sudden. The man's nose twitched a few times. Next second, his expression couldn't help but change drastically, and he subconsciously covered his nose. Fuck, who of you farted? It stinks so bad? The 2 were stunned and were about to speak. A foul odor followed the air and instantly filled their nostrils. Vomit. Next second, the 2 of them began to retch rapidly. The man retched a few times. Then he put his hands on his hips and started cursing at the dormitory building. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. How long does it take to get this smell out after falling into a cesspool? Damn it, who the hell is so immoral that he doesn't even bother to wash himself after falling into a cesspool? Brush. He hadn't even finished his words. A huge shadow suddenly jumped out from the balcony. Fuck, throwing objects from high places. The man let out a loud cry and pointed his finger upwards. The 2 people next to him were stunned. Then he looked in the direction the president was pointing. Then their eyes gradually widened. Under their gaze, I saw a figure rushing out from the balcony. Brush. As soon as the figure rushed out, his entire body fell rapidly. Bang. Just 3 seconds. Following a dull sound, the figure has landed safely. After the figure landed, he just glanced at the 3 people. Then lightly tap the ground with your toes, and the whole person will quickly rise up. He directly climbed over the 4 or 5 meter high wall, disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. Gah. This moment, the three of them just froze where they were. Click. The man called the president slowly turned his stiff head. He pointed to the balcony on the 4th floor, and then to the 4 or 5 meter high wall. Did someone suddenly jump down from the 4th floor? Then it jumped out of the wall with a click? Etc. That person. Why does it look so familiar? Chapter 25. Gynecological Master. Ingenious Calculation. Off campus. On a flyover. Lin Yu leaned on the railing. He was holding a lollipop in his mouth that he bought for 50 cents. Looking at the surging crowd below, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. Oh shit. It's abominable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I taught Mr. Chu the Qigong method with such sincerity. I didn't expect that I just took a nap, and he was about to chop me with a knife in the next moment. Well, it is really unfortunate for our school that our teacher does not discipline us strictly enough. The formal teaching has not yet begun. This guy was planning to kill his master. What a traitor. Call. After a long time, Lin Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. Oh, forget it. As a teacher, I am broad-minded and magnanimous. I will not bother with this traitor this time. Click. Lin Yu bit the lollipop in his mouth into pieces. Then I plan to walk around for a few times before going back to school. This little brother. Sudden. An old voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice. He saw an old man with an old face standing in front of him without him noticing. The old man had a head full of white hair and was wearing a somewhat worn Taoist robe. At a glance, it looks quite immortal. At this time, he was holding a banner in his hand. There were 4 big characters written on it in a flamboyant style. Gynecological Master. Lin Yu was stunned, blinked, and said, I don't have gynecological diseases. Well, the old man heard this. He glanced at the flag in his hand. Sorry, I got it the wrong way around. After saying, he turned the flag in his hand over. Ingenious calculation. Lin Yu. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch violently. Good guy. You have a very busy business. He actually holds 2 positions at the same time. Ahem. The old man coughed twice to cover up the embarrassing scene. Then he looked at Lin Yu and said, Little brother, I see that you have amazing bones and a full forehead. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. I have a peerless secret book here. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and turned away. Have you watched too much kung fu? Here you are trying to sell me the Tathagata palm. Go home quickly, take a shower and go to bed. Wait, little brother, if you don't like the Tathagata palm, I still have the Arhat seal and the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Seeing Lin Yu turn around and leave, the old man was stunned. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Wait, little brother. I see that you have a frown on your face. You must have been bothered by trivial matters recently. I, Do Banxian, have been helping people solve their problems for more than 30 years. Perhaps I can help you solve these problems. It only costs 500 yuan for a fortune telling. You are not allowed to refuse the money. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and didn't even look back. 205. 100. 30. It really can't be any lower. $8, big brother. I haven't opened the shop today. Please give me some face. Lin Yu waved his hand. Excuse me. The more than 80 yuan from selling Zyro Huandan has been paid into my account. I only have $7.05 on me now. I can accept it if you round off the 500 and directly turn it into 0. Otherwise, want me to tell your fortune? Sorry. I can only give you 2 words. No money. Halfway through the walk, Lin Yu stopped. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Then he turned around and went back to where the old man was. The other side. Seeing Lin Yu leave without looking back, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Alas, next time I can only cheat those who look stupid. Damn, the students nowadays are more clever than each other. Shaked his head. The old man flipped the flag. Gynecological Master. It's better to trick those Andes first. If things go well, you might even gain some prestige for yourself. Then I won't have to work so hard in the future. Well, life is not easy, even the half-immortal size. The Fortuneteller. Just at the moment he turned around, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Fuck, it's finally opening. Hear the sound. The old man's face suddenly lit up with joy and he turned around. While turning around, his face also regained the immortal look it had just had. When he saw that it was Lin Yu who came back, the smile on his face became even brighter. Oh, little brother, it's you again. Look how destined we are to meet again so soon, he said as he spoke. At the same time, he turned the flag back to the side where the magic machine was used. Little brother, are you here for a gynecological consultation or to have your fortune told? Well, Lin Yu froze when he heard this. Compared with the above two, I really want to slap you in the face. He touched his nose and then said slowly, it's mainly because you mentioned it just now that I suddenly remembered that I can tell fortunes. Fortune telling is good. Many people who have had their fortune told by me have soared to fame and fortune after returning home. They have made a fortune, received promotions and salary increases, married beautiful and wealthy women, and reached the pinnacle of their lives, etc. Sudden. The old man's voice suddenly stopped. Then he raised his head and looked at Lin Yu with a look of astonishment on his face. What did you say? You can tell fortunes too? Lin Yu nodded. But this can't be completely considered fortune-telling. After all, it is the art of divination. He hasn't tried it yet. I'll go. The old man heard this. He took a big step back and looked at Lin Yu with a vigilant look. Your grandma's. I haven't officially opened the shop today. As a result, someone comes out to steal the business. He stared at Lin Yu with his cloudy eyes. Then he said, little brother, as the saying goes, don't hit people in the face and don't steal their money, don't steal their jobs. I was the first one to see this path. If you want to take it, you have to defeat me, Do Banxian, first. You know, I, Do Banxian, have been in the martial arts world for more than 30 years, and I have never been humiliated like this by a junior. Lin Yu didn't listen to the old man's nonsense. His eyes were as sharp as torches, staring intently at the old man in front of him. At the same time, his mind was also shaken. The host successfully used divination. As the system prompt sounded in my mind, an inexplicable message suddenly flooded into his brain like a stream of water. Name Do Banjiang. Gender male. The hexagram shows a virgin male. Today's hexagram is dangerous. Guoxiang incident. Being a virgin for 66 consecutive years. If the future hexagram survives successfully, it will unlock the achievement of being a pure virgin for 87 years. Lin Yu. Seeing the feedback in his mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Good guy. This has been going on for more than just the moment you were born. You have to remain a virgin until you die. Everyone knows that I, Do Banxian, am a very smart person. You are so young, yet you dare to dream of competing with me, Do Banxian, in terms of my abilities. Well, I'll open your eyes today and let you know that there are always people better than you. The old man took a deep breath, just about to speak again. Lin Yu had already picked up the gel pen he had placed on the ground and quickly wrote down a few large words. After finishing writing, Lin Yu pressed his hand against the old man's face. It clearly says, 66 years later, and still a virgin. Chapter 26. If you say so, then I am not sleepy anymore. Do Banjiang is an old virgin. This has always been a knot in his heart. This is also the secret he has hidden for 66 years. But now, when several big words appeared on the white paper, well, looking at the large words appearing on the white paper, Do Banxian was stunned at first. Hiss. Next second, his pupils shrank sharply. Brush. He grabbed the white paper from Lin Yu's hand. Then he read it word by word. 66 years alone. He looked at Lin Yu in shock. How do you know that? Do Banxian's voice trembled. Thinking of me, Do Banxian. I remember that I was an optimistic child back then. Ever since I met that Taoist priest 40 years ago, I am connected to the thread of destiny of fortune-telling. He has devoted his entire life to Taoism and has been committed to promoting the Taoist fortune-telling. In order to learn the Taoist method of fortune-telling, he became a disciple and practiced Taoism, hiding his identity and living alone in the mountains for 40 years. For the sake of Taoism, he gets up early and works late. For the sake of Taoism, he practiced hard. For the sake of Taoism, he, at last, finally, God helps those who work hard. He finally understood. Oh, yes, this is a scam. What kind of bullshit fortune-telling is this? It's all a fucking lie. Oh shit. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but well up in tears. I didn't learn anything and instead wasted decades of my youth. Single for 66 years. I have never even touched a woman's hand. When I think of this, Do Banxian's eyes became moist, and he then started crying. Woo woo woo. My life is so miserable. For a while, Do Banxian cried and shouted, attracting the attention of many passers-by on the overpass. What's going on? Why is that old man crying? Isn't that student making her cry? No way. Look at the old man's attire, he's a charlatan. I guess he was exposed and is now regretting and asking for forgiveness. Listening to the discussions of passers-by, I saw Do Banxian's facial expressions becoming increasingly richer. Lin Yu couldn't help but take half a step back. This child, didn't you drive yourself crazy? After crying for a while, Do Banxian gradually recovered. Swish. He wiped the snot from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Lin Yu with a pair of slightly red eyes, he said, "I'm sorry, you touched a sore spot, so I cried a little harder." Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Then he took out a tissue from his bag and handed it over. Do Banxian took the tissue from Lin Yu. Then he stared at Lin Yu with his eyes fixed and asked solemnly, "Why? Why do you know that I have been single for 66 years?" Lin Yu smiled slightly when he heard this. He slowly said, "Of course it was calculated by fortune-telling." Do Banxian was stunned, then shook his head. "Fortune-telling? This is all fake. I have been in the fortune-telling world for decades. How could I not know the details here?" "Fortune-telling? Only a fool would believe that." Lin Yu raised his finger and shook it. "Fortune-telling also requires real skills. Your skills are not good enough. That's normal." Do Banxian, "Little brother, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Don't be so discouraging. Call." Do Banxian exhaled a breath of foul air, then smiled at Lin Yu. "Then can you calculate how long it will take for me to end my virginity?" When saying this, Do Banxian's old face turned red and his body began to twist and turn. "Oops. I feel so shy asking this question. Wipe." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes bulged subconsciously. Then he looked the former up and down. "Oh my god. You're so fucking old. You actually want to ask when I will end my virginity?" Lin Yu was silent for a while, then said, "Looking at your condition, if you stay single for another 20 years, you'll almost be buried." Do Banxian, "What? Wait another 20 years." Do Banxian let out a scream. The whole person jumped up from the ground. He pinched his fingers. "I am 66 years old now. I will wait another 20 years. That is after the age of 86. By then, don't even think about escaping the ranks of old virgins. The soil may have buried several layers." Bang! Next second, Do Banxian knelt down in front of Lin Yu. "Master, please save the child. The child really doesn't want to be buried with regrets." "What? You don't believe in fortune tellers?" "I am a fortune teller myself. There really might be gods mixed in here. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. I have been single for 66 years. I am really afraid of being single. It took me a while to figure out that I've been single for so long, even if the other party is just making it up. Anyway, I am a poor guy." Well, I saw Do Banxian kneeling on the ground. Lin Yu was also stunned. Do Banxian continued, "If Master can relieve me of this regret, I am willing to do everything within my ability." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Yo, if you say so, then I won't be sleepy anymore." Lin Yu touched his nose and said slowly, "Ahem, my master always said that helping others is a basic quality for us. Moreover, you and I are both from the Dao family, so we should help each other." Speaking of, Lin Yu walked towards Do Banxian. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Do Banxian, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. My throat couldn't help but sob. What a great group of people. I wanted to cheat him out of his money. Pooh. I'm really not a human being. From now on, I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Never bring shame to our Taoist lineage again. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards him, Do Banxian hurriedly wiped the tears from his face. Then he stretched out his hands towards Lin Yu. What a great group of people. Before Do Banxian was moved for even half a second, Lin Yu's voice rang in his ears again. "But, let's be honest, fortune-telling still costs money." After saying, Lin Yu passed by Do Banxian, who was kneeling on the ground. He picked up the divine calculation flag that had fallen to the ground and waved it in his hand. "Come on, let's have our fortune told. 505 for each time. Since you and I are of the same blood, I'll give you a small change. $500 will be enough." Do Banxian, Chapter 27, Scattering Your Ashes. As Lin Yu's voice fell, visible to the naked eye, the smile on Do Banxian's face gradually froze. Then his eyes widened. He looked at Lin Yu with a look of disbelief at the smiling face. "You dare? You charge money for fortune-telling? So what the hell were all those things you just said? And the inheritance of our Taoist lineage. Is it worth $5? Oh shit. Fuck." Looking at Do Banxian's expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. "What? You don't want to tell my fortune without paying, do you?" Do Banxian's mouth twitched, and then he touched his shriveled pouch. Then he forced a smile. "Well, little brother, I haven't opened my shop yet. Can I have 500 yuan?" Lin Yu heard it. Just put down the banner with the words "Divine Calculation" painted on it. He stood up and prepared to leave. Excuse me. Small business. No arrears. Wait, master. Please wait a moment. Seeing Lin Yu getting up and about to leave, Do Banxian suddenly became anxious. He grabbed Lin Yu's clothes, and his voice became excited. I suddenly remembered that I have a way to pay for your divination fee. After saying, Do Banxian quickly took out his cell phone. Then he took out his address book, hesitated for a few seconds, and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. The bell rang for 3 seconds. Then a slightly puzzled voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Hey, who's that? Call. Do Banxian took a few deep breaths. Then he said carefully, Master Jiang. Grass. Do Banxian's voice had just fallen. A huge roar suddenly came from the opposite side. Fuck your mother, you bastard. You actually have the nerve to call me. Didn't you run away a long time ago? I have been looking for you for 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have been spending these 3 years? Where are you now? I promised to leave you with an intact body, throw it directly into the furnace for cremation, and then scatter the ashes. Do Banxian. Listening to the constant roar coming from the other end of the phone, Do Banxian didn't dare to breathe. Lin Yu was standing by, and his eyelids were twitching as he listened. He couldn't help but take a step back, putting some distance between himself and Do Banxian. Good guy. How much resentment does this have to be? It took me 3 years to find it. If my enemies come to my house later, I'd better stay away from them. Otherwise the blood might splash on me later. Gurgle. I heard endless roars coming from the other side. Do Banxian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then he trembled and said, Zhang Xiao, please listen to my explanation. Actually, explain it to me. Go to hell and explain it to me. The other side retorted again. Master Jiang, it was mainly because I made a mistake in my divination that caused such a big misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You told me to find a wet nurse for my grandfather to bring him good luck, but I was hung in the Huangpu River for 3 days and 3 nights to reflect on my mistakes. Now you tell me it was just a misunderstanding. I misunderstood your mother. The corners of Do Banxian's mouth twitched violently. Then I subconsciously moved the phone further away. Wait until the roar from the other side gradually subsides. Do Banxian then spoke tremblingly. Actually, Mr. Jiang, the reason I called you this time is mainly to tell you a good news. Beep, beep, beep. Do Banxian hadn't finished speaking yet. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Do Banxian? Lin Yu. The two looked at each other. Lin Yu couldn't help but give Do Banxian a thumbs up. You are still more awesome. After being hunted for 3 years, he is still alive and well. Jean Jill is awesome. Well, Do Banxian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Then he looked at his phone again, frowned, and pressed the dial button again. For my future happy life. Fight it to death. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was picked up again. Fuck, you bastard, it's you again. Are you done yet? I tell you. This time Do Banxian learned it. Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. I called you today to tell you a good news. I really found a top master. His fortune-telling skills are unprecedented and will never be surpassed. He is definitely a leader in the field of fortune-telling. I am now at the number 3 overpass of Magic City University. If you believe me, I can guarantee with my personality that this is definitely a good opportunity to meet a god, and not just. Before the other side finished roaring, Do Banxian spoke a long paragraph at a rapid pace. Then, snap, hang up the phone and throw it away. Then he said slowly, after my witty remarks and my personal guarantee, as well as your wisdom and bravery, I believe that young Master Jiang will regain his confidence in me. After saying, he added one more sentence. Maybe. The other side. In the quaint and elegant manner. The young man slowly put down the phone. Then he stood up from the sofa. He went to the study, got a baseball bat, and walked out the door in a cool manner. I walked to the street and hailed a taxi. Master, overpass number 3 of Magic University. Looking at the baseball bat in the boy's hand, the taxi driver couldn't help but joked. Hey, you're going to Magic City University to play baseball? The young man squeezed the baseball bat in his hand and smiled back. Yes, I've been looking for the ball for 3 years and finally found it. This time I'm going to smash it. While speaking, the boy's eyes gradually became excited. Oh shit. 3 years. The 3-year period is up, and I'm here to take your life. During these 3 years, I am always thinking about how to find the old man who told my fortune on the overpass that year. It's that bastard. They said that finding a mother for my grandfather would bring him happiness. It was also my fault that I had a cerebral thrombosis that year and actually believed his lies. As a result, He was tied and hanged in the Huangpu River by his own father for 3 days and 3 nights. It almost went straight to the fish in the sea. From that time on, the young man made up his mind. What a bullshit fortune telling, what a bullshit God. It's all fucking fake. Call. He took a deep breath. The young man's mood gradually became excited. The thought of giving that bastard a golden headshot later. It's so hard to calm down. When I catch you, I'll put you in the stove. I'll scatter all my ashes for you. Chapter 28. The Art of Shrinking the Earth. The thought of scattering the ashes of that old charlatan soon makes me feel depressed. The young man couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha. The boy's smile became brighter. Her whole face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh ha ha ha. Ahem. Passenger, please calm down. At last, it was the driver's cough that interrupted the young man's laughter. Well, hearing the driver's voice, the young man reacted quickly. He wiped the saliva from his mouth. Pointing to the open road in front of him, he said, Master, please drive faster. If you drive slower, the ball might just run away by itself. The driver heard this. Hand gestures. Don't worry, everyone who has ridden in my car knows that I am the taxi saint of Magic City. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm about to start moving. After saying, before the young man could react, ignition, engage gear, release the handbrake, boom. With a loud bang, the taxi rushed out. On the overpass, after Do Bansian finished the call, the atmosphere around became somewhat stagnant for a moment. After a long time, Lin Yu couldn't help but speak first. How about Bansian? Is it more important for you to run away first? Upon hearing this, Do Bansian raised his hand. He said calmly, I'm sorry to have made you laugh just now, master. The other party is just a kid in his 20s. I have been in the martial arts world for decades, and I am not at all weak. Master, just stand aside and watch quietly. With my witty words, I can make a 20-something brat submit. That's just a mouth. After saying, Do Bansian also took a few deep breaths. There was an expression on his face as if he was sure of victory. Lin Yu. Looking at the expression on Do Bansian's face, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. That being said, but, brother, why are your legs shaking so badly? Following Lin Yu's gaze, Do Bansian's legs now looked like human pile drivers. It just keeps shaking where it is. People who don't know would think he was going to punch through the earth with his 2 legs. But since Do Bansian had no plan to run away early, Lin Yu had nothing to say. He also wanted to see what the unfortunate child who was tricked by Do Bansian looked like. TSK. Find a mother for your own grandfather. There are actually people who believe such nonsense. Really, only city people know how to play it. Sitting on the ground, Lin Yu thought about it and called out the system panel. Brush. As a light blue light flashed before my eyes, an illusory panel also appeared in front of Lin Yu. Ding. After 2 days, my dear host finally remembered your cute little Cece. If you were any later, your little Cece would have run away from home in anger. As soon as the panel appeared, the electronic sound of the system rang in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu. Several black lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Can you imagine the sound of gears turning? I'm so fucking. Small system. I am your sister. Dog system. Can you be a little more normal? Ding. Whoa. The host ignored me for 2 days and now he is being mean to me. I am crying. Simply ignore the system's ghost-like voice. Lin Yu glanced at his personal panel. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Reputation. 156,700. 1 lucky draw for every 10,000 reputation. Immortal techniques. Lightning control, rain calling, space teleportation, Taoism, water wave technique, divination, inventory, Taoist robe, small huandan, magic charm, peace charm, large huandan, mount, crane, on vacation, reputation store, new items updated. After 2 days of accumulation, Lin Yu's reputation value has reached 150,000. Although it seems like a lot, it's gone after 10 draws. Lin Yu pursed his lips. And this lottery is so fucking stupid. In a wave of 10 draws, 9 out of 10 were consolation prizes. Penguin Games would shed tears of envy when seeing your probability. No raffle was considered. Lin Yu looked towards the reputation mall. New props are available in the mall. Don't miss it if you pass by. 1 small huandan can cure some minor diseases. Price. 100 reputation points, limited to 1 purchase. Second Dao Magic. Shrinking the earth into an inch can shorten the distance. Price. 10,000 reputation points, limited to 1 purchase. 3 Caterpillar Mount. Cannot carry people, Growth-type mount, the only feature is that it is very gluttonous. Price: 150,000 reputation points, limited to purchase once. The first. Sorry, just skip it. I still have over 100 in my package. The last one. It can be ignored. Lin Yu has no hobby of raising caterpillars. At last, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the second item. Taoist magic. The art of shrinking the earth into an inch. As for the introduction, you can ignore it. The introduction of this system is really too bad. It's the same whether you wrote it or not. I wonder if this shrinking the earth into an inch is the same as in martial arts novels. Looking at the technique of shrinking the earth into an inch, Lin Yu touched his chin and couldn't help thinking. If that's the case, I suddenly had a bold idea. System: purchase the shrinking the earth into an inch technique. Ding. The host successfully purchased the Taoist method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taoist method. Shrinking the earth into an inch. As the electronic sound rang beside my ear, a stream of information about the technique of shrinking the earth into an inch flooded into Lin Yu's mind. A paragraph of text appeared in Lin Yu's mind. The art of shrinking the earth into an inch is to escape underground. A few seconds later, Lin Yujiang has already learned this Taoist method. Hee. Now that I have the skill of shrinking the earth into an inch, will I still need to walk to grab food? Alas, what era is this now? Of course, we should shrink the earth into an inch. Lin Yu touched his nose. I felt very good for a moment. At this time, under the overpass, a taxi with black smoke coming out of its tires also arrived instantly. Bang. The car door opened. Bang. A hand stretched out from inside. Then there was an extremely pale face. Then all the hair stood up. The young man, who was probably in his 20s, climbed down from the taxi with great difficulty. He crawled to the edge of the road with the baseball bat and curled up into a ball. He kept muttering, "Alive, I survived." Chapter 29, I just remembered that I still have an old sow waiting to deliver a baby at home. God knows what he just went through. A taxi. The speed on the street reached 160 kilometers per hour. 160. What a concept. The king of hell is sitting in the car waiting to take your ass away. As for those stunts on TV, what blade overtakes, leaps over the flower bed, shadows, and invisible cars. That driver really came with his hands. I didn't even see what gear he changed. Until now, his little heart was still beating fast. Call. After taking a few deep breaths, the young man's complexion gradually improved. Then he struggled to stand up from the ground. Then he dragged the baseball bat and crawled towards the overpass step by step. Don't ask why you need to climb. Because I want to give my feet a rest. On the overpass, Do Banxian kept looking at the stairs on both sides of the overpass. He has been anxious because he hasn't seen Jiang Xiao for a long time. No way, it's been 3 minutes, why hasn't he come yet? Do Banxian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This child was not like this 3 years ago. When he first saw me, he chased me for more than 30 blocks with a machete. Is it 3 years of love? It finally faded? Well, looking at Do Banxian's eyes gradually falling into deep thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but touch his nose. Or, I'd better run away first. Dog God. Just at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. The guy used a baseball bat. Extremely difficult things happened to the two of them. He looked at Do Banxian in front of him and forced a smile into his lips. It's been 33 years. I finally caught you. I heard a voice behind me. Do Banxian was stunned at first. Immediately, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Next second, he disappeared in a second. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the young man. Snap. Before the young man could react, Do Banxian hugged him while the former was staring blankly. Then he held it and spun around in the air a few times. Oh my God, you're finally here. Put the boy down before he can come to his senses. Do Banxian pulled him straight to Lin Yu. Master Jiang, this is the master I recommended to you. Don't be angry. I tell you, this master is genuine. Guy. The muscles on the boy's face couldn't help but twitch violently. I'm not here to listen to you introduce some master. I'm here to take your life. Die for me. The young man picked up the baseball bat and prepared to hit Do Banxian with it. Bang. Sudden. Do Banxian slapped the young man on the back. Don't be shy, Mr. Jiang. This is truly a master. The young man was suddenly slapped on the body, and his whole body shook, and the baseball bat in his hand fell out of his hand. When? The baseball bat fell to the ground with a crisp sound. After losing the support of the baseball bat, the boy's legs went limp. Then, snap. The young man knelt down directly in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Guy. Do Banxian. A moment. The three people were dumbfounded. Well, Do Banxian's mouth twitched. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have an old sow at home who is about to give birth and is waiting for me to deliver the baby. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. As he spoke, his body kept moving backwards. He suddenly felt, being a virgin for a lifetime is actually better than losing your life now. As soon as the words fell, he picked up the flag on the ground and rushed into the crowd. Wait, Lin Yu was about to speak. As soon as the words came to his lips, he could only see Do Banxian's figure disappear at the end of his sight. Lin Yu's palm stayed in midair. Nima. This guy has been hunted by so many people over the years. The escape was so fast. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yu looked at the young man who was still kneeling in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, "Well, actually, we just met, so there's no need to be so polite." Guy. 3 minutes later, the two of them squatted next to the railing. The young man clenched his fists and beat his sore calves hard. At this moment, his face was full of regret. Who the hell could have thought of that? I calculated the beginning, but not the middle process. My legs become weak after taking a taxi. Damn, this is too exciting. Next time, before I come, I'll bring people to surround the entire area within a 10-mile radius. Let's see how you can run away. The young man cursed. He picked up the baseball bat beside him and swung it hard. It was as if this air was Do Banxian's head. Waved a few times. He looked at Lin Yu again and asked doubtfully, "Looking at the way you're dressed, you seem to be a freshman at Magic City University. How come you were also deceived by him?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I wasn't deceived by him." Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but nodded and said, "It seems that you are still very vigilant, unlike me." Lin Yu continued, "He calls me master, so of course I'm the one telling his fortune." Well, Lin Yu finished speaking. The young man's voice suddenly stopped. Then his eyes widened in shock. "Fuck, you tricked him? So awesome?" Lin Yu stretched out his finger and shook it. "That guy is a liar. It's a consensual thing for him to pay for the divination." Lin Yu seemed to suddenly think of something and stood up. "Damn it. Speaking of divination fees, the $500 for the grandson has not been given yet. Oh shit. He was actually allowed to run away like this. What a bad decision." The young man was stunned when he saw Lin Yu suddenly stand up. "Call." He took a few deep breaths and resisted the urge to swear. Lin Yu's face suddenly showed a brilliant smile. Then he bent down and said to the young man with great enthusiasm, "Let's not discuss that old guy for now. Come on, how about I tell your fortune? Fortune telling is not expensive. You are the first customer, so it is 300 yuan. If you tell the old man just now, you can get another 200 yuan off immediately." Guy. The young man looked at Lin Yu's outfit. Then I looked at his passionate smile. "What do you think? He doesn't look like a master. Say, are you in cahoots with that old guy just now?" Seeing the expression on the boy's face, Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves. Said solemnly, "To be honest, the old guy hasn't paid me for the divination yet. Since you want to find him, I'll tell it for you. Then I'll take my divination fee, and you can beat him to death. How about that?" Chapter 30. Happiness Again. What? Looking at Lin Yu's innocent eyes and passionate expression, the young man was silent for a while. Then he nodded slowly. "But I have to catch that old guy first before I can pay the divination fee. Clear." See, the young man nodded. Lin Yu suddenly became excited. Then Lin Yu immersed his mind in his thoughts. Divination technique operation. Divination object. Do Banxian. Current location of divination event. Divination in progress. 10 seconds later, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Then he patted the young man on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. I already know the location of the half-immortal." So soon? The young man couldn't help but stare when he heard that. "Big brother, I'm increasingly feeling that you two are alike. Does this mean you're going to kill me?" Now that he had found the old man's location, Lin Yu planned to set off. For his $500. "Go. Wait for me." Seeing Lin Yu was about to leave, the young man quickly got up from the ground and followed Lin Yu. "Walk under the overpass." Lin Yu confirmed a direction. "Just this direction." "Yeah, it will take about 30 minutes to catch up." "Fuck, run for 30 minutes. The young man jumped up immediately. "I'm so fucking. It's only been a short time, and that old guy has already run so far? It's such a waste of talent not to participate in the Olympics." "Wrong. That's not the point. The point is to run for 30 minutes. Isn't this going to kill me?" Snap. Lin Yu is confirming the exact location of Banxian. Suddenly there was a crisp sound behind me. When I turned around, I saw that the young man had collapsed on the ground. His face showed refusal to run away. What are you doing? Lin Yu frowned. The boy's head shook like a rattle. If you ask me to run for 30 minutes, I might as well die. I might die before I find that old man. Lin Yu. Lin Yu was speechless after hearing this. Ding, ding, ding. Just at this moment, a taxi stopped beside them. The car window rolled down, revealing a thin face. Little brother, are you in the car? We are so fast. It's a must. Seeing the taxi parked next to him, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Aside, when the young man saw the taxi stopped in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. But as the car window rolled down, the smile on his face froze. Because the taxi driver in front of me, it was the one who sent me here. Wait, he was just about to speak. Lin Yu had already grabbed his clothes and threw him into the back seat with a bang. Crack! Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Yu pointed his finger. Master, Changle Street. Hurry up. No problem. The driver struck a pose. Then, wait, I want to get off. In the back seat. When the young man saw the extremely familiar gesture, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spoke quickly. But he hadn't finished his last word yet. The driver has. Ignition. Engage gear. Step on the gas. Release the brake. All in one go. Boom. The taxi's exhaust fumes emitted a loud roar followed by a loud thud. The next moment, the entire car rushed out directly. Wuzhi. Lin Yu hasn't reacted yet. The huge push on his back directly threw him off his seat. But he reacted quickly. He pressed his palms lightly on the seat and his whole body turned in a circle on the spot. Finally settled down in the seat. Anyway, just one word. Handsome. But the guy behind him was not so lucky. He didn't have time to fasten his seatbelt when the driver was speeding. Then, bang, a muffled sound. His head hit the back seat. When? His forehead hit the front seat. Boom. On the left windshield. Bang. On the right windshield. The boy didn't know how many times he had crashed. Anyway, he was so dizzy that he couldn't even see how many fingers he had. Actually, bang. The guy's head hit the windshield in front directly. 2 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of Changle Street, rubbing against its 4 Hot Wheels. It was originally about a 10-minute ride. It ended up taking less than 2 minutes. Bang. The car door was slammed shut. Lin Yu stood there, motionless. Welcome to ride next time. The taxi driver waved to Lin Yu and drove away. After the taxi left, Lin Yu still stood there. After standing there for 10 minutes, Lin Yu then moved his stiff legs and dragged the unconscious guy. Walked step by step towards Changle Street. At this time, in a small alley inside Changle Street, Do Banxian stared and looked around, making sure there was no one he knew. Only then did he cautiously retreat back to the corner. Well, Do Banxian sighed. Then he felt in his pocket and pulled out a coin. If we don't open the shop soon, I will probably starve to death on the street today. Oh shit. Think about not fooling anyone today. I suddenly had a brain spasm and called out Jiang Xiao. But how did he know that I have been single for 66 years? Did he really calculate it? This question, Do Banxian never figured it out. Even if it's a guess, you can't guess so accurately. Unless he is really a god. Alas, there are no gods in this world. Shaked his head. Do Banxian rearranged his appearance. It regained its ethereal appearance. He picked up the banner of Divine Calculation again. Even if life abuses me 1,000 times, I am still in life. Sudden. Do Banxian's expression suddenly froze. What is that? In his sight. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the corner. The black shadow became more and more obvious, and there were 2 small dots inside that kept wriggling. It's like something is about to come out of there. I don't know why. When Do Banxian saw the black shadow, his eyelids began to twitch wildly. Vaguely. What big thing is going to happen to you? Gurgle. Just at this moment, the dark shadow in the corner finally condensed into a node. Afterwards, the small dots wriggling in it became more and more obvious. Snap. Followed by 2 crisp sounds. Do Banxian couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Chapter 31. Hand over the money quickly. Cuckoo. Corner location. The 2 small black spots looked like boiling bubbles. Under Do Banxian's shocked gaze, he rose up from the ground little by little. Final. The 2 black spots slowly condensed into 2 human figures. I'm not. Looking at the 2 figures that appeared in front of him, Do Banxian opened his mouth wide and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Call out. Next second, the sound of strong wind whistled past Do Banxian's ears. Immediately afterwards, a baseball bat flew out at an extremely tricky angle, hitting Do Banxian's cheek. Boom. The baseball bat smashed into the wall behind Do Banxian. Bang. A huge hole was smashed. The whole process takes less than a second. Call. Do Banxian stood there in a daze for 3 seconds. Then he exhaled slowly. Then he reached out and stroked his white hair that was messed up by the strong wind. Then, bang. Do Banxian's legs went limp. He knelt down directly towards the two figures. Brother, spare my life. Two big brothers. I also accidentally saw you jump out of the soil. This was totally an accident. I don't know what world you guys came from. I just wanted to pee here. I have an 80-year-old mother, a 50-year-old child, and 2 old sows at home. 2 big brothers. Just treat me like a fart and let me go, okay? Speaking of, Do Banxian kowtowed frantically to the two figures. At the same time, he was also constantly roaring in his heart. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Have I really been possessed by evil spirits recently? Why can I meet a god jumping out of the ground just by squatting here? Hemp, I don't want to dream anymore. Please give me 2 slaps to wake me up. Okay? Bang. Do Banxian had just knocked halfway. Then a muffled sound was heard. It sounded like something was thrown to the ground. Hear the sound. Do Banxian raised his head subconsciously. Ah. Next second, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright. Finished. It's a corpse, and I'm going to be silenced. My virgin life. Woo woo woo. Etc. This seems to be a complete farewell to my virgin life. By now, the rich lady's in the address book. Corner location. This thing is really heavy. My hands are a little sore after carrying it for so long. Lin Yu rubbed his sore palms, then slowly walked out. When he saw Do Banxian lying on the ground, he was stunned. What? Did he faint from fright? Walking up to the two of them, Lin Yu rubbed his fingers. 2 tiny water balls appeared in his hands. Taoist water wave technique. Whoosh. Lin Yu snapped his fingers. The 2 water balls hit the 2 men directly in the face. Bang. Being hit in the face by a water balloon. The young man and Do Banxian slowly woke up. Well, the young man groaned in pain. He now felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Every inch of skin and every inch of bone aches. It was even more painful than having a full body massage. And after Do Banxian woke up, he looked around in confusion. After a while, he touched his head, beard, hair, and hands of his second senior brother. Huh, I'm actually fine? Do Banxian's eyes couldn't help but light up. I'm fine. Oh yeah. Bang. Next second, before he could react, he was slapped on the cheek. Well, Do Banxian was stunned. Then he slowly raised his head and looked above his head. You. Bang. Another slap. I. Lin Yu lowered his head, glared at Do Banxian, and said with an unhappy look, What do you mean by I? When you wake up, get up and get down to business. Oh. Do Banxian nodded numbly, then stood up from the ground. Why? It doesn't seem right. Sudden. Do Banxian seemed to have thought of something. Then he knelt down again. I suddenly felt that I would be safer kneeling. 3 minutes later, Lin Yu and the young man stood aside with their hands clasped, kneeling in front of the 2 men. It was Do Banxian whose cheeks were as swollen as a pig's head. Not bad, not bad. I feel very happy right now. The young man waved his sore palms, his face full of relief. 3 years. This time I was completely satisfied. On the side, Lin Yu watched the scene quietly with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. Customers' comfort is our greatest happiness. So, I should have slapped him a few more times. Just kicking a few hundred times is not enough. He glared fiercely at Do Banxian, who was kneeling on the ground. The young man's gaze moved back to Lin Yu. After watching for a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth and said, To be honest, I always thought you were in cahoots with this old charlatan. But seeing how hard you played just now, I think I was wrong. But I still have a question. How did you find this old charlatan? Don't tell me you really figured it out through fortune-telling. Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. Then he said, What kind of fortune-telling is this? It's all just bullshit. Oh, that's good. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not about fortune-telling. Because what I do is a real divination technique, much better than those fake fortune-tellings at street stalls. The young man hadn't yet completely breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu's voice sounded immediately afterwards. Well, the young man couldn't help but bulge his eyes when he heard that. I'm so fucking. What is the difference between these two? Aren't they all just a scam? Lin Yu passed the stunned young man and walked in front of Do Banxian. The latter looked at Lin Yu and whimpered. Line. Naya show how hate wow, Odolian. Bang. Lin Yu said nothing and slapped him again. I don't understand your Martian language. Your feud with my customer is over. It's our turn now. Pay the divination fee now, immediately. Another slap in the face. Do Banxian's tears flowed directly from his eyes. Clatter. Fuck you, pay the money. Bang. Another slap. Wuxian, touch you Quan again. What? No money. Didn't you say that Master Jiang would have money when he arrived? It is only natural to pay back debts. As a small business, we never sell on credit. Bang. Bang. Crisp sounds continued to echo in the alley. Gurgle. Behind Lin Yu. The young man looked at the scene with a dazed look on his face. Divination fee, etc. He subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. It seems that I just came out too hastily. I didn't bring any money. Chapter 32. The Butler Trio. Bang. Bang. Continuous and powerful sounds continued to echo in the alley. Woo. Followed by a wailing sound. Do Banxian foamed at the mouth and fainted. You fainted already? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. I even deliberately controlled the strength. I didn't expect this old guy to be so resistant to being slapped. Lin Yu squatted down and searched Do Banxian's body for a long time. Finally, he took out the only coin from his waist bag. Damn, it's still a dime. Lin Yu curled his lips. Then he put the dime in his trouser pocket. Finish this. Lin Yu turned around. His face was once again covered with a warm smile. Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Seeing Lin Yu's enthusiastic smile, the young man subconsciously shrank back. Etc. Don't come over here. Lin Yu rubbed his hands and walked towards the young man with a smile. The main thing is that this guy owes me 500 yuan for divination. What I hate most in my life is people who don't pay back their debts. Speaking of, Lin Yu also waved his fists a few times, his tone full of anger. Soon, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, I believe that for someone like you, Master Jiang, a few $100s for divination is no small matter. Trample. The young man retreated quickly and soon reached the corner. Lin Yu's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at the boy and blinked. Master Jiang, why do you always retreat? Did I scare you just now? Gurgle. The young man swallowed hard. You ask me why I want to quit? No, I don't want to quit. I just wanted to run. Big brother, why don't you just slap me in the face? For a few $100. You almost beat that old charlatan into a pig's head. The young man touched his cheek subconsciously. Just my tender face. I guess his hands would be swollen like pigs after 2 slaps. No, absolutely not. The young man shook his head vigorously. You must never sit still and wait for death. Think of this. His eyes gradually became firm. He just clenched his hands and took a step forward with his left foot. Next second, bang, kneeled down directly towards Lin Yu. Brother, don't slap me in the face yet. Give me a cell phone first. I'll ask my family to bring money right away. The whole process was very smooth, without a trace of hesitation. As long as I kneel down quickly and admit my mistake quickly, you can't slap me in the face. Lin Yu. The young man suddenly performed a series of actions. Lin Yu was completely stunned. About 10 minutes later. Brush. A Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of Changle Street. The car door opened. Swish. The 2 men in black got off the car first. Click. Then, the co-pilot's cabin was opened. An old man with neatly combed hair, wearing a suit and sunglasses, slowly walked down from under the passenger seat. In his hand, he was holding a suitcase. 3 people stood at the intersection. The unique costumes attracted countless passers-by to stop and watch. The old man ignored the looks from the people around him and glanced at the watch on his wrist. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. This is the place the young master was talking about. The man in black beside him nodded. Said, this is indeed the place the young master mentioned. Then, that's all. The 3 men stood there, none of them moving. A minute passed. The old man pushed up his sunglasses. Said, it seems that what I said was not clear enough. What I meant was that we can prepare to go find the young master. The 2 men in black nodded. Then it was silent again. Seeing that the 2 of them did not move, the old man reminded him again. I said, you can prepare to go find the young master. A man in black patted his chest. Got it, butler. We are always ready. His words had just fallen. The old man kicked him on the butt. I told you to go find it right now and prepare your sister. Being kicked by the old man, 2 men in black rushed into the crowd in an instant. Looking at the 2 people in a hurry, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. I really don't know why the young master wants to keep these two guys as his bodyguards. Is it just because it's silly? But they are obviously stupid. It wasn't long before the two rushed out. Ding-ling-ling, old housekeeper, your grandson is calling. The old man's trouser pocket shook, and then a phone call tone rang. Click. The phone is picked up. Hey, butler, we found the young master. He turned left after entering the intersection for 300 meters, then turned right and walked straight for 400 meters, then went into a small alley. There is a sign there. Follow it. Understood. I'll be right there. But the old man hung up the phone before the person on the other end could finish speaking. 2 minutes later, the three of them stood straight and expressionless outside the alley. A black coat, neat sleeves, and handsome sunglasses, accompanied by the faint breeze blowing their hair. Besides, today is a good day. Today is a good day. For a while, there is also the sound of a good day. The temperament of the three people is extremely. Stop, stop, stop right there. We're not standing here pretending to be cool. Who the hell told you to let it go? The old man slapped the man in black next to him on the shoulder. Then he snatched his phone and turned it off. Then he waved his hand. Who is the one running through the waves? Changed it. This is more appropriate. Come on, let's go in and welcome the young master. After saying, the three of them walked into the alley in a very casual manner. Master, here I come. As the three of them walked into the alley with smiles on their faces. Next second, the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. Only in the corner, his young master was kneeling on the ground, his face pale and his whole body trembling. On the side, a student in military uniform holds a sturdy baseball bat, sitting calmly in a. It's similar to an individual. That seems to be a real person, still wearing clothes. What is the situation? See this scene. The three people were a little confused. What is going on? This is my young master. Kidnapped? Or still say, bang, bang. The old man just had a thought. Don't hurt my young master. Master, I'm here to save you. The two men in black beside him immediately let out a loud scream. Then they rushed up in unison. Their movements are very graceful. Certainly. The posture of being kicked away was also very elegant. Bang, followed by two muffled sounds. The two people who rushed forward did a 360-degree spin in the air. Then he flew out of the alley. Chapter 33 Kidnappers, let my master go. Whoosh. Two figures drew a graceful arc in the sky. Then he flew out of the alley very gracefully. Swish. 4 or 5 seconds passed. The sound of faces rubbing against the ground came from outside the alley. Well, the old butler turned his stiff head. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu in shock as he silently retracted his right foot. You. He pointed his finger at Lin Yu with his mouth wide open. What did he just see? Wrong. Should I say what just happened? He only knew that two bodyguards rushed forward screaming. The next second, I haven't seen the kidnappers take action yet. The two bodyguards flew out directly. What happened? Did the kidnapper just perform the legendary Foshan shadowless kick? He looked at his thin body. Then he looked at Lin Yu, who was at least 1.87 meters away. Brush. Subconsciously, he took a step back. The current situation is, the young master is currently being held by the kidnappers. Moreover, the kidnappers were too powerful. So, the most reasonable plan for me now is, run. But I ran like this. Will the kidnappers kill the hostages? This. So confusing. Lin Yu looked at the old butler whose expression kept changing. A pair of eyes were also full of doubt. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes turned to the young man squatting in the corner. Master Jiang, is this the person you called? Lin Yu called out. The young man also came back to his senses from his dazed state. He quickly stood up from the corner and nodded frantically. Yes, he is my family's old butler. Speaking of, the young man ran up to the old butler. Without waiting for the other party to react, he jumped directly onto the ladder. Wow, old housekeeper, you're finally here. Do you know that I spent the past 10 minutes in fear? Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently when he heard this. It's okay to get through it in fear. Am I that scary? Lin Yu touched his cheek. That's not right. It feels quite handsome. The young man shook me for a long time. The old butler's eyes gradually regained their spirit. He was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly came back to his senses. He began to look at the boy from head to toe, and his voice revealed nervousness. Master, are you okay? Did the kidnappers do anything to you? Kidnap the kidnapper? Lin Yu, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. I'm so fucking. What the hell? When did I become a kidnapper? Damn it. What the hell did you say on the phone? The young man was also stunned by the old housekeeper's sudden words. No, old butler. The young man hasn't finished speaking yet. The old butler pulled the young man behind him. The whole person also took a step forward. He straightened his chest and said to Lin Yu seriously, You can talk to me about anything. As long as you let our young master go, everything can be negotiated. Money is just a number. After saying, he patted the suitcase in his hands. Lin Yu. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently. No. It seems that I am just taking the divination fee. You're not a kidnapper, are you? The young man standing behind the old butler was also dumbfounded. No, old butler. When did I say I was kidnapped? Master, leave this matter to me. You don't have to worry. Before the young man could finish his words, he was interrupted again. Call. The old butler let out a deep breath. He pushed his sunglasses up on his nose. Little brother, you don't look that old, and you're wearing a military training outfit. I think you must be hiding something. In this way, you can tell us that there is no need to do such a dangerous and desperate kidnapping case. Lin Yu. Several black lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Oh shit. This is getting more and more outrageous. I'm just taking the divination fee. What the fugitive? Seeing that Lin Yu did not move, the old butler was delighted. Ouch. It works. Ahem. The old butler coughed twice, and his voice gradually became more vicissitudes of life. I know your current situation. As someone who has been there, I was in the same situation as you. Boom. The old butler was only halfway through his words. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Boom. Then a large section of the wall collapsed. Well, the old butler's voice suddenly stopped. The whole person just stood there in a daze. Call. Lin Yu exhaled. Slowly retract the baseball bat in your hand. Then he walked up to the two of them carrying a baseball bat. He looked straight at the old butler. There was silence for 2 seconds. Then Lin Yu said, Brother, stop reading. I just want to get a fortune-telling fee. I'm not a kidnapper. Well, hearing Lin Yu's words, the old butler blinked in a daze. Gurgle. Then, he swallowed hard. What? I want to believe you too. But, the old butler subconsciously looked at the baseball bat in the former's hand. Then he looked at the human figure lying not far away. Such a scene. Now you tell me you are not a kidnapper. I'm so fucking. Who would believe this? Yes, yes, yes. At this time, the boy finally got a chance to speak. He quickly stood out from behind the old butler. Old housekeeper, you really misunderstood. I asked you to bring money here not to redeem me, but I just don't have the money to pay for the divination. That. The old butler pointed at Do Bansian, who was lying not far away. After hearing this, Lin Yu waved his hand and said casually, It's okay. It was just a fortune-telling without money, so I just slapped him twice. Just 2 random slaps? The corners of the old butler's mouth twitched violently. What about the blood coming out of his body? Are you sure you just slapped me twice? After a long time, the old butler also breathed a sigh of relief. Since our young master is fine, the other party is not a kidnapper. That would naturally be the best ending. That's right. The old man took out the suitcase in his hand. This is the 30,000 yuan that the young master ordered. I was a little confused when I heard what the young master said. I said that the kidnapper was so heartless that he only wanted a ransom of 30,000 yuan. Lin Yu. Excuse me. After all, I am too small-minded. And I clearly only asked for 300 yuan. After the discount, it's only 100. Don't slander me. The young man took the suitcase and handed it to Lin Yu with a smile. Master, here are $30,000, 100 of which is my divination fee. The remaining 29,009 is for me to thank you for letting me vent my anger for 3 years. You should not postpone it either, because, oh, how can I feel so embarrassed about that? The young man hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Yu took the suitcase naturally and closed it. Guy. Old housekeeper. Chapter 34. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Well, looking at Lin Yu with a smile on his face, the muscles at the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. Do you have any shyness at all? Do you have it? Haha, I'm also very happy that the young master can accept my young master's gratitude. At last, it was the old butler who came to his senses first. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled. Lin Yu also smiled and said, It's a thoughtful gesture. If I postpone this, wouldn't it dampen young Master Zhang's enthusiasm? Speaking of, Lin Yu even raised an eyebrow at the young man. If young Master Zhang wants to hunt down someone else in the future, just come to me. I love helping others the most. Old housekeeper. I'm so fucking. You can say this without blushing or beating your heart. What a master. Pa. Lin Yu patted the suitcase in his hand, said to the two of them, now that I have received the divination fee and have done what I promised Master Jiang, I will go back to school first. The young man nodded, then pointed at Do Banxian who was lying on the ground. Then Lin Yu waved his hand and said, I have to pay him back. He currently owes me 499.9 yuan. I have very strong principles and will never charge him more than a cent. Guy. The young man couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at the unconscious Do Banxian. TSK. Met such a master. You are really a bull-nosed too. 3 seconds of silence for you. 1.5 seconds later. The young man retracted his gaze and clasped his fists towards Lin Yu. Well, master, we'll be leaving now. I've got your contact information. We'll keep in touch in the future. Lin Yu made a gesture. Then, the young man followed the old butler and left the alley. When leaving, he also did not forget to ask the 2 bodyguards who crawled in from outside to bring Do Banxian with him. After a few people left the alley, Lin Yu placed his eyes on the suitcase in his hand, and a look of joy appeared on his face. 30,000 yuan. This trip out of school is really worth it. I feel so good. This time, I have finally gotten rid of the title of the poorest college student. Oh ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed wildly a few times. Then, he pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. Oh my god. Next second, Lin Yu couldn't help but stare. 13:58. There are only 2 minutes left before the afternoon military training begins. It's too late. 2 minutes. Even if I use the technique of shrinking the earth into an inch, it probably won't be enough in time. And who knows what would happen if I hide in the wrong place. I accidentally rushed into the girls' bathhouse. Well, although that wouldn't be bad either. Etc. Now is not the time to think about this. No, we have to use secret weapons. Lin Yu pointed his finger towards the sky. Hiss. Take a deep breath. Then, Lin Yu's loud call rang out. Little crane, it's time for dinner. Cry. As Lin Yu's shout rang out, suddenly, a clear crane cry was heard in the sky. Then a snow-white crane broke through the clouds. It descended from the sky with an indescribable divine power. Then it landed vertically next to Lin Yu. Boom. There was a loud bang. Thick smoke was everywhere. In the thick smoke, what appeared in front of Lin Yu was broad wings, strong toes, and cold eyes that look indifferent to everything. A very cool group. It raised its head towards Lin Yu and glanced at him, as if to say, little brother, get in the car. I'll take you flying. Outside the alley, the young man and his group who had just got into the Mercedes-Benz suddenly heard a crisp cry. This was followed by a loud, dull thud. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. What happened? An earthquake? The guy rolled down the window and stuck his head out. He watched for a while, and there was no movement again. Hallucinations? The young man frowned and then tried to retract his head. Cry. Just at this moment, another clear crane cry was heard. Brush. Immediately afterwards, the top of the young man's head went dark. A huge shadow loomed over his head. Well, the young man was stunned, then subconsciously raised his head and looked up. Hiss. Next second, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. A huge white crane appeared above his head at some point. On top of the crane stood a very familiar figure. The figure waved at him and said one more thing. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Then, brush. The white crane spread its wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. Well, he watched the crane completely disappear from his sight. A few seconds later, the guy retracted his head into the car and numbly rolled up the window. After doing this, he lay flat on the seat. Put your hands together and place them in front of your chest. Then, he turned his head to look at the people sitting in the car and blinked. He spoke slowly. It seems that I just saw the master fly away on a crane. Oh my dear uncle. After saying, he was in the dark. I was so scared that I fainted. 2 dormitory buildings. Chu Tong has changed his clothes. He looked carefully at the students coming down the stairs, scanning their every move. From half an hour ago, he just stayed here. Even though Lin Yu ran away, I don't believe he won't come back. As long as I catch him, then. Hey. Chu Ting immediately waved his hand and shouted to everyone. Hurry up, you will be in trouble if you are late for no reason. I think back then I learned a lot of torturous things in the army. By then, even if Lin Yu was late by 0 seconds. Oh, it makes me happy just thinking about it. At the corner of the stairs, Luda and the other 2 looked at Chu Tong, who couldn't hide the smile on his face. The muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch violently. Luda swallowed his saliva, turned around and said to Li Yu and the others, "The instructor's smile makes me feel a little cold." Li Yu and Bailey Baoju both nodded in agreement. "If Yushun is caught late by the instructor, I guess?" Bailey Baoju was reminded of Chu Tong's hysterical roar at noon. Bailey Baoju couldn't even imagine the scene of Lin Yu being caught by the instructor. No, we must go find Yushun." The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw the determination in each other's eyes. Then the three of them turned around at the same time. Current priority goal: find Lin Yu. Chapter 35. Facing the sun when pooping helps photosynthesis, etc. Just at the moment when the three of them turned around, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. "Well, hear the sound." The three of them paused at the same time. Then he turned his head slightly stiffly and looked behind him. Just behind them. At this time, Chu Tong's smiling face appeared. Chu Tong showed his 2 rows of white teeth to the 3 people and smiled. "3 students, what are you planning to do secretly?" "Well, see Chu Tong." The 3 people's expressions froze instantly. Bailey Baoju rubbed his lips subconsciously. Next second, before Luda and the other guy could react, Bailey Baoju suddenly covered her stomach. Screamed, "Ouch, instructor, my stomach hurts." Speaking of, he hunched over, with an extremely uncomfortable expression on his face. Luda and Li Yu were stunned for a moment. Immediately, both of them quickly covered their stomachs. "Oh, my stomach hurts too. Instructor, the 3 of us have stomachaches. I think it's because of the bad food we ate at noon." Chu Tong couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. "I'm so fucking. Can you guys act more like it?" "Instructor, I can't hold on any longer. I need to go to the bathroom. Please allow me to do so." Bailey Baoju covered the back of his, but with his hands, and his face turned purple. Puff. Then a loud puffing sound came from behind Bailey Baoju's butt. "Brush. I heard a fart." Chu Tong's face changed, and he subconsciously covered his butt. Bailey Chrysanthemum. Li Yu. Luda. Chu Tong. For a while, there was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Chu Tong calmly took back his hand. Then he casually said, "Don't worry about the conditioned reflex." When Luda and the other 2 heard this, the muscles at the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch violently. What a fucking conditioned reflex. This is the first time I have seen someone's conditioned reflex of covering their but the moment they hear a fart. After this stage of interruption, Chu Ting waved his hand and said, "Well, since you have stomach discomfort, go ahead and remember to return to the playground early." "Yes, instructor." When the 3 heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. "Let's go to the teaching building to poop to avoid affecting the air in the dormitory." After saying, the 3 of them then rushed out of the dormitory building in a hurry. Hey, I saw the backs of 3 people. A smile of success slowly appeared on Chu Teng's lips. 2 minutes later, on the rooftop of a teaching building, Luda and 2 other people gathered in a circle. "How's it going? Any news about Lin Yu?" Luda was the first to ask. Li Yu and Bailey Baoju shook their heads. "I called, but no one answered." Bailey Baoju also said, "I checked all the nearby men's and women's restrooms, but I didn't see Yushun." Li Yu frowned. "Where is Yushun? Let's look around again. I think Yushun has been delayed by something. Let's buy him some time." After saying, Luda took a deep breath. Then he turned and walked towards the stairs. Well, but as soon as he turned around, the next second, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. "Instructor Chu Chu. Brush." I heard the 3 words, "Instructor Chu." The expressions of Bailey Baoju and Li Yu standing by suddenly changed. Then he looked towards the stairs, where Chu Tong was seen leaning against the wall. He was looking at the 3 people with a smile on his face. See the 3 people turn around? Chu Ting then slowly spoke. "Hey, you 3, aren't you having a stomachache? Why are you here on the balcony?" Well, listening to Chu Tong's half-smiley voice, the corner of Lu Da's mouth twitched slightly. Bailey Baoju on the side hesitated for a while. Then he said, "Instructor, these days we poop in a sunny direction because it allows the poop to photosynthesize, which helps it evaporate and doesn't pollute the environment." Chu Tong, Luda, Li Yu. When the 3 heard this, their expressions froze. Chu Tong widened his eyes and looked at Bailey Baoju with horror. "I'm so fucking. Pooping towards the sun helps with photosynthesis? Where on earth did you hear that?" But soon, Chu Tong quickly adjusted his attitude. He clasped his hands together. He walked slowly towards the 3 people. "How dare you 3 team up to deceive me?" Then he raised his voice a degree higher. Hurry up and tell me. Where is Lin Yu? Lu Da's face turned bitter, and he said, Coach Chu, we are also looking for you, Sean. But Chu Tung raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. So my purpose of asking you to find Lin Yu has failed. He confirmed again. So you don't know where Lin Yu is either? The three of them nodded. The three of them nodded without hesitation. Chu Tung hesitated for a moment. Then he said, In that case, you should go back to the playground first. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. But they haven't completely breathed a sigh of relief yet. But Chu Ting's voice sounded again. Chu Tung had a smile on his face and said slowly, But there should be no less punishment for deceiving the instructor. Everyone, run 20 steps on the playground. Cry. Just at this moment, just when Chu Tung hadn't finished speaking, suddenly, a clear crane cry was heard in the sky. What is that? The four of them raised their heads subconsciously. Next second, boom. The four of them only felt a gust of strong wind whistling past their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a huge white shadow fell straight from the sky. Boom. A huge shadow fell. A huge hurricane was set off. Halala. A hurricane swept across the rooftop. Countless dust particles were blown up by the hurricane and then flew all over the sky. Well, four people stood on the dusty rooftop. His eyes were dull, looking at the white shadow that suddenly appeared on the rooftop with a shocked look on his face. It was a snow-white crane. That's not all. There was also a tall figure sitting on the back of the white crane. That is, Lin Yu. One person and one crane. It was like a god descending from the sky, leaving its mark in everyone's mind. Now, everyone had only one thought in their mind. That is, do I really live in a scientific world? Lu Da, Li Yu and Bailey Baoju's breathing became rapid. The three of them looked at each other. They all saw the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. No wonder I said Lin Yu looked so familiar when I first saw him. Turned out to be the fairy who appeared on the balcony. It's really him. For a while, the three of them felt tears welling up in their eyes. Himp, did you see it? Your son has made great progress. I actually live in the same dormitory with an immortal. Gurgle. Chu Ting swallowed hard. Then slowly raise your finger. He pinched his philtrum hard. Dare. This guy. A man rode a white crane and then descended from the sky. In this situation, you tell me that this is a scientific world? Science? I am a science guy. Who is it? Who the hell keeps emphasizing the need to believe in science? Come. Someone come and dig him out of the grave quickly. Let him see for himself. Who the hell allowed you to deceive us, the future flowers of our motherland? Chapter 36, How Much the Instructor Loves You. For days have passed. Military training is proceeding as usual in full swing. The only difference is that the chief instructor was replaced by Zhao Debao. As for Chu Tung, I don't know if it's because my heart was seriously hurt that day. The whole person seems particularly abnormal. I have been locking myself in the dormitory. And Lin Yu, I have skipped military training for several days in a row. The reason is simple. I have to let everyone digest it first. Otherwise, I will come on stage. What should I do if everyone faints from nosebleeds? Regarding Lin Yu's reasons, Zhao Debao got furious on the spot. I'm so fucking. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. In the end, it was Chu Tung who stopped Zhao Debao from going crazy. On the rooftop of a teaching building, Lin Yu crossed his legs, leaning leisurely against the wall and basking in the sun. Why is it so nice when there is no military training? Lin Yu picked up the thermos cup next to him. Then he took a sip and let out a sigh. During these few days, Lin Yu sits on the rooftop and drinks tea every day, or just wander around the school. From time to time, I would go to the playground to see my friends who were doing military training. Watching them sweating profusely, Lin Yu is really envious. In fact, he also wanted to stand in the sun with them and be exposed to the wind and sun. But reality doesn't allow it. Well, shaking his head, Lin Yu stood up and stretched. Well, it's almost time. I should go and persuade the autistic Xiao Chu. In these few days, Chu Tung has been locking himself in the dormitory. I haven't had any time for his military training dinner for several days. In order to prevent Chu Tung from being trapped in the shadow, so Lin Yu decided to give the other party some advice. It's just that I was stimulated a few times. You shouldn't be so petty. As an instructor, you have to be generous and have a broad mind. Trample. Just when Lin Yu was about to leave, suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. Then a figure with a huge afro rushed in from the door. Fuck. I saw the explosive guy suddenly rushing out. Lin Yu subconsciously jumped back and almost kicked him. Instructor Chu Chu? When he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes couldn't help but bulge. Oh my god. Did you just come back from the battlefield in Syria? Why is it like this? The person who came was Chu Tung. At this time, he had a big afro and his eyes were swollen. He looked at Lin Yu and was silent for a while. Then he slowly said to Lin Yu, I've decided. Let's do it. Lin Yu. Lin Yu blinked. What did you decide? Chu Ting exhaled a breath of foul air, then pointed his finger at Lin Yu. After a few days of deep thinking, I finally figured out what you can do with it. Lin Yu. No. Why am I getting more confused the more I listen? I only heard Chu Tong continue to say, You, get back in line right now. I want to take all the students to participate in practical training outside the school. Lin Yu. Huh? Off-campus training? 10 minutes later. On the playground, Lin Yu stood on the podium. With a look of despair on his face, he held up a notice board that said, Off-campus training. Outrageous. It's so fucking outrageous. Why do I have to hold the sign? And when did this guy take this photo of me sleeping? Something is wrong. It's totally unscientific. He actually used my beautiful photos of lying in bed to threaten me. I'll just endure it this time. Lin Yu sighed. Life is really not easy, even the Taoist priest sighs. Next to Lin Yu, it was Chu Tong, who was dressed neatly and had shiny hair. After a few days of buffering, now this group of students who are undergoing military training no longer have the crazy impulse they had in the beginning. However, the gazes they looked at Lin Yu were still extremely passionate. Lin Yu had no doubts. As long as Chu Ting said, close the door and let them go, this group of people will definitely come up and strip themselves naked, screaming. Boom boom. Chu Tong picked up the microphone and tried the sound system. After confirming that there is no problem, he gave a long-lost smile to the students below. First of all, after a few days of rest, I, Chu Tong, am back again. No need to applaud. I've always been a low-key person. Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently. This word. Why does it sound so familiar? Chu Tong continued. During these 4 days, I have been thinking all the time about how I can inspire your will for military training. In the end, I found that standing at attention and marching in formation were useless. So I decided to take everyone outside the school to actually feel and experience life. What do you think? Chu Ting spoke very excitedly. At the end, he almost threw the microphone away. On the other hand, look at the students below. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happens. Maybe a few students couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Bang. Clap twice. Then, that's all. Chu Tung's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Oh shit. Do you have to be so real? No reaction at all? It's a pity that I spoke so eloquently. Grass. At last, Chu Ting gave up struggling. He looked at Lin Yu, who was standing beside him. What are you looking at me for? Being suddenly stared at by Chu Tung, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lao Chu, I advise you to be kind. Hey. Looking at Lin Yu's nervous expression, a simple smile appeared on Chu Ting's face. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I still have a few photos in my phone that I haven't deleted. Lin Yu. Chu Tung continued. Well, you see, these students are not excited about off-campus training at all. I can't think of any better way except to release your photos. Lin Yu. Hear what Chu Ting said. Lin Yu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. You, me, your brother. Next second, Lin Yu snatched the microphone from Chu Tung's hand, almost hysterically shouting, Instructor Chu is wise. We fully support your decision. Instructor Chu is awesome. When Chu Ting saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He took the microphone from Lin Yu. He said calmly, For this off-campus training, you will understand? The instructor loves you so much. Chapter 37 Yuhua Mountain. Yuhua Mountain, a nationally famous 4th-level scenic spot. It is 15 kilometers away from the downtown area of Modu. It is named after the Yuhua Temple of Taoism located on the mountain. Every day, there is an endless stream of tourists visiting Yuhua Mountain and paying homage to Yuhua Temple. Swish. At the foot of Yuhua Mountain, 2 large buses stopped at the entrance of the scenic area. Click. The car door opened. The first person to step out of the car was Chu Tung, with his hair combed shiny. He was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. The next person to come down was Lin Yu holding a sign. After Lin Yu got off the car, looking at the passengers around who were constantly looking at him with puzzled eyes, I couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on my forehead. Brush. Next second, He hefted the sign onto his shoulder and puffed out his chest. Since you can't avoid your fate, just accept it. It's just holding up a sign. It's just a trivial matter. Behind Lin Yu, students in military training uniforms also filed out of the bus one after another. Everyone got off the car. He looked around in surprise. From time to time, I couldn't help but let out a few exclamations. Oh my God, isn't this Yuhua Mountain? I've wanted to come here for a long time. Isn't the scenery here too beautiful? I should have secretly brought my phone with me earlier. It would be a huge loss if I didn't take a few photos back home. Lin Yu was carrying a sign. He walked naturally to the side of the 3 people in his dormitory. I saw that all 3 of them had gloomy looks on their faces. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He asked with some doubt, "Why do you 3 have such expressions?" Upon hearing this, Lu De moved closer to Lin Yu. He glanced at Chu Ting not far away. He lowered his voice and said to Lin Yu, "I think the instructor's so-called off-campus training is actually... There must be some conspiracy." Lin Yu. Without waiting for Lin Yu to react, Li Yu standing by also nodded in agreement. "That's what I feel. A dandy instructor suddenly asked us to go out for off-campus training, and he even called it a vacation. Who would believe this if I tell them to others?" Bailey Baoju interjected, "Unless he suddenly suffers from a 10-year cerebral congestion." Lin Yu. Lin Yu widened his eyes. He looked at his 3 roommates in shock. "Oh my God, have you 3 read too many conspiracy theories? How can you come up with such weird ideas?" Lu De reached out and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. He said to Lin Yu solemnly, "Yushin, with your expression, I feel more and more that my suspicion must be correct. So Instructor Chu must have some shameful conspiracy." Lu De said it with absolute certainty. There is no room for doubt. Li Yu and Bailey Baoju both gave the same expression. Well, I saw the expressions on the 3 people's faces that said I've seen through everything. The expression on Lin Yu's face froze. For a moment I didn't know what to say. What can I say? Am I saying that, brother? You really think too much? Or did Instructor Xiao Chu really suffer from cerebral thrombosis for 10 years? Xiao Chu, what outrageous things have you done to my lovely roommate? Where is my former naive and lovely roommate? Give it back to me. The other side. After seeing all the students get off the bus, Chu Ting waved his hand. "Everyone, assemble quickly." Hear what Chu Ting said. The students who were originally scattered around quickly ran to Chu Ting, gathered into a square team. Looking at the 60 students in front of me, Chu Ting nodded with some satisfaction. Then he said, "First of all, I have to tell you this. Since there are too many new students, we divided all the students into different teams and took them to different places for off-campus training. And the place where you, the 6th platoon of your company, will participate in the off-campus training this time is Yuhua Mountain behind me. I won't introduce Yuhua Mountain in detail. Let everyone experience it for themselves first. Everyone just needs to treat this off-campus training as an ordinary outing. Do you understand?" "Clear." The students responded in unison. "Very good." Chu Ting nodded again with satisfaction. "Now, form a team of 4 and line up to go up the mountain. Everyone must gather here in 2 hours. Do you understand?" "Clear." "Now that we understand, if you have any valuables, please leave them at the foot of the mountain. I will guard them here. If not, then let's go." Chu Teng's voice fell. Brush. A figure rushed in front of him. Lin Yu's face was full of smiles. "Coach Chu, I think this sign is very important as a symbol of our training camp. Please keep it safe." Speaking of, Lin Yu stuffed the sign into Chu Teng's hand. Next second, he took the lead and rushed out with Lu De and the other 2. Chu Teng. Chu Teng looked at the sign in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. At this time, somewhere 10 kilometers away from Yuhua Mountain, 2 large buses carrying dozens of students were driving slowly on the road. Zhao Debao was holding a thermos cup and slumped lazily in a chair, a very comfortable look on his face. Although I don't know what kind of plane Lao Chu is getting this time, but it's a vacation. I still agree very much. He looked up at the student who still looked excited. He couldn't help but let a smile appear on his face. Thinking back then, when I was in the army, after a day of intense training, when the monitor took us out to play, I also had such an excited expression. Alas, it's been a long time since I last had a vacation. Here comes Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao has already imagined. The beach and the ocean are beautiful. I am devoted to my wife. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at its destination. Zhao Debao got off the car with a group of excited students. Well, after getting off the bus, visible to the naked eye, The smile on Zhao Debao's face gradually froze. He rubbed his eyes. He looked in front of him with a look of shock. This is a huge mountain with dense vegetation. In addition, there is, all over the mountains, wild boar. At this time, a farmer also walked over from not far away. He looked at the people who were standing there in a daze with a smile. Then he said, "Hey, are you the military training students from Magic City University? Your instructor Chu told me a long time ago that you were coming. I left these little pigs for you to play with." Off-campus practical training subjects. Chapter 38. Catching pigs is actually pretty good. If God could give me another chance. I am Zhao Debao. I will definitely not agree to choose bullshit off-campus training plan. The beach of labor and capital. The waves of labor and capital. And there are beautiful ladies at work. Not only is it all gone, now the labor and capital have fallen to the point where they are everywhere in the mountains. Catch wild boar. Fuck you. You damn Chu Ting. I'm not done with you. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In the end, Zhao Debao grabbed a handful of mud on the ground and threw it into the air. Then he looked up to the sky and roared. His roar had just begun. Several students nearby shouted anxiously to Zhao Debao. "Coach Zhao, hurry up. This wild boar is too ferocious. We can't handle it." Among them, it is a huge wild boar with a huge body and a fierce appearance. Several students looked pale. Such a big pig. If it hits you, who the hell can bear it? Get out of the way, you losers, let me do it. Zhao Debao was worried that he had no place to vent his anger. Clapped his hands. Zhao Debao jumped straight to the side of the big wild boar. No fancy moves. He just raised his fist and punched him. Boom. Followed by a muffled sound. The wild boar let out a scream and then fell to the ground with a bang. Wow. See this scene. The eyes of the students around them were suddenly filled with admiration. Then there were exclamations one after another. Instructor Zhao is awesome. Coach Zhao is too strong. It turns out that Instructor Zhao is so strong. Such a big wild boar. It was all over in one go. Too spicy. Listen to the exclamations of the crowd. Zhao Debao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Suddenly, I felt a sense of accomplishment in my heart, but his facial expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand very casually. He said very calmly, "Keep a low profile, this is just a small scene." Speaking of, his eyes suddenly fixed. The next second he rushed out. "That classmate, let go of that pig and let me do it." Boom, boom, followed by a few muffled sounds. Zhao Debao once again gained a few little fans. Look at their admiring expressions. Zhao Debao did not stop and joined another pig-catching battlefield. Unconsciously, Zhao Debao feels catching pigs or something. It's actually quite good. Oh ah ha 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 ha. Yuhua Mountain. After 15 minutes of climbing, Linyu, Luda, and 3 others finally climbed to the top of the mountain. No, it's been a long time since I climbed such high stairs. Let me lie down for a while. Just climb the last step. Bailey Baoju fell directly to the floor. Hot chicken. Seeing this, Luda couldn't help but kick a few times. This is only a few thousand steps. Such a dish. It's a disgrace to our dormitory. Aside, Linyu looked into the distance, towards the huge building not far away. Yuhua Temple. A plaque engraved with 3 large gold-plated characters hangs high above the gate. Look at that huge plaque. For a while, Linyu couldn't help but fall into memories. Listen to his master. Their Jiqing Temple also had such a big plaque. At that time, their Jiqing Temple was well known within hundreds of miles. Every day, many pilgrims come here to pray and make offerings. But times have changed. The view of educated youth was becoming increasingly declining by the time of his master's generation. The glory is long gone. The entire educated youth temple was completely devastated. Don't worry, master. With me here, the Jiqing Temple won't be destroyed. Linyu silently clenched his fists. The important task of reviving the view of educated youth. Just leave it to me. Then, Linyu withdrew his thoughts. Then he took a step and walked towards Yuhua Temple. They all belong to the same lineage of Taoism. No matter what, when you come here, you must go in and worship the ancestors. Luda and the other man saw Linyu walking towards the Taoist Temple. He dragged Bailey Baoju, who was lying on the ground, and followed him. As you enter the Taoist Temple, the first thing that catches your eye is the huge stone tripod. The stone tripod was filled with countless burning incense sticks. The fragrant mist rises up, filling the air with a faint sweet fragrance. Linyu went to the side and bought 4. Then they were sent to Luda and the other 2. I bought a few, times to the huge statue of the ancestor in the distance. Light incense. After doing all this, Lin Yu took Luda and the other two and started strolling around the Taoist temple. Don't tell me. This Yuhua temple is worthy of being a level 4 scenic spot. It's just big. Lin Yu led Luda and the other two to turn left and right and disappeared abruptly. On the normal road, an unknown Kakagogli in Yuhua Mountain. Lin Yu, Luda, and the other two stared at each other. They looked at the three roads that appeared before them and fell into silence for a moment. Which one do you think is more like the way down the mountain? Lin Yu held his chin with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Beside him, Luda and the other two looked at Lin Yu with bitter faces. 10 minutes ago, they were still talking and laughing, looking extremely relaxed. But who could have thought? My own divine roommate. He's actually a complete idiot about direction. I took them for a stroll, and they lost their direction. 10 minutes. They climbed over several hills and passed through several buildings. Don't mention tourists. Didn't see even a bird. Looking at Lin Yu's thoughtful expression, Luda, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He pushed Lin Yu's shoulder. Well, Yushin, if it really doesn't work, let's not leave now and go back the way we came. Lin Yu raised his head and blinked at Luda. That expression seemed to say, if I knew the way back, would I still be struggling here? Never mind. I still have to pull out my secret weapon. Lin Yu gave up struggling. It seems that I should not bring the evil map with me next time, and try not to have so much fun while sightseeing. Lin Yu raised his hand and patted the sky. Little crane, it's time for a snack. About 400 or 500 meters away from Lin Yu and the other four, outdoor anchor Go Fuguwei wiped the sweat from his face. Then he said to his fans in the live broadcast room, Yuhua Mountain is really huge. It took us so long to get to such a remote place. Go Fuguwei had just finished speaking. Countless comments flashed across the live broadcast room. Brother Go is awesome. After so many days, he is still looking for the immortal. He is so persistent. How can this be called persistence? I saw with my own eyes a Taoist priest riding a crane to the sky in Go Ge's live broadcast room. Go Fuguwei smiled and said nothing. I just plan to keep going forward. Ever since the last time I saw the Taoist priest flying on a crane in Jiqing Mountain, Go Fuguwei began to frantically search for Taoist temples all over the country. I hope to see the real immortal again. This time, he happened to come to Yuhua Mountain. Okay, keep moving forward. The more remote the place, the greater the chance of encountering a deity. But just when Go Fuguwei took a step forward, cry. Suddenly, a clear and crisp crane cry came from the distant sky. That crane's cry. It's so familiar. Chapter 39 these days, cranes can even perform diving postures. Cry. The clear and loud cry of cranes resounded in the sky of Yuhua Mountain. As the sound of the crane's cry rang out, Go Fuguwei, who was about to move forward, suddenly stopped. That crane's cry. It's so familiar. Afterwards, he slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Brush. Under his gaze, I saw it in the clear and empty sky. Suddenly a small black dot appeared. What is that? Go Fuguwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Subconsciously raised the phone in my hand. Screen transmitted via mobile phone. Go Fuguwei and the people in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. That little black dot is a snow white crane. The familiar crane cry and this white crane. See the white crane. Go Fuguwei suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Will it? Fuck. Fuck chow chow. I'll keep fucking. I'll continue fucking. After you guys fuck me, I'll continue to fuck you. Just at this moment, suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with shocked exclamations. Go Fuguwei quickly looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Afterwards, he saw a scene that would be unforgettable in his life. From the video shot on the mobile phone, he saw clearly. The huge white crane was flying through the layers of clouds in the sky. It folded its wings very gracefully and then crashed into the clouds in free fall. Cry. Before everyone could come to their senses, it flew out sideways in an extremely tricky posture. In this way, fold your wings. Vertical landing. In the last cloud, there was a 360-degree spiral. Roll. Spread your wings. Roll. Spread your wings. Roll again. When it was only 100 meters from the ground, it realigned its angle. In the air, he lowered his head slightly towards Go Fuguwei below. It's like saying, I've finished my performance, now you can rate me. Brush. Then the white crane folded its wings, leaving an extremely bright tail. Dive into the woods not far ahead. Go Fuguwei. Everyone in the live broadcast room. After a long time, Only then did sporadic comments flash across the live broadcast room. High or low, you are my grandson. Just now, did the white crane turn a few times in the air? I am your grandson upstairs. Are you blind? Can that thing be called a few turns? Proud Twin Peaks, that's clearly a show for us. Liu Bei raped Boss Chow. Is that crane a spirit? Lu Bu, who loves to steal Dongzhu's pants. Brother Go, wake up. Hurry up and catch up and take a look. Lu Bu's foster father. That's right. Don't just stand there, you dog. Go find that crane. Well, under the urging of the audience in the live broadcast room, Go Fugue gradually came to his senses. Hiss. Next second, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath of air. Then he stretched out his hand and patted his stiff cheek. What did he see? A white crane. It made a 360-degree spinning top in the air. Then he landed gracefully. Your grandma. These days, can a white crane perform such a complicated diving posture? Oh my God. This is no longer a spirit. This is basically becoming an immortal. Wait and become immortal. Sudden. Go Fugue seemed to have thought of something. Then, an expression of shock and excitement appeared on his face. Brush. Next second, Go Fugue simply threw away the backpack on his body. He found the right direction and went straight into the dense jungle. You can't go wrong. It can't be wrong. The white crane. It's the one I saw in Jiqing Mountain. Immortal. The immortal is on Yuhua Mountain. This time, I must capture the immortal's true face. Come on, Go Fugue. This time, you can do it. Think of this. Go Fugue's pace was getting faster and faster. The other side. Soon after, the clear sound of a crane's cry was heard in the sky. Luda and the other two saw a snow-white crane descending from the sky. Boom. The crane landed. It raised a lot of dust. Ahem. Luda and the other two started coughing violently, but their eyes were fixed on the white crane that appeared in front of them. This white crane. To be exact, they have met 3 times. But watching from such a close distance, this is the first time. Gurgle. Luda swallowed his saliva. With an excited look on his face, he stretched out his hand and touched the white crane. The hand was only halfway extended. Brush. A cold light flashed in the crane's eyes. That expression seemed to say, Yo, little brat, where are you touching? Do you still want to mix with me? Well, feel the crane's cold gaze. Luda's palm stopped in midair. Seemingly, perhaps, if I touch it, I always feel like my life is in danger the next second. Seeing this, Lin Yu on the side shook his head helplessly. He stroked his handsome hair with his hand. Oh, this little here is quite shy. As Lin Yu spoke, he stretched out his hand with a smile. Brush. Lin Yu was only halfway through his words. The crane just shook his head. He looked like he didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Yu. Lin Yu. The smile on Lin Yu's face froze. Well, what's going on? My little hee-hee. What's wrong with you? Bite. At this time, the system prompt sound also rang in Lin Yu's ears. Ding. Host, please pay the crane's wages as soon as possible. The cranes are very dissatisfied and are on strike. Lin Yu. Strike. Wages in arrears. Buzz. Then, in Lin Yu's puzzled expression, a light blue panel slowly emerged in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked over. Name crane. Exclusive mount for identity host. Function can carry people. Current status. On strike. 3 carats for unpaid wages. Dissatisfied mood state. System prompts the host to pay the basic salary to the crane as soon as possible to avoid affecting your riding experience. Lin Yu. Looking at the information on the panel in front of him, the muscles on Lin Yu's face couldn't help but twitch violently. I'm so fucking. Big brother. You're going on strike because you owe me 3 carats? Are you kidding me? Chapter 40. Let go of that sausage. Send salary. Lin Yu covered his forehead. He suddenly remembered. This hanging crane only recognizes carrots and not people. You actually owe me 3 carats. Isn't it that Bailey consumed one? Lin Yu frowned. System. You can't make the price difference like this. Ding. The host has interrupted the crane's vacation time twice in a row. This requires additional payment. Lin Yu. I heard the system prompt sound ringing in my ear. Several black lines instantly appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't know how to refute it. Oh my God. Where can I find carrots now? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Good guy. As soon as he summoned his secret weapon, he started asking his boss for salary. Who the hell can stand this? Cry. Seeing that Lin Yu took a long time to take out a carrot from his crotch, the crane rolled his eyes. He walked aside with a proud step and started to tidy up his feathers. Lin Yu. Damn it, I'm going to buy 10 baskets of carrots when I get back this time. I can't let a hanging crane look down on me no matter what. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his middle finger toward Xianhe. Dead hanging crane. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young man because he has no carrots. When I get back, I'm going to hit you with carrots until you kneel down and call me daddy. On the side. Luda and the other two blinked. He looked at Lin Yu, who was standing there stamping his feet with a puzzled look. At last, Luda coughed twice and then asked Lin Yu, Yushin, what's wrong with you? Lin Yu waved his hand. Nothing. I just forgot to pay the salary. Luda. Li Yu. Bailey anal sex? What the hell? Pay wages? Your crane still works with pay. What? Any holidays? How's the salary? Is there insurance? What are the employment prospects? That's right. Are you still hiring? I think I can be ridden too. It really doesn't work. It's okay if you just provide enough food. Alas, I've been walking for so long. I'm hungry. I saw that several people were standing there without moving. Bailey Baoju let out a wail and then sat down on the ground. After taking a few deep breaths of air, he slowly took out a ham. Fortunately, I was prepared. I was afraid that I would get hungry during the military training, so I brought some sausage to fill my stomach. Bailey Baoju tore open the package and pretended to put it into his mouth. Brush. But he had only handed it halfway. A white light flashed by. Next second, the sausage in his hand disappeared. Bailey anal sex? He looked at his empty palm. The pea-sized eyes couldn't help but blink hard. Where's my ham? Brush. Next second, Bailey Baoju let out a scream and jumped up from the ground. His eyes widened. He looked around in confusion. At last, his eyes were fixed on the crane's beak not far from him. At this time, it is in the crane's mouth. What was hanging there was the sausage that had disappeared. Fuck. See this scene. Bailey Baoju's eyes bulged. Let go of that ham. Then he shouted and rushed directly towards the crane. Xianhe glanced at Bailey Baoju, who was rushing towards him. Then, bang. Just slowly lift up the sole of your foot and then raise one toe. He flicked it lightly at Bailey Baoju's body. There are no fancy moves. Ouch. Bailey's whole body twitched and he let out a howl similar to that of a ghost. Then, bang. Fly out directly. Gurgle. Solve the problem of Bailey anal explosion. The crane opened its mouth wide and swallowed the sausage in one gulp. Wait for Lin Yu and the other two to react. It happened that I saw Bailey Baoju flying out and the crane swallowing the sausage. Lin Yu, Luda, Li Fish. The three of them looked at each other. What's going on? Bite. Just at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard the system's electronic prompt tone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging, and the crane successfully obtained a sausage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully paying the wages to the crane. Name crane. Exclusive mount for identity host. Can carry people. Current mood is satisfied. Current status can work. Well, Lin Yu looked at the crane, who suddenly went from being dissatisfied to being satisfied. For a while, I don't even know what to complain about. Oh my god. A sausage can handle you. You should have said it earlier. My previous reputation value was 30,000. I lost so much money that I don't even have any pants left. Fuck you. Bailey Baoju, who was kicked away by the crane, jumped up from the ground with a somersault. He looked at the leisurely crane and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Oh my god, give me back my sausage. Roar. Then he rushed up again. In front of food. What the hell is a crane? All for me, Zinni. Bang. Another scream. Then the chubby little boy flew out again. 10 seconds later, Bailey Baoju sat on the ground with a look of despair on his face. It's over, my sausage Werwu. Lin Yu, who was standing by, saw this. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. He walked up to Bailey Baoju and patted her shoulder. Don't cry, don't cry. When we get down the mountain later, I'll take you to eat braised pig's trotters. If you still... Really? Before Lin Yu finished speaking, Bailey Baoju's face suddenly changed. The expression of despair just now quickly turned into excitement. Bailey Baoju, I want to eat braised pig's trotters, 2 at a time. Lin Yu. The many words of comfort that Lin Yu had prepared suddenly got stuck in his throat. I'm so fucking. Afterwards. Okay, now that the salary has been settled, it's time to get down to business. Lin Yu clapped his hands. Cry. The crane understood immediately. He appeared beside Lin Yu in a flash.
Walk.
Lin Yu held Luda with one hand and Li Yu with the other. Then he leaped onto the crane's back. Cry. The crane uttered a clear cry. He stretched out his toes and grabbed Bailey's anus. Flapping wings. The whole body rushed straight into the sky. Crash. Just as the crane soared into the air. Go Fuguwei just happened to jump out from the bushes nearby. He just showed up, just in time to see the cranes soaring into the sky, etc. Seeing the cranes soaring into the sky, Go Fuguwei shouted in haste. Brush. But it was obvious that the crane did not hear Go Fuguwei's call. With a flap of its wings, it broke through the clouds. Disappeared in the sky. Chapter 41 Song Dabeo scores second score. Brush. Crane spreads its wings. Completely disappeared in the endless clouds. Go Fuguwei looked at the crane disappearing at the end of his sight. His face was full of frustration. Snap. He sat down on the ground. Almost. Just a little bit. I was almost able to see the true face of that immortal. Inside the live studio, there was silence for a while. Some people were shocked. Others simply feel depressed. Lubu, who loved to steal Dongzhu's pants. Alas, that dog brother. Don't be discouraged. There will be another chance next time. Lubu's adoptive father. Yes, 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 although I missed it this time. But, proud Twin Peaks. Just a little bit, alas. Go Fuguwei looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. He forced a smile on his face. Said, it's okay. I can only blame myself for not having the chance to see the true face of the immortal. Afterwards, he stood up and brushed the mud off himself. I rushed in too fast just now and fell down several times. Sudden. He raised his eyebrows slightly. I saw the immortal in the youth temple at first, and this time it was in Yuhua Mountain. And there is a Yuhua temple on Yuhua Mountain, is it possible? Go Fuguwei's eyes gradually widened. At the same time, there was also a hint of excitement. Call. He let out a breath of foul air. He understands. No wonder I have never been able to come into contact with immortals. Immortal. They are usually hidden in Taoist temples in deep mountains and forests. Suddenly appeared in Yuhua Mountain. Must prove. There must be immortals in Yuhua Mountain. These days, it turns out that gods also like to visit us. Think of this. Go Fuguwei could no longer conceal his excitement. He ran down the mountain happily. He wanted to spread the news that there were immortals in Yuhua Mountain. By then, under pressure from public opinion, it is possible to even lure out the gods. Right. That's what we do. This time, he wants to start directly from the scarf. Song Dabeo. The modern popular young actor dominates the Weibo traffic. Creating hot searches on Weibo is definitely my specialty. He fought for 30 years in his life and almost never lost a battle. Although a sudden incident at the beginning caused him to be fired from his original company. But how could a bright pearl be covered in dust? There will always be a boss who still believes in my abilities and my talents. Then, I stood in this position again. Call. Song Dabeo took a deep puff of the cigarette and then exhaled a circle of smoke. Song Dabeo stood in the smoke, watching the busy staff. There was a long-lost fighting spirit in his eyes. Good. I'm Song Dabeo. It is still the brightest star that creates hot searches on Weibo. Boss, the title is ready. At this time, a staff member raised his hand. Song Dabeo nodded, then took out his cell phone to confirm again and again. Top 3 hot searches. A female star was exposed to be pregnant before marriage. A singer named Sue released his latest single, appreciated by both the elegant and the popular. A variety show starts. Good. After confirming the hot search list, Song Dabeo pushed his glasses on his nose. With a wave of his hand, publish a title and buy trending searches. Yes, boss. Song Dabeo finished speaking. Several staff members quickly became busy. A popular young actor was exposed to have an affair during marriage, and the person he cheated on was. Upload. It has the effect of hot search. This Weibo post was quickly pushed to the message notifications of countless friends. In less than 10 seconds, this Weibo post received hundreds of comments, thousands of reposts, and tens of thousands of likes. Rub. Afterwards, he took a plane and made it into the top 10 of the hot search list. Damn, this is a sure thing. Song Dabeo looked at the ever-increasing number of comments and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Then he pulled out a cigarette. Well, there was a pause of 1 second. Then he threw the cigarette away. Damn it, this one must be steady. The last time it was because of smoking. I won't make the same mistake again this time. 30 seconds passed. A minute passed. The number of Weibo posts he created has been steadily increasing. Comfortable. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Song Dabeo breathed a sigh of relief. Then he reached out and wiped his face. Finally made it through. Director. Song DeBeo hadn't yet completely breathed a sigh of relief. A terrified voice suddenly came from the staff member's mouth. Well. Song DeBeo stopped wiping his face abruptly. Then he slowly removed his hand that was blocking his eyes. Hemp. Will there be any unexpected situation? His eyes widened. Then he looked at the screen. At this time, on the hot search list, a hot search with a hot headline was rushing up from the bottom of the page at an extremely terrifying speed. The fairy reappeared in Yuhua Mountain. Yuhua Mountain may be the immortal cave. Well, looking at that Weibo post, Song DeBeo was stunned for a moment. Etc. I always feel this plot. So familiar. What the fuck? He is a fucking immortal. Why? Why is it that every time I appear on the trending searches, I always run into gods? Boss, there's another trending search coming up. Detailed explanation of Yuhua Mountain. Director. Boss, our Weibo account has been pushed up from 8th to 9th. Manager, there are 2 more hot searches. The map of Yuhua Mountain details the possible locations of immortals in Yuhua Mountain. Director. To the back. Song DeBeo could no longer hear what those people were shouting. He hugged himself and then walked to the balcony with a numb look on his face. He silently took out a cigarette and lit it. Hiss. Took a deep breath. My mood was surprisingly calm. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, another rapid cell phone ring rang from Song DeBeo's trouser pocket. Song DeBeo took out his cell phone and took a look. Press the answer key. Song DeBeo, you are here. As soon as the call was connected, a hysterical roar came from the other end. But the other side hasn't finished roaring yet. Song DeBeo yelled, Alpaca, call your mother a cunt, you worthless thing. And you want to scold your grandfather? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what you are doing? I, Song DeBeo, am not someone who can be easily bullied. From now on, you are fired by me. After saying, Song DeBeo hung up the phone. Then he threw the phone into the air. Turn around gracefully. A lousy boss. Do you still want to disturb me from going home to farm? Chapter 42. It is a pity that I, Do Banxian, have been in the martial arts world for more than 60 years. The topic of the appearance of gods in Yuhua Mountain quickly became the #1 hot search topic. For a while, the entire internet is almost entirely occupied by discussions about the immortals of Yuhua Mountain. Hey, did you hear? What? A fairy appeared in Yuhua Mountain. Hey brother, don't be ridiculous. There are no gods in the world. I'm serious. It's going viral on Weibo right now. Didn't some anchorman film a Taoist priest riding a crane to heaven last time? Didn't they say it was made by special effects? I guess someone is just trying to get clicks this time to fool people. Well, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Hey, have you heard about it? I heard about it. Well, you've heard a lot. I didn't say anything. So what do you think I should hear? A fairy appeared in Yuhua Mountain. Oh, I've heard that a long time ago. Fuck you. Get out of here. Over time, the news about the appearance of the fairy on Yuhua Mountain has become increasingly heated on the internet. More and more topics about Yuhua Mountain are becoming hot searches. So, some people, like Song DeBeo, rely on money to buy their way onto hot searches. They looked at the trending searches that they had worked so hard to buy at great expense, keep falling off the list under the topic of immortals, then disappear from public view. For a moment, it felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through my mind. Immortal? I'm so fucking stupid. If someone says there are gods, then there really are gods. Have you had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years? And what kind of idiot is the person who made this Weibo post? Scientists have clearly said, believe in science. Do you believe in science? Don't let me find out who the hell you are. Otherwise, I will definitely smash your head. Then send them to kindergarten to relearn science books. Some media in Shanghai also smelled big news. They rushed towards Yuhua Mountain like crazy. Even if it's fake, that is also a topic that can be hyped right now. When countless people were discussing the topic of the immortals of Yuhua Mountain. In a restaurant at the foot of Yuhua Mountain, Lin Yu and 3 others were sitting in the restaurant. The table was filled with the big meal that several people had just finished. Belch. Bailey Baoju burped and patted his belly with a satisfied look on his face. Now I'm half full. After saying, he also blinked at Lin Yu. The expression on his face says, handsome guy, you should understand what I mean. Lin Yu. Looking at the 4 or 5 empty plates in front of Bailey Baoju, Lin Yu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Oh my god, this guy can eat more than me. It's a big loss for a sausage. Just ignore Bailey Baoju's expression. Now that we're full, let's go back quickly. I think the time is almost up. Lin Yu was picking his teeth with a toothpick. His eyes were fixed on the outside of the store. Now they can during off-campus practical training. We can't be caught by Chu Tung. After hearing this, several people nodded, then stood up and left the hotel one after another. Just walked to the door. There was a sudden uproar not far away. Then a very familiar dialogue sounded. My dear little brother, I see that you have amazing bones, etc. Please don't leave. Even if you don't buy the skills, I can still. Hearing this very familiar dialogue, Lin Yu's steps suddenly stopped. No, this voice and tone. Why does it sound so familiar? Lin Yu looked up. I saw it not far from the store door. A large group of tourists were gathered together. In the crowd, there stood an old man holding a tattered flag. The old man was pulling a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He spoke with a serious look on his face. Little brother, even if you don't want to save the world, you will definitely encounter many tedious things. I, Do Banxian, know astronomy and geography, and am known as a gynecologist and a genius. Well, seeing that man, Lin Yu couldn't help but bulge his eyes. Do Banxian. No. How come this guy is here? Is business so busy now? Has the fortune-telling business already spread to the lair of Taoist priests? Lin Yu blinked, then left Luda and the other two behind. He walked towards where Do Banxian was. In the crowd, Do Banxian was moved to tears when he heard this. He said it until his face turned red. There was no reaction from the young man in front of him. No matter how excited Do Banxian spoke, the young man just stared at him blankly with a pair of dead fish eyes. It looked as if he was saying, "You have got to be kidding me. I'm not falling for it. See this." Do Banxian almost cried. It's too difficult, too difficult. These days it is becoming increasingly difficult to make a living in the fortune-telling industry. I was taught a lesson by a student at Shanghai University a few days ago. He was caught halfway through his escape. Not only was the only dime he had on him taken away, but he was also beaten up. Oh no. Obviously twice. Until now, his cheek still ached slightly. I am now being remembered by young Master Jiang. The Magic City is definitely not going to be able to survive any longer. I originally wanted to change the place. Find a rich woman to coax you into continuing to live strong. I walked for half a day. Don't talk about rich women. There isn't even any freaking stray dog to look at. If it weren't for the fact that I can barely afford to eat now, how dare I ask someone to tell my fortune on Yuhua Mountains territory? Life is really not easy. Even a half-immortal would sigh. Well, the young man didn't move for a long time. Do Banxian couldn't help but sigh. He slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It's pitiful how lamentable I, Do Banxian, have been roaming the martial arts world for more than 60 years. Today, I finally met a young man who can inherit my legacy, but alas, that's it. Let my fortune-telling skills forever sink into the long river of time. Talking about the emotional part, Do Banxian's eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. A tear of unfulfilled ambition slowly flowed from the corner of his eye. Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu, who was outside the crowd, couldn't help but twitch the muscles at the corners of his mouth. 60 years? Weren't you only 30 years old last time? Well, and the young man standing in front of Do Banxian heard this. The eyes, which had been in a dead state, actually moved slightly. That look. It was as if he was awakened by Do Banxian's affectionate speech. He hesitated for a moment. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Grandmaster, please stop chanting. Can't I just calculate it?" Chapter 43, Great Immortal. What a coincidence. Master, please stop reading. Can't I calculate it? I heard the boy's voice. Do Banxian's eyes couldn't help but light up, but he still maintained a sad expression on his face. After all, you have to act your best. After buffering for 4 or 5 seconds, call. Do Banxian exhaled a breath of foul air. Then he patted the young man's shoulder very seriously, said solemnly, "Yes, I was right. You really have a very sharp eye." Being praised like this, the young man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In the following period of time, Do Banxian began to use all his skills to start. Fool that guy. What? I see that you have a full forehead and a wealthy face. He must have been a very wealthy and powerful person in the past. Do Banxian closed his eyes, rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together, and frowned. He seemed to be in deep thought. After 3 or 4 seconds, Do Banxian slowly opened his eyes. "This is incredible. This is incredible," he murmured. Then he looked at the young man. his eyes filled with shock. Little brother, judging from your appearance, your career has been going very smoothly in recent years, and it seems to be thriving. And judging from your appearance, your career is still related to procedures. I want to ask you if you have any good news about your career recently. The young man heard this. The eyes that were originally like dead fish opened slightly. He thought for a moment, then said, "Does being a deputy director count?" "Of course I do." Do Banxian placed both his hands directly on the young man's shoulders. From his perspective, just can see the guy's flowing hair. Wig. In addition to the wig, she also likes to wear plaid clothes and jeans, and her eyes are so lifeless. Plus your fingers are almost worn flat. I, Do Banxian, have been roaming the martial arts world for more than 30 years. The power of these two eyes is almost as strong as that of X-ray vision. A programmer. Can I see? As for whether your career is advancing, that doesn't matter. If you say you were fired, then I can explain how you got out of your misery. I, Do Banxian, have been roaming the martial arts world for more than 30 years and have seen all kinds of storms. It was just a minor rollover. That's nothing. Do Banxian was silent for a while and continued. Not only that, I also saw a faint purple light shining on your crown. But a white light dissipated in the purple light and left you. May I ask, have you encountered setbacks in your relationship? I heard the words relationship encountered setbacks. The young man's originally lifeless eyes suddenly trembled. Grandmaster, how do you know? Isn't this just a bunch of nonsense? I have counted so many people. There are few programmers whose wives don't dislike their baldness. Do Banxian shook his head indifferently and put his hands behind his back. He said, "This is not something I know, but something God told me." Speaking of, Do Banxian put his hands behind his back and began to circle around the young man. At the same time, his voice began to play in the boy's ears in a loop for 3 times. As the saying goes, what is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. There are many better flowers in the world, so why should you love only one flower? The meaning of the peony flower is basically the same. I heard a 3-loop sound in my ear. The young man's body suddenly shook. Then, he bowed respectfully to Do Banxian in front of everyone's surprised gaze. "Master, I understand." After saying, he directly took out 100 yuan from his trouser pocket and handed it to Do Banxian. Well, looking at the $100 that was suddenly handed to him, Do Banxian couldn't help but blink. "Big brother, what do you know? I haven't even started talking yet." After the young man handed the money to Do Banxian, it felt like I had become a completely different person in an instant. The dead eyes on his face also turned into an excited expression. When others saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh my God, this guy is really a master. Hurry up, I finally met such a master. Let him calculate for me." "Master, I want to ask, my son is 26 years old, and he has never even touched a girl's hand. What should I do?" "Master, please calculate my future for me." Master. A moment. The crowd around swarmed towards Do Banxian. Do Banxian also reacted quickly. Don't be anxious. Come one by one." "What? You asked your son, who has never held a girl's hand at the age of 26. That means your son must like boys. This little sister is really well maintained. I thought you were a student." "Oh, no need to be so polite. People like us who practice Taoism only want to fill our stomachs. If you want to ask about your future, I'll look at your face and I'll tell you that you'll be wearing a yellow robe and eating delicious food every day." "Young man, you are so generous." Lin Yu, who was outside the crowd, blinked. Then, subconsciously, he began to use the divination technique on the young man. Named Zhou Dahai. Hexagram and future hexagram. The future hexagram indicates wearing a yellow robe and eating delicious food every day. The hexagram shows a delivery man. Then a young man in delivery clothes appeared in his mind. Lin Yu. The muscles at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. So, should he say it is accurate or very accurate? Looking at Do Banxian, who had a smile on his face but whose hands were cramping from collecting money, Lin Yu just touched his nose. Then he asked Luda and the other 3 to go back first. He sat in the corner with his hands clasped. 10 minutes later, Do Banxian covered his bulging trouser pockets. He left the scene with a smile on his face amidst everyone's farewell. Along the way, the smile on Do Banxian's face never disappeared. It's sent out now. I have earned enough money for the travel expenses. Maybe I can find a place to break the shackles of my virginity that have lasted for 66 years. Oh ha ha ha. Think of this. Do Banxian's smile became a little unbridled. Snap. Right at this moment, a slender hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Then a voice that Do Banxian was very familiar with was heard. Hey, buddy, long time no see. Nice to meet you again so soon. Well, I heard a very familiar voice. Do Banxian's body suddenly stiffened. Then he turned around subconsciously. Next second, when he saw Lin Yu appear behind him, the smile on his face gradually froze. Then his mouth trembled. I forced a smile on my face that was uglier than crying. Yes, yes, great immortal. What a coincidence. Chapter 44. Believe in science. Can I say I don't want to run into this by chance? Looking at Lin Yu who appeared behind him, Do Banxian's face looked uglier when he smiled than when he cried. Lin Yu ignored Do Banxian's smile. He raised his eyebrows at the former with a smile on his face. Then his eyes naturally turned to Do Banxian's trouser pocket. Do Banxian's face suddenly froze. Just about to speak, Lin Yu has already raised his palm. Do Banxian? Do Banxian's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently a few times. Then he gently pressed down Lin Yu's somewhat restless palm with his trembling palm. What great immortal! I was just about to go look for you. I remember that I still owe you money for fortune telling. It just so happens that I just made a little money, so I'll pay you back right away. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. He gave Do Banxian a thumbs up. On his face, you are truly a teachable person. At last, Do Banxian was under the coercion and inducement of Lin Yu. With a smile on his face, he paid the remaining 499.90 yuan. After receiving the divination fee owed to him, Lin Yu patted Do Banxian on the shoulder, said with a smile, Banxian, remember to ask me for your fortune telling next time. I'll give you a 20% discount. Do Banxian pushed his stiff head up and down with his hands to show that he understood. That's all, Banxian. Please continue. Lin Yu waved towards Do Banxian. Then turn and leave. Oh my money. Wait until Lin Yu's figure disappears from his sight. Do Banxian couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at his wallet, which was already half deflated, and couldn't help crying. Life, do you want to tease me in such a moody way? Woo woo woo. When Lin Yu returned to the gate of the scenic area, Chu Tang and a group of students were already waiting. After seeing Lin Yu coming back, Chu Tang didn't say anything. Just wave your hand. Go back to school. After everyone got on the bus, boom. Then, the two buses started, carrying the students back to Magic City University. Shortly after everyone left, a small car marked with the Magic City News Agency was also parked in front of the Yuhua Mountain scenic area. Click, click, click. The car door opened. Then a reporter in formal attire walked out of the car. Then there are photographers and so on. Hurry, hurry, turn on the equipment. We need to get the latest information about Yuhua Mountain before other news agencies do. Zhang Xiaonan. As the debut reporter of Magic City News Agency, whenever I sense there is big news, I take action immediately. This time, the news is about the appearance of immortals in Yuhua Mountain. He accepted it without hesitation. And this time, he even chose to conduct live news reporting in Yuhua Mountain. After all the equipment was ready, Zhang Xiaonan made a gesture. The photographer nearby saw this. A finger pressed the button on the camera. Click. The live broadcast has started. The live broadcast room just opened. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people poured in at the same time. After so many years of reporting in the news industry, Modu News Agency has already developed a certain fan base. Call. Zhang Xiaonan exhaled a breath of foul air. A professional smile appeared on his face. He held up the microphone and asked the cameraman to turn the camera. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am Zhang Xiaonan from the Magic City News Agency. I am at Yuhua Mountain, the origin of the hot search on Weibo this time. In the coming time, I will lead everyone to explore the secrets of Yuhua Mountain. Zhang Xiaonan just finished speaking. Suddenly, countless comments flashed across the live broadcast room. Look, no matter what I say, the Magic City News Agency never lets me down. It's live streaming so soon. I pay special attention to the Magic City News Agency just to get the news first. The Magic City News Agency is really awesome. It hasn't been long and they are already standing on Yuhua Mountain. You know what? This Yuhua Mountain looks like a fairyland. I think so too. After introducing the purpose, Zhang Xiaonan took the cameraman and walked towards Yuhua Mountain. This is the Yuhua stele, which is said to have been built by the first generation of the founder of the Yuhua Temple. That's the Hanshui Cave. The water there is extremely cold. Along the way, Zhang Xiaonan was not idle either. He kept introducing the iconic buildings of Yuhua Mountain to the audience in the live broadcast room. This gives many people a misconception. I'm not here to see the gods. I am here to listen to the detailed explanation conference of Yuhua Mountain. After walking like this for 5 minutes, Zhang Xiaonan and his group finally arrived at the mountainside of Yuhua Mountain. Now, there are still countless people flowing throughout Yuhua Mountain. Zhang Xiaonan looked at the crowd around him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. So many people. When can we reach the top of the mountain? Huh. Sudden, Zhang Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Then his eyes turned to a figure squatting beside the steps. The man was also wearing a tattered Taoist robe, holding a sausage in his hand. Although a little embarrassing, but it couldn't conceal his sage-like appearance. That's him. Zhang Xiaonan brought the cameraman and walked to the side of the figure. Master Taoist? Called twice in succession. The old Taoist priest slowly raised his head. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaonan. Then he put away the sausage in his hand and said seriously, "Hey, what's the matter? Gynecological disease or fortune-telling?" "Gynecological disease. Since you are a man, I will give you a 20% discount." Zhang Xiaonan. He knows fortune-telling. What the hell is this gynecological disease? The audience in the live broadcast room were also amused by the old Taoist priest's sudden answer. Oh my god, are all Taoists so arrogant nowadays? A man gets 20% off for gynecological treatment. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Anchor, let him calculate it for you. Zhang Xiaonan's expression froze for a moment, then he forced a smile on his face again. Slowly she said, "Master, I don't have a gynecological disease. I just want to ask you a question." Do Banxian raised his eyebrows. Asking questions is fortune-telling. He put his hands in front of his chest and said, "Ask me if you want. I won't charge you for fortune-telling if it's not accurate." Zhang Xiaonan. Zhang Xiaonan exhaled a breath of foul air, then slowly spoke. "Master, do you believe there are real gods or cranes in this world?" After saying, Zhang Xiaonan stared at Do Banxian with burning eyes, as if unwilling to miss any expression on his face. Immortal? Do Banxian frowned when he heard this, and then his expression became a little serious. He lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "God? Crane? Where did you hear this?" See Do Banxian's actions. Zhang Xiaonan couldn't help but blink. Won't. But before he could think more, Do Banxian stood up from the ground. He said solemnly, "So you must be hallucinating. This is a scientific world. Even I, an old man, can only call myself a semi-immortal. As for gods, cranes, and the like, they do not exist. Here, I must appeal to everyone to believe in science." After saying, Do Banxian touched his belly. Then he tore open the packaging of the sausage in his hand. No. I'm hungry. Woo. Blame it on fate being so fickle. I can meet my creditors here. My 490 cents. With that kind of money, would I have to live on sausages? Woo. I shed tears just thinking about it. I saw Do Banxian's serious expression. Zhang Xiaonan didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, I also don't believe that there are any gods, cranes, or anything like that in this world. I am a believer in science. Cry. But just as Do Banxian finished speaking, a clear chirping sound suddenly rang out in the sky above Yuhua Mountain. Then a snow-white crane suddenly landed from the sky. Do Banxian. Zhang Xiaonan. Everyone. After the white crane landed, he looked everyone over. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the sausage in Do Banxian's hand. Brush. Next second, a white light flashed in Do Banxian's eyes. The sausage in his hand appeared in by his mouth. Gurgle. The white crane swallowed it in one gulp. Then lift one of your feet. He raised a toe towards Do Banxian. It seems to mean, my dear, I like your ham. Cry. Next second, before everyone could react, white crane spreads its wings. He picked up Do Banxian, who was standing there in a daze, and then rushed into the sky, disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 45 Goodbye. Instructor Chu. Brush. After more than 10 minutes of journey, the school bus stopped in front of the gate of Shanghai University. Today's military training ends here. Everyone go back to your dormitories and have a good rest. Chu Tong did not give any more orders. Instead, the students were asked to return to their dormitories. Yeah, we are liberated today. It feels so good. The instructor is mighty. The instructor is awesome. Instructor, you really love us forever. Someone, come and chop off my roommate's head to cheer us up. Get lost, you bastard. Why don't you cut your own? My face is more handsome. As soon as I heard there was no military training, everyone's face suddenly showed an ecstatic smile. Then they all jumped and rushed back to the dormitory. Looking at the students with excited faces, Chu Tang said nothing, but turned around silently. Time passes. Unconsciously, it's the last day of military training. And this day, it is also the day when freshmen present the results of their military training to school leaders. On the playground, 1, 2, 1, march in step. Look to the right and goose step. Military boxing, prepare for the first move. Small knife team, ready, first move. The military training inspection meeting was carried out in an orderly manner. Lin Yu and Zhao Debao stood on the steps around the playground. Call. Zhao Debao stretched and glanced at Lin Yu. Puzzled, he said, by the way, why don't you go to the military training inspection meeting? Lin Yu shook his head. Said, I haven't practiced for a few days. I won't go up and embarrass you, instructor. Well, Zhao Debao was also stunned when he heard this. Then he rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. That expression seemed to be saying, you have positioned yourself quite correctly. Zhao Debao knocked on the railing in front of him and said, Old Chu thinks very highly of you. To be honest, you are also the most coquettish student I have ever seen. As he said this, he glanced at Lin Yu. How about you try to join the army? Hearing this, Lin Yu pondered for a while, then shook his head. The army is too strict and too sacred. My personality is not suitable for joining the army. It seemed that he had known Lin Yu's thoughts for a long time. Zhao Debao mentioned this and didn't say anything else. Although I can't recruit you into the army, but if Lao Chu and I ask you for a small favor in the future, will you agree? Lin Yu showed a smile. I would be very honored to help the instructor, but forget about it if it's just to please my wife. Roll. Zhao Debao raised his eyebrows. Hey. Lin Yu laughed foolishly. Snort. Zhao Debao snorted coldly and ignored Lin Yu. Lin Yu touched his nose. Then he took out 2 purses from his arms and handed them to Zhao Debao. What's this? Zhao Debao was stunned, took the purse and was about to open it. Lin Yu quickly stopped him. Hey, this is a gift I gave to you in Lao Chu. It would be meaningless if you opened it, so just keep it as a souvenir. Zhao Debao couldn't help but bulge his eyes when he heard this. Hey, young man, you're still pretty good at talking. Lin Yu just smiled and said nothing. Okay, then keep it as a souvenir. I'll go back and tell Lao Chu that this is a gift from you to us. Remember to place it next to your ancestors when you go back. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, not really, just put it a little below your ancestors. Fuck you. Zhao Debao pretended to hit someone. Lin Yu laughed, then patted the railing lightly with his palm. The whole person just landed and ran away in a very cool manner. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Zhao Debao couldn't help but smile from his originally angry expression. Damn, this brat. The military training test results were soon completed. Next is the speech of the school leaders. Then there was the welcome meeting. Anyway, I kept tinkering with it until the evening. Night falls. On the playground, the spotlights illuminated the entire playground as if it were daytime. Everyone sat on the lawn, waiting for the final carnival of the night. This time, the instructors also sat in their respective platoons, chatting and laughing with everyone. Hoo. In the anxious waiting of everyone, the lights on the podium slowly lit up. Then Chu Ting appeared on the podium. Chu Tung, standing on the podium, looking at the students sitting below, picked up the microphone. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, Everyone, the 12 days have passed so quickly. Before we knew it, we have spent 12 wonderful days together. During these 12 days, we experienced pain and laughter together. 12 days is not too much time, but not too little either. It is the time when you and your instructors have already formed a deep bond. To be honest, I have learned a lot and understood a lot in these 12 days, and I believe you have too. If possible, I would like my life to continue like this, but as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, and the same is true for military training. Speaking of this, the students below who were originally talking and laughing began to be dazed. Their eyes all involuntarily turned to the figures standing on the podium. To be honest, I don't really like sentimental moments, because when everyone cries, others will think our Magic City University is haunted. But I still want to say that during the 12 days I was with you, I was very happy, and your instructor was also very happy. Call. Speaking of this, Chu Tong couldn't help but let out a breath. In the final moments, our instructor still wants to say one last word to everyone. Chu Tong's voice actually sounded a little sobbing. Your instructor, Chu Tong, the chief instructor of the freshman military training at Magic City University. Chu Tong stood straight. Zhao Debao, chief of staff for the military training of freshmen at Magic City University. Zhao Debao stood up. Li Zhou, the instructor of the 4th platoon of the freshman military training company of Magic City University. Instructor Xiao Li stood up from the ground in a flash. Freshman Military Training Company 5th Platoon Instructor Zhou Lang. Song Wei, the instructor of the 7th Platoon of the 2nd Company of the Freshman Military Training. Freshman Military Training, 2nd Company 6th Platoon Instructor Ginger Juice. As one loud voice after another rang out on the playground, one instructor after another stepped forward. They stood straight, under the cover of night. Their bodies are like handsome pine trees standing under the night sky. In the moonlight, it was shrouded in an incomparably brilliant divine power. If there really are so-called giants in the world, if there really are so-called gods in this world, that they are giants now. They are like gods now. Every figure. This moment was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. I don't know how many years have passed. I don't know how many centuries have passed. Their figures will never be erased. Because they are instructors. The instructor who spent 12 days with them. At this time, in the dim light, everyone suddenly thought of. This is the scene when these instructors first arrived at the university. Chief Instructor Chu Tong loves to play tricks on people. On the first day of military training, we were asked to run 20 laps. It was also said to be a welcoming ceremony. That time, almost everyone was lying on the playground, and they had to use their hands to crawl up. The next day, I felt so sore all over that I could hardly walk. There is also Instructor Shaoli. There is always a smile on his face. On the surface, he looks like a kind and amiable older brother, and he speaks nicely. But those who know him know. If he smiles at you, don't look back, run. The farther you run, the better. And Instructor Xiao Zhou is the easiest one to bully. He is also the one who loves to joke with classmates the most. There are also Instructor Song and Instructor Jiang. For a while, thinking back to every bit of my experiences with these instructors during these 12 years, countless emotions suddenly flooded my heart. Many students couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. Hiss. Chu Tong took a deep breath of the cool night air, holding back the tears in my eyes. Then he shouted almost hoarsely, "Your military training ends here. Finish." The other instructors also shouted at the same time, "Your military training ends here. You will have a better tomorrow. You are dismissed from get out of class from now on. You're dismissed." The next day, just as dawn was approaching, Chu Tang and his group had already packed their bags and were standing in front of the gate of Modu University. Call. Chu Tang took a breath of the unique morning air. Then he spat it out viciously. "Damn, the wind is so noisy today." After saying, Chu Tang reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. When I turned around, I saw Zhao Debeo with a smile on his face. Chu Tang tilted his head and explained, "When people get old, they like to be sad when they see the scene. I know you, old Chu." Speaking of, Zhao Debeo smiled and handed a purse to Chu Tang. "Here is a gift from Lin Yu for both of us." Looking at the smile on Zhao Debeo's face, Chu Tang was stunned at first. Then he took the purse. Snort. At least this guy has some conscience. Chu Tang silently put away his purse and looked towards the gate of Magic City University. Goodbye, Magic University. Goodbye, classmates. By now, brat. The highest point of Magic University. Lin Yu kept watching Chu Ting and others get on the bus. Then it gradually disappeared. End of sight. By now, Instructor Chu. Chapter 46. The Battle of Honor in Dormitory 321. The freshman military training is over. But Lin Yu and others' rich university life has just begun. Dormitory 321, Building 2. Lu Da, Li Yu, and Bailey Baoju gathered together with their cell phones in hand. All three of them had ferocious expressions on their faces. From time to time, there were also intense striking sounds coming from their mobile phones. Not spicy. Debo is hungry. Spraying hunger. Now, they are playing the most popular mobile game at the moment. King of Pesticides. Oh ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill a lot. Today, I will officially break through the tough platinum level of Kikyo. Lu Da's wild laughter rang out. Hey, big bastard, don't rush over, wait for me, or you'll get tricked. Liu saw that Luda was getting a little angry, so he quickly spoke out to try to persuade him. You're talking nonsense. Who dares to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? I'll give you 6 pieces of equipment. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. At this moment, I am the god of the canyon. Oh, damn. This son of a bitch actually dared to sneak attack? Don't worry, I'm here to help you. The three of them yelled and screamed like this for about 3 minutes. Tefit, followed by an emotionless broadcast voice. Then they watched as a red light slowly rose above their base. Then, bang, crystal explodes. Grass. Luda threw his phone onto the bed. Second brother, come on, why are you selling me out again? Luda looked at the dimming screen of his mobile phone and was so angry that his head almost smoked. I wanted to go too, but who knew that three big men would suddenly jump out from the grass? How could a weak woman like me dare to rush forward? Liu pushed his glasses and said innocently. After saying, he pointed at Bailey Baoju who was standing beside him. I'm talking about anal sex. We were having such a fierce fight on the road. What are you doing in the fountain? Taking a bath. Bailey anal. He looked at the little Lubon who had just been resurrected 1 second ago, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Fuck me. I just resurrected and you want me to fight in a team battle. Do you think I'm riding a rocket? Your little Lubon's skin is like a rocket. Bailey anal. What you said makes sense. I was speechless. Lin Yu was lying on the bed. In his hand was a quick guide on how to quickly chase a rich woman. Consciousness also quickly sank into the system. Ding. Dear host, welcome home. Your system mate has been waiting for a long time. Please give your instructions. Lin Yu. Oh shit. This dog system is really getting too much. System. Check personal information. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Reputation value. 569,000. Immortal techniques. Controlling thunder. Calling rain. Space teleportation. Taoism. Divination. Water wave technique. Props. Big Huandan. Small Huandan. God traveling talisman. Peace talisman. Taoist robe. Mount. Crane. On vacation. Reputation store. New items updated. Reputation mall. Bad luck charm. Can make a person unlucky for 1 hour. Price. 100 reputation points. Limited to 100 purchases. Xianfahundan. You can get detailed answers after purchase. The system strongly recommends it. It is very suitable for the host. Price. 20,000 reputation points, 50% off, special offer, limited to purchase once. Network disconnection talisman. After using this talisman, you can block surrounding signals for a short period of time. Price. 1 reputation point, limited to 100 purchases. Lin Yu did not expect that his reputation value would increase to more than 500,000 in an instant. And this time the reputation store has new items on sale. He had never expected this. He could understand the bad luck charm. What the hell is this internet disconnection talisman? Do you know that my roommate is playing games? And then they want me to cut off their financial support? I'm afraid it's not a good idea. There is still this immortal method, damn it. System, can you name it? If you can't name it, can you change the program? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Then an idea came to mind. Purchased 100 bad luck charms. It's just that this thing can only be purchased 100 times, which is quite boring. I can't use it now, so I'll keep it for now. Put the bad luck charm in your inventory. Lin Yu's eyes turned to the second item. Highly recommended, 50% off, you can give it a try. After all, it's a fairy technique, and it's not very expensive. Buy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal technique. Soul Dam. Soul Dam. When the host touches a special item or prop, you will automatically receive a feedback indicating whether you use the immortal Soul Dam. If you confirm to use it, your soul will automatically be derived into the special equipment, and you can then fully control the equipment or props. Oh, I don't understand. Lin Yu blinked his little eyes in doubt. The system took a long time to explain, but I didn't understand a word of it. Damn it. My diamond dream is shattered again. The other side. Luda covered his cheek with his hands, looking very uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable for a long time. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Yu who was lying on the bed. He rubbed his hands and walked over to the ladder with a smile. Said, third brother, don't just lie there. Come and play some games. Lin Xinshan exited the system, then blinked at Luda and said, Big boss, big mix brother, I have never played this game either. Lin Yu was telling the truth. In the past, I spent almost every day in the Taoist Temple chopping wood, fetching water, and cooking. The only use of the mobile phone is to contact the master or to go shopping in the mall. Game this thing. He had only heard a little bit about it, but he doesn't really play much. Upon hearing this, Luda smiled and pulled Lin Yu's shoulders. It doesn't matter if you can't play, it's just an entertainment activity anyway. Classes are about to start, so it's a good idea to have some fun now. If you don't have a number, I can get one for you. Since people say so. Lin Yu nodded. Then I downloaded King of Glory according to Lu Da's instructions. Logged in with an account given by Lu Da. 10 minutes later, the four of them formed a circle. Call. Lu Da took a deep breath. Then he said solemnly, Brothers, this is our 321st first large-scale group operation. This is not just a game battle between our 321 dormitory, but also a matter of honor for our 321 dormitory. He glanced at Lin Yu and the other two. Please show your best and bring honor to our dormitory 321. Dormitory 321 will win. Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Luda, who was becoming increasingly manic, and couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Big brother, stay calm. If you act like this, I would think you were striving to become the world champion. After roaring for a while, Luda gradually calmed down. He stretched out his shaking fingers and pressed the start matching button. Ding. Matching successful. Afterwards, entered the hero selection interface. When Lin Yu's finger pointed at a hero holding a spear, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Immortal technique. Soul Bastard asks whether to activate it. Chapter 47. One shot killed. The immortal soul asks whether to activate it. An electronic prompt sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu was stunned. Is this also considered a special tool? Start up. Without much hesitation, Lin Yu made an idea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the immortal soul technique. I wish you a happy mood in the future. Buzz. As the system prompt sound fell, an almost transparent white thread radiated from the top of Lin Yu's head. Then it quickly stabbed into the hero with a spear on the phone screen in front of him. Ding. Contract successful. Contract object. King of Pesticides Ma Chao. A moment. Ma Chao's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. And at the same time, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have an extra body. And the object of that body. It's exactly what's in the King of Pesticides. Hero Ma Chao. Luda and the other two saw Lin Yu choose Ma Chao immediately. The three of them couldn't help but be stunned. Luda wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Third brother, you picked a very difficult operation. Liu couldn't help but nodded. He said, wow, this is the first time I see someone pick Ma Chao in the first game of King of Glory. Let alone, I've played thousands of games, but I've never played Ma Chao in a single game. Lin Yu blinked when he heard this. Confused, he asked, what's wrong? Did I choose the wrong one? How could it be? Lu Dada waved his hand. You can choose anyone you want. Big Brother Lu will lead you directly. Big Brother Platinum will lead you across the canyon. You just lie down obediently. I will kill you indiscriminately at the beginning. As soon as the words fell, his fingers slipped. I clicked on Kai Wenji in seconds. Drop. At this time, the hero selection time also ends. The game officially entered the waiting interface. Oh shit. Lu Da's eyes bulged, and he jumped up from his chair. Bailey Baoju also looked at the phone. When he saw Lu Da's selections on his phone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Kai Wenji is playing in the jungle. Fuck me. Several black lines also appeared on Li Yu's forehead. He then suggested, should we let the third brother play Kai Wenji? Let him start by playing as a support to get used to the game? As soon as he finished speaking, Luda stretched out his hand to stop the former. Call. Luda took a deep breath. Then he shook his hands and said, damn it, isn't it just Kai Wenji playing in the jungle? I'll beat them all the same. Don't panic, trust me. Lin Yu looked up at the three people whose expressions changed drastically. He looked at the phone screen again. Feel. Something seems wrong. Lin Yu sighed. Jungler, Kai Wenji. Top lane, Ma Chao. Mid lane, Sun Shangxiang. Bottom lane, Zhuangzhou Little Luban. Assistants? What? You want a support for a match? Get out. I want to be alone. Do you live? Chun Weiwei. As a person with millions of fans on Do You Live? A King of Glory game anchor who combines entertainment and technology. Today, it was his first day to challenge random strangers to play. Chun Weiwei faced the computer screen. He said to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile, Dear viewers, welcome to Chun Weiwei's live broadcast room. From today on, I'm going to do something fancy. Start a random match with strangers, then pick a way to kill him 20 times without dying. Please bear witness for me. If I don't get 20 kills, I will give 1,000 yuan to the brothers in the live broadcast room for one less kill. As soon as Chun Weiwei finished speaking, countless comments flashed across the live broadcast room. Just wait for Changgo to cry and give away 20,000 yuan. Brothers, we have made a fortune. Come with sacks to pick up the money. Come one by one. Don't crowd. Chinggo, what if you die or lose the game? Yes, there must be punishment for this, and it must be severe. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Chun Weiwei chuckled. He laughed and said, Will I die? That's fine. If I die once, I will live stream myself washing my hair while standing upside down. If I lose the game, I will smash this computer on the spot. Just wait for Ching Go to smash the computer. Ching Go, calm down. You spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to configure this computer. It would be a shame to break it. Just mail it to me. Ha ha ha. Chen Weiwei has long been accustomed to the teasing from the audience in the live broadcast room. Just click on the screen. Then a smile of success appeared on his face. What a pity. I have to disappoint you this time, because I am playing a platinum trumpet this time. Chen Weiwei showed the screen of his mobile phone, and there was the platinum logo on the screen. Everyone in the live broadcast room. The entire live broadcast room audience was stunned for a few seconds. Then there was a wave of greetings. What the hell? You, a glory king, are playing platinum sentences? Fuck, Ching Go, you are such a bitch. Don't bother to stop him. I want to slap his ass in the face. Chen Weiwei smiled and shook his head. Then click the Start Matching button. As soon as you enter the hero selection interface, Chen Weiwei chose Guan Yu in seconds. Come on, today I will show you how to use Guan Yu. He will make the opponent's top laner scream and question his life. That's all. Didi. As the final seconds came to an end, the game also entered the waiting interface. Chen Weiwei sighed. Guan Yu. Jungle Sun Wukong. Wang Zhaojun in the middle. Bottom lane Bailey Shouyue. Assist Zhong Kue. Damn it, Kai Wenji is playing in the jungle. The opponent is doing some cool moves. As soon as the opponent's lineup is revealed, Chen Weiwei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Playing in the platinum game is getting more and more expensive now. Kai Wenji and the jungler are all out. Awesome. It seems that it's normal to have only one Ma Chao on the opposite side. Hehe, I will take the initiative to help you quit your internet addiction later. Drop. The picture flashed, officially entering the canyon. Chen Weiwei laughed. Then he started running while controlling Guan Yu. As an anchor who combines awareness and operation, I will predict the direction of the opponent's top laner in advance, predict the opponent's movements, and predict the opponent's predictions. So, this Ma Chao, first blood will definitely be given. Chen Weiwei led the soldiers to the intersection of the top lane. At this time, his horse's head also lit up. Chen Weiwei's eyes lit up. Ma Chao is on the opposite side, in the bushes. Thinking of this, Chen Weiwei controlled Guan Yu and slashed straight at Ma Chao in the bushes. Consume a wave. Just as Guan Yu's sword fell. Next second, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the bushes. Then it passed through Guan Yu's body. Not spicy. A critical hit number of 160,000 appeared above Guan Yu's head. Then, Chen Weiwei was stunned. Chapter 48. Where is my big move? What the hell? Looking at the darkened phone screen, Chen Weiwei was stunned for a few seconds. Then he stood up from the chair in an instant. My Guan Yu was shot dead in 1 second? What? Level 1 Ma Chao killed my Guan Yu with one shot? A damn 160,000 critical hit. Is this the kind of damage a human can inflict? Is the spear in your hand filled with explosives? Fuck your brother. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. They were stunned for a few seconds. Then a flood of barrages of comments flashed across the screen of the live broadcast room. Fuck, that's awesome. 160,000 critical hits. This shot at least hit my ass. It's not just the anus. It's directly pierced and exploded. Hello everyone. I just want to ask about these 160,000 critical hits. Is it normal? Normal but not normal. Normal is bullshit. I've been playing games for so long. If anyone can tell me which hero can deal such high damage at level 1, I'll kill him on livestream. This is obviously cheating. The anchor encountered a cheater in the first game. Report him now, you cheating dog. Watching the barrage of comments constantly crossing the screen of the live broadcast room. Call. Chen Weiwei exhaled deeply. A pair of eyes gradually became playful. Okay, you cheating dog, but you're going to be in trouble if you run into me. Then he sat back in his chair. Said to the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, don't rush to report it. The other side is just cheating. It's just a small cheat. Look, I will still beat them. After saying, Chen Weiwei controls Guan Yu. Run out of the spring again. This time, he wants to avenge his previous humiliation. And, I met a cheater. Isn't the live broadcast room more lively? I can win the game even if the opponent is cheating. If you tell anyone about this, it will be talked about for a year. The other side. Lu Dagong controlled Kai Wenji to come to his blue zone. I haven't waited for my own blue dad to come out yet. The first blood announcement sounded. Oh my god, we got first blood so quickly? Luda looked at the screen. It shows that our Ma Chao killed the enemy Guan Yu. Is Lao San really that good at playing games? Or is the Guan Yu on the other side too weak? It's only been 20 seconds since the game started. The opponent gave away a head. Is Lin Yu so good at playing games? Although he was shocked, he reacted quickly. Then he patted Lin Yu's shoulder with a smile. Said, "Oh my god, Lao San, you're awesome. You got first blood so quickly. Tell me the truth. Are you some kind of glory champion?" Bailey Baoju interjected. The king of glory champion entered college in a low-key manner and hid his identity for many years. One day, a roommate accidentally logged into his account. Instantly, the whole world was shocked and shouted that the man is back. Li Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh my god, this is the plot of a cool novel. Anal sex, you are such a genius." Lin Yu. Watching my 3 roommates talking nonsense there, Lin Yu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Then he looked at the other's self on the phone screen. Just insert it casually. Are all these heroes so fragile now? Continue on the line. In Lin Yu's vision, the surrounding scene became 3-dimensional again. He stood on flat ground with a spear in his hand. Brush. He poked a soldier lightly, and the soldier fell to the ground. Then, gold coins with numbers on them emerged from the corpse. The gold coins floated into his body and then disappeared. The gold coins in his backpack also increased by 40. Ding ding ding. Before Lin Yu could poke another soldier again, the sound of horse hooves rang right beside his ears. Then I saw Guan Yu riding a chestnut horse not far away. He rushed towards him with the Ching long sword in his hand. But halfway through his run, he started spinning in circles. That look. It seemed like he was looking for the right time to attack. Chun Weiwei operates Guan Yu. He began to wander around Lin Yu slowly. The opponent's damage is ridiculously high. I can only keep at it. When I reach level 4, I will pin him to the ground and rub him. Chun Weiwei had an extremely serious expression on his face. Since the opponent is cheating, I want to kill him back. It's just relying on his exquisite operation and body skills. But I don't know if it's because the other party knows that I'm cheating. So don't be too reckless. He just kept clearing the soldiers and didn't rush over the tower to kill me. Humph, if you are such a coward, then what's the point of cheating? Chun Weiwei curled his lips. As the next wave of soldiers are eaten, Chun Weiwei also successfully reached level 4. Yoha, level 4 Guan Yu. I'll push your cock up into the air. After reaching level 4, Chun Weiwei gained a lot of confidence. At the moment when the two sides' troops were fighting, Chun Weiwei's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. Think of this. Chun Weiwei started sprinting without hesitation. Then he went around to the bushes behind Lin Yu. Next second, Chun Weiwei saw that the opponent's Ma Chao was approaching his defense tower. Just click on the ultimate move. He aimed at Lin Yu's body and used his ultimate move. Die for me. As soon as the ultimate move is activated, several figures suddenly appeared around Guan Yu and rushed towards Lin Yu. Chun Weiwei jumped up from his chair excitedly. Ma Chao was killed as soon as he started sprinting. Brush. Lin Yu, who was clearing the soldiers in front, seemed to have sensed something as well. Subconsciously, I turned my head and looked behind me. When he saw Guan Yu rushing towards him with the Qing long sword in hand, his face remained expressionless. Instead, he slowly raised the pitch-black spear in his hand. Just in this moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt that there was an additional idea in his brain. Buzz. The gun body shook slightly. Lin Yu's gaze was also focused on one point. Brush. The next moment, the spear pierces out. Point directly to the black spot. Bite. A crisp sound of metal collision was heard. I saw the tip of Lin Yu's spear and Guan Yu's blade collided strongly. Then, the shadows around Guan Yu disappeared. Guan Yu's originally running body was stopped by Lin Yu's shot. One shot, one person resisted Guan Yu's charge. Chun Weiwei. Chun Weiwei's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His eyes were as big as bells. Next second, a roar roared out from his throat. What the hell? Where is my ultimate move? I have such a big ultimate move. Chapter 49. This spear can also. Where's my ultimate? Chun Weiwei looked at the picture on the phone, which seemed to be still. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was so wide that he could almost fit several duck eggs in at the same time. What happened? Where is Guan Yu's ultimate move? Where did my ultimate move go? You've been killed by the enemy. Before Chun Weiwei could come to his senses, Ma Chao on the opposite side had already walked lightly to the side of Guan Yu. Then he took out his spear and poked it lightly. A terrifying number appears again. Then, Chun Weiwei's phone screen went black again. Just when Chun Weiwei fell down, at this moment, Teammates also sent greetings. Whoever sends me off is whose father. Guan Yu, don't send me off. Chen Weiwei. And then, a few seconds passed. Our defense tower has been destroyed by the enemy. Chen Weiwei's Guan Yu died in a very cool manner. The whole process lasts very short time. From Chen Weiwei's handsome face. Then his screen went black. It took less than 3 seconds in total. The people in the live broadcast room just saw. Chen Weiwei rushed forward and then disappeared. Gone. What the hell is this? It took a few seconds for the audience in the live broadcast room to react. They looked at the screen and then rubbed their eyes vigorously. Some people who couldn't believe it commented, "What the hell? It rushed up and then it disappeared?" Chun-Go opened the big move and then the screen went black again. Where's your positioning? Where's your operation? The host died too quickly. I didn't see it clearly. So can he die again? Looking at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Chen Weiwei jumped up from the ground. Then he shouted at the audience in the live broadcast room in a loud voice. "Brothers, run. This cheat is too powerful. My ultimate skill was directly destroyed by the opponent's Ma Chao. Hurry, hurry. Report it." "What did you say?" "Let me not rush to report it. Just abuse him first." "I'll abuse your uncle." "Who the hell mentions this again today?" "I will break off your turtle's third brother." After speaking to the audience in the live broadcast room, Chen Weiwei also clicked on the team voice without hesitation. "Brothers, I encountered a cheater. This Ma Chao is a cheater. His normal attack has a critical hit of 260,000, and he also used the tip of his spear to destroy my Guan Yu's ultimate move." "Who sent me whose father?" "Ma Chao used the tip of his spear to destroy Guan Yu's ultimate move. Is that okay? Whoever gives me a gift will have his ass exploded." 26, brother. You are probably not awake yet. Rockets send you to the sky. Noob, if you can't win, just say the opponent is cheating. You gave away 2 kills in less than 2 minutes. How can you be ashamed? The axe that likes to chop people. Stop making noise, Guan Yu. Don't send me off. How about changing the route, Guan Yu? You go to the archer route. Seeing that his 4 teammates ignored him, Chen Weiwei was dumbfounded. I'm so fucking. Don't you guys use your eyes to look at your own confrontation path? Can't you see such a huge 260,000? The other 4 were not going to listen to Chen Weiwei's nonsense. He even used the tip of his spear to interrupt Guan Yu's ultimate move. Oh, can this thing be called a plugin? That's clearly just writing a program. Shaked his head. Bailey Shouyao on the shooter lane stuck to the wall and ran towards the confrontation lane happily. Wait until I kill the opponent's Ma Chao in 1 second. I wonder what else you, Guan Yu, can say. Bailey Shouyao arrived at the confrontation road. Ma Chao on the opposite side just came back from somewhere. He also had a blue bag on his body. Just now, Lin Yu killed Chen Weiwei's Guan Yu. He clicked on the defense tower a few times, and it exploded after just a few seconds. Then Lin Yu looked at Luda and the other 3. Luda was trying hard to pinch a jackal-like monster with normal attacks. Li Yu was using Zhuang Zhou to madly fight against Zhong Kuei on the opposite side. Bailey Baoju's short-legged Luban was at the shooter's lane, being pinned to the ground and rubbed by the opposite Sun Wukong. The remaining unknown teammate is dancing with Wang Zhaojun. Lin Yu felt really bored. So he took his spear and took a walk around the jungle area on the opposite side. By the way, I killed a blue daddy in an instant and took him to the confrontation lane. When Lin Yu appeared in the confrontation road, Bailey Shouyao, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Hey, isn't this the one who brought me my dad? Think of this. Then squat down. Start sniper mode. Target determination. Azimuth 1 o'clock. Distance 500. Wind direction. Calm weather. Loaded. Emission. Bang. A tongue of fire with a beautiful tail shot out from the barrel. Shoot straight towards Lin Yu at 1 o'clock. One shot directly killed him. Brush. At the moment when Bailey Shouyao's spear spewed out flames, Lin Yu, who was not far away, trembled suddenly. Then his eyes subconsciously looked not far away. Where? A bullet was shooting towards him. The bullet is very fast, but Lin Yu moved even faster. Lin Yu just turned his body slightly. Phew. The bullet passed right in front of Lin Yu. Oh my god, this move is quite sexy. The man who was controlling Bailey Shouyao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw it. Then he squatted down again. If one bullet doesn't hit you, then quickly fire another one. But when his body just squatted down, Lin Yu, who was not far away, focused his eyes slightly. Then he stepped lightly on the ground with his feet. The whole person jumped up from the ground. Oh? Seeing Ma Chao suddenly jump up, the man who was controlling Bailey Shouyao couldn't help but bulge his eyes. What the hell? Lin Yu, who jumped into the sky, was shocked. He held the spear in his right hand and put it behind his head. The entire upper body also bent backwards. Afterwards, Lin Yu let out a roar. The upper body is also restored instantly. Next second, he threw the spear in his hand out. Swish, swish, swish. The spear cut through the air. It went straight into Bailey Shouyao, who was leaning against the wall with a confused look on his face. Boom, followed by a loud thud. Then there was a broadcast voice. Bailey Shouyao was killed in battle. Chapter 50. Is this the damage that a human can inflict? Puff. Chen Weiwei, who had been paying attention to the situation in the confrontation lane, looked at the bright red numbers floating from Bailey Shouyao. The mouthful of yogurt I just drank was sprayed out directly. I'm so fucking. How much more? 77 digits? This hurts. Can a human being type this? And did Ma Chao just make a javelin-throwing motion? Chen Weiwei seemed like he had lost his soul. He collapsed directly on the gaming chair. Big brother, I am very skeptical now. Are you two playing the same game? Have you ever seen Ma Chao throwing the spear like this? Hemp. My worldview has been shattered again. This game is not fun at all. I want to go home and watch Iron Man. Woo woo woo. As the kill notification came again from the confrontation road. Brush. Lu Da's eyes couldn't help but light up. He stood up from the chair in a flash. Oh shit. Sure. The third brother is so good at playing games. I'll have to see how this guy operates. Think of this. He quickly walked to Lin Yu and patted the latter on the shoulder. Just about to speak a few words to praise Lin Yu. His eyes involuntarily turned to the screen in Lin Yu's hand. Next second, his eyes bulged suddenly and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. And at this moment, Lin Yu was also basically familiar with his body in the Canyon of Kings. After killing Bailey Shouyao, his eyes turned to the enemy crystal thousands of miles away. Brush. Next second, Lin Yu didn't hesitate at all. Raise your gun and speed up. Then he rushed out directly. When approaching the opponent's second defense tower, Lin Yu did not slow down at all. Put away your gun. Stab out. Boom. A loud bang. What followed was the scene that Lu Da saw. He watched Lin Yu put his hands on his chest, but Ma Chao on the screen picked up his gun and rushed towards the opponent's defense. Before Lu Da could react, with a loud bang, I saw the other side's defense tower slowly floating up. The defense tower exploded directly. Snap. Lu Da opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. The cell phone also fell directly from his hand and hit the ground. He looked at Lin Yu, who was concentrating on the phone screen, with an extremely shocked expression. Then he couldn't help but raise his palm. Just slap yourself hard on the cheek. Bang. Next second, his cheeks turned red instantly. Oh my god, you bastard. What are you doing? Both Li Yu and Bailey Baoju were startled by Lu Da's sudden action. Li Yu pushed his glasses. Then he walked to Lin Yu and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you shocked by the exquisite operation of Yu Shen?" Speaking of, his eyes also turned to Lin Yu. Afterwards, bang, there was another slap. After Li Yu slapped himself, his eyes met Lu Da's. Then, bang, both of them attacked at the same time. At the same time, he slapped the other cheek on the side that was not red. Hiss. Feeling the pain on both cheeks, Lu Da and Li Yu both took a step back in unison. I feel pain. I'm not dreaming. Well, Bailey Baoju, who was standing by, watched the two's actions and blinked in confusion. Puzzled, he asked, "Did you two suddenly go crazy?" His words had just fallen. Lu Da and Li Yu walked up to him with numb expressions on their faces. What? Seeing the two people walking towards him, Bailey Baoju asked subconsciously. Bang! Bang! Next second, two crisp slaps were heard. There were bright red slap marks on both sides of Bailey Baoju's cheeks. I was suddenly slapped twice. Bailey Baoju was stunned at first. Then he roared directly at the two of them. Fuck you two, are you sick? Jill is itchy, right? Do you want me to use an electric saw to saw off your dicks? Lu Da and Li Yu simply ignored Bailey Baoju's roar. He looked at Lin Yu's screen again. Bailey Baoju saw that the two of them completely ignored him. The muscles at the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. After Lin Yu broke through the enemy's second defense tower, he just stood there. After he had just fired that shot, suddenly, an inexplicable thought popped up in his mind. That thought, it seemed as if some picture had been vaguely sketched in Lin Yu's mind. Over time, the picture became clearer and clearer. Got it. Sudden. Lin Yu, standing in the same place, seemed to have realized something. Then he closed his eyes. His hands involuntarily grasped the spear in his hands. This shot can split the earth and break the air. Lin Yu raised his spear. Then it slowly ejected. Call out. The spear is as black as ink. With its tail trembling, it flew towards the opponent's crystal. As the pitch-black spear flew past, the land in the canyon along the way was directly cracked apart inch by inch. The sky seemed to be split in half by an invisible sword. Half is dark and one side is bright. Boom. Everyone who was fighting heard the roar. They all turned their heads and looked towards the confrontation road. The next moment, they saw a pitch-black spear rushing out from their sight. Then he forcibly pulled their phone screens and flew towards his own high ground. Brush. The spear brushed past the high ground defense tower. Boom. There was a loud bang. The high ground defense tower exploded. And then, the spear pierced directly into the bright red crystal. Snap. A crisp cracking sound was heard. Next second, I saw countless cracks instantly covering the entire crystal like spider silk. Then, bang. The bright red crystal exploded. Countless air waves spread out in all directions from the explosion site. Well, Bailey Shouyao, who had just come back to life, looked at the sweeping gust of air. His expression was numb, and he just stood there. Etc. He was just about to speak. Next second, endless bright red air waves directly engulfed him. Bailey Shouyao was killed in battle. Halala. Under countless bright red air waves. The enemies Wang Xiaojun and others had not yet reacted and followed Bailey Shouyao's footsteps. Touch it. What's going on? Lin Yu's teammates couldn't help but be stunned. Next second, a bright red wave suddenly appeared in his eyes. What is this? A hidden Easter egg in King of Glory? Brush. A bright red air wave swept past. You have been killed by Ma Chao. Teammate. Snap. Before he could react, suddenly, the same cracking sound came from his own crystal. Then, boom. With a loud bang, a blue light also rose from his own crystal. Then, two huge words appeared on his screen. Fail. Chapter 51 Don't Move, Robbery. Dormitory 321, Shanghai University. Luda and the other two stared blankly at their own crystal rising into the sky. Then there was an explosion. The three of them looked at each other. They all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This is fucking. My own crystal also exploded. What the hell? Old third. Luda saw Lin Yu sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. After hesitating for a while, finally, he mustered up the courage and slowly walked to Lin Yu's side. He was about to reach out and pat the other person's shoulder. Brush. Next second, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Then he gently picked up a chopstick on the table and flicked it against the wall. Bang. Next second, the air made a sound of explosion. The chopstick turned into a stream of light and pierced into the wall. Boom. Followed by a dull thud. A small hole suddenly appeared on the wall of the dormitory. And that chopstick. The whole thing was completely immersed in the small hole. Luda, Li Yu, Bailey Chrysanthemum. The three of them opened their mouths wide. He looked at the small hole in the wall with horror. One by one, Yang Finger? Oh no. Finger-snapping magic? Lin Yu stood up and looked at his palm curiously. This soul-destroying magic technique is similar to a way of separating one's own soul. Then it attaches itself to a living creature. Through comprehension, one can gain some special abilities from that creature. This time, Lin Yu jumped from Ma Chao's body, gained the ability to easily control the gun with qi. Now, I am finally like the warriors in martial arts novels. Lin Yu was overjoyed. What about picking leaves to hurt people? Using qi to control the sword. Everything is no longer a dream. Cheer up your mood. Only then did Lin Yu turn his gaze towards Luda and the other two. Seeing the three of them looking at him with dull expressions, Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, the three looked at Lin Yu. I looked at the small hole in the wall again. What happened to us? Don't you know it best? Well, seemed to notice the gazes of the three people. Lin Yu couldn't help scratching his head. I was just too focused. For a moment, I forgot that they were still in the dormitory. Bang. Luda patted his stiff cheek. Then he forced a smile on his face. Nothing. I just think that you beat Ma Chao really well, third brother. Li Yu and Bailey Baoju also nodded. I have been in the King of Pesticides business for many years. This is the first time I see someone accomplishing this as Ma Chao. It's really worthy of it. The third god. Luda didn't waste too much energy on this. He hugged Lin Yu's shoulders and said with a smile, "Third brother, the game is over. To be honest, we haven't really hung out together yet. Do you have time? Let's go out for a walk?" Lin Yu heard this and nodded. It just so happened that he also wanted to see the Magic City. Well, everyone, pack up and go find a restaurant outside to eat tonight. Then, the four of them packed up simply. Then he walked out of the gate of Magic City University. 10 minutes later, on a street in the Magic City, Lin Yu and his three companions each held a bucket of popcorn, walking on the sidewalk of the street very casually. Oh, you know what? The Magic City is so developed. Lu munched on popcorn, while speaking to Lin Yu and the other two, while constantly looking at the young girls passing by. Don't say. This dress is so big and white. Liu pushed his glasses. He rolled his eyes at Lu Da. The three of them even knew what kind of pants the other was wearing today. Of course he knew what Lu Da was thinking. He shook his head, and then his eyes involuntarily looked at the ant next to him. Lu Da is still short-sighted. These days, only these anties are truly the best choice. Bailey Baoju is completely different from the other two. All his attention was now focused on the popcorn in his hand. Grab a handful of popcorn. Click, click, click. It tastes so delicious. Lin Yu followed beside him. His eyes kept looking at the surrounding buildings. The Magic City is indeed worthy of being called the Magic City. These buildings. Sudden. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. His eyes were fixed on a car not far away. I saw the car slowly stop in front of the Magic City Bank. Then four people dressed in black came out. The four of them looked at each other. Then they all walked into the bank holding a handbag. Lin Yu frowned as he looked at the four people entering the bank. I don't know why. He always felt that something was going to happen. Bang! Just as his thought came to mind, a gunshot suddenly rang out from inside the Magic City Bank. Murder! Call the police. Someone is robbing. Then screams rang out one after another. I saw it at the entrance of Modu Bank. Pedestrians with panicked expressions came crawling out from somewhere. Brush. See this? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this a robbery? Inside the Magic Bank, a man in security uniform fell to the ground, twitching helplessly. On his chest, a bullet hole was constantly oozing blood out. No one dared to breathe, and everyone lay on the ground with fear on their faces. Just now, four men wearing hoods suddenly rushed into the bank. Then he shot the security guard without saying a word. The leading man in black looked around with a gun in hand. Then a hoarse voice came from under the hood. Here, who's the manager? I'll count to 3. Stand up. 1, 2. I am the manager. Just when the leading man in black was about to say 3, a middle-aged man with a big belly slowly stood up from the crowd of people lying down. He looked at the guns in the hands of the 4 men and swallowed hard. Then he walked tremblingly through the crowd to the leader of the men in black. The leader simply glanced at the latter. Then he directly threw a cell phone to the other person. Call the police and tell them we want 100 million in cash, plus a bulletproof car, and have the car and money delivered to the bank within 10 minutes. The middle-aged manager was stunned when he heard this. His voice hasn't fallen yet. The leading man in black raised his gun and shot the security guard lying on the ground in the head. Bang! Another gunshot. The security guard who was groaning on the ground died instantly. Don't shout. I'll kill anyone who dares to shout. After dealing with the security guard, the leading man in black put the gun to the manager's head. Now, call me immediately, or you will be the next one to be shot. Chapter 52. Don't ask for help. Hurry up and prepare for the Woola-woo. It took less than 3 minutes for the pot-bellied manager to make the call. Police cars with sirens blaring gathered from all directions. Click. Police cars stopped one after another. Then, one by one, armed police officers filed out of the police car. Evacuate the surrounding people immediately. As soon as the police showed up, the first thing to do is to evacuate nearby pedestrians to a safe place. Then seal off the surrounding area. Finish this. Then they looked towards the Magic City Bank and prepared for battle. Brush. A police car stopped in front of the Magic City Bank. Then a middle-aged man with a resolute look walked out of the police car. Chief of the Shinya District Police Station in Modu. Hifeng. What's the situation now? Hifeng walked up to a police officer, looked towards Modu Bank and asked. The police officer said, according to the report, the other party demanded 100 million in cash, plus a bulletproof car, which had to be delivered to the bank door within 10 minutes. 100 million in cash? Hifeng couldn't help but frowning when he heard that. So much cash. A bulletproof car is also needed. This time the robber. Just when Hifeng fell into deep thought, there was suddenly a huge noise outside the blockade. Hifeng looked over. Suddenly, a group of reporters with cameras and microphones emerged from outside the blockade. They are constantly rushing into the blockade. Move aside. Move aside. I'm Zhang Xiaonan from the Magic City News Agency. Let me in. I'm a reporter for the cover of Magic City magazine. Please let us in. I'm from the Magic City Private Detective Agency, Mr. Police Officer. Facing those noisy reporters, the police officers could only keep persuading them. Sorry, it's very dangerous in there. Please stay calm. Zhang Xiaonan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Calm down? How can you ask us to calm down? This is a major robbery. We have to go in. I'm telling you, I know the immortal Taoist priest of Yuhua Mountain. If you don't let me in, I will send the immortal to descend. Yes, immortals. Oh no, I don't know any immortals. Anyway, we have to be at the scene first. Let us in. My uncle's son, his wife's cousin's third aunt's sister's grandson is a lawyer. If you don't let me in, I will sue you. Listen to the unreasonable shouting of these reporters. The faces of some police officers also turned grim. Let them in. At this moment, He Feng's call rang. What bureau? The police officer next to him was stunned. He Feng raised his hand to stop him from speaking. Said, if they can't get in today, they won't stop. If they make too big a fuss about the incident, it might cause panic. He Feng's order had just been given. Zhang Xiaonan and other reporters couldn't wait any longer. He pushed the police officer next to him away and rushed to the front at high speed. Zhang Xiaonan rushed to He Feng first. Just raised the microphone and asked, excuse me, are you the person in charge here? I am Zhang Xiaonan, a reporter from Magic City News Agency. Can you answer a few questions for me now? Excuse me, is the Magic City Bank really experiencing a robbery now? What are the robbers' conditions? Are there any hostages at the Magic City Bank? Are the hostages in danger of death? Are there any casualties among the hostages? Listening to Zhang Xiaonan's endless questions, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in He Feng's eyes. The questions asked by these reporters are too tricky. Suppressing dissatisfaction. Just about to speak. Bang. Sudden. A gunshot and a series of screams were heard from inside the Magic City Bank. Zhang Xiaonan was so scared that he jumped up from the ground. Then he jumped straight into the cameraman's arms. The man's head fell directly on the chest of the male cameraman. Oh my God, please give me a hug. Male cameraman. The other reporters' faces changed drastically at the same time, and they all retreated. Murder. Bang. Another gunshot. Shut the fuck up. The screaming stopped abruptly. Everyone felt like a duck with its neck suddenly grabbed by a hand. After a moment of silence, a hoarse roar came from inside. Alpaca, you guys keep yelling outside. Where is the money and car I want? If you don't see what I want in 10 minutes, I'll kill someone every 10 seconds. Hear the robbers roar. He Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He hurriedly took the golden trumpet from the police officer next to him. He shouted inside, don't worry about the 100 million. No hurry, no hurry, no hurry. No hurry to wait until your sister-in-law makes dumplings for us? He Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. The roar of the robbers was heard again from the Magic City Bank. He Feng. No. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? You robbers shouldn't have to deal with us police officers first. How come there is no room for maneuver now? Don't bother talking nonsense. Hurry up and prepare your blind man, or I won't be able to hold the bullets in my gun, etc. Hear this sound. He Feng simply threw away the small golden trumpet in his hand. At this time now, there's no point in talking about a few more moves. Still need to collect 100 million in cash and a bulletproof car immediately. On the periphery, Lin Yu looked at the Magic City Bank, which was becoming increasingly noisy. He turned around and looked at Luda and the other two who were stunned. He patted Luda's shoulder and asked, Boss, do you have any banknotes? Luda was stunned when he heard this. Then he subconsciously touched himself. Then he shook his head. Liu and Bailey Baoju also shook their heads wildly. This era. Who carries paper money when going out? Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he touched his body. Next second, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Then he took out a worn-out coin. Oh, I'm going. Do Banxian. Your coin has done a great job. At the same time, Mount Everest summit. Hu. Do Banxian, who was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, sneezed. Then he subconsciously rubbed his body with his hands. Damn, this place is so cold. On the side, the crane lay flat on the snow with its legs crossed. From time to time, he exhaled a puff of white air from his mouth and blew it towards Do Banxian, who was standing beside him. This is a long-term meal ticket. Nothing can happen. Why? Now I don't know what the owner is doing. Your little crane. I miss you so much. Carrots. Chapter 53, Why Have I Never Seen This Reporter? The entrance of Modu Bank. Zhang Xiaonan and other reporters have retreated outside the cordon. Some reporters even took the initiative to glue together the cordon they had just torn off. They looked a little pale. He was obviously very scared. Inside the cordon, Feng stood next to the police car. From time to time, he looked at the watch on his wrist. The anxiety on his face was evident. Time passes by every second. The situation of the entire Magic City Bank is becoming increasingly serious. On some buildings across from the Modu Bank, a sniper holding a sniper rifle lay motionless on the roof. Use the scope to aim at the main entrance of the Magic City Bank. The order they received was, when the robbers appeared at the door of the bank, ensure the safety of the hostages. If necessary, the robbers can even be killed directly. Periphery. Lin Yu held the coins he had found from Do Banxian. After a brief pause, he walked toward the cordon. The third. Luda and the other two saw this. The words I was about to say got stuck in my throat. Lin Yu easily squeezed into the crowd and walked next to Zhang Xiaonan. Reach out your hand and touch it. When he took his hand out again, there was an extra press pass in his hand. He quickly walked up to the police officer and spread out the back of his press card. Reporter of Magic City News Agency. After saying, Lin Yu ignored the police officer who was standing there in a daze. He raised the cordon and walked straight in. Police officer. What's happening? Aren't you journalists scared away? Ah. Zhang Xiaonan, who was behind, heard the voice and subconsciously widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu. What? From the same place as me? No. Why haven't I seen this person before? I saw Lin Yu walk into the cordon slowly. Reporters from other news agencies nearby couldn't help but move closer to Zhang Xiaonan. I'm going to Zhang Xiaonan. Your Magic City News Agency is really a hidden talent. When did you recruit such a ruthless person? Zhang Xiaonan. The reporter on Zhang Xiaonan's left pursed his lips. Unhappy said, Zhang Xiaonan, it seems that your boss still doesn't trust you, the #1 trump card of the Magic City News Agency, and he even sent 2 people here. Some journalists also began to add fuel to the fire. Yes, look at them. This is what we call rising to the challenge. Hey. It looks like it won't be long before the top trump card of your Magic City News Agency will change hands. Brush. Hear what that person says. Zhang Xiaonan couldn't help but bulge his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the man by the collar. You're talking bullshit. The first trump card of the Magic City News Agency is robbery, right? I'm not lying. After saying, just throw your sleeves. He snatched the camera from the cameraman. Then he strode towards the cordon. No one is allowed to follow me. I want to see who dares to steal my limelight at this time. Next to the police car, Feng watched as the time set by the robbers was getting shorter and shorter. There was more and more cold sweat on my forehead. Only over 10 million in cash has been collected so far and is being anxiously transported over. Then he looked at the rooftops of buildings in the distance. According to the information conveyed by those snipers, the position that the robbers are currently in inside the bank is a complete blind spot for snipers. I just hope the cash that's coming in can keep these robbers at bay. If all else fails, I will have to go in and appease these robbers. Anyway, I have to make them trust me first. Have yourself as a hostage. These robbers should be less vigilant. Think of this. Feng was just about to reach out and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a young man walking towards him. Well, I saw the figure of a young man walking straight towards here. Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked behind the young man's figure. There was also a man running with a camera on his shoulder. Feng. Weren't these reporters just scared away? Why is there another one? A dedicated cameraman was also brought along. Lin Yu walked quickly to Feng's side. Then he patted the other person on the shoulder and said, Believe me. After saying, he simply skipped the ladder and headed straight for the Magic City Bank. Well, after being fooled by Lin Yu's series of actions, Feng was completely confused. Why does this sound so familiar? He blinked. He reacted immediately the next second. Etc. Feng was about to speak. Lin Yu has already walked into the bank. Brush. Lin Yu just entered the Magic City Bank. Zhang Xiaonan rushed to Feng carrying a camera. Oh my god. You work so hard. I saw Lin Yu rush into the bank without hesitation. Zhang Xiaonan's eyes almost popped out. Damn it. Let's fight. No one can take away my title of #1 trump card. After saying, he glanced at Feng, let out a strange cry, and then rushed in. Feng. Feng was stunned for 2 seconds. The next moment, his face suddenly turned red, and he yelled at Zhang Xiaonan. Damn it. Get back here. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhang Xiaonan could hear what Feng said. He rushed in screaming. Inside the Magic City Bank, the four robbers sat on a chair respectively. One of them had a pistol in his hand, and the other three had submachine guns in their hands. Looking at the people lying on the ground and shivering, the leading man in black couldn't help but sneer. Hey, look at them. Then he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It's been 8 minutes. Can these people out there do it? Can't such a big demon get 100 million oceans? Speaking of, he glanced at his men. He pointed at a few women lying on the ground. How about we kill him first and get him while he's still hot? Hey, hear the boss speak. The remaining 3 people couldn't help but laugh lewdly. Boss, you were so wise. I have been holding it in for months. I masturbate every day and my skin is almost bald. The man in black frowned. Old 4, the thick ones are called masturbation. Yours can only be called drawing lots. After saying, just ignore a woman's scream, he grabbed her hair and threw her in front of the 4th brother. Hurry up, I'll only give you 1 minute. Haha, if the 2nd brother talks too much, he can only last 3 seconds. Roll. The 4th brother raised his fist towards the 3rd brother. Then he picked up the submachine gun in his hand. Aim at the temple of the woman who was wailing and begging for mercy. Pull the trigger, etc. Sudden. Just at this moment, the leader spoke up. Then the 4 of them stopped laughing. Their eyes turned to the door almost at the same time. Where? I don't know when a slender figure was standing there. Chapter 54 Mommy. This life is worth it. Who? As soon as the slender figure appeared at the door, the 4 robbers jumped up from their chairs in an instant. The leading robber directly picked up his gun and pointed it at the figure at the door. Negotiation expert? The boss frowned. Then he waved his hand. Get lost now. We only want money, not some damn negotiation expert. I'm in a good mood right now and don't want to kill you. What negotiator? Just as the boss's words fell, Lin Yu, who was standing at the door, walked in slowly. He smiled at the 4 robbers. Said, I am not a negotiation expert. Hearing this, the boss raised the gun in his hand a little higher, aimed at Lin Yu's forehead. So what do you do? Come to tell us the money is ready? Lin Yu shook his head. Grass. Upon seeing this, the boss cursed angrily. Then he aimed at Lin Yu without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang. Fuck. Entrance. Zhang Xiaonan, who had just run to the door, didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. I just happened to see the robber shooting directly at Lin Yu. Zhang Xiaonan let out a scream. He knelt on the ground immediately and closed his eyes without hesitation. Oh shit. It turns out this bastard is here to die. Fuck your brother. Clang. But the scene where Lin Yu was hit by a bullet and wailed did not appear. Instead, Zhang Xiaonan only heard a crisp collision sound. Zhang Xiaonan slowly opened his eyes. Then he looked inside the bank again. Hiss. Next second, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Only in the bank, a bullet stood in front of Lin Yu. It was at least 40 to 50 centimeters away from Lin Yu's face, but we still couldn't move forward at all. And in front of that bullet, it was Lin Yu holding an old coin with one finger. Zhang Xiaonan. The 4 robbers. Oh, what the hell? What's happening? Use a coin to stop a bullet. I'm so fucking. Am I dazzled? Zhang Xiaonan rubbed his eyes hard. Then he looked inside the bank again. Lin Yu. Still standing there alive. Nothing to worry about. Gurgle. Zhang Xiaonan swallowed hard. Then slowly clicked the record button. Total feeling. This time, I must explode. Inside the bank, when the 4 robbers saw Lin Yu catch the bullet with a coin, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This guy shoots together. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 robbers directly picked up their submachine guns. Then he aimed at Lin Yu and pulled the trigger frantically. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. A moment. The spear spewed out countless tongues of fire and shot out countless bullets. It poured down towards where Lin Yu was like a rainstorm. Call. Facing bullets that were like a rainstorm blocking all his escape routes, Lin Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. His mind also poured into the coin in his hand. The immortal soul. Start up. Buzz. As Lin Yu's thoughts rose, countless silver-white threads that only Lin Yu could see swept out from the top of his head. Then it shot out in all directions. Snap. One by one, silver-white threads broke through layers of blockades. Stuck on the coins in the bank. Rise. Lin Yu's eyes opened quickly. Then pull with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. For a while, countless coins flew in from all directions. Break through the layers of glass. Gathered in front of Lin Yu. It condensed into an extremely thick round shield. The round shield is formed. Countless bullets followed. Ding ding ding. However, the bullets hit the round shield and bounced away instantly. The four of them fired for a long time. Finally swept a few lonely. Fuck. Fuck. See this scene. The robber and Zhang Xiaonan roared in shock almost at the same time. What the hell kind of monster am I? In a moment, countless coins whizzed in and formed a round shield directly. It's the immortal method. Outside the bank, Zhang Xiaonan has a big mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Hemp, I saw the real magic. This life, it's worth it. This kid is a monster. The leader reacted immediately. Then he directly pulled up an ordinary person next to him. I'm telling you, surrender now, otherwise, bang. He hadn't even finished his words, followed by a dull thud. Then his eyes widened with horror. Bang. His body fell slowly backwards. It was only seen between his eyebrows. At this time, a perfectly round coin was already sunken. When the other three robbers saw this, their faces changed drastically. Brother. The next moment, they were just about to make a move. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more coins came whizzing by. The 3 of them wailed and fell to the ground at the same time. Almost. Looking at the 3 people who fell down, Lin Yu nodded. These 3 lives are still saved. But I have completely lost my ability to move in this life. The rest is left to the police officers to handle. Lin Yu clapped his hands. Then he turned and left the bank. Brush. Lin Yu just walked out of the bank. A bulletproof car quickly stopped outside. Countless police officers already have guns in their hands. He Feng leaned against the police car. He kept yelling into the intercom. The robber is now extremely emotionally unstable, and gunshots have been heard from inside for a long time. I don't care about you guys. Just find the right angle and kill the robbers to avoid more casualties. What a bureau. The police officer who had been keeping an eye on the gate of Modu Bank beside Hifeng was suddenly stunned. Then he called out Hifeng several times. Seeing that the latter did not respond, he poked him again. What? He Ba He Lao Zi is busy now. No, Captain He, look after the gate. Hifeng was stunned, then subconsciously looked towards the gate of Modu Bank. At this time, a young figure slowly walked out from the gate. He stood at the gate and waved at everyone. Hifeng, what's happening? Aren't the robbers emotionally agitated and have already started killing people? How come this reporter is still alive? Beep beep. Just at this moment, a surprised voice came from Hifeng's intercom. Captain He, all the robbers have fallen. All the robbers have fallen. Huh. I heard the voice coming from the intercom. Hifeng was stunned. Chapter 55, are you Magneto? Name, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Identity, freshman in financial management at Magic City University. In the Magic City police station, Lin Yu sat on the chair. Hifeng and a police officer in charge of taking notes sat in front of him. Just 10 minutes ago, when Lin Yu leisurely walked out of the door of Magic City Bank, Hifeng then received a message from the sniper team that all the robbers had been killed. After he rushed into the bank, all I saw were 3 robbers wailing and 2 corpses. There were also countless bullet casings scattered on the ground, as well as countless broken remains of coins. Call. Retract your thoughts. Hifeng looked at Lin Yu, who was sitting on the chair again. He asked, do you have a girlfriend? Or a young boy? Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his head. He looked at Hifeng, who was standing in front of him with slightly shocked eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then said, Officer, is this also necessary to ask about the case? Hifeng pondered for a while, then nodded. Ahem, yes, this is a new special regulation. Lin Yu. The police officer next to Hifeng also looked puzzled. Heju, when was it added? Hifeng glared at the latter after hearing this. I was just added. Who is asking? Just keep your record. Police officer. The police officer pursed his lips in grievance, then lowered his head and concentrated on writing the statement. Snort. Hifeng snorted lightly. Then he silently turned the computer in front of him and placed it in front of Lin Yu. Now can you please tell me how this scene was done? Now on the computer screen, it was playing a video of Lin Yu waving his hands. There were countless coins all around, gathering towards where he was. Soon it condensed into a huge round shield. Then, bang bang bang, countless bullets were flying, but they were all blocked by the round shield made of coins. This scene, how to see? It's all so fucking outrageous. Hifeng stared at Lin Yu's expression with burning eyes. To be honest, when he saw this scene for the first time, his eyes almost popped out. Oh shit, if I didn't believe in science, I guess I have to catch Linyu and call him. Brother Magneto, is that you? Are there other heroes who have traveled to the present day? Tell me. I want to ask Thanos for an autograph. Well, looking at Hefeng, he seemed to have a look that seemed to melt him. Linyu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Big brother, don't look at me like that. I feel a little panicked. Then he looked at Hefeng and silently took out a coin. Just a snap of the fingers. Clang. Next second, the coin in his hand flew out of his hand. The coin spun slowly in the air a few times. Then, Hefeng and the others looked at him in shock. Slowly descend from the air. Ding. The coin falls. Hefeng. Police officer. The two men stared at the coin on the ground for about 3 or 4 seconds. Then, nothing happened. Well, the muscles at the corners of Hefeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. That's it? Are you kidding me? Hefeng stood up from his chair in a flash. Just about to speak. Boom. Next second, his shoulders suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by a heavy object. He didn't react at all and sat down on the ground. What bureau? The police officer nearby saw this. He also stood up hurriedly and pretended to pull Hefeng up. Boom. But when he stood up, next second, he also followed in Hefeng's footsteps. Boom. The buttocks made intimate contact with the floor again. Hefeng. Police officer. What's going on? Snap. Just when the two were stunned, a crisp cracking sound suddenly reached their ears. The two of them subconsciously looked at the coin lying on the ground. Don't know when. Countless cracks appeared on the floor around the coin. The cracks stretched out like spider silk, all over the room. Well, see this scene. Hefeng and the police officer looked at each other. They all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This. Bang. Bang. Next second, before the two of them could react, suddenly, there were loud, dull noises in the room around them. Then the surrounding walls seemed to be twisted by countless invisible forces. Thick steel bars broke through the concrete wall. They all appeared in front of the two of them, but only a few seconds. The two of them were surrounded by extremely sharp steel bars. Gurgle. Looking at the steel bar that is almost close to my face, Hefeng couldn't help but swallowing hard. This. His eyes turned to Linyu. His eyes were already filled with shock. This guy. It won't really be Magneto. Huh. Hey. Looking at the two people who were already frightened, Linyu touched his nose. Then he was about to speak. Swish. Just at this moment, a sound like rags being torn suddenly rang out in Linyu's mind. Next second, his expression suddenly changed. That is, the sound of a broken amulet. At the same time, on a deserted island thousands of miles away, puff. Zhao Debao was lying on the tree trunk. At some point, a blush suddenly appeared on his face. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hiss. Zhao Debao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he ripped open his chest. At this time, his chest had completely sunken in and was covered in blood. One could see with the naked eye that his ribs pierced his skin and were exposed. Then Zhao Debao took out an embroidered brocade bag from his chest and opened it. It is now inside the brocade bag. A talisman exuding an ancient atmosphere lay quietly. However, at this time, the talisman was already covered with cracks, as if it would turn into ashes and disappear at any moment. Hey, I didn't expect that by bringing Linyu this kid's farewell gift, he would also save my life. A smile appeared on Zhao Debao's lips. If it weren't for this magical talisman just now, I might have been blown into pieces by the opponent's Barrett. But little brat, I will repay you for saving my life in my next life. Zhao Debao looked into the depths of the jungle, where it seemed that there were 4 ghostly figures slowly approaching where he was. Pooh! Zhao Debao spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I don't know why this mission was leaked, but I curse that son of a bitch for giving birth to a son. Zhao Debao lay on the ground. This time, he no longer had the strength to run. Next steps. He was going to use up his last bit of strength. Let the other side see the iron-bloodedness of our soldiers. Chapter 56. Iron-blooded Instructor Zhao. Zhao Debao was lying on the ground covered in blood. The severe pain in his chest caused cold sweat to flow from his forehead. He picked up the saber beside him and forced himself to stand up. Afterwards, his eyes passed through the countless tall trees and grasses, locked on 4 ghostly figures not far away. The 4 figures were wearing camouflage coats. Just step by step, carefully, he followed the trail of blood left by Zhao Debao along the way and walked towards where he was. These grandsons are so cautious. looking at the four people's extremely cautious expressions. Zhao Debao couldn't help but licking his cracked lips. Then he touched the thumb-sized package around his waist. This time the mission. It is to bring the contents of the package back to the country safely. Unexpectedly, not long after we got the stuff, these bastards appeared to have ambushed us in advance. Zhao Debao and his men were caught off guard. All the brothers who followed Zhao Debao were killed in the battle. Zhao Debao escaped with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, I was hit by a barret from the opponent not long ago. If it weren't for the magical talisman given by Lin Yu, I guess I can't hold on till now. Hiss. Zhao Debao took a breath of cold air. Then his eyes narrowed. The things in the package must not be allowed to be accessed by these bastards. Think of this. Zhao Debao used his saber to push away the soft mud on the side, and then put the package in, compacted several times again. Finish this. Zhao Debao picked up the small stones scattered around. He ripped off his shirt, wrapped around a torn shirt. Call. Zhao Debao exhaled heavily. He looked at the package in his hand, which was almost the same size as before. Grit your teeth. He stuffed it directly into the broken part of his chest. Phew. As soon as Zhao Debao's palm touched the wound on his chest felt like a squeezed sponge. Countless blood spurted out immediately. Even through the gap, one could see Zhao Debao's internal organs exposed to the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yellow talisman inside the brocade bag was also flashing continuously. As Zhao Debao's hands went deeper and deeper, the frequency of the flashing light on the talisman is getting faster and faster. Ah! Zhao Debao let out a muffled groan, then exerted force with his palms. He stuffed the package directly into his chest. Swish. And at this time, the yellow talisman also completely stopped flashing. Phew. Afterwards, the talisman spontaneously ignites without fire. Finally, it burned until only the size of a little finger was left. It's obvious. The talisman has completely reached the critical value. Hoo. He really stuffed the package into his chest. Zhao Debao's face had already turned pale due to excessive blood loss. This time there was no trace of blood at all. His eyes also became extremely blurred, as if the next moment, Zhao Debao would close his eyes and never wake up again. As long as this thing doesn't fall into the hands of these bastards, my mission will be completely accomplished. In order to achieve a confusing effect, he also deliberately left a small space on his chest. That gap, I could just see the package inside Zhao Debao's chest. I could feel the fainting sensation coming to my mind. Zhao Debao gritted his teeth. Then he placed the saber in his own hand. Stroke with force. Swish. Another bloody cut. Feel the pain. Zhao Debao's originally unconscious consciousness was forced to wake up again. At this time, the four ghostly figures were less than 500 meters away from where Zhao Debao was. Zhao Debao picked up the saber. Push hard. Just in this moment, his face suddenly turned very red. The body seemed to be suddenly filled with countless power. Next second, he stamped his feet on the ground. The whole person rushed straight into the distance. Baga, where are you? Just as Zhao Debao moved, the four figures who were originally searching for Zhao Debao along the blood trail narrowed their eyes at the same time. A man in black spoke Sakurajima's words. Then he picked up the submachine gun in his hand. Da. Next second, countless bullets poured out. Bang, bang, bang. But just 1 second. The sound of countless bullets breaking through the air rang in Zhao Debao's ears. Zhao Debao took advantage of the situation and jumped up. Crackling. The place where he was originally located was swept by countless bullets. Countless pieces of soil splashed and wood chips flew. Some of the bullets were originally on track to hit Zhao Debao's back of the head. When it was less than 3 inches away from the back of the former's head, a piece of dirt will suddenly splash up from the ground and force the bullet to deflect. But Gaia dear. See this scene. The four men in black suddenly became angry. Did this person get lucky today? Barrett fired a shot before but was stopped by a tree that suddenly appeared. Now I have fired a round of bullets. This guy can still walk briskly. He is seriously injured and can't run far. We must bring back what he has today. See Zhao Debao disappear in front of them again. A man in black couldn't help but look extremely gloomy. Then he waved his hand. The four men chased after him again. Swish, swish, swish. Several people soon appeared at the place where Zhao Debao had just laid down to rest. There's blood on the ground. This guy bleeds so much, but he can still run. He deserves to be called the Iron Bull of Dragon Country. The four of them looked at the blood all over the ground, their faces filled with horror. Sudden, a man in black frowned. Then his eyes noticed the slightly loose soil on the ground. This is He lowered himself. He planned to use the short knife at his waist to remove the layer of mud. He shows up, chase him where the thing is. Just at this moment, a man in black beside him exclaimed, "Brush." The man in black who was squatting on the ground stood up instantly. Then he looked at Zhao Debeo, who was still running wildly in the grass not far away. On his chest, there seemed to be an extra long strip of blood. That's the thing. See that bloody strip? The four of them stopped hesitating. They all chased after him. 3 minutes later, bang! Zhao Debeo, who was running wildly, suddenly changed his expression. Next second, his face turned dark in an instant. The figure that was originally running seemed to have pressed the pause button. I also lost feeling in my legs. Bang! Afterwards, he fell headfirst into the ground. The duration of the last glimmer of light passed. Chapter 57. You haven't seen me at my most handsome. Magic City Police Station. Lin Yu's face looked a little gloomy. The sound of a broken amulet. What does that mean? Chu Ting or Zhao Debeo? What mortal danger had befallen them? No more hesitation. Lin Yu stood up quickly and waved his hand. The countless steel bars around seemed to have received Lin Yu's orders. With a rumble, it shrank back into the wall. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. However, the floor was broken and the surrounding walls had collapsed. Prove that all this is not a dream. He ignored Yifeng and the other man who were already stunned with fear on the ground. Lin Yu's mind sank into his heart. The amulet belonging to Chu Tong was still safe and sound. Belongs to Zhao Debeo. Brush. Lin Yu opened his eyes suddenly. The amulet that belongs to Zhao Debeo. At this time, it is only the size of a little finger. Officer, I have something extremely urgent to do right now. As for the inquiry into the case, I will talk to you when I come back. After leaving a word, Lin Yu's mind moved, shrinking the earth into an inch. Next second, Lin Yu's figure turned into a pool of black shadow and disappeared into the room. Yifeng. Police officer. When had the two of them ever seen such a scene? After Lin Yu's figure disappeared for a full 3 seconds, the two hugged each other and shouted, "Mom, there's a ghost." Shrinking the earth into an inch. Shrinking the earth into an inch. I used the shrinking technique more than 10 times in a row. The next time Lin Yu appeared was on the rooftop of the police station. Crane. Lin Yu clapped his hands. A thought resounded in the consciousness of the crane across thousands of miles. On Mount Everest. Brush. Shinhe, who was enjoying Do Banxian's hands-on full-body massage, suddenly opened his eyes. Well, looking at the crane that suddenly opened its eyes. Do Banxian was stunned for a moment, then said cautiously, "Master Crane, is my strength inappropriate?" Cry. Shinhe did not answer Do Banxian's words. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the ladder's collar. Then, before the ladder could react, it spread its wings. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared on Mount Everest. Brush. With a flash of light, the silhouette of the crane has already appeared high in the sky. Cry. He sensed that Lin Yu, who was thousands of miles away, made an extremely loud cry. Boom. Next second, countless deafening roars suddenly rang out in the sky. Do Banxian heard the voice and subconsciously raised his head. Afterwards, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. As the crane's call sounded, gurgle, the originally calm sky was suddenly filled with countless bubbles like boiling water. It began to boil violently. Strong tornadoes began to slowly form in the sky. In those terrifying tornadoes, you can vaguely see colorful lights converging. In the light of convergence, a colorful portal appeared in front of the crane. Gurgle. See this scene. Do Banxian couldn't help swallowing. This is fucking. What is going on again? Crane spreads wings. Rushed into the gate. Do Banxian let out a loud scream and subconsciously closed his eyes. Little crane. 3 seconds later, Do Banxian heard an extremely familiar voice. Before he opened his eyes, as a strong wind blew, the crane's body sank. Cry. Afterwards, the crane uttered another high-pitched cry. Soar into the sky again. Deserted island. Zhao Debeo's hands and feet were tied together, and he was hung upside down on a tree trunk. 4 men in black stood in front of him, looking at him with cold eyes. In the hands of one of the men in black, it was a stone wrapped in a bloody shirt. Call out. A man in black picked up a tree trunk as thick as his arm. Then he slapped Zhao Debeo hard on the head. Bang. Being hit in the head, Zhao Debeo spat out a large mouthful of blood. The whole head turned several times in the air before slowly stopping. A man in black squatted next to Zhao Debeo. He took out the dagger from his waist and put it on Zhao Debeo's face. Swish. Pull hard. A large piece of flesh was cut off. Tell me, where is the thing? Zhao Debao raised his head with difficulty. Pooh. He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at the former. If you have any tricks, just use them. If I give in to you bunch of bastards, I won't be called Zhao Debao anymore. Phew. The man in black reached out and wiped the spit off his face. Next second, his eyes narrowed. He simply picked up the dagger in his hand and stabbed it straight into Zhao Debao's back, then twisted hard. Baga, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that thing, and I'll consider letting you die more easily. Swish. The short knife kept rotating on the spine. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Even Zhao Debao. They all fainted from the pain. Phew. But when Zhao Debao just fainted, the man in black stabbed Zhao Debao directly in the thigh. Puff. Zhao Debao spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain was so severe that even fainting was a luxury for him. Seeing that Zhao Debao refused to give in, the leading man in black couldn't help but frown. Then he waved to someone. Said, Mr. Sangmu, inject him with special medicine. I don't believe he can hold on. The person next to him nodded. Then he took out a syringe and a small bottle from the box around his waist. After drawing the medicine in the vial into the syringe, the man walked directly to Zhao Debao and lifted his head. Then he stabbed it without hesitation. Cry. Just at this moment, a clear cry suddenly sounded in the sky. The man stopped moving his hands subconsciously. Next second, swish, 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 following the sound of 4 breaking through the air. Ah! Then there were 4 screams. Tap, tap, tap. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. I heard footsteps. Zhao Debao struggled to open his swollen eyes a tiny slit. When he saw Lin Yu appear beside him, he actually forced a smile on his face. Smelly boy, why are you here? But he is covered in blood now. How sad is that forced smile? It's a pity that you came at the wrong time, not when I was at my most handsome. Zhao Debao shook his head. Then his whole head drooped again. Buzz. At this time, the amulet on Zhao Debao's chest completely disappeared. Zhao Debao's eyes became blurry. Lin Yu is here. Then I feel completely relieved. Me now. Finally I can have a good sleep. Unconsciously, Zhao Debao seemed to see himself. Sleep your RM. Just at this moment, Lin Yu's voice suddenly exploded. Chapter 58, I need anesthesia. Sleep with your Malaysian ringgit. But just when Zhao Debao's consciousness was about to completely disappear, a roar that was almost like a roar suddenly came out of Lin Yu's mouth. He ignored the 4 men in black who were lying on the ground wailing. The figure flashed and appeared directly next to Zhao Debao. Swish. A flash of white light. The vines that tied up Zhao Debao broke directly. Lin Yu hugged Zhao Debao's body with both hands. Then he slowly laid his body flat on the ground. Lin Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Zhao Debao, whose body was covered with wounds. Almost all the bones in the body have been broken, and there are wounds everywhere. There is little blood coming out of the wound. That's not because the blood has stopped flowing. It's because there is really no more blood to flow in the body. System. Lin Yu's mind moved. A light board with blue light appeared before his eyes. Take out the Dahuandan. Ding. The Dahuandan was extracted successfully. Buzz. As the system prompt sound fell, a pill glowing with golden light appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Debao, whose chest had stopped rising and falling. Then he stuffed the Dahuandan into the latter's mouth without hesitation. Debao, hold on. Brush. At this time, the crane that was originally hovering in the sky also slowly landed on the ground with Do Banxian. Do Banxian looked at the blood all over the ground. And Zhao Debao, who was lying in Lin Yu's arms, was completely stunned. So much blood has been shed. Do Banxian swallowed his saliva. This person, still alive? He looked at Lin Yu, who was silent. For a moment, I didn't know how to comfort the latter. After all, I don't even know who is lying in your arms. And I always feel like I'm spoiling the mood when I talk now. Pursed his lips. Do Banxian looked at the 4 men in black who were lying and wailing not far away. What's going on here? Do Banxian was stunned. Then he walked towards the 4 men in black. But Gaialu. I saw Do Banxian coming. A man in black looked at the person in front with a dagger in his hand. But at this moment, he was completely weighed down by the tiny coin on his chest and could not move. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. It's like that tiny coin. It weighs 1,000 pounds. Fuck, Birdman. I heard the Sakurajima language spoken by the man in black. Do Banxian couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the few people who were struggling. It seems like they were suppressed by the great immortal. Do Banxian looked back at where Lin Yu was. Then a cunning smile appeared on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the four foreigners. Hee hee, I've been fed up with you stinking Chinese people for a long time. Damn it, Bill, now I finally get the chance. But Gaialu, you bastard, what do you want to do? Seeing Do Banxian's malicious smile, the four-bird countrymen couldn't help but show a look of panic on their faces. Do Banxian didn't say anything. He just picked up the dagger on the ground casually. Nothing. I just learned how to castrate pigs when I was a Taoist priest. I haven't tried it for many years, so I'll try it out on you. Castrate a pig? The four of them couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Do Banxian chuckled. It's just castration of pigs. Speaking of, Do Banxian walked up to a man in black, hold the short knife and aim at an angle. Then it pierced down with a brush. Ah! The man's mouth opened into an oval shape in an instant. Both eyes suddenly widened. The body also began to twitch violently. Just in that moment, he felt a piece of his flesh and blood separated from his body, wandering outside the mysterious space. Next, there came a tearing pain. Ouch! The man in black let out a violent scream. This pain, it was 1,000,000 times more exciting than tearing off Zhao de Bao's flesh and blood with my own hands just now. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. He looked at Do Banxian with an almost pleading look. Tremblingly, he said, I need anesthetic. The other side. Lin Yu stuffed the Dahuandan in his hand into Zhao de Bao's mouth. Gurgle. As soon as the Dahuandan entered Zhao de Bao's mouth, it instantly turned into a golden warm current and flowed into his body. Lin Yu sat aside. His eyes were fixed on the changes in Zhao de Bao's body. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Time passed by every second. Do Banxian has happily solved the castration problems of 4 people. With great joy, he began to research other derivative projects on them. No? 10 minutes passed. There was still no reaction from Zhao de Bao's body. Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but sink. Ahem. Just at this moment, a weak cough suddenly came from the mouth of Zhao de Bao, who was lying on the ground. Brush. Hearing the cough, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhao de Bao slowly woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Lin Yu's worried look. Seeing Lin Yu, a smile appeared on his face. It seems that I still have something on my mind, so Lord Yama plans to give me a little more time. Speaking of, his eyes turned to Lin Yu. He said earnestly, to be honest, Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand. Long story short, Zhao de Bao, cough, cough. Zhao de Bao coughed violently several times. He felt that the King of Hell thought it was not good for him to die like this. He planned to let Lin Yu piss him off to death again. Well, Zhao de Bao sighed. Then he said, Lin Yu, I know I won't live long. I just want you to know one thing. I have a daughter. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Are you planning to introduce her to me as my wife? Puff. Zhao de Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he glared at Lin Yu fiercely. She is only 8 years old this year. Lin Yu frowned. Then a look of understanding appeared on his face. Then he stood up. Okay, being a child bride is not bad. Lin Yu said casually without even turning his head. Fuck, you can even do that to an 8-year-old, damn it. Hear Lin Yu's answer. Zhao de Bao couldn't help but bulge his eyes. He jumped up from the ground with a swipe. When Zhao de Bao jumped up from the ground, he was completely stunned. Your own body. Then he subconsciously looked at his body. Those hideous wounds. At this time, there was a golden light flashing above. When the light flashes, Zhao de Bao could clearly sense that the wounds were slowly healing. At this time, Lin Yu's voice came from the front. I'm not interested in taking care of little brats. If you want to take care of them yourself. I'm busy. Where's the bird killer? Chapter 59. The immortal must be more handsome than you after he dies. Swish. Do Banxian squatted next to a man in black. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Brush. Next second, the dagger in his hand swung out with a swipe. Phew. The short knife entered the meat, bringing up small pieces of minced meat. Ah. The man in black who had fainted suddenly woke up in pain. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. Subconsciously, he touched his crotch. But the next second his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw his outstretched hand. At this time, all 5 fingers had lost half of their original length. Brush. Another flash of knife light passed by. The last remaining half of his finger also completely disappeared. The man in black's eyes widened, and he was about to shout. Phew. Dagger in the throat. It just crushed his tongue into pieces. Woo woo woo. Then, The wailing of this bird countryman suddenly turned into sobbing. It seems that the classic record of the 10 fingers connecting the heart is not as cruel as the bird being chopped off. The first thing this guy did after waking up was to catch the bird. Do Banxian frowned slightly as he looked at the struggling Japanese. Then he picked up the dagger. In the horrified eyes of the islander, the flesh on his arms was cut off piece by piece. Swish, swish. Every cut starts with a knife. The intense pain will hit the black-clad man's brain directly. Aside, Zhao Debao's face was full of surprise. He swung his arms and walked to the man in black who was lying on the ground. Well, when he saw Do Banxian's actions, there were also bloodstains on the crotches of the 4 men in black, which made him stunned. He looked at Lin Yu, who was standing aside with his arms folded and watching coldly. Then he looked at Do Banxian, who was still busy. I couldn't help but ask, "Hey, sir, where are you?" Do Banxian heard the voice. Turning his head, he answered subconsciously, "Just some random research. I read some ancient books about human pain tolerance." Do Banxian had only said half of his words. When he saw Zhao Debao standing in front of him, he blinked his eyes a little blankly and looked away. "Elder brother, aren't you lying there?" Next second, brush. Do Banxian jumped up from the ground. "Fuck, there's a ghost." He rushed behind Lin Yu. "Great Immortal, there is a ghost. Quickly use your magical powers to capture him." Lin Yu. Zhao Debao. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Zhao Debao couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. He clenched his fists and tried hard to suppress his anger. He said, "Ghost? Ghost? What kind of ghost have you ever seen that is as handsome as me?" Do Banxian slowly stretched out his head. Then he looked at Lin Yu's face. Without hesitation, he said, "The immortal must be more handsome than you when he dies. Call out." He had just finished speaking. A strong wind blew. Boom. Do Banxian's mouth instantly opened into an oval shape. The whole person bent down. Lin Yu's gloomy voice came. "If you can't speak, then speak less." Lin Yu retracted his fist. Then he picked up Do Banxian, who was foaming at the mouth, with one hand. He walked up to the 4 men in black who were lying on the ground wailing. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Zhao Debao. Asked, "Are these guys still useful to you?" Zhao Debao shook his head and said, "There's no point in keeping these people, but I want to know who is the mastermind behind them, or who leaked our secret operation." Speaking of this, Zhao Debao couldn't help but clench his hands, and anger appeared on his face. If it wasn't reported, this mission would have been completed very smoothly. After listening to what Zhao Debao said, Lin Yu nodded, then patted Do Banxian's cheek hard. Bang! After being slapped several times in a row, Do Banxian then opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. Lin Yu didn't beat around the bush. He directly put the dagger back into Do Banxian's hand. "Go, continue studying your classics, and ask them who is behind this. Of course, I don't want them to give up easily, so you should study it first. Don't worry, as long as they have a breath left, I can pull them back. After pulling them back, we will slowly cut them off until they reveal the mastermind behind the scenes." Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it easily. The muscles on Zhao Debao's face couldn't help but twitch violently. Then he looked at the 4 men in black who were lying on the ground wailing. His gaze gradually became firm again. "Deal with these beasts." Lin Yu's method is the most correct. The 4 people lying on the ground listened to how Lin Yu and others dealt with them. Everyone's gaze gradually became filled with fear. Madman. This is a madman. The man in black's mind was now filled with fear. He looked at Do Banxian, who was walking towards him with a smile on his face and a dagger in his hand. His body began to struggle violently. "I don't want it. Death is not scary. The scary thing is, when you know what kind of torture you are going to suffer, and it's a torture that makes it impossible to die even if you want to." After witnessing the horrific destruction inflicted by this wretched old man, these people dare not have any more luck. Think of this. The men in black looked at each other. They all gritted their teeth. "We pledge allegiance until death." After saying, "You have to bite the poison in your mouth." But when they bit hard, next second, several people were collectively stunned. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the pill hidden between his teeth. "No. Where's my poison? How could I be such a big poison?" It seemed that he could see the dull looks on several people's faces. Do Banxian said with a smile, "It's a good thing I watched a lot of TV dramas before, so I know that you guys like to hide poison in your teeth when you have nothing to do. Just now, when you fainted, I took it for you. You don't have to thank me. You just need to know that I'm a good person. For people." For a while, the 4 of them just felt their brains spinning. Oh shit. This time. I really can't die even if I want to. Bang. Do Banxian clapped his hands. Then rub your palms together. He walked slowly towards the four people who were already stunned. Be good, don't be afraid. Mine is very big, just bear with it and it will pass. Chapter 60. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I'll tell you everything. A man in black was the first to lose patience. He started crying out loudly in fear. He wants to pee now, but the tool for peeing has been cut off. Do Banxian ignored the request for help from these foreigners. He walked up to a man in black and squatted down. What's this? At this time, Do Banxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he picked up a small box from the man in black. After opening, inside were 3 small syringes and 10 bottles of potion. Zhao Debao, who was standing by, saw what was in the box. Explains. This stuff is called forced confession water. After injection, the pain will increase and the person's brain will fall into a state of extreme coma. Just half a bottle is enough, and the prisoner will reveal countless secrets without warning. It is a method often used by the bird country people to force confessions. Speaking of this, Zhao Debao couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Lin Yu hadn't appeared in the end, no matter how strong your will is, after being injected with this forced water, it is very likely that the location of the package will be revealed without any warning. Then this is good stuff. Here's Zhao Debao's explanation. Do Banxian's eyes lit up. He directly took out a syringe and sucked 4 or 5 bottles of forced water. Aim at the neck of the man in black in front of you. Just stab it straight away. Gurgle, gurgle. 5 bottles of forced confession water were injected into the body of that foreigner. Just 3 seconds. The former's body began to twitch violently. Then his gaze gradually became unfocused. Large puddles of white foam kept gushing out of his mouth. Zhao Debao, who was standing by, saw the bird countryman being injected with 5 bottles at once. He swallowed subconsciously. Is this due to too much injection and the aftereffects? Do Banxian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Lin Yu on the side raised his right foot. Then he kicked the struggling man in black in the mouth. Puff. A kick hits the target. The black-clad man's body, which had been twitching continuously, suddenly stopped. Do Banxian. Zhao Debao. Ahem. Do Banxian coughed twice, then put the dagger against the black-clothed man's chest. Just pull gently. Swish. A wound of neither deep nor shallow appeared. In an instant, countless blood flowed out from the wound. This is not the end yet. Afterwards, Do Banxian was again under the shocked gazes of Lin Yu and the others. He took it out of his bag. A packet of salt. Hey, this is a guy for eating. Of course I have to carry it with me. Seeing the expressions of the 2 people, Do Banxian scratched his head. Then he grabbed a handful of salt and sprinkled it on the wound on the birdman's chest. Hiss! As the salt was sprinkled, the man in black twitched violently all over. His eyes became increasingly unfocused. At this time, Do Banxian felt that the time was almost right. He asked, "Tell me, man-bird, who sent you?" "Coo-coo." The man in black first spat out a pool of white foam from his mouth. Then he replied hoarsely, "Yes, the master sent us. We are the greatest warriors." Bang! Do Banxian slapped the former in the face. "Warrior Nima Coin, I want to ask you now, who was your master? And which club do you belong to?" The man in black paused for a few seconds. Then he said in a daze, "We are the greatest warriors. Our master is..." What follows is just a bunch of trembling nonsense. It seems that the dosage is indeed too much. Do Banxian touched his chin. Then he took out a syringe and 3 bottles of medicine from the box. This time, take a lower dose. Speaking of, Do Banxian looked at the 3 men in black who were completely dumbfounded standing beside him. I saw Do Banxian looking at me. A man in black cried out without hesitation. "We are from the Kamikawa Society, and our master is Hikawa Teppen. I was wrong. Please let me go. I can take you to the Kamikawa Society." Kamikawasha? Hearing this name, Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he looked at Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao pondered for a while, then said, "Kamikawa Society is also a well-known underworld organization in bird country. However, I didn't expect that it was the Kamikawa Society that ambushed us this time." After saying, he walked up to the man in black and grabbed him by the neck. Shouted, "Tell me, how did you know we were going back to Dragon Country by this road? Who was the informer?" The man in black shook his head frantically. "I don't know. We are just following orders." "Oh shit." Hearing this answer, Zhao Debao punched him directly on the bridge of his nose. Bang! A punch hit. The black-clothed man's entire nose collapsed. Call. Zhao Debao exhaled deeply. Then he looked at Lin Yu. These people are no longer valuable. What do you want? After Lin Yu heard what Zhao Debao said, a thought came to my mind. Buzz. Countless fluorescent lights suddenly emanated from the coins on the four men in black. Puff. Next second, the four of them collectively spat out blood. They looked at the coins on their bodies that were glowing with horror. It keep gaining weight. Click, click, click. Even, the four of them could clearly hear the sound of their ribs being broken by the coins. No, no. The three people whose minds were still clear began to struggle violently. But their struggles were in vain. Instead, it will increase your pain more and more. Ah! At last, amid four screams, bang, 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 the bodies of the four people were instantly crushed by the coins. After dealing with the four people, Lin Yu looked towards the other side of the island again. He said to Zhao Debao, "How many people do they have?" Zhao Debao has already seen Lin use methods. Said, "There are 10 of them in total. 4 of them died here, and there are still 6 on the island. But those 6 people have heavy weapons in their hands. If we rush over like this, it may be dangerous." Lin Yu pondered for a while after hearing this. Wait a moment. After saying, he walked alone to a big tree nearby. Brush. Stretch out your palm and touch the tree. Lin Yu closed his eyes. At the same time, the thought in my heart starts. The immortal soul. Start up. Chapter 61 Their Revenge. I will avenge them personally. The other side of the island. 5 blood-soaked figures were hanging upside down on the tree trunk. Their eyes were closed and their bodies were covered with hideous wounds. Blood kept flowing out of their bodies. Then it drips to the ground. The originally dry ground was now moistened by the crimson blood. Under the sunlight, it looks extremely dazzling. Surrounding the 5 figures were 6 short men in long black robes. At this time, the faces of the 6 men all looked somewhat gloomy. A short middle-aged man angrily kicked a stone beside him, cursing out loud. Baga, how can these people be so stubborn and refuse to give in even when they die? He gave a vicious look to the 5 people hanging upside down on the tree trunk. The next second, he picked up the short blade in his hand. Walk up to one of them. Stab hard. Phew. Why do you, a bunch of Dragon Country soldiers, not even want to say a word even at the cost of your lives? This is clearly a trait that only the warriors of my Sakurajima country possess. The short blade kept stabbing in. Not long. There were already dozens of holes on the body of the Dragon Country soldier. Call. He stabbed dozens of times in a row. The short man exhaled a breath of foul air. Then his eyes looked towards the dense vegetation not far away. Now, I just hope that Mr. Sangmu can bring me good news. The other party was just a small character who was seriously injured and escaped in a panic. For well-trained Sangmujuan and his men were chasing them at the same time. On this island, could he possibly be able to fly? Think of this. The short man snorted angrily and walked aside. Hang their bodies here. I want to watch their blood drain away drop by drop. Hi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But, not long after the short man turned around, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the dense jungle. What's that sound? Hear the sound coming from the jungle. Some of the men in black from the island countries couldn't help but frown. Hey, Shamukuin, go and see if Sangmukuin and the others are back? An islander pushed his teammate next to him and said. The man in black called Xiaomu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Why should I go and see it? Didn't you have a passionate fight with Sangmukuin on the boat last night? I saw it all. Xiaomu's eyes shrank slightly. That's not right. There was clearly a captain last night. Why don't you let him go? Pursing his lips, Xiaomu raised the submachine gun in his hand. Then he walked cautiously towards the location where the sound came from. Xiaomu stood next to a patch of grass. Then he stretched out his submachine gun and opened a tiny gap. Take a look inside. Nothing. Did you hear it wrong just now? I found that there was nothing in the grass. Xiaomu turned around and said to everyone, call out. But just as he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly sounded from behind him. Xiaomu. The pupils of a man in black suddenly shrank. Then he subconsciously picked up the barrett in his hand. I saw the man subconsciously pulling the trigger. A roar suddenly came out of Xiaomu's mouth. Yamamoto, I'll fuck you. Bang. With a loud gunshot. Xiaomu hasn't reacted yet. The whole person exploded on the spot. Exploded into countless pieces of meat. 5 islanders. But Gaia dear. A huge gunshot. It gave everyone a big shock. The short middle-aged man in the lead almost jumped up from the ground. Then he looked at Xiaomu, who was blown to pieces. His expression was a little dull for a moment. Yamamoto. He turned and looked at Yamamoto, who was also in a daze. A pair of eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Brush. Just as the short middle-aged man was about to take action, suddenly, countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the grass. What? Hearing the sound of breaking air, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. Next second, their pupils all shrank severely. I saw it from the bushes. One after another, extremely thick tree trunks pierced the air and shot towards their faces. Bang, bang, bang. The tip of the tree trunk flashed a bloody light in the sunlight. What are these? I saw tree trunks coming out one after another. The 5 islanders all looked dazed. Call out. Phew. The trunk shoots out. It stabbed fiercely into the neck of an islander. The islander hasn't reacted yet. The next second, the whole person was thrown out by the tree trunk. There's an ambush. The short man was the first to react. He immediately picked up the spear in his hand. Then he aimed at the tree trunks and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. A moment. Countless bullets were fired from the submachine gun. Crackling. Suddenly, countless tree trunks were broken and fell to the ground. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Several other people also reacted. The Japanese man called Yamamoto also picked up the barret again. Xiaomukuen, I will avenge you immediately. He picked up the barret and aimed it at the bushes. Go to hell. A crazy look appeared on his face, and then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Brush. But just as he pulled the trigger, the broken tree trunk on the ground suddenly shot up and hit his arm directly. Bang. Yamamoto felt pain in his arm. The arm holding the barret subconsciously turned. Bang. A gunshot rang out. An islander who was wildly shooting at the tree trunk with a submachine gun had not yet reacted. Next second. Bang. His body exploded instantly. Yamamoto. The remaining 3 people. Gurgle. Feeling the warmth on my face, the short man swallowed with some difficulty. Yamamoto, you. What he really wanted to ask was, are you an undercover sent by the other side? Brush. Ah. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. His entire body was pierced through the abdomen by the sharp tree trunk. Then his body was thrown up and hung upside down high in the sky. Puff, puff, puff. The remaining few people had no power to resist at all. They were all easily pierced by the tree trunks. At the same time, the other side, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Ah, he stretched. At this time, Zhao Debao also walked to Lin Yu's side. At this time, he was holding a blood-stained package in his hand. He looked at Lin Yu. He said earnestly, Lin Yu, I've thought about it for a long time, and I still think it's the best decision to let you take the package back first. As long as this package returns to Dragon Country, this mission will be successfully completed. Speaking of this, Zhao Debao couldn't help but clench his hands. They sacrificed their lives to cover my evacuation. Without the bond, I will never abandon my brothers and run away alone again. I will personally avenge them. Chapter 62. Transformed into a heroic spirit, forever protecting the Dragon Nation. I will personally avenge them. Zhao Debao clenched his fists. The voice became a little hoarse. Abandon your teammates and escape alone. This is a shame for the soldiers of the Dragon Country, even if the situation was urgent. But as long as I think about the scene when they rushed forward one after another to buy time for themselves, Zhao Debao couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. After listening to what Zhao Debao said, Lin Yu fell into silence for a while. The courage of a soldier. Nothing better than this. 2 or 3 seconds passed. Lin Yu reached out and patted Zhao Debao on the shoulder. Said, no matter what, I was taught by you. I, Lin Yu, cannot let the instructor be in danger alone. Lin Yu. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Zhao Debao suddenly became extremely emotional. Really, Chu Tang and I were not mistaken in our eyes and did not look at the wrong person. Do Banxian on the side nodded. My master is a bitch and a slut, and he can chase me across dozens of streets for a few $100s, but Do Banxian hadn't finished speaking yet. Bang! An uppercut. Do Banxian fell backwards trembling. Lin Yu waved his fist. He shrugged innocently and said helplessly, you look like a human being, but how come you have such a stinky mouth? Oh shit. What a good atmosphere it was originally. It was completely destroyed by your one sentence. Am I, Lin Yu, shameless? I am your mother. Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao blinked. He looked at Lin Yu, then at Do Banxian, who was lying on the ground. Total feeling. These two. It will create different sparks. Well, I saw Zhao Debao's face full of curiosity. Lin Yu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Then he walked towards the other side of the island. Let's go, instructor. If we're any later, we won't be able to cut the gilts off for those birdmen. Ah. Zhao Debao was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Do Banxian, who was still lying on the ground, and then looked at Lin Yu in front of him. Then he followed Lin Yu with a confused expression. After the two of them left, Xianhe leaned on her slender waist and walked slowly to Do Banxian. He rolled his eyes at Do Banxian, who had already fainted. Then he stretched out his claws and hooked it lightly. He followed with Do Banxian. 3 minutes later, the other side of the island, Zhao Debao opened his mouth wide. He looked at the 5 men in black hanging upside down on the tree trunk with a look of shock. How could he or they? At this moment, Zhao Debao felt as if the world was collapsing. What happened? How did these guys get hung? All of a sudden, I can't think of it. Are they all rushing to commit suicide? This isn't right. These people are not fools. Why did you do this for no reason? At this time, the bodies of the 5 men in black were all crushed by the sharp tree trunks. Blood was oozing out from the tree trunk that pierced them. Looking at their expressions, they looked extremely ferocious at the moment. It was obvious that he had endured tremendous pain. These tree trunks are poisonous camphor trees, which contain toxins that can cause severe pain. Looking at the 5 Japanese who had been tortured beyond recognition, Lin Yu couldn't help but nodded. The power of this poisonous camphor tree. It's quite useful. Poisonous camphor tree. Hear Lin Yu's voice. Zhao Debao turned and looked at Lin Yu. You didn't do this, did you? Zhao Debao swallowed. What did Lin Yu do just now? He just stood beside a big tree and closed his eyes in deep thought. But his intuition told him. Now this scene. It must have been Lin Yu who did it. Is this really a divine technique? And at this time, Lin Yu was already holding a dagger and walked up to Zhao Debao. Instructor. Lin Yu handed the dagger to Zhao Debao. He said with a smile, they are still breathing. You have to take revenge yourself, as you said. Looking at Lin Yu's expression, a smile appeared on Zhao Debao's lips. Ha ha ha. Next second, he couldn't help laughing. As he cried, his eyes couldn't help but become red. Then he took the dagger. Then, with great courage, he walked up to the 5 men in black who were hanging upside down on the tree trunk. He picked up the dagger. At this time, the dagger seemed to have been specially modified by Lin Yu. There were now countless small cracks on the blade. There are also drops of crystal clear salt on it. Ha ha. Zhao Debao laughed loudly, then stabbed the short man hard in the abdomen. Looking at Zhao Debao, who was enjoying himself over there, Lin Yu walked to the other side silently. Where? There were still 5 corpses hanging there, their blood drained out. Call. Lin Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. Then he walked up to the tree trunk and had an idea. The tree trunk extended automatically and then gently placed the 5 bodies on the ground. Afterwards, Lin Yu sat on the ground. Water wave technique. Small water balls slowly appeared in Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu held the small water ball in one hand and picked up his clothes with the other. Then wet your clothes. He carefully wiped the remaining blood on the body with his clothes bit by bit. The old man always said that the reason we can live such a peaceful life is that there are always people carrying heavy burdens in unknown places. The soldiers of Dragon Country are such people. I can't snatch you back from the hands of the King of Hell, but I can promise that I will avenge you. Lin Yu wiped the bodies of the 5 people. At this time, Zhao Debao had also dealt with the 5 Japanese people and walked behind Lin Yu. He watched Lin Yu's movements. For a moment, I felt extremely emotional. Then he slowly said, bury them here. They died here. This is also the border of our dragon country. Let them stay here and transform into heroic spirits to protect our dragon nation forever. Lin Yu nodded. Then an idea came to mind. The ground beneath his feet began to churn violently. Countless thick tree trunks broke through the ground, forming a huge pit. That pothole, that is 5 people. Grave. Lin Yu put the 5 bodies in one by one. Boom. Then the earth shook again. The bodies of the 5 people were buried under the ground. Lin Yu picked up a stone tablet. Then stretch out your fingers and draw hard. The heroic spirits of the Dragon Kingdom will forever protect the Dragon Kingdom. This moment, the 5 people turned into heroic spirits. Always protect our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 63 Money. Are you waving at me? After burying the 5 people, Lin Yu stood up and looked at Zhao Debao. Then he slowly said, Instructor Zhao. Zhao Debao shook his head and said, I know what you want to say. He was silent for a moment. He looked at the bloody package in his hand, then at the tombstone next to him. Said, Indeed, The most important thing now is to get the package back to the troops safely. As for seeking revenge on the Kamikawa Society and finding the informer, we can only do it slowly. After saying, Zhao Debao stretched out his palm and rubbed the tombstone. If this mission is not accomplished, their sacrifice will be in vain. Lin Yu saw this. Without saying anything, he just waved towards the crane that was walking slowly towards him not far away. Cry. Seeing Lin Yu waving, Xinhe's eyes lit up. Then he kicked Dou Banxian out. He ran to Lin Yu's side happily. Instructor. Lin Yu called out Zhao Debao. The latter slowly turned his head. Just then, I saw a huge crane stretching its head towards me. Well, Zhao Debao was stunned. What the hell is this? Xinhe lowered his body and raised his eyebrows at Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao could actually understand what that meant. Come on up, little brother. I'll take you to the sky. Zhao Debao looked at Lin Yu, who was standing beside him. He looked at the white crane again. Call. Then he exhaled a breath and nodded at Lin Yu. With a light leap, he jumped directly onto the back of the crane. Zhao Debao sat on the crane's back, looking at Lin Yu below. He said, Lin Yu, oh shit this time. Brush. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. The crane spread its wings and soared into the sky. Fuck, brother. Fly slower. WTF. The crane soared into the sky. Only Zhao Debao's wailing sounds echoed over the island. Lin Yu. Oops. I just forgot to put a seatbelt on Debao. Lin Yu was silent for a second. Then he subconsciously raised his palms and made a gesture of goodbye towards the sky. Good going. It's you. Woo-woo. The other side. Dou Banxian covered his old waist. Then he emerged from the bushes with a look of pain on his face. Oh my goodness, the immortal and the crane are not human. No, that crane is not a human at all. How on earth could they bear to be so cruel to the old man? I'm so cute, so adorable. Brush. His complaints have not yet been completely resolved. There was a strong wind blowing in his ears. Then a pair of shiny sneakers appeared in his eyes. Well, Dou Banxian's waist-rubbing movement suddenly stopped. Then he raised his head slightly stiffly. When he saw Lin Yu's handsome face. Hey, as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. So the first thing Dou Banxian did was to smile perfectly. As long as I laugh fast enough. You just can't bear to hit me with your hands. This is what Dou Banxian thought. Certainly. This is indeed the reality. Dou Banxian's smile just bloomed. Next second, a size 42 sneaker enlarged in his pupils. Then it was firmly imprinted on his size 38 old face. Bang. Dou Banxian. Cough. Just kidding. Dou Banxian's eyes went dark. 3 minutes later, there was a huge shoe print on Dou Banxian's face. Then he happily searched the bodies of the 5 dead bird people for the spoils. Viagra? Aphrodisiac pills. Little blue pill. Damn, there are condoms. What are these guys doing with these things? They don't understand. Oh my god. Why are there 2 men on the disc? Dou Banxian was searching for the spoils. From time to time, exclamations came out of his mouth. The other side. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets. Walk to the beach by yourself. After searching for nearly a minute, Lin Yu finally found 2 speedboats at the edge of a low cliff. This must be the speedboat that the Bird Country people and Debao and the others took. Lin Yu jumped up. Then he easily jumped onto a speedboat. Not bad. I've only seen this thing on TV. This is my first time using it. Lin Yu walked to the cockpit and looked at the equipment on it. We need to call Banxian over to see if he can handle this. Lin Yu pondered for a while, and then an idea came to his mind. At the same time, on the island, Dou Banxian patted his bulging pockets with a satisfied look. I made a fortune this time. I'll sell these things in my bag. TSK, Chan, is that you? Are you waving at me? Think of this. The smile on Dou Banxian's face became more and more outrageous. Oh ha. Sudden, his laughter stopped abruptly. Then he looked at his waist with a slightly dull look. At this time, his slim waist. It has been entangled by a thick tree trunk. Well, Dou Banxian was stunned. Etc. Brush. The next moment, the tree trunk exerted force suddenly. He directly threw Dou Banxian's body out. When Dou Banxian was thrown out, the treasured spoils in his pockets poured out one after another. No. Dou Banxian's eyes suddenly widened. Let out a cry of despair. This is not his loot. What he threw away was not his treasure. What is thrown away is his future and his hope. It was his uncontrollable excitement. He really wants to catch. He wants to grasp his future. But a feeling of powerlessness enveloped him. Do Banxian closed his eyes silently. My hope is shattered. I will die alone. Now, he gave up struggling. Even if it's 18 years later, I won't do it again. Brush. He hadn't finished venting his sigh. The seawater below suddenly boiled violently. Afterwards, boom, a huge column of water shot up into the sky, accurately caught Do Banxian's flying figure. Before Do Banxian could react, a hand suddenly grabbed its collar. At the same time, a grinning voice reached Do Banxian's ears. Half immortal, get ready. I'll take you to bird country to pick up girls. Brush. Just in this moment, Do Banxian's whole body seemed to suddenly burst out with tremendous power. Then his eyes narrowed. He did a 360-degree spin in the air. Bang! Landed on the ground smoothly. He waved his hand. No problem, great immortal. You are so wise. Chapter 64 exploded in a flash. 10 minutes later, on the boundless sea, on a raft, Lin Yu was holding a piece of wood pulp with a gloomy face. He looked at the man who was also holding a piece of wood pulp with an unhappy look on his face. Do Banxian with a big afro. This damn old man. The more I look at it, the more I dislike it. I really want to kick him off the raft and let him be fed to the sharks. Feeling Lin Yu's almost murderous gaze, Do Banxian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The paddling became more and more vigorous. 10 minutes ago, the two walked into the cockpit talking and laughing. After Do Banxian fiddled with it for a while, then, boom, the entire speedboat collapsed without any warning, including his neighbor's brother. Together they turned into a sea of fire. If Lin Yu hadn't been quick-witted, he would have rescued Do Banxian in time. Maybe this old man successfully rose from Do Banxian to Hua Banxian. Well, feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Do Banxian also swallowed with some difficulty. Then he said tremblingly, Master, it's really not my fault. Who knew those guys would put a bomb in the cab? I just touched the engine. Snort. Lin Yu snorted lightly. Look around at the endless sea horizon. Then he looked at the wood pulp in his hand. Next second, if this is really going to happen, it will take hundreds of days. Lin Yu threw the wood pulp in his hand. Then call up the information panel. System, take out the magic talisman. Buzz. With a flash of fluorescent light, there appeared a green talisman the size of a little finger in Lin Yu's hand. This is the great immortal. Although I have seen Lin use magical methods, but when he stretched out his hand, a talisman appeared in his hand. Do Banxian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Speed talisman can greatly increase the speed of movement. The only small drawback is that it cannot slow down. Look at the introduction on the magic talisman. Lin Yu looked at Do Banxian again. Asked, by the way, do you really know the direction to bird country? Upon hearing this, Do Banxian patted his chest. Don't worry, immortal. Although I, Do Banxian, can tell fortunes, all my moves are fake. But in my decades of experience, I have dabbled in astronomy, geography, history, legal science, and the like. After listening to Do Banxian's words, he patted his chest. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he squeezed the magic talisman in his hand. He earnestly instructed Do Banxian. Wait, no matter what happens, don't scream or shout. Just remember, I'm here for you. Upon hearing this, Do Banxian shook his head. He said, Great immortal. I can remain calm even after discovering that you are a real immortal. What else can make me scream? Lin Yu looked at Do Banxian for 3 seconds. Then he silently pasted the talisman on the raft. Buzz. When the magic talisman is attached to the raft. The next moment, suddenly, streams of green light emerged from the raft. Do Banxian has been paying attention to Lin Yu. I couldn't help but be stunned when I saw him sticking the talisman on the raft. Lin Yu glanced at Do Banxian, then said with a smile, Since you're not afraid, I'll take you surfing later. A letter just popped out of his mouth. Afterwards, brush. Following a flash of green light, the raft just disappeared right under his butt. Do Banxian. Do Banxian subconsciously looked down at himself. Well, where's the raft? How can I be such a big piece of raft? Call out. Before Do Banxian could react, another sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then a vine came whistling from a distance. It directly entangled Do Banxian's body. Ah! Next second, Do Banxian was directly carried away by the vines. Only a torn Taoist robe and pink shorts were left there. Oh no 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 no. On the endless sea, Do Banxian was hanging on the sea by a vine, breaking through the waves at a speed of 700 kilometers per hour, flying rapidly towards the direction of the bird country. Oh, it hurts, my bird. Oh, great immortal, help me. Period. Dobansian let out endless wails. However, those sounds will be washed away by the huge waves. Lin Yu grabbed the raft with one hand. The other one grabbed the vine that tied Dobansian. His eyes were always fixed forward. From time to time, I used my palms to support the raft under my feet to avoid the huge reefs in front. He is multitasking now. While paying attention to the reefs ahead, we must also pay attention to Dobansian who is hanging behind. At the same time, water wave magic must be used to protect Dobansian from being killed by the waves. But to be honest, this speed is still a bit slow. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Then he took out another magic talisman. Brush. The green light surged. In a certain sea area of Longwa, an aircraft carrier flying the flag of the Eagle Country is sailing on the sea surface with great fanfare. In the cockpit, David sat in the chair. On the table in front of him was a steak and an opened bottle of red wine. David picked up the red wine and poured himself a glass. Then he picked it up and took a sip. Oh, what a comfortable time this is. David let out a moan, his face full of enjoyment. Then he glanced at the adjutant next to him and shook his wine glass. He smiled and said, "My adjutant, would you like a drink?" On the side, the adjutant looked at the surrounding sea level and then looked at David, who looked very happy. Finally, I couldn't help but say, "General, we are now patrolling the territorial waters of Dragon Country in such a high-profile manner. Will this cause dissatisfaction among the top leaders of Dragon Country?" David curled his lips when he heard this, said sarcastically, "What is Dragon Country? Our Eagle Country is the world's #1 overlord. Isn't it just patrolling their territorial waters? What can they do to us?" After listening to General David's words, the adjutant pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Eagle Country is the undisputed overlord in the world. It's just patrolling their Dragon Country's territorial waters. What else can the Dragon Kingdom do to them? Think of this. The adjutant was no longer bothered. I was going to sit down and have a drink with David. Boom. But just as the adjutant sat down, a huge roar suddenly rang out from not far away. What? At the same time, Adjutant David looked outside the cockpit. Hiss. Next second, the pupils of both of them shrank suddenly. I saw it not far away. A huge wave was sweeping towards where they were. In front of the waves, there seemed to be a blue fluorescence flashing. Question mark. David was just about to take a closer look at the green light. Brush. The blue light passed directly through their eyes. Click. Immediately following, a huge cracking sound resounded from the surface of the hull. David, oh my God. Boom. Then, just swipe it. The aircraft carrier exploded directly. Chapter 65. What's going on? Buzz. On the boundless sea. For cruisers flying the Dragon Country flag were speeding along. In the front cruiser, a middle-aged man with a 5-pointed star on his shoulders stood in the cockpit. His face was gloomy at this time. There was an undisguised rage in his eyes. The adjutant's face was also filled with anxiety. He kept urging the soldiers to speed up. Just a few minutes ago, the Dragon Army, which was guarding this sea area, discovered the location of the Eagle Army's aircraft carrier early on, and they continued to shout at the other side through the radio, signaling the other party to leave the waters of Dragon Country as soon as possible. But the other party not only refused to listen to the advice. Instead, they became more unscrupulous. Directly across the border, it appeared directly and brazenly in the territorial waters of Longwa. Think of this. Zhou Cheng was filled with rage. Damn it. I'm giving you face, right? Do you really think our Dragon Country's territorial waters are our own land? You just wandered in for vacation. Fork. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then he waved his hand. He shouted loudly. Hurry up, damn it. These eagle feathers from the Eagle Country have had enough of life. They dare to wander around in our Dragon Country's territorial waters. Do they really think that I dare not pluck their feathers? Boom. The destroyer cut through the waves and galloped across the sea. 15 miles to go. The adjutant looked at the distance displayed on the radar and spoke to Zhou Cheng, who was standing beside him. After saying, he glanced at Zhou Cheng, who was furious. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Captain, when we run into those eagles, what should we do? Do we need to report to our superiors? Zhou Cheng's eyes bulged when he heard that. He pointed directly at the adjutant's nose and yelled, They're right in my face, and you're still giving me instructions. When we meet, show your strength and force them to get out of our Dragon Country's territorial waters. If you don't get out, just sink his aircraft carrier. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Hear what Zhou Cheng said. The adjutant couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The name of Captain Fiery. I'm not exaggerating. That's an aircraft carrier. Can I sink you at will? But with Zhou Qing's words, the adjutant also hardened up. Since the captain has spoken, let's just kill him. At worst, we'll all be criticized together. Anyway, we can't indulge these bastards. Hear what the adjutant said. Zhou Qing's anger turned into joy, and he reached out and patted his adjutant's shoulder. That's right. This guy looks like a soldier from Zhoucheng. Speaking of, he glanced at the radar. By the way, where have these kids gone now? The adjutant glanced at the radar and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Captain, they didn't move. No movement? Zhoucheng frowned. What are these kids doing again? Return from the wrong path? Are you ready to make up for the loss? But this doesn't seem like the style of their eagle country. Zhoucheng stood in the cockpit, looking straight ahead. We only have 4 cruisers on our side. But the other side is a real aircraft carrier. Call. Zhoucheng exhaled a breath of foul air. Then his eyes gradually became firm. If the other party still refuses to leave our Longhua territorial waters, his grandmother, even an aircraft carrier, I, Zhoucheng, will also sink your ship into the sea today. Then Zhoucheng turned around. He was just about to signal everyone to get ready for battle. Sudden, Zhoucheng's nose twitched. What does it smell like? The air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Captain, look. Sudden, a soldier let out a cry of surprise. Zhoucheng turned his head subconsciously. Afterwards, Zhoucheng's pupils suddenly shrank. Following Zhoucheng's gaze, all I saw was the endless sea. At this time, huge clouds of thick smoke rose up. Speed up. See the thick smoke rising. Zhoucheng's heart couldn't help but jump. I don't know why. He always felt that something huge was happening ahead. Boom. A few minutes later, 4 cruise ships were parked neatly in the vast sea. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers on the cruiser had only one expression. That is, sluggish. I saw on the boundless sea. Endless smoke rises from the sea level. Where the smoke rises. At this time, only half of a huge aircraft carrier remained on the sea. Countless bodies and debris were scattered everywhere. Gurgle. Zhoucheng swallowed hard. Now he feels a little bit dizzy. What did he see? Eagle Country's aircraft carrier. Exploded? No. I just got here. Why the hell did you explode? Chapter 66. Fake teachers can cause great harm to people. This. On the boundless sea. Everywhere you look is covered with countless debris. Only half of the aircraft carrier remained, with flames emanating from it. Thick smoke rose up, turning the entire sky black. Countless wails accompanied by the sound of explosions resounded in the sky. Zhoucheng and the other soldiers all had dazed looks on their faces. This scene. Really? Gurgle. After a long time, Zhoucheng swallowed hard. I couldn't help but say, this scene is really done wrong. It's too bloody. Speaking of, Zhoucheng covered his cheeks with his hands. No, no, no. It's been so long since I've seen this kind of hell on earth. I'm going to cry my eyes out. Please don't let me see this. Woo, woo, woo. How are those brothers from Eagle Country? Well, the adjutant standing by saw the uncontrollable excitement on Zhoucheng's face. I couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on my forehead. Then he picked up the telescope. Carefully look at the half of the wreckage remaining on the sea level. Through that half wreckage, the adjutant could vaguely see a series of English letters written on it. Translated. See that string of English letters? The adjutant hurriedly said to Zhoucheng, Captain, it's the leads of Eagle Country. It is indeed the leads shown on the radar view, but why did it suddenly become like this? Zhoucheng rolled his eyes. I wasn't there. How would I know? Adjutant. Before the adjutant could react, Zhoucheng waved his hand. Brothers, let's retreat first. We can't stay here. The adjutant's eyes bulged. If it's not the captain, then who else is down there? Man, you didn't see it. Are you dazzled? Then this is our territorial waters. Yes, hurry up. Drive all those Eagle Country bastards swimming in the sea out of this sea. Otherwise, I will make them breakdance in the sea. Adjutant. The adjutant's eyes widened. He looked at Zhoucheng in shock. WTF. Brother, can you be a human being? At the location of the half-wreck of the leads, David was hanging on an extremely thick steel bar. Hey-oh-poo, hey-oh-poo. Cries for help kept coming out of his mouth, roared for a long time. In addition to the faint wailing sounds from the few survivors, there was no sound at all. The rest have never seen a single bird. Oh my God, someone please save the child. It's really painful for the child to be hanging here. Isn't this the territorial waters of Dragon Country? It's been so long. Why haven't people from Dragon Country come yet? David slapped his cheeks hard. Until now, he hasn't figured it out. I'm such a big aircraft carrier. How could it suddenly explode? Could it be because of the green light I saw before? This isn't right. I just took a look from a distance. This can even make their own aircraft carrier explode? Woo woo woo. It's really too difficult. If I had known I would have nothing to do, I wouldn't have wandered around aimlessly. I just thought of showing off in the territorial waters of Longwa. As a result, the pretending failed. The aircraft carrier was fucking destroyed. Won't it be a disaster if I go back now? Wrong. No one came to rescue me. I need to cool down now. Hey-oh poo, the kid is afraid of heights. Toot. Soon after David's cry was heard, the sound of whistles suddenly rang in his ears. Thank God, there really is someone. David raised his head quickly. Then he saw a cruiser slowly approaching from a distance. On those cruise ships, the flag of the Dragon Kingdom is hoisted high. Black Opoo. David didn't care who came. He is now full of excitement. Only someone comes. Then he would be saved and wouldn't have to hang here any longer. Boom. David was hung on the aircraft carrier, watching the 4 cruisers slowly approaching the half-wreckage. Then a middle-aged man slowly walked out from a cruise ship opposite. It's a savior. When David saw the middle-aged man, his eyes couldn't help but light up. At this time, the middle-aged man was looking at him. Seeing this, David hurriedly shouted, Plishio Pummy, EI. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the middle-aged man opposite me picking his ears. He raised an eyebrow at the adjutant beside him and asked, What the hell is he yelling about? The adjutant beside him pondered for a while after hearing this, then said, I don't understand. When David heard the conversation between the two, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. My English is so simple. You don't understand either? But David didn't have time to complain. He suddenly thought of the Longwa language that he had spoken, which was taught to him by the Longwa teacher he had hired before. So he thought of a solution in a hurry. He shouted hoarsely at the two of them, Fuck you, brother. Untie me now. Zhou Cheng, adjutant. Zhou Cheng and his adjutant looked at each other. Then the expression on his face became extremely ferocious. Yo, you little bastard. That's pretty cool. They're all hanging here. How dare you talk to me in that tone? Untie? Fuck you. I can just loosen your bones for you. What? Seeing the expressions of the two people, David couldn't help but bulge his eyes. I'm so fucking. What happened? I feel like something is not right. He saw 2 people walking towards him. Bagaialu, don't come over here. Ya buy butterfly. Eagle Country Black Palace. Nyobi lying on the chair. By his side, a hot secretary was gently kneading the former's shoulders with her hands. Nice. Not long. Nyobi let out a groan of extreme comfort. Ding-ling-ling. Just at this moment, a rapid telephone ring rang. Nyobi frowned. At this time, who is it? Nyobi picked up the phone and said coldly, Sizzlebeak. Master Nyobi, something terrible has happened. The Lizzie has exploded. As soon as the call was connected, an extremely anxious roar came from the other end. Nyobi. Chapter 67, Great Immortal. Please listen to my explanation. Well, listening to the hoarse roar on the other end of the phone, Nyobi blinked his eyes, indicating that he was a little confused. What the hell? The aircraft carrier exploded? And it blew itself up? There was silence for about 3 seconds. Nyobi said slowly, Vic, you fought with your secretary for a long time last night, and now your mind is confused? Vic on the opposite side was silent for a while. Well, I did have a long fight with the secretary yesterday, but that's not the point. Sir Nyobi, are you listening to me? Nyobi picked up a cigar and motioned to the secretary behind him to light it. Wipe. Cigar lit. Hiss. Nyobi took a long puff of his cigar. Then he said calmly, Minister Veach, you must be too tired. I just sent the leads to harass the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. How could it explode? Unless the Dragon Kingdom openly used nuclear weapons against the leads. But this is strictly prohibited. My lord, please turn on the TV. The news reports in Milan are going viral now. Nyobi heard what Vicky said. I couldn't help but frown. Then I turned on the TV with doubts. As soon as the screen turned on, the channel automatically jumps to the latest international reporting platform. The Eagle Country's leads aircraft carrier sank in the Dragon Country's territorial waters. Did the Dragon Country blatantly tear up the contract and start to launch nuclear weapons attacks on the Eagle Country? According to the Longwa authorities, The USS Leeds entered Longwa waters and blew itself up. Longwa did not launch a nuclear attack on the Leeds. Online report, Dragon Country distorts the facts, blatantly tears up the World Nuclear Treaty, and uses large-scale military weapons against Eagle Country. All countries should unite to check and balance Dragon Country. Bright red headlines kept appearing on the screen. Then the scene changed again. A drone was flying rapidly in the air. In the picture transmitted by drone, Nyobi can see clearly. Thick smoke rose from the entire sea surface, and countless aircraft carrier wreckages were scattered all around. On some wreckage, you can still vaguely see the Eagle Country flag, with only half of it burned. Snap! See this scene. Nyobi was completely stunned. He didn't even feel the cigar in his hand fall to the ground. My Lizzie. It's fucking explosive. The other side. On a continent. A huge ravine almost divides the entire continent into two. The ravine is bottomless. Looking along the gully, you can even see a few pieces of sawdust stuck in it that have turned into broken pieces. Lin Yu stepped on the solid ground with both feet. His expression at this moment is very wonderful. He looked at the scene before him. Then he subconsciously looked at Do Banxian, who had a big afro next to him. I'll ask you again, Do Banxian, are you sure you know the exact direction of Bird Country? Lin Yu pointed his finger not far away. In front of them, there is no sight. Grassland. On the grassland, a few crooked trees were randomly planted in the ground. Not far away, there were also a few buffaloes lying leisurely beside the water pool. How do you see this? It doesn't look like a bird country? How can such a small place have such a large grassland? Do Banxian, who was standing by, pushed the hair away from his face. Then he looked around carefully. 10 seconds later, he subconsciously shrank back. He tapped his chest with 2 fingers. Well, Great Immortal, please listen to my explanation. Actually, we left in a hurry and didn't bring many things with us. And it's not that I leaned too far back and couldn't see clearly in front, so? Do Banxian said as he spoke. The whole person involuntarily stepped back, because at this moment, there is a murderous intent targeting me. Feeling the murderous intent, Do Banxian could no longer hold back the smile on his face. He forced a smile on his face, said to Lin Yu in a trembling voice, Master, please give me another chance. I still have some use to make. Lin Yu heard this. He hesitated for a while. Then he patted Do Banxian on the shoulder, said with a smile, Hey, don't look so scared. It's just a mistake. It only caused me to run a few tens of thousands of kilometers more. It's a small matter. Gurgle. Looking at Lin Yu's smile and his smiling expression, Do Banxian couldn't help but swallowed hard. Daxian, can you please stop laughing? I'm so scared. Lin Yu didn't care what Do Banxian was thinking. He simply lifted Do Banxian by the collar with one hand. He walked towards a few crooked trees not far away with a smile. 10 minutes later, a brand new raft was rebuilt. Lin Yu stood on the raft. Do Banxian was hung on the flagpole. Well, Do Banxian watched as he was hung directly on the flagpole. He tried hard to force a smile towards Lin Yu. Master, there's really no need for that. I think I can see it from the back. There's no need to get so close. Lin Yu took out a magic talisman from his pocket. After listening to Do Banxian's words, he shook his head and said, That won't do. If you sit in the back and your eyes get blurry again, we'll have made another wasted trip. No, Immortal. Do Banxian had only said half of his words. Lin Yu has already pasted the magic talisman on the raft. Boom. A green light flashed. The raft rushed out again. Then a terrible hurricane raged. Countless pieces of soil were blown away and turned into earth arrows that fell from the sky and hit the earth. Oh yeah, buy it down. Along with the sound of the hurricane came Do Banxian's hysterical wails. Chapter 68. What is that? Bird Country. Joka Shrine. Countless bird people wearing the national costumes of the bird country walked inside the shrine. Some people stopped beside certain ancestral halls. With an expression of reverence, he bowed to the spirit tablet enshrined above. Look at the expressions on their faces. I wish I could dig out the body buried under the shrine. Then take it back to your home and burn incense and worship it at all times. This is the Joka Shrine. This is where the Birdman brainwashes people. Outside the Joko Shrine, the sheep's tail is 3 seconds long. As the president of Joka Shrine, his mood now can be described as extremely excited. Originally, he was enjoying the impact of the skilled master in the men's bathhouse. I haven't had enough fun yet. Suddenly a phone call came in. Before he could get angry, the other side conveyed to him a shocking piece of news. Eagle Country's Leeds aircraft carrier. It exploded in the territorial waters of Dragon Country. Yangwei Yishur Samuelang can be said to be in high spirits at this moment. As soon as he heard the news, he kicked the master under him away. He immediately gathered a large number of reporters and rushed to the shrine. Hasn't the Dragon Kingdom always been self-righteous? Now is the time to openly tear up the treaty and sink the HMS Leeds. What? It wasn't sunk by your dragon country. I don't care about that. Anyway, the Leezy exploded in your dragon country. You didn't sink it. Did it explode on its own? Call. Yang Wei exhaled deeply for 3 seconds. Then he looked at the bustling crowd of reporters below. Just a gentle wave of your hand. A follower consciously moved a microphone and placed it in front of him. Ahem. Everyone, it is a pleasure to meet with you here in this sacred place of our country. I am a sheep tail 3 seconds long. When Yangwei Yishisamuelang was speaking, some of the reporters below were also very tactful and shifted the camera to him. According to the requirements of Yangwei once for 3 seconds, everything he says and does at the Jinghua Shrine will be live broadcasted on platforms around the world. Then, naturally, a live broadcast room with a special title has appeared on the major live broadcast platforms of various countries. The president of the Torii Country Joko Shrine, Uechizo Samuro, made an important speech on the explosion of the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier in the Dragon Country's territorial waters. See this title. Many viewers from various countries clicked in involuntarily. Cough cough. We definitely just want to know what this bird country guy has to say. It's definitely not because of his fancy name. When Yangwei Yishalong appeared on the screens of major platforms, suddenly, countless comments flashed across the live broadcast room. Bird country audience number 1. It is our respected Mr. Yangwei. I must listen carefully to his speech. Bird country audience number 2. As the president of our sacred land of Sakurajima country, every word he said should be recorded in history. Bird country audience number 3. Long live Sakurajima. Anyway, Dragon country. Angry Birds Jill. What's the name of this furry thing? Sheep's tail or something? I'm a normal person. Yangwei Samuelang. Puff. Is this name serious? Turn off your phone. It's true that the Chinese are really good at naming things. How did they come up with this? Yangwei Yishisamuelang naturally didn't know the barrage in the live broadcast room. He was giving a passionate speech. Everyone, as we all know, Dragon Country has always advocated peace and was the first to propose a world nuclear weapons treaty. But what we didn't expect was that the Eagle Country's Leezy aircraft carrier was hit by a Dragon Country nuclear bomb during its normal cruise and sank directly into the sea. I would like to ask Longhua to give us an explanation for this matter. They have always been so self-righteous and have been making things difficult for our great shrine site. But the reality now is a slap in the face. Not only that, the Dragon Nation is so shameless that it completely denies that it was they who sank the fleet. As Yangwei's voice of 3 seconds rang out, the expressions on the faces of the reporters below also became a little serious. It's obvious. Yangwei's speech this time is 3 seconds long. It will have a huge impact internationally. It's even possible there will be a massive outburst of public opinion. And inside the live broadcast room, as soon as Yangwei finished speaking, Samuelang said, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. The bird country will win. These damn Dragon Country people really say one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. The bird country is great. What I can't stand the most is a country like this. Jinghua is great. Why don't they recognize the status of our shrine? They are just afraid of the time when we beat them to a pulp. Ha ha. The most handsome man in Dragon Country. Fuck. This idiot Yangwei is just distorting the facts here. The Dragon Nation crushes the Bird Nation. What a shitty shrine. It's just a fucking cesspool. I agree with the handsome guy's words. This idiot needs to change his name to the lifelong impotent 0.3 seconds man. If our Dragon Nation really sinks the Eagle Nation's fleet, that would be awesome. We unconditionally support the country's decision. I am a long worm who likes to explore holes. What the people above said is very true. And as far as I know, it was obviously the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier that first broke into our Dragon Country's territorial waters and was sunk. They deserved it. Hey. Looking at the expressions of the reporters below, Yangwei Yishisamuelang couldn't help but reveal an unconcealable joy in the corner of his eyes. Yes, that's it. The public opinion should be bigger. Although we cannot defeat Long Kingdom, we still have the pressure from world public opinion. They then joined forces with the Eagle Country to put pressure on the Dragon Country. Even the Dragon Kingdom. You will also be very embarrassed during this period, right? Ha ha ha. Think of this. A smile gradually appeared on Yangwei Samuelang's face. Why? It makes me happy just thinking about it. If the public opinion was bigger, the international status of our own Jogo shrine will even rise a few steps further. Hey hey. Then Yang Wei waved his hand and killed him in 3 seconds. He was about to stir up the atmosphere among the reporters on the scene again. But his voice had just rang out. Brush. A huge sound of wind suddenly came from a distance. With the sound of the wind, there was also a faint green light. Brush. Less than 3 seconds. The originally faint green light became more and more obvious. Well, see that blue light? Yang Wei was stunned for 3 seconds. What the hell is that? Chapter 69. The shrine was destroyed. A few minutes ago. Brush. When the blue light flashes, the raft cut through the waves, leaving a huge white mark on the sea surface. Master, I think you can go a little slower. Do Banxian was hung on the flagpole. He opened his mouth with difficulty and screamed towards Lin Yu behind him. Lin Yu just rolled his eyes when he heard this. If I could slow down, would I have rushed directly from the sea to the mainland just now? Ignore Do Banxian's words. Lin Yu's mind once again sank into controlling the raft. 3 minutes later, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. What is that? Follow his gaze. It can be seen on the sea level not far away. Suddenly, a huge land scene appeared. Brush. Lin Yu lifted it with his hand. He directly lifted Do Banxian's body down from the flagpole. Bang. He slapped the former twice on the face. Forced the former to wake up. Do Banxian, open your eyes and look carefully. Is this the bird country ahead? Do Banxian heard what Lin Yu said. Immediately he widened his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the distant land. After looking at it for about 10 seconds, the waves are too big to see clearly. Lin Yu forced himself to resist the urge to kick Do Banxian off the raft. So why the hell did I bring you here? Call. Took a deep breath. Lin Yu's eyes gradually became firm. Whether it is or not, just rush forward first. Then, the raft rode the wind and waves and rushed towards the land. As the raft was swept away by the huge waves. Haikao at the edge of Jogo Shrine. This place is very close to the shrine. Many bird country people choose to settle here. It is because they want their descendants to guard the shrine day and night. Through the influence of the ancestors, you can become a useful person for Sakurajima, the object of their worship. These are the ancestors buried in the shrine. Of course they thought so. But, boom, followed by a deafening roar. Everyone stopped what they were doing involuntarily. Subconsciously, I looked towards the place where the sound came from. Brush. Next second, all the bird country people in Haikao suddenly had an expression of horror on their faces. In their eyes. I saw it not far away. A huge wave about several hundred feet high was sweeping towards where they were. The waves are overwhelming. Looking around, it looks like a wall of water with no end in sight. The waves were so loud that the almost destructive roar could be heard from a long distance away. Gurgle. All the foreigners in Haikao couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This. A bird countryman pointed his finger at the waves that blocked out the sky. Then he turned his head with difficulty. He asked his companion behind him, Mumu-san, am I dazzled? Is that a tsunami? Mu-sang beside him was stunned. Then he sat down on the ground. Then he let out a roar that was almost a roar. Hi she, run quickly. It was shouted out like this. The people who were originally stunned suddenly reacted one by one. Ah, run. There's a tsunami. Oh, I don't want to die yet. I haven't received the blessing of the ancestors yet. Why did the disaster happen? We are right next to the shrine. Don't worry, the spirits in the shrine will protect us. Countless noisy voices continued to sound, accompanied by calls and wails, interweaving in the air to form an incomparably beautiful melody. Some bird countrymen even opened their arms directly, looking at the huge waves with a helpless look on his face. At the same time, he kept muttering, I live next to the spirits, and they will surely protect me from this disaster. Halala. Afterwards, the waves swept past. Everything is swallowed up. At the same time, the entrance to Joka Shrine. Yang Wei Samueling looked at the green light that was getting closer and closer. A pair of small eyes couldn't help but narrowed. I don't know why. As the green light gradually approached, his eyelids also kept twitching. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. He took a deep breath. Then he looked at the magnificent shrine on his body. The worries in my heart gradually calmed down. As long as the shrine is there, everything will be safe and sound. Buzz. When the thought just came to his mind, the whistling sound in his ears was getting louder and louder. Next second, brush. Before he could react, his pupils reflected a hint of green light. As the green light flashed by, Yang Wei closed his eyes subconsciously for 3 seconds. Just at the moment he closed his eyes, the air in front of the Jingwa shrine seemed to freeze for about 3 seconds. Then, boom, a sound like an explosion resounded. Suddenly, the sound of countless pieces of rubble and wood falling to the ground rang in his ears. Yang Wei wanted to open his eyes for 3 seconds, but the horrifying sound forced his eyes to shut tightly. Yang Wei was about to speak for 3 seconds. Whoosh, as a whistling sound passed by my ears. The next second, he felt his body leaving the ground, start soaring in the sky. This feeling is... Yang Wei Samuelang just wanted to experience this feeling of ascension. Bang! The next moment, his body fell heavily to the ground. The wind and waves come quickly and go away quickly. Wait until the storm passes. The scene was already in a mess. Countless electronic devices have been completely destroyed. The flag of the bird country was ruthlessly trampled on the ground, and it was covered with thick dust. Tiles and sawdust were scattered everywhere. Now, the front of the Jogo shrine has become a ruin. Looking back at the Jogo shrine, at this time, the shrine was originally magnificent. At this time it has been. A large part of it was cut off. Only a few lonely wooden stakes were still standing. Now, Joka Shrine, washed black. Chapter 70. This matter must be planned. The Jingwa Shrine was destroyed abruptly. This news instantly topped the news charts around the world. Dragon Country. Shit, I saw something on the news. The toilet shrine in Bird Country was blown away by a hurricane. Really? Really? Let me see. Fuck. It must be the gods who showed up and destroyed all the toilets in Bird Country. Even the gods from our Dragon Country couldn't stand watching their pure fruit toilet, so they just peeled it up. Ha ha ha. Wait, I need to go back and burn 2 more incense sticks for the gods. No, 200. The disappearance of the Jogo Shrine is not just a hot topic of discussion among the people of Dragon Country. Many large domestic stores have even started to hold celebrations. Big reward, big reward. Brother, what a great reward. The boss has started the anniversary promotion 306 days in advance. Anyone who spends more than 1,000 yuan in the store will receive a free fruit-free toilet. Oh my god, that's great. I want to come. Good news, good news. To give back to new and old customers, our store will open 3 years in advance. Every customer who enters the store will be given a free sandalwood stick. Bring the sandalwood stick with you to burn incense. Good things come in pairs. Good news, good news. Fuck, brother. Do you have any good news? We are also celebrating our anniversary. No. How can you hold a fucking anniversary celebration for a coffin shop? Who the hell said a coffin shop can't have an anniversary? Buy some and prepare them for your dad first. I'm telling you, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never see this shop again. Well, now that you mention it, it seems like that's what you mean. Come on, give me 800. Oh? Brother, there are too many people in your family who are going to die. You know nothing. It's our anniversary. Make reservations first. Oh, big brother, you are awesome. Come on, let me introduce you to our deluxe family package. I guarantee that you and your family will enjoy supreme membership services after you die. In the streets and alleys, crackling, bursts of smoke and firecrackers rang out, and arrows pierced the sky. Today is a good day. One after another pleasant music slowly sounded. The music was accompanied by the graceful dance of the square dance aunties. A group of young people holding basketballs stood on the edge, watching a group of middle-aged women dancing the Good Day Square dance on the basketball court. A young man raised an eyebrow, said to the teammate next to him, I don't know why, but it wasn't until today that I realized that square dancing is so beautiful. The teammate next to him nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Then why are you still playing basketball? Hurry up and join the square dance team. On the other hand, let's look at the bird country. When they learned on social media that their shrine was destroyed by the hurricane, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. No, it's impossible. Our shrine is protected by the spirits of our ancestors. How could it be destroyed by a hurricane? This must be the work of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to appeal and report it. Longhua is the most suspicious. Hurry up and put pressure on them to make them confess. No, my shrine and my ancestors all blame those damn dragon kingdoms. For a while, the entire bird kingdom was in chaos. Letters of denunciation were constantly passed down from below to those in power. The rulers of the bird country are extremely busy. Bird Kingdom's Supreme Council Hall. Omotoer sat in the first seat with a gloomy face. Some of the counselors under him also looked very unhappy. On the big screen in front of them, The current status of the shrine is being broadcast. Looking at the shrine that had been reduced to ruins, everyone couldn't help but clench their hands tightly. Shrine. It is their belief. They are the pride of their country. But now, their beliefs and pride were all crushed to pieces. The air was silent for about a minute. Bang! Benji slammed the table hard. Then he roared in anger. Go check it out for me. Dig deep into the ground to find out the reason. I don't believe that the society will suddenly be hit by a hurricane. Check it out for me. Jinghai Road, Shunchuan Villa, is the headquarters of the Shunchuan Society of the Bird Country. The security here is extremely strict. Every place is equipped with 8 ultra-high-definition cameras to record 24 hours a day. No blind spot can escape the surveillance of the camera. Every 10 meters, there will be 2 bodyguards wearing electronic recording devices and holding guns on standby. As long as there is a problem with any electronic device anywhere, the inside of Shunchuan Villa will receive an alarm. Stop, Banxian. You don't have to explain it to me in such detail. In the bushes somewhere outside Shunchuan Villa, Lin Yu rubbed his temple. Then he signaled Do Banxian to stop asking. Do Banxian at this time. He was explaining the internal structure diagram of Shunchuan Villa, which he had obtained from somewhere, to Lin Yu. Ah, master. I spent a lot of effort to get this information. Seeing Lin Yu stop his actions, Do Banxian suddenly became anxious. In order to obtain this information, I didn't just sell my body. Lin Yu simply ignored Do Banxian's extremely resentful look. Then he immersed his mind in the system interface. System, start the lottery interface. I want to draw a prize. Chapter 71. Cornucopia and Soul Control Method. Buzz. As Lin Yu's thoughts fell, a panel with a light blue glow slowly appeared before his eyes. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Reputation value. 498000000. Continuously increasing. Long press to refresh. Immortal magic. Thunder control. Rain calling. Space teleportation. Soul destruction. Taoism. Water wave technique. Divination. Package. Small Huandon. God travel talisman. Peace talisman. Bad luck talisman. Mount. Crane. Transporting cargo. Reputation mall. Items have been updated. Please check it yourself. Oh my god. Nearly 50 million reputation points. Seeing his reputation value, Lin Yu couldn't help but bulge his eyes. Oh my god. Did I destroy the Torikoka shrine? How come there are so many reputation points suddenly? Call. But soon, Lin Yu exhaled a deep breath. He couldn't help but let a smile appear on the corner of his mouth. The more reputation you have, the more beneficial it is to you. System. Open the reputation mall. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through 10 million reputation points. The reputation point mall is updating online. Please wait. As the electronic prompt sounded in my ear, a progress bar appeared on the virtual panel in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Seeing the progress bar suddenly appear, Lin Yu was stunned. Yo-ho. Good job. The reputation store can actually be updated. According to the routines in the novels I've read before, the reputation mall after the update must be very awesome, don't you think? System. Ding. That must be a matter of course. 1. Ding. Reputation mall update completed. Lin Yu stood there and waited for about 2 or 3 seconds. The progress bar successfully reached 100. Buzz. At this time, the reputation mall interface has also undergone tremendous changes. The original mall only had 3 products. But now, Lin Yu looked around. I saw that on the shopping mall interface, there were now hundreds of various props. That's not all. It is also divided into many different types. The effects of props will be automatically displayed after purchase. Advanced version of Xiao Huandan, price, 500 pieces, purchase limit, 100, winky face. High-level bad luck charm, price, 500 pieces, purchase limit 100, winky face. Bear whip, collectible bear, price, 200,000 pieces, purchase limit 1, winky face. Shan Bao, collection of Shin Bao, price, 100,000 pieces, purchase limit 1, winky face. Inflatable castle, price, 40,000 pieces, purchase limit 1, winky face. The effects of fairy magic will be automatically displayed after purchase. Flying with the wind, price, 500 million reputation points. One thought, the flower blooms, price, 600 million reputation points. Well, look at the extra props in the props category. The muscles at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently a few times. This system, is it serious? Grandma's bear penis and kidney treasure are specially brewed. Do I need this thing? My kidneys are so awesome. And this magic, is that so outrageous? Let me count the ways. 1, 2, 3, for brothers, dad, ancestor immortal your uncle. 500 million reputation points. Are you kidding me? Although there are many props, but either they are useless or very expensive. Lin Yu gave up directly. I still believe in my luck. System, start the lottery. Ding. The lucky draw interface is opening for the host. Ding. Because the host's reputation value has successfully exceeded 1 million. The luxury lottery mode has been successfully opened. Ding. The luxury lottery mode data is being transmitted to the host. Buzz. As the fluorescence emerges, a message instantly flooded into Lin Yu's mind. Just a few seconds. Lin Yu understood the so-called luxury lottery model. That means spending 100,000 reputation points to draw a lottery once. The rewards for this kind of lottery will become more generous. With 50 million reputation points at the moment, I can draw 500 times. Start drawing. Ding. The lottery begins. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Cornucopia. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize. The Huandan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Treasure bowl. I saw an extra shit yellow basin on the inventory. Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Oh shit. The luxurious lucky draw is so cool. I have taken out the treasure bowl I have been dreaming of. Lin Yu clicked on the treasure bowl with his mind. Item name. Cornucopia. Level 1. Effect. The cornucopia can automatically store 100 oceans every morning. It can be redeemed once every month. The maximum storage period is 1 month, and the upper limit is 3,000 oceans. Can be upgraded through reputation points. The reputation points required to upgrade to the next level, 1,000. Second level cornucopia effect. The cornucopia can automatically store 1,000 oceans every morning and can be redeemed once every 28 days. It can be stored for up to 3 months, with an upper limit of 28,000 oceans. You can upgrade to the third level by consuming 100,000 reputation points. Not bad, not bad. You pulled out the cornucopia in one go. Oh ha 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 ha. Think of the cornucopia and make money continuously in the future. The smile on Lin Yu's mouth, getting more and more outrageous. Oh ha ha ha. Well, Do Banxian, who had been lying nearby, looked at Lin Yu and suddenly stood there stupidly. Then he suddenly laughed out loud for no apparent reason. He subconsciously shrank back. Daxian. This is. Suddenly my brain went haywire? Perhaps he noticed Do Banxian's caring look for the mentally retarded. Lin Yu's laughter suddenly stopped. Ahem. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Yes. It seems that my focus now is not the treasure bowl. It's out of control. It's out of control. After sorting out his mood, Lin Yu's mind returned to the system lottery interface. System, continue the lottery and give me something that is practical at this stage. Ding. The lucky draw begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize, the quick-acting heart-saving pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mount Caterpillar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal soul control method. Another immortal technique. I heard the system prompt sound ringing in my ear. Lin Yu also subconsciously looked at the information panel. Now, on the information panel, a new skill has been added to the fairy magic column. The host of the soul control method transforms into a soul control master, controlling the soul of the designated target. The weaker the target, the longer the control time. Chapter 72. It's no use even if you shout at the top of your lungs. Inside Shinchuan Villa, in the Parliament Hall, for men dressed in bird country clothes formed a circle and sat on the ground. On the table in front of them, a large screen displays hundreds of photos of different people, and 10 photos have turned gray. Looking at the 10 photos that had turned gray, the 4 of them remained silent. After a long time, a rather rough-looking bird countryman tapped the table twice with his fingers. Then he slowly said, "Everyone, Xiao Musan and the others have failed." When the other 3 heard this, the muscles at the corners of their eyes couldn't help but shrink. A gray-haired old man next to him couldn't help but tremble violently. He looked at the burly man in the lead, asked, "Didn't the president say that with the cooperation of an informant, this mission would be easy to complete?" The burly man is the president of Kamikawa Society, Richuan Iron Plate, and that old man is the inner elite of the Shinchuan Society, known as one of the 4 iron plates of Kamikawasha. Wisdom Iron Plate Old Mulberry Field. After listening to the old man's words, Hikawa Tepin just shook his head, said calmly, Old saying, I know how you feel right now, but missions are always accompanied by unexpected situations. I am deeply sorry for the death of Mr. Sang. He was a warrior, and we in Kamikawa are proud of him. Upon hearing this, the old man could only sigh. I originally thought this was a surefire task. That's why he stuffed his grandson Xiao Sangjun in there. The purpose is just to allow him to pass this mission, and then use his own methods to raise his status in Shinchuan society to a higher level. But I didn't expect. But he hadn't finished thinking yet. The sound of Hikawa iron plate was heard again. And then again. Even if we have informants cooperating with us, who knows if the Dragon Nation has informants cooperating with us in Shinchuan society? After saying, Hikawa Teppen glanced at the other three people sharply. The three of them met Hikawa Teppen's gaze. The muscles at the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. What? Look at the look in your eyes. Are you trying to mess with us? A rather feminine man frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Does the president mean to suspect the three of us? Hikawa smiled ironically, said, You three are the pillars of our Shinchuan society. How could I doubt you for no reason? I prefer to believe that our informant in Longhua leaked the secrets. After all, decades ago, there were countless people like this in Longhua. Speaking of this, Hikawa Teppen's gaze gradually turned cold. That thing has returned to the hands of the Dragon Nation. This is a very serious loss for our bird nation. The other three people also had solemn expressions on their faces. The feminine man suggested, How about handing this matter over to the employer above? Let them clean up the mess themselves. The feminine man had just finished speaking. The old man couldn't help it and interrupted him directly. No, it seems that the employer's attention has shifted to the explosion of the Jogo Shrine today. Unless we want to die, we will report this matter at the peak of the storm. The feminine man frowned. Then what should we do? We can't send someone to get the things back now, right? The burly man who had been silent on the side interrupted. I can lead the team myself. The old man rolled his eyes. By the time you get there, the people of Dragon Country will have already been lying in bed eating what's called hot pot, right? So what do you think we should do? I don't know either. The three of them argued for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. Hikawa Teppen looked at the two people arguing. He also rubbed his temples. Have to say, messed up this thing. If the above employees knew about this, they would be very angry. Don't do it well. Their Kamikawa society is likely to become a piece of history. Hikawa Teppen pondered for a while. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, The news of the mission's failure has not yet spread, so I called you all here today just to inform you. Since my employer is not paying attention here, I plan to use this time to atone for my sins. Although that item is gone, we got their handover location from our informant. Of course, this also depends on your abilities, so please don't hide your abilities and use all the forces stationed in Dragon Country. The three of them couldn't help but raise their eyelids when they heard this. He raised his eyes and looked at Hikawa Teppen, who was leading the group. Looking at the latter's rough face, the three of them felt a slight sinking in their hearts. This guy. So that's the idea. Then the three of them seemed to have made up their minds. Consider the consequences of not getting your things back. Sacrifice some informants. That's worth it. It is also their honor to sacrifice themselves for their gods. Call. I saw that all three of them had made up their minds. Hikawa Teppen also let out a breath of foul air. Then he turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. Everyone, let's finalize the plan then. It's getting late. In order to welcome you all, I have specially brought a few beautiful girls who are good at singing and dancing from Kyoto. Everyone, please come in. Then he looked at the feminine man. He smiled and said, Of course, there is also your favorite stuff, Kamita-kun. After saying, Hikawa Teppen stood up from the ground. He made a gesture of invitation to several people. After finishing, he walked to the door and opened it. Well, as soon as Hikawa Teppen opened the door, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The other three saw Richuan Taiban standing there in a daze. The feminine man asked in confusion, Mr. President, what's wrong? What's going on? He hadn't finished his words yet. Then the pupils of his eyes suddenly widened. He looked outside the door in shock. Only at the gate. I don't know when two thin figures were standing there. There was a young man about 18 or 19 years old, and an old man with an afro. Don't you say? The old man's exposed but is really white. The feminine man couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips, etc. That's not the point right now. These two people. When did it appear here? How did it appear here? As the four of them were looking at the two uninvited guests, the old man with the afro directly pushed away the sunrise iron plate who was standing there in a daze. Then he walked into the room on his own. You. Hikawa Teppin pointed his finger at the old man. The latter waved his hand. I know what you want to say. Go ahead and scream if you want to. No one will come to rescue you today, even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 73 You. No one will come to save you, even if you scream your throat out. When looking at an old man with an afro, shaking his fingers in front of him, while he was talking a lot of nonsense with a very arrogant look on his face. The expressions on the faces of Hikawa Teppin and others are quite interesting. But soon, a ferocious look appeared on their faces. But Gyalu, the feminine man, was the first to come to his senses. He simply pulled out the samurai sword beside him and chopped it down at Do Bonqian's head. How many years? They haven't experienced this kind of provocation in a long time since they took this position. Although I don't know how these two mice sneaked in. But this is inside Kamakawasha. Go to hell with the determination to die. Brush. The samurai sword swept across. There was a strong sense of excitement on the faces of Hikawa Teppin and others. They seemed to have seen the old man's head being cut off by the samurai sword. Then blood gushed out from the broken neck like a column of water, pouring out like a light rain, dyeing the ground red. Although they are already accustomed to this kind of scene. But every time I think of the head I cut off myself, that feeling, still very comfortable. Sheena. The feminine man roared, and then swung his samurai sword down. Phew. The samurai sword slashed across, creating a splash of blood. At the same time, the smile on Richuan Tiebon's face suddenly stopped. Tick-tick. The samurai sword in the feminine man's hand kept dripping with blood. At the end of the blood flow, there was a withered old arm. Him at this moment. The ferocious smile on his face had completely disappeared. This. He raised his head with difficulty. Then he slowly raised his eyelids along the direction of the samurai sword. When he saw the figure standing in front of his samurai sword, the muscles at the corners of his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Mulberry. The person standing in front of the feminine man's samurai sword was the old man who had been standing beside him with a sinister smile. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. He looked at his right hand with horror. At this time, his right hand had been completely severed at the wrist. Countless amounts of blood were oozing out from his wound. Me. Old Sang-jun's already old and haggard face became even paler. He was stunned for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, roars filled with fear and sorrow roared out from his throat. My hands, Aia. Old Sang collapsed to the ground. He held his severed hand and wailed continuously. This scene. It's too weird no matter how you look at it. Old Sang held his severed hand and wailed continuously. The faces of Richuan Taiban and the other two also turned pale. Just now they saw with their own eyes that Old Sang looked like he was possessed by a demon. Just now the whole body involuntarily rushed towards the samurai sword. Before he could react, he used his arm to block the swinging samurai sword. Gurgle. Hikawa Teppanyaki swallowed. He didn't think that Old Sang had suddenly lost his mind just now. I want to use my own flesh and blood to fight against the samurai sword. Someone who sits in his position. I have already learned some secrets about the world. These two people. It is absolutely impossible for him to be an ordinary person. Even, it may be those. Bang! The thought of Hikawa Teppanyaki just came up. Old Sang-jun, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly seemed to go crazy again. He slammed his head madly against the wooden board on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After hitting him hard 4 or 5 times, Old Sang-jun rolled his eyes and fainted. For a while, the wailing sounds floating in the air stopped. Hiss. See this scene. Hikawa Teppin and others collectively gasped. Richuan Taiban couldn't help but bulge his eyes. If he was just skeptical at first, now he is almost completely sure. He turned his head and then looked towards the door. Russell. The young man who had been standing outside the door walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets. Brush. Just as Lin Yu made a move, a subtle cold light suddenly flashed from the shadows. Well, saw a flash of cold light. Hikawa Teppin's whole body couldn't help but tremble, and he quickly roared. He knew what it was. That is Kamakawasha's secret weapon. The legendary ninja. That's right. The reason why Kamakawasha has been able to dominate Sakurajima for so long is because they have the legendary ninja. Ninjas are the last secret weapon of Kamikawa society, and each of them is an ace weapon. Their duty is to protect Kamakawasha. Eliminate all threats to Kamakawasha. They are the pride of Kamikawa society. Once they take action, there is almost nothing they can't accomplish. But the moment the ninja hiding in the dark took action, I don't know why, Hikawa Teppin, who had always held ninjas in a sacred place, felt anxious for the first time. He looked at the expressionless young man in front of him, I don't know why. He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. It feels like, even the Kamikawa shrine with its ninjas, it is not certain that you can survive safely in his hands. This young man, maybe he really is from that organization. Just as Hikawatepen was thinking this, the cold light finally approached Lin Yu's neck. Chapter 74, Off-Site Organization. Call out. The cold light was reflected in Lin Yu's black and white pupils. Facing the sudden cold light, Lin Yu did not show any panic on his face. He just slowly raised his fingers. Then it bent slightly downward. At the same time, the ninja hiding in the dark couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Brush. The next moment, a figure stood in front of Lin Yu. Don't know when. Old Sang Jun, who was originally lying on the ground, has appeared in front of Lin Yu. Puff, puff, followed by two dull sounds. I saw two small knives emitting faint light stuck in Old Sang Jun's neck. The knife was completely embedded in Old Sang Jun's neck. Old Sang Jun's body trembled slightly, and then he was no longer alive. Call out. The attack failed. The ninja hiding in the dark did not panic. Then, rays of cold light emitting faint glow flashed from all directions of the room. Lin Yu and Do Banxian's bodies were completely blocked. His purpose was simple, which was to get rid of Lin Yu and Do Banxian who attacked Shunchuan society. As for the death of old Mr. Sang, it was not just a simple accident. He wouldn't live long anyway, so I just happened to send him off in advance. According to the ninja's estimation, he simply passed away 20 years earlier. It's just a trivial matter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold light flashed. What appeared before everyone's eyes were darts of strange shapes. The dart flashed a turquoise green light under the reflection of the light. It's obvious. This dart is coated with poison. Fuck you. Do Banxian, who was standing by, couldn't help but bulge his eyes when he saw this. WTF. Why include me too? He is just going through the motions, okay? Great Immortal, help me. Hear the voice of Do Banxian. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and then he kicked the body falling in front of him away. Brush. The corpse was kicked away by Lin Yu. Then he flew straight to where Do Banxian was. Do Banxian just turned his head. A shadow hit his body directly. Puff. Do Banxian's entire mouth suddenly opened into an oval shape. Fuck. Then he rolled aside with old Songjuan's body. Well, after Do Banxian's body was carried away by Lao Songjuan's corpse, revealing the feminine man who was already a little dumbfounded standing aside. The feminine man was a little confused at this time. He blinked. Where is the person in front of me? Such a big person? But soon, his eyes were covered by the cold light of the dart. Yeah, bye. The feminine man hasn't reacted yet. Next second, a few more dull noises were heard. Then the feminine man fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. His body was already full of darts filled with poison. Hikawa teppanyaki. Ninja. Oh, I killed another one. The ninja hiding in the dark silently touched the dart on his waist. His eyes involuntarily turned to Hikawatepen and the other big man who were still standing there. After rescuing Do Banxian with one kick, in front of him were poison darts that blocked every part of his body. Lin Yu also did not hesitate at all. He clapped his hands lightly in front of his chest. Immortal technique. Soul activation. Swish, swish, swish. Then, countless white threads that only Lin Yu could see poured out from the top of his head. At the same time, Lin Yu's eyes gradually became transparent. Hunden Immortal Law, Imperial Order. A deep voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. As the voice rang out, the next moment, the whole world suddenly seemed to be paused. In Lin Yu's sight, the darts that were flying towards him at a high speed gradually slowed down. Then white silk threads wrapped around the poison darts. In reality, the whole process takes only a few tenths of a second. When the cold light swept towards Lin Yu, the latter simply rubbed his fingers lightly in front of himself. Swish. Then, the poison darts that shot out seemed to be suddenly pulled back. It stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of Lin Yu. Brush. Before the other tall guy could react, the poison darts quickly changed direction and shot straight at the latter. Puff, puff, puff. Then, another hedgehog with poison darts all over its body was created. And in the eyes of others, the poison darts first paused in the air for about a few tenths of a second. Then he turned around without hesitation and killed another teammate. Ninja. Hikawa teppanyaki. This. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, completely lifeless. For a moment, Hikawatepen's eyes became a little dazed. This. His own ninja took action. Then instead of eliminating the invaders, I also solved the problem of adding an internal staff member. He really wants to ask now. Big brother, are you an undercover sent by the other side? But Gaia dear. The next moment, Hikawatepen couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a roar. Then he took a big step back, roaring at Linyu. Who are you? What on earth do you want to do in our Xinchuan society? Even if you are from a foreign organization, you shouldn't be so rampant and unscrupulous. We are the Xinchuan society. Do you know what the destruction of the Kamikawa society means? Do you want your organization to openly appear in the eyes of the world? Speaking of, he yelled at the ninja in the dark again. Don't make any more sneak attacks. We are almost wiped out by you in Xinchuan society. After listening to what Hikawatepen said, Linyu couldn't help but frown. What the hell? He touched his nose, then swung his fist and punched the air beside him without hesitation. Bang! Following a dull voice, a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from the air. Bang! As soon as the latter appeared, he fell directly to the ground and lost his breath. Linyu didn't even glance at the dead ninja. He walked up to Hikawatepen. You. Richuan Taiban saw Linyu easily get rid of the pride of Xinchuan society. Hikawatepen's face suddenly turned even paler. Linyu walked to the front of Richuan Taiban and squatted down. Tell me what an off-site organization is? Chapter 75. You guys, be as gentle as possible. Off-site organization. Linyu walked to the side of Richuan Iron Plate, then squatted down and asked. The name. So strange. Moreover, as a president of Bird Country, it stands to reason that he is so wary of an organization. No, it can even be said to be fear. Then this organization. It must be terrifying. Sudden. Linyu found it a little funny. I still can't escape being like the protagonist in some novels. It is estimated that I will be remembered by this organization called ED in the future. At this time, Richuan Taiban heard Linyu's question. The expression on his face also showed that he was stunned. He widened his eyes and looked at Linyu in confusion. No, you are not from an organization in another place? Call. Before he knew it, Hikawatepen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's okay as long as they are not from a different organization. That proves that I still have a chance to survive. Oh wait. Sudden. Hikawatepen suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and stared at Linyu. If this guy isn't from an organization in another place, then who the hell are you? Brush. Next second, before he could react, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in his ears. Bang. Then, Do Banxian slapped him hard on the cheek. Do Banxian pointed at the Richuan Iron Plate and shouted angrily. The Immortal is asking you a question. Why are you coveting my beauty? I'm telling you, we Immortals are not interested in old men. Speaking of, Do Banxian couldn't help but lick his slightly cracked lips. Well, Richuan Taiban was stunned by the slap in the face. Seeing Do Banxian's actions, he seemed to understand something all of a sudden. He subconsciously said, I'm not interested in old men. I have a son who is only 18 this year. If you are interested, I can. After saying, Richuan Taiban slowly lowered his head, glancing at Linyu from time to time. TSK. Although you spoke cryptically, but I understand. I understand everything. Among their 4 biggest fans, there is also one who only likes older men. Have to say, you guys have really unique tastes. You must be someone with low emotional intelligence. You have high EQ and unique taste. At the same time, Hikawatepen was also silently repenting in his heart. My dear son, for Dad's sake, please bear with it. Just think of it as a needle pricking your anus. Dad will remember your goodness. Afterwards, Hikawatepen looked at the two of them and said seriously, My little brat has been afraid of hurting you too since he was a child. You guys, please be as gentle as possible. Do Banxian, Linyu. Hearing what Richuan Taiban said, the muscles at the corners of Linyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. I'm so fucking. He turned and looked at Do Banxian. Old stuff. What the hell did you do? Gurgle. Feeling Linyu's almost murderous gaze, Do Banxian couldn't help swallowing. Afterwards, fuck you. I'll beat you to death. Speaking of, Do Banxian rolled up his sleeves, picked up a chair from the side, and smashed it directly at the Richuan Iron Plate. Bang bang bang. Flax falling duck ah. You old mother. Why are you moaning so much? Fuck. Banxian, stop slapping me. I still have questions to ask. Learn. A few minutes later, Do Banxian sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. As for Hikawatepen, he huddled in a corner, shivering. His body was already torn and bloody. Call. Linyu tidied up her hair, and then walked to Richuan Taiban again. Seeing Lin Yu coming over, Richuan Taiban quickly shrank into the corner. This is the real devil. Lin Yu smiled at Richuan Taiban, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Speak. From now on, just answer whatever I ask you, okay? I'm very gentle. Hear what Lin Yu said. Richuan Taiban subconsciously glanced at the bent steel pipe in Lin Yu's hand. For a moment, I couldn't help but burst into tears. You are so gentle. Tell me about the things you know about the foreign organization, and who is the traitor in the contact list between Longhua and you? Heterogeneous organizations are. After the introduction of Hikawa Teppanyaki, Lin Yu's eyes gradually became solemn. This organization is a hidden killer organization in the world, and every killer in it is an extremely terrifying existence. But it is not like an ordinary killer organization. Hikawa Teppen also doesn't know the specific situation. Anyway, as long as the foreign organization takes action, that person is basically certain to die. It is unknown how many years the off-site organization has existed in this world. Their most recent move was when a person from an overseas organization wiped out a reinforced regiment of a small country. Overnight, more than 1,000 well-equipped soldiers died tragically in their camp. So far, foreign organizations have once again appeared in the sight of top leaders of various countries. According to rumors, there are many people in this organization who have special abilities. So when Lin Yu easily controlled Lao Sang and the others, only Richuan Taiban would think that Lin Yu was a member of a foreign organization. After listening to Hikawa Teppanyaki's explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought for a moment. Special powers? One man killed more than 1,000 soldiers overnight. This foreign organization. Boom. Just when Lin Yu fell into deep thought, suddenly, a huge rumble was heard in the distance. Before they could react. Boom. Then the whole room suddenly exploded. Boom. The entire room was engulfed in sparks from the explosion. It echoed through the sky with a deafening roar. Immediately following. Boom. 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 Huge explosions continued to be heard in Kamakawasha. Along with the sound of the explosion, there was also a fire dragon rising into the sky. For a while, accompanied by shouts and cries, the entire Shunchuan society was engulfed in flames. Looking from a distance, it's like a grand fireworks feast. Outside Kamikawa, on a small hill not far away, a figure covered in a black robe looked at the still exploding Kamikawa society. He turned around and left slowly. Chapter 76, Scum? A community in bird country. A boy of 7 or 8 years old pressed his face tightly against the window, staring into the distance with burning eyes. At some point, the boy raised his head and shouted to the woman who was cleaning behind him. Mom, there are fireworks over there. The woman behind him gave the boy a doting look, then said, Oh, little Moo, there's no place to set off fireworks right now. If you want to watch the fireworks, you can wait for your dad to come back. Speaking of, she also raised her head and looked in the direction the boy's finger was pointing. Brush. Next second, her pupils suddenly shrank. Not far away, the huge flames emitted a light that illuminated the entire night sky red. Along with those flames rising into the sky, there were explosions one after another coming closer and closer. Afterwards, countless people were awakened from their sleep and subconsciously opened the curtains. He looked at the red light not far away with shock and horror. Kamakawasha. The fire is still burning fiercely. The once magnificent building has disappeared from the ground. All that was left was debris and charcoal on the ground. Ahem. Somewhere in the ruins, accompanied by a violent cough. Then a pitch-black hand suddenly emerged from the ruins. Damn it, Bill. These guys are so cunning. They actually buried bombs underground. Luckily, I'm lucky, otherwise I would have to die decades earlier. Accompanied by a sound of complaint, a dark figure struggled out from the ruins. He looked around at the scene and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The latter tore off a small piece of relatively clean cloth from the only pair of pants he had left, and then spat a pool of saliva. He rubbed his eyelids and cheeks hard, which were covered with dust. It was Do Bansian. Do Bansian struggled to get out of the ruins. After crawling out of the ruins, Do Ban sat down on the ground. Well, immediately following, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked down at his buttocks. The first thing that appeared in Do Bansian's eyes was a charred head. Then there is the body full of darts. This person looks familiar. It looks like the one just now was a hermaphrodite, a dead eunuch. These bastards are so cruel. They can burn their own people like this. Tiskte. Without observing how cooked the corpse was, Do Bansian began to search around. The explosion just now was so close to Daxian. Great Immortal, please don't let anything happen to you. Sudden. Do Banqian's eyes suddenly focused. Not far away, he seemed to vaguely see a charred figure squatting. The posture that Daxian was in just now seemed to be a half squat like this. Then that is the great immortal? Do Banqian was stunned at first. Immediately, it was as if a rocket was stuck in his butt, and he jumped directly out of the coke. Big immortal. Do Banqian rolled and crawled to the side of the charred figure. Seeing that the latter's body had been burned to the point where there was not a single intact part, his pupils shrank sharply. Great immortal, it can't be you, right? You are a real immortal. This little explosion. Do Banqian stretched out his finger tremblingly. Then he tremblingly tapped the figure. Phew. As soon as Do Banqian's fingers touched the charred body, there was a tearing sound coming from inside the ladder, and then the entire body turned into dust and dissipated in front of Do Banqian's dull gaze. Well, Do Banqian's expression froze for 4 or 5 seconds. Brush. The next moment, he let out a whine. He stretched out his hands and frantically grabbed the burnt ashes that were scattered in all directions. Great immortal, I didn't mean it. You were really burned to ashes. Woo, great immortal. You have really become scum at this moment. Do Banqian wailed with tears and snot. Great immortal, you left like this. What will I do if I am left as an old man? I can't speak bird language. I don't even know the way back. Xian, come back soon. When Do Banqian was still crying for Linyu, who had become ashes, the other side, a figure covered in a black robe was moving slowly forward in the moonlight. At some point, he suddenly stopped. Then his brows furrowed slightly. Swish. Next second, a thorny vine suddenly sprang out from the depths of darkness. The vine swung straight towards the black-robed figure with a sound of breaking through the air. The latter looked at the vines coming towards him and tapped his chest several times with his hands quickly. Next second, a silenced pistol that appeared in his hand at some point spit out several fire snakes. Greeted by those vines. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided. The vines were easily broken. Chapter 77 Diggers and Detonators. Who? After breaking the vines, the figure under the black robe quickly bent his body slightly. The exposed eyes looked around vigilantly. His right hand tightly grasped the pistol at his waist. The whole person's spirit reached the highest level of alertness. Whenever an unexpected situation occurs, he must ensure that he can react quickly. But as soon as his voice fell, there was no more movement around. But his intuition told him. The silence around me was even more eerie. Rustle. Just at this moment, a barely audible sound came from the corner of a big tree not far away. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the pistol that was originally on the black-robed man's waist suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Several fire snakes flew straight towards that corner. Snap. The bullet hit the big tree, and it fell to the ground. But the black-robed man couldn't help but shrink his pupils, because there was no human figure under the big tree. Damn it, this person hiding in the dark is even scarier than I thought. I can't sense a single breath of him at all. There was no one under the big tree. The man in black robe did not dare to fight. The whole person ran backwards quickly. Phew. Just as he moved, several sounds of breaking through the air immediately rang in his ears. Then he saw several vines slapping towards his body. There are barbs on the vines, and the barbs are dark and covered with paralyzing toxins. If you are not careful, you will be hooked by those barbs. Although the toxin is not fatal, it will definitely restrict one's movements. What a damn bastard who only knows how to hide in the dark. He saw the vines sweeping towards him as if they were resurrected. The man in black robe swore, then picked up his pistol and fired several shots. It seemed random, but each shot hit the vines very accurately. Bang, bang, bang. After dealing with those vines, the man in black robe didn't even have time to feel happy. Swish, swish, swish. There were several more sounds of breaking through the air. Hateful. Hearing those sounds of breaking through the air, the black-robed man couldn't help but look gloomy. This is a forest, and there are as many vines as you want. It seems that the other party is also a superpower. We can't waste time with him here. The man in black robe took a deep breath, and then his eyes gradually became cold. I saw his pupils gradually turning red. In the end, even a little black could be seen in the red. Red took over his eyes. Brush. At this time, the vines also came over. The man in black robe raised his pistol and slowly pulled the trigger. A fire snake was spewed out. Boom. Next second, a huge explosion sounded. Brush. At the same time, on a tree about 100 meters away from the battle, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Yu was in a very miserable state at this moment. The clothes were burned to the point where only a few charred strips of cloth remained. The exposed skin on his body was all black and could even smell burnt. Exploded? He felt the messages coming from the big trees. There was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. In the explosion just now, Lin Yu used the bodies of Richuan Taiban and others to create a physical barrier for himself and Do Banxian. After barely saving the life of Banxian, Lin Yu's first action was to chase after the man in black robe. If Lin Yu guessed correctly, the other party is most likely someone from the foreign organization mentioned by Hikawa Teppen. Originally, Lin Yu planned to rely on the vines in the forest to drain the opponent's strength. But what he didn't expect was, the opponent's final attack actually directly destroyed the battlefield. Because of the shock wave, Lin Yu's consciousness had been squeezed off the big trees. Now, he lost the position of the man in black robe. Sure enough, this organization is really terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people in this world, his abilities can almost be called magical skills. But facing people from different places, not only was the other party not surprised, they even had corresponding countermeasures. If Lin Yu guessed correctly, the man in black robe definitely did not die in the explosion just now. And there are quite a few people in foreign organizations who have special abilities. Lin Yu rubbed his brows. I guess I won't have any quiet days to relax in the future. Forget it. We will fight back if an enemy comes. We will block the flood with earth. Lin Yu stood up, looked towards the explosion site, then turned and rushed towards the Shunchuan society, which had become a ruin. With such a big commotion, the police from Bird Country will definitely arrive at the scene soon. Lin Yu doesn't want to become famous in front of the whole world like this. Find Do Banxian and take him away from this place of trouble. When Lin Yu rushed back to Shinchuanch, he happened to see Do Banxian crying loudly while holding a pile of ashes. Master, you can't just leave me alone like this. Great Immortal, how can you let me, an old man, send off a young man? How can I live if you leave me like this? You are just a little bit stingy, a little bit mean, and a little bit other than that. Although you don't have any good points, you can't just leave me alone like this. Lin Yu. The muscles at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently. I'm so fucking. What do you mean there are no advantages other than these? He walked up to Do Banxian, who was howling like a ghost. Then he kicked the latter on the butt. Bang! Do Banxian, who was wailing, was kicked like this. His entire face was buried directly under the coke. Poo poo poo. Do Banxian struggled to get up and spat out the charcoal from his mouth. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look behind him. Big. When he saw black appearing in front of him, he was totally bewildered. Brother, who are you? I was stunned for a long time. Just then a word came out of Do Banxian's mouth. Hey. To this, Lin Yu showed Do Banxian his familiar big white teeth. Then he used his most familiar technique of kissing his cheeks with his 5 fingers, making them swell up like crazy. 1 minute later, Do Banxian, whose head was swollen like a pig, held Lin Yu's thigh very skillfully. Dada, the line is broken, the needle is cut, the stone is cut. Wake up. Lin Yu clapped his hands. After loosening up my shins, I felt much better. Woola woola. At this time, sirens were also heard from the foot of the mountain. Lin Yu did not stay there waiting any longer. Holding Do Banxian in one hand, he ran towards the other side of the hill. Somewhere on an empty plain, the ground began to loosen. Pieces of soil began to sink downwards and finally turned into a hole. Tear. Then, 2 men in black robes slowly emerged from the cave. This mission has failed. The other party is likely to have a superpower as well. It's not a failure. At least the 2 people who knew the organization's secrets were killed by me. They are not dead. Hawkeye found that they are still alive. What? Chapter 78 Organization. Bermuda Triangle. This place is known as the most dangerous place in the world. Each year, anyone who passes through the Bermuda Triangle, whether it is a cruise ship, a cargo ship, or an airplane soaring in the sky, they will disappear mysteriously. Countless scholars and researchers have devoted their entire lives to studying the Bermuda Triangle. Using top-notch scientific instruments, countless historical studies have been conducted, but it is impossible to lift even a corner of the mysterious veil shrouding it. There are even many scholars who died suddenly for no reason because of this. Here, it is called a forbidden area. It is a place that humans have never been able to reach. The location of the Bermuda Triangle. The entire sky was shrouded in an extremely strange color. The color is sometimes extremely black and sometimes extremely white. In it, countless deafening thunders rang out. Thunder dragons as thick as arms rolled in the clouds, and from time to time they descended into the sea in a brutal manner, annihilating all the fish and shrimps in it into foam. The blood dyed the sea red. In the depths of a sea of blood, one after another, ferocious-looking sea beasts jumped out from the deep caves, opened their bloody mouths full of sharp teeth, and began to bite each other mercilessly. Not only that, beneath the clouds, storms that could easily tear apart a giant ship continued to rage. Looking from a distance, the Bermuda Triangle is now like a huge monster with a mouth full of storm. Anything that enters its big mouth will be swallowed up mercilessly and become its prey. At this time, 10 nautical miles away, a huge ship was swaying in the storm. A bloated man looked at the storm not far away with horror. In such a terrible storm, the giant ship they were on seemed like a joke. Does an organization like that really exist in this environment? The bloated man held onto the railing, trying to hold up his body and not fall down. Even though it is dozens of nautical miles away, the storm from the Bermuda Triangle can still easily overturn this giant ship. What if we get closer? I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces along with this huge ship. The bloated man swallowed hard. But if I can't complete the task given by the master, I will definitely not survive after returning. What should I do? He really couldn't imagine such a horrible place. Can we really survive in such a place with human power? Oh, and there is also a token given by the master of the family. Sudden, the bloated man seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out a black stone from his body. The stone was about the size of a thumb and had some shallow cracks on it. If you look closely, you will find shallow cracks all over the stone. It forms the word different. Holding the stone in both hands, the bloated man knelt directly on the deck, slammed his forehead against the ground, and shouted towards the sky. The envoy of the affiliated family has brought urgent documents and wants to see the venerables of the ancestral land. Whoosh whoosh. After the bloated man called out, the whole world suddenly became quiet. The thunder dragon in the sky no longer roars, and the storm under the clouds no longer howls. Buzz. Then, a faint fluorescent light gradually appeared on the stone held in the man's hands. The fluorescence turned into a circle of light, covering the stone. Swish. Then, the aperture flew straight up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Swish. Next second, the terrifying thunderclouds seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. The thunder dragon began to wail, and the storm began to dissipate. Even the sea beasts hiding deep in the sea had deep fear in their scarlet eyes. Swish, swish, swish. A few rays of sunlight poured down from the torn place. The sun shone on the plywood and on the bloated body of the kneeling man. Click. Then, a white ankle slowly stepped out from the clouds. At the same time, an old voice suddenly sounded in the bloated man's mind. Why did you call me? Chapter 79 Mommy. Under the cover of night. Appear in Shanghai. Several broken container locations. For teenagers in school uniforms were crouching stealthily in the corner. The dim moonlight was like streaks of silk, shining through the dense spiderweb cracks on the container and onto the four people. As the cold wind blew, one of the teenagers couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Oh my God, sneeze. A young boy touched his nose, which was red from the cold. He rubbed his palms together and said to the boy with the crew cut in front of him, Boss, it's so late. Why do we have to come to a place like this? This place feels so scary. Speaking of, he also squeezed closer to the boy with the crew cut, trying to get some warmth. The latter saw the boy approaching him and slapped the former on the forehead with a look of disgust. What the hell are you doing? You're almost squeezing me like a compressed biscuit. Besides, you are not afraid of anything. I am here with you, right? The former covered his head and said aggrievedly, That's what I said, but boss, I heard from others that this dock is not clean. It is said that an extreme person once set fire to himself here. Why don't we go home quickly? As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him echoed, Not only that, I also heard that there is a wronged soul who died tragically nearby. Every night when it's quiet, he will come out to wander around. Boss, let's go home. Go home? Upon hearing these two words, the guy with the crew cut stood up immediately. I made a bet with that guy surnamed Lou. If I go back like this, he will definitely mock me to death. No, I will never go back. As he spoke, he pointed at the remaining three people. Not only me, you can't go back either. If anyone goes back, my fists won't recognize anyone. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. After you play with me this time, I'll take you out to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks tomorrow. Under the coercion and inducement of the pilot, The three of them could only nod helplessly. After dealing with the three people, the nose of the plane finally approached the container and slowly poked its head out. Do you think there are really dirty things in this place? Is the rumor true? But I don't feel anything at all. Apart from the wind being a little cold, I really don't feel anything else. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at each other. Is it really okay for our boss to be so stupid? On such a cold day, wouldn't it be nice to stay in a warm big bed? Woo woo woo. I miss my warm big bed so much. Time passed by every second. I don't know how long it took. The initial enthusiasm of the crew cut has completely dissipated. All he could feel now was the cold night air. Waited until late at night. Only 4 teenagers huddled together were left behind the container. At some point, the plane's head shook all over. Then he forced his eyes open a tiny slit and crawled out of the container in a daze. He climbed out of the container with difficulty and then wandered to a darker corner. He had just stood up when a cold wind blew. Hiss. The pilot took a deep breath of cold air. It's so cold, I'm freezing. As he said this, he was about to take off his pants. It's so cold today, I just need to pee to warm my body. Snap. Just at this moment, his shoulders suddenly sank. Well, the guy with the head cut was stunned for a moment, and even the movement of taking off his pants was frozen in midair. Etc. What is going on? 3 guys who were sleeping like dead pigs wanted to play a joke on him. Think of this. He was about to reach out and knock away the hand that was on his shoulder. But when the corner of his eye glanced at his shoulder, the first thing that caught his eye was a charred hand. Hidden. You can also smell a smell of coke. Gurgle. Then a sound of swallowing saliva slowly sounded from his ear. Immediately following. At least I can see a living person. Meet a living person? Fugitive felt that his body had begun to stop shaking, because he suddenly felt that the cold wind didn't seem so cold anymore. He suddenly remembered what the other 3 had said not long ago. There was once an extreme worker who set himself on fire. The smell of burning fire. For a moment, it was difficult for Fugitive to think further. Snap. Before the plane could react, his other shoulder sank as well. Then a charred hand with many wounds was placed on his other shoulder, held hostage by 2 charred hands. The pilot completely forgot to think for a moment. The plane's head was like a wooden stake, standing there without any movement. The hand pressed against his shoulder shook, and a hoarse voice rang out. As soon as I said this, next second, the guy with the first move jumped straight up from the ground. Mom, there's a ghost. Then, he rushed forward with all his might. Boom. His head made close contact with the container in front of him. What's that sound? Just after the nose of the plane kissed the container. The loud noise also woke up the other 3 people in the container. They rubbed their eyes and collectively poked their heads out of the container. So, 5 pairs of eyes looked at each other collectively. Well, the 3 teenagers in the container stared blankly at the 2 figures standing outside. Then he looked at the plane head who had fainted on the ground. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. About 3 seconds later, 3 screams were heard. Then there were 3 more dull thuds. Chapter 81 on 3. Boom, boom, boom. Followed by 3 dull collision sounds. 3 more figures appeared lying on the ground next to the container. Well, looking at the people who had fainted, the 2 figures standing in the shadows seemed to be stunned. So, the air seemed to freeze at this moment. What is this situation? One of the figures was stunned for a moment, then reached out and scratched the back of his head. Master, are you so scary that you scared them? He looked at the other figure beside him and said in confusion. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the figure standing next to him kicked him in the butt. Old Mando, if you can't speak, just shut up. As the sound rang out, the moonlight gradually became brighter, and the faces of 2 figures finally appeared. It was Do Banxian and Lin Yu. Lin Yu put one hand on his waist, looking at the people who had fainted, his brows tightly furrowed. I wanted to find someone to ask where this place is, but I didn't expect that I would be so timid. Think of this. Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Do Banxian standing beside him. If it weren't for your broken compass, we would have gone home and laid down to watch soap operas. Being stared at by Lin Yu, Do Banxian forced an awkward smile on his face. Master, this is not my fault. It's mainly because of that bastard who sold me the compass. Speaking of excitement, Do Banxian even took out an ancient compass from his crotch. I spent $8 or $80 to buy this treasure, and I spent 4 hours haggling with that bastard, but it turned out to be junk. Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch violently at the corners of his mouth. Afterwards, Lin Yu ignored Do Banxian and walked to the four people who had fainted. It's so cold. I wonder what these little kids are doing hanging around here. Buzz. He turned his palm over, and four small water balls slowly emerged from his hand. Call out. Then Lin Yu snapped his fingers and four water balls covered the four people lying on the ground. Sudden. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Following his gaze, I saw it on the clothes the four people were wearing. It clearly says, the mark of the Magic City number 1 middle school. So, this is the Magic City. We are back. After putting the four people into the container, Lin Yu took Do Banxian and walked towards the block. As for the four of them, leave them to the police. 3 days later. Room 321, Male Dormitory, Shanghai University. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire dormitory seemed a little solemn. Lin Yu, Bailey Pangpang, and Li Yu sat together. The expressions on the three people's faces were very conflicted. Opposite them was Lu Da, who looked very pleased with himself. Lin Yu clenched his hands tightly, frowned, and kept looking at Lu Da. Call. A few seconds later, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Then he waved his hand downwards. 2 cards were thrown out. 1 against 3. King Bomb. As soon as Lin Yu used his 1-on-3 strategy, Lu Da directly threw out a royal bomb. Lin Yu was dumbfounded for a moment. He looked at Lu Da and said uncertainly, Brother, I'm 1 against 3. Lu Da nodded and said, I know. You're 1 against 3. I can use a powerful bomb, right? Several black lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Make a gesture of giving up. Lu Da smiled when he saw this and said, Since you can't afford it, then it's my turn. After saying, Lu Da slammed the dozen or so cards in his hand onto the table. Plain. It's over. Lin Yu. Lin Yu widened his eyes and blinked helplessly at the 2 people standing beside him who were also dumbfounded. I am no match for him. It ended so quickly that I really didn't have any reaction at all. Lu Da put away his cards and showed 2 rows of white teeth to Lin Yu and the other 2. I can't help it. I've been a little bit lucky lately. I admit defeat, Xiao Yu. Go throw away the trash. Isley Yu is going to buy you lunch. Fatty is going to wash my pants, and my socks too. Li Yu. Bailey Pangpang. Their mouths instantly opened into ovals. Why does Xiao Yu only have to take out the trash, but I have to bring you food? This is not fair. You are being unfair, and I am the one who feels it is unfair. Why should I wash your pants for you? Regarding the shouting of the 2 people, Lu Da just picked his ears and spoke slowly. If you can beat Xiao Yu, then I have no problem letting you switch. If you don't do it, I heard that there is a club in the school that likes to collect strange stories about students. 3 people. Walking up the stairs carrying the garbage bag, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. I'm a bird-killing hero, but I've fallen to the level of taking out garbage. I'm an immortal after all. Shaking his head, Lin Yu could only lament the unfairness of fate. It seems like I have to find a cheating card trick next time. I can't keep losing like this. When Lin Yu's days at Magic City University officially returned to normal. In the office of the president of Magic City University, a man with a beer belly was smilingly pouring tea for a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. You 2 have come from afar, and I am sorry for not welcoming you. These 2 cups of tea are my apology. Principal Yao placed the tea in front of the 2 of them, then stood aside, rubbing his hands. So what do you mean by that? I don't know why you 2 are coming to our school. The man and woman in front of him were dressed in very strange clothes. It doesn't look like the dress of modern people at all. The man was wearing a white robe with a sun pattern outlined in gold on it. There was always a harmless smile on his face. But the smile on his face always made Principal Yao feel uncomfortable. As for the woman, she was wearing almost the same clothes as the man. But she was wearing a black robe with a moon pattern on it. As for the expression on her face, it was completely different and cold. It's been 10 minutes since he entered the door, and he hasn't smiled once. It's obvious that he's a difficult person to talk to. But it was precisely because of their identities that Principal Yao dared not neglect them. Leader of a special department. The sudden visit of these 2 people really left Principal Yao confused. After Principal Yao waited anxiously for a few minutes, the man who always had a smile on his face finally spoke. He said slowly, Please don't worry, Principal. We are here just to ask Principal Yao to do something for us. That is to ask Principal Yao to arrange a position for us 2 in the school. Upon hearing this, Principal Yao's face immediately showed a conflicted look. You 2, our school positions are not within my jurisdiction. Maybe you found the wrong person this time. Besides, changing positions at Magic City University is very complicated and requires a lot of procedures. I'm afraid you two might get impatient waiting. The man just smiled when he heard this. Then he took out a brocade box from his arms. This is. When Principal Liao saw the brocade box, he was stunned. The man laughed. This is an elixir made by my master. It has the effect of prolonging life and strengthening the body. It is invaluable in the world. Principal Liao can check the specific effects on his own. Of course, if this item is of no use to Principal Liao, it can be used as a gift to someone in need. Hear this. Principal Liao was stunned. This thing is. The man slowly opened the brocade box. This thing is called the Divine Return Pill. Chapter 81 System Upgrade. God's Pill. As the white-clothed man's voice fell, the fat on Principal Liao's face trembled unconsciously. If it weren't for the identities of the two men, he would have doubted whether these two guys had problems with their IQ. You two came here specially to tease him. Aren't you making trouble? What kind of pill is this? It was made by the master himself. Brother, it's the 21st century now. Who still believes this? Principal Liao reached out and pinched his stiff cheeks, then forced a smile again. Well, I suddenly remembered that there are several classes in our freshman class that have not yet been assigned teachers. If you two don't feel wronged, you can serve as temporary teachers first. Do you think it's appropriate? Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other. The woman in black hesitated for a while and then nodded. At this time, the man in white slowly closed the brocade box and placed it on the desk. Thank you very much, Principal. We will go and prepare first and wait for your notification when the time comes. After saying that, the two of them didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked out of the office. After the two men left, Principal Liao looked at the brocade box on the table, thought for a long time, and finally decided to put it away. After all, his identity is there. I just don't know why two people from a special department have to come to me to seek a position for no reason. Sudden. Principal Liao's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something. These two people are planning to come out and do it. Part-time. Bang. As soon as Principal Liao finished speaking, there was a sudden crash outside the office. Then a trash can rolled out from the office door. Bedroom. Lin Yu lay flat on his back on the bed. At the same time, an illusory information panel was floating in front of his eyes. Host. Lin Yu. Age. 19. Faith power. 1-star value. Immortal magic. Thunder control. Rain calling. Space teleportation. Soul destruction. Taoism. Water wave technique. Divination. Package. Xiao Huandan. Xinxing Fu. Ping'an Fu. Mount. Crane. On vacation. Because the host's reputation has reached the specified number, the reputation system automatically evolves to faith power. The system has automatically completed the upgrade. After the upgrade, the redemption rights of more props will be automatically opened. The new system function has been launched. The host can call on Wanjia to unlock new abilities. The host can search for more system functions by themselves to help you enjoy your use. Lin Yu looked at the brand new interface and was stunned for a moment. The system interface at this time has completely changed. Reputation value has completely turned into so-called faith power. It doesn't matter whether I evolve or not. Where is my huge pile of reputation points? System, did you eat them all? Evolution is evolution, but I haven't changed my props. Ding. The reputation points gained by the host have all been converted into faith power. The host can obtain more advanced items by consuming faith power. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. What's the difference between you saying this and not saying it? Ding. There is still a certain difference between saying nothing and not saying anything. Lin Yu. Ding. But please don't worry. The reputation points you have obtained before have all been converted into faith power. You can obtain proportional faith power by opening the reputation value compensation gift package. Buzz. As the system prompt sound fell, 2 gift package images, 1 gold and 1 silver, popped up in front of Lin Yu. The reputation value is upgraded to a faith compensation gift pack, which the host can open with the mind. System upgrade completed. Gift package host can open it with thoughts. Lin Yu's mind moved. Ding. The host has opened the compensation gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Faith Power Galaxy Value. Ding. The host has opened the upgrade gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Faith Power Star Value. Star Value Galaxy Value. Ding. The Faith Power Mall opens automatically. Well, I heard the electronic beeping sound. Lin Yu couldn't help rubbing his temples and simply blocked all the notification sounds. Finally, his eyes turned to the newly opened Faith Power Mall. Fuck. Seeing the props above, Lin Yu couldn't help but bulge his eyes. Immortal Technique. One breath transforms into 3 pure ones. Price: 10-star river values. Immortal Tool: Bagua Furnace. Price: 30-star value. Immortal Tool: Rui Golden Cudgel. Price: 1 galaxy value. Chapter 82. I'm so big. Rui Jingu Bang. When Lin Yu saw the props on the Faith Mall, his eyes almost popped out. Oh my god, there's something in your Faith Mall. You can get all of my Monkey Brothers stuff? System: is your golden hoop stick still cooked? The system does not understand what you mean, host. The golden hoop is made of meteorite iron. There is no question of whether it is cooked or not. Lin Yu. Hear the system's response. Lin Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. I mean, is this golden hoop real? Ding. System products must be top quality. Then exchange it for the Rui Jingu Bang. Lin Yu also wanted to see whether this Rui Jingu Bang was the legendary one. Ding. Consume 1 galaxy point to exchange for the Rui Jingu Bang. Golden Cudgel begins to summon. During the summoning process, if you encounter irresistible resistance factors, the props exchanged by the host will fluctuate to a certain extent, which means that the summoning is likely to fail. Lin Yu. Etc. What the hell? How can a summoning fail? Are you kidding me? Ding. The system never teases the host. Because the host galaxy value has been consumed, the host can currently choose whether to continue summoning. If you give up, the galaxy value will be automatically deducted. Lin Yu. Hearing the system prompt sound ringing in his ear, Lin Yu's face turned dark. Oh shit. I'm really on a pirate ship. I even took off this fucking cancel button. Then you're just talking bullshit. You must keep summoning. Even if you can't get me a golden cudgel, at least give me one of the same rank. Ding. Summoning begins. Buzz. Just as the system's electronic prompt sounded, a faint golden fluorescence shot out from the system panel and then disappeared into the void. The fluorescent light seemed to have escaped into the long river of time and space and disappeared at the end of time. At the same time, another place. The sky was dark, and countless thunder dragons were rolling in the clouds. Among the countless layers of clouds, there were endless figures moving around. Each of those figures was wearing silver armor with majestic eyes, and there seemed to be countless divine charms flowing in them. They held weapons and had dignified looks. At this time, not far from them, there was also a huge figure standing between heaven and earth. His entire body was wrapped in gilded armor, on which countless terrifying Tao rhymes were flowing. As the rhythm of Tao flowed, the sky collapsed and the thunder dragon wailed. It seemed as if even the space could not withstand the terrifying aura emanating from his body. Behind him, there was an endless cloak fluttering in the strong wind. The Monkey King. On the cloak, the 4 big characters are shining with billions of brilliance. He slowly raised his head. Swish. Swish. 2 golden beams of light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of light broke through time and space and landed directly among the countless figures in the clouds. Suddenly, boom, the space beneath the feet of countless heavenly soldiers in the clouds broke, and they were swallowed by the space cracks before they could even react. Boom. Just at this moment, a huge roar continued to sound. A figure holding a 9-story divine pagoda in his hand emerged from the clouds, and he glared at the gilded figure not far away. Evil beast. Then he waved his hand. The space quickly stabilized. Receive. I saw fluorescent light floating on the pagoda in his hand. The next moment, it broke through the void and appeared above the gilded figure. Evil beast. Surrender now. As the voice of Toda-bearing Heavenly Kingly rang out, on the Linglong Tower, countless fluorescent lights also burst out. The terrifying pressure poured down in an instant. The owners of the 2 golden lights did not show any fear at all when facing the extremely terrifying aura above their heads. Then he slowly put his finger into his right ear. Then a long golden stick was slowly pulled out. Rui Jingu Bang. Go! The latter snapped his fingers. The golden cudgel in his hand swelled up in the wind and flew towards the Linglong Tower in the sky. Swish. There was no idea how far apart the 2 were, but they collided in the blink of an eye. Buzz. But just at this moment, abnormal sudden occurrence. The moment when the 2 were about to collide, the space between the 2 suddenly collapsed, and then a huge golden light flashed. Linglong Tower and the golden cudgel were swallowed up in one gulp. Swish. The golden light flashed again, disappeared directly into space. Chapter 83. Unparalleled Charm. Shanghai University. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Rui Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang has been automatically stored in the inventory. The host can directly retrieve it through thought. Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, heard the electronic prompt sound beside his ear, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Next second, without the slightest hesitation, directly call out the inventory panel. Buzz. As Lin Yu's mind moved, a golden panel slowly emerged in front of him. There are rows of small squares on the golden panel. At this time, there are already 2 small objects standing on the 2 small squares in the first row. 1 Rui Jingu Bang. 2 Exquisite Pagoda. Aha. When Lin Yu saw the small tower pattern in the second small square, his eyes couldn't help but bulge. Delicate Pagoda. Why does this thing look so familiar? Isn't the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's weapon the Linglong Pagoda? Next second, Lin Yu came to his senses instantly. Oh my goodness, is this the legendary buy one get one free? I just don't know where the system got this exquisite pagoda. With a thought, Lin Yu exited the inventory interface. It's too late now. I'll tinker with these 2 magical weapons later when I have time. 2 hours later, on the playground, in the bitter cold wind, all members of Dormitory 321, including Lin Yu, had arrived at the playground early and stood in a neat row in the cold wind. Today, it is their first physical education class since entering college, and it is of great significance. As the representatives of the new generation, although the military training has just ended, this cannot weaken their expectations for physical education classes. Arriving at the playground early is the greatest respect for the physical education teacher. At least, this is what Luda said to Lin Yu and the other 2. Call. Bailey Pang Pang exhaled a breath of hot air into his palm. Then he rubbed his almost frozen cheeks hard and pulled his collar to cover the skin exposed to the cold wind. Then he looked at Luda, who was standing aside, wearing a suit, a bow tie, and his hair was tied up high with hairspray. Uncle Lu, even though the 3 of us lost to you in the card game, we are willing to accept the defeat, but you can't treat us like dogs. It's only 5 o'clock now, and you called us out of bed and onto the playground. Have you become stupid from the military training? Aside, Liu also pushed his glasses frame. That's right. Just now in my dream, Suehua and I had reached a crucial moment. Do you know that you scared me so suddenly that I almost had to be Tsuwa's best friend forever? Lin Yu didn't say anything, but from his extremely resentful eyes, you can see. He was not in a good mood at the moment. Being woken up in the middle of the night when you are asleep is such a painful feeling. Lin Yu almost couldn't hold back and slammed Luda with all his might. Until now, Lin Yu is still in a daze. I saw that the 3 of them looked uneasy. Luda just calmly stretched out his finger and shook it, making an unfathomable look. You don't know this, right? I am a prophet. If you were not my brothers, I would not tell you this secret. Secret? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Why can't we wait until dawn to tell the secret, or just tell it in the dormitory? Why drag us to the playground so early in the morning? Luda was silent for a while, then scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed expression. I was so excited that I forgot about it. Bailey Pang Pang, Lee Fish, Lin Yu. The corners of the 3 people's mouths twitched violently. This world. I am about to lose another male compatriot. Ahem. Seeing the murderous eyes of the 3 men, Lu Dalian coughed a few times. Then he stammered. Don't be so anxious, listen to me. In fact, it's better to come early this time. According to reliable information, the one who will teach us physical education this time is a super beautiful girl. Crack. Lu Da's words had just fallen. Bailey Pang Pang on the side was already pressing his fingers hard, making a snapping sound. Hey, Uncle Lu, what kind of beauty have you not seen before? You actually woke us up so early to see us. You deserve to be punished. Li Yu, who was standing by, had already silently taken off his glasses to avoid accidental injury. Besides, what kind of physical education teacher would come to the playground so early? This time, Lin Yu also rubbed his hands. He was thinking of using Luda to test the power of the Rui Jingu Bang later. Hey, don't come over here. If you come over here, I'll scream for help. Seeing the 3 people ready to make a move, Luda's expression couldn't help but start changing wildly, and he stepped back involuntarily. Bailey Pang Pang showed an extremely obscene smile on his face. You scream as loud as you can, but no one will come to save you today even if you scream your throat out. Hey. Lin Yu rubbed his hands and followed Bailey Pang Pang and Li Yu to press towards Luda. Dong dong. Just at this moment, a slow and deep sound of footsteps was heard. The 4 of them stopped what they were doing at the same time and subconsciously looked towards the direction where the footsteps came from. Just see where it is. A woman in black robe was walking slowly towards them. She was clearly stepping on the plastic track, but the crisp sound of her landing rang out in the ears of the four people at the same time. Although her steps looked slow, every time she put her foot down, she would instantly appear 10 meters away. But in just a few seconds, she had already walked across the playground track and appeared in front of the four people. Lin Yu. Chapter 84. My name is Luda. Swish. When the ghostly figure of the woman in black appeared in front of Lin Yu and the other three, they were all stunned. Eldest sister. It's so far away, and you just flash over here? Gurgle. Luda swallowed involuntarily. Then he said tremblingly, according to reliable information I received from the community, there seems to be something unclean in our school's playground. Every morning, there is always a faint groaning sound in the corner of our school's playground. After hearing Luda's speech, Bailey Pang Pang and Li Yu both felt their anus tighten. This early morning, a few dozen meters away, it's easy to reach. And just now they heard the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Shouldn't. The expressions of the three men, as they looked at the woman in black, gradually became distorted. Can't. They encountered the legendary supernatural event at the beginning of college, right? Luda pulled up his loose belt, then stretched out his slightly trembling hand and placed it on Lin Yu's shoulder. Master Lin, if things don't go well, just hold on. We'll get you reinforcements. Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Look at how useless you are. Really? Isn't it just a small supernatural incident? Look how scared you are. I am here. No demon or monster dares to run wild. And at this time, after a moment of silence, the woman in black slowly raised her head. Lin Yu and others also saw the latter's appearance clearly at this time. Heavy makeup, bright ink. There were two bright red bloodlines at the corners of his mouth. Hey, hello. At this time, she also smiled at Lin Yu and others. That smile was extremely eerie and terrifying. Fuck, it's a ghost. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Luda and the other two wailed loudly and rushed out of the playground, tumbling and crawling. Bold ghost, mighty dragon, give me direct physical salvation. Lin Yu was also startled and subconsciously raised his hand and slapped him. Bang. After a loud bang, the woman in black flew out. Then, in an extremely graceful arc, straight, fell into the garbage dump next to the playground. Boom. After a muffled sound, the world returned to peace again. Well, after slapping the woman in black and sending her flying, Lin Yu froze in place. Because the feeling of slapping the latter in the face just now, it seems like a real person. 1 minute later, the woman in black was found out of the garbage dump by Lin Yu. Well, looking at the woman in black whose face was completely swollen beyond recognition, Lin Yu's mouth twitched violently. I go. The mighty heavenly dragon palm attack just now was too powerful. Now, let alone her mother. I guess even she herself wouldn't be able to recognize who she is. Water wave technique. Then, Lin Yu moved his mind, and a small ball of water floated in his hand. Lin Yu crushed the Xiao Huan Dan and put it into the water ball, and then placed it on the swollen area of the woman in black. A few minutes later, the swelling on the black-clad woman's face disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a groan, the woman in black opened her eyes with difficulty. As soon as she opened her eyes, she began to doubt her life. Just now, it seemed that I was planning to ask a few men for directions. But, did she just get slapped by a boy and passed out? But, how is this possible? How could a college student slap me unconscious? But, what's with the faint pain on my face? The woman in black slowly raised her head and saw a blurry figure standing in front of her. Who are you? Lin Yu, who was watching the changes on the black-clad woman's face, subconsciously took a step back when he heard the voice. What? Lin Yu rubbed his hands. Then he answered almost instantly. My name is Luda, Luda's Lu, Luda's Da. Chapter 85. New Teacher. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and returned to Dormitory Building 2 with a leisurely look on his face. Just outside the dormitory building, Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, a large group of men led by Luda were walking out from the stairs with angry faces. What are you going to do? Lin Yu blinked, looking confused. Oh my God, Lin, you are not dead. I was just about to take my brothers with me to kill you with weapons. I was just about to save you. When Luda saw Lin Yu, his eyes couldn't help but widen a little. Save me? Lin Yu looked at the benches and slippers in everyone's hands. There was even a brother who carried the bedboard directly on his shoulders. Are you here to demolish the dormitory, or are you here to rescue me? Lin Yu's mouth twitched. It's such a big scene. I thought you were going to participate in the Syrian battlefield. At this time, Luda also walked to Lin Yu's side and began to examine his body carefully. The face is fine, the hands are fine, and the feet are fine. In the end, only. Lu Da's gaze slowly turned towards Lin Yu's lower body. Lin Yu. Lin Yu subconsciously tightened his legs. I'm so fucking. What do you want to do? An hour later. On the playground. The entire financial management class 3 students have gathered on the playground, lined up in neat rows, and are quietly waiting for the arrival of the physical education teacher. In the square, Luda has changed into casual clothes. After several close contacts with the earth, the suit, he ruthlessly threw it into the trash can. In response, Lin Yu and the other 2 gave Luda a thumbs up. Scumbag. Fuck you. We promised to treat it well for its entire life. However, Luda is very confident about his appearance. But even wearing casual clothes can't hide the strong scent of masculine hormones emanating from him. Lin Shen, little fatty, glasses. After I put on this set of casual clothes, do I look more handsome? Luda blew the bangs in front of his eyes and raised his eyebrows at Lin Yu and others. Do you think the new teacher will fall in love with me at first sight? Then we can have a sweet teacher-student romance. Lin Yu and his 3 friends. Damn, why is this kid like a mentally retarded thing? Were you stimulated this morning? The teacher is coming. The teacher is coming. At this time, there was an uproar from the crowd. Many students looked towards the entrance of the playground. Lin Yu and the other 3 also followed the crowd's gaze. Puff. Next second, Lin Yu almost vomited blood. This is me. He stared with wide eyes and looked at the figure walking in from the entrance in shock. No, she is actually our PE teacher. Lin Yu shrank back subconsciously. The person who came was no other than him. It was the woman in black who was slapped unconscious by him early this morning, etc. I still remember that she asked my name at that time. I said it at the time. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes involuntarily turned to Luda and the other 2 who were pushing their way to the front of the crowd. Then he pulled at his collar. Amen. May there be no pain in heaven. Oh my God, the new teacher is so pretty. After Luda and the other 2 squeezed to the front of the crowd. When they saw the person coming, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Although it is a casual outfit, it cannot conceal the youthful vitality emanating from the latter. Chang Yufei felt particularly unlucky today. First, in the early morning, I originally planned to go to the playground to investigate. As a result, I ran into a few students and was just about to ask them. I don't know why I suddenly fainted. After waking up, not only did my clothes smell terrible, but my cheeks even hurt a little. As a cultivator, I have never suffered such injustice without anyone knowing. And that student is called Luda, right? Wait until I find you. Chang Yufei clenched her little hand. If there was a rock in front of her, she could smash it with one punch. I really don't know what it means for me to be a teacher here. Chang Yufei pursed her lips. Swish. Right at this moment, her eyes suddenly flashed. Next second, a hand was already on her arm. She didn't know when a man in casual clothes was kneeling on one knee in front of her. Fuck. Li Yu and Bailey Pangbang, who were standing in the crowd, couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw Luda kneeling on one knee in front of the new teacher. I'm so fucking. Wasn't this guy just next to us? How did you suddenly appear there? Teleport? Flash? The latter shook his flowing bangs in front of him. He looked at Chang Yufei with eyes full of affection. Hello, teacher. I am your future student. My name is Luda, and you can call me Dada. Speaking of, Luda also raised his eyebrows at Chang Yufei. Chapter 86. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chang Yufei would never have thought of this in her life. On my first day of class as a teacher, I actually encountered such a bloody scene. My name is Luda, dear teacher, but I prefer others to call me by my nickname, Appa Dad. Looking at the man kneeling in front of her, Chang Yufei's brain short-circuited. Although I was often confessed to by many boys when I was in school, I had never seen such a flirty way of picking up girls. The goosebumps on my body, etc. What did he just say his name was? Luda? After a while, Chang Yufei gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Luda, who was kneeling in front of her, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, my dear teacher. As soon as Chang Yufei finished speaking, Luda, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up suddenly. In his mouth, there was a red rose. Luda shook his bangs in front of his eyes and said affectionately, I didn't expect that you would be so impressed by me. You remembered it after listening to it once. Chang Yufei. Other students. The corners of Chang Yufei's mouth twitched slightly. My liver is aching. Hee. Resisting the urge to punch the person in front of her away, Chang Yufei could only laugh dryly. Swish. Chang Yufei just smiled. Luda quickly stuffed the rose in his hand into the former's hand. Teacher, your smile is so magical. It instantly cleared the haze in my heart and made me feel like I was bathed in spring breeze, refreshed and made me feel like a new person. To thank you, please accept this rose. Chang Yufei, Lin Yu, Bailey Pang Pang, Li Yu, other students. I'm so fucking. Chang Yufei's eyes almost popped out. Brother, can your train of thought be any more tortuous? Team leader, I want to go home. Lin Yu and the other two were also quite shocked and felt that many of their classmates were looking at Luda with almost dull eyes. The three of them moved to the back of the crowd in tacit understanding. Sorry, we don't know him well. Chang Yufei took a deep breath, forced a smile towards Luda. Well, thank you for the gift, Mr. Liu. Could you please go back to the classroom? I have to start the class. Okay, teacher, I will obey your orders. Luda raised his eyebrows at Chang Yufei, then turned around and walked into the team in a cool manner. Click. He didn't notice when Luda turned around. There was a crisp cracking sound under Chang Yufei's feet. Soon, Chang Yufei calmed down and her expression returned to calm. She looked at Luda, who was standing straight like a slender pine tree, and an evil smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luda, right? Finally, I found you. Hello, classmates. I am your freshman physical education teacher. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chang Yufei. You can call me Teacher Fei Fei. I hope that in the future, we can not only become teacher and student, but also good friends. Good. As soon as Chang Yufei finished speaking, Lu De applauded excitedly. Student Lu, okay, calm down first. Next, let's introduce ourselves and get familiar with each other's names. Let's start. Lu De raised his hands impatiently. Chang Yufei's mouth twitched. Then let's start with classmate Lu De. Swish. Lu De turned around and walked straight to the front. At this time, his face had changed into an elegant and steady image. Hey guys, my name is Lu De. I'm 19 years old, from Shanghai. I'm a Sagittarius. I like playing basketball, watching TV series, singing, playing the piano, and most importantly, I'm single. Chang Yufei. I'm so fucking. So, the last sentence is what you want to say most. After Lu De finished speaking, the remaining students walked to the front one by one to introduce themselves. Someone who has a coal mine at home said that in the future, everyone will go to his house to dig coal when they have nothing to do. If someone runs a factory at home, you can go to his house to screw screws. Some people's families are involved in gangs, and they said they can call for help when there is a gang fight in the future. In short, there are all kinds of strange and varied invitations. Chang Yufei was stunned by what she heard. Another student whose family runs a pig farm finished his introduction. Chang Yufei couldn't help but cover her forehead. Next, let's go to that classmate. Chang Yufei pointed her finger at Lin Yu, who was at the end of the crowd. To be honest, from the very beginning, she felt that the last person looked inexplicably familiar, and she always felt that she had seen him somewhere. After being pointed out by Chang Yufei, Lin Yu touched his nose and then walked silently to the front of the crowd. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Yu, and I come from an ordinary Taoist temple in the southwest. Taoist temple? Chang Yufei was stunned when she heard the word Taoist temple. This person is a Taoist priest? It's him, the big guy from the military training. Oh shit, it's really him. He's from our class. No wonder he looks so familiar. Lin Shen. It's really Lin Shen. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, all the students in class 3 became extremely excited, like cats seeing salted fish. During the military training, all the students in the classes were separated. I didn't expect that this living god was actually in my class. God of the forest. He is a legendary figure in military training. Drawing a ray to pray for rain, light skill floating on the pole. Which one of them has not become a legendary event in the entire Magic City University? I didn't expect that the deity would be in my class. Hemp. The child has made great progress and was assigned to the same class as the legendary god Lin. Seeing Lin Yui come on stage, the students around him became extremely excited. Chang Yufei couldn't help but be stunned. How? Is this person famous? Why are everyone getting so excited? Sudden. Chang Yufei's eyes narrowed slightly. Her eyes looked at Lin Yu's figure, and unknowingly, his figure gradually overlapped with the one this morning. So, this student. Chapter 87, SSS Class Confidential. Ever since Lin Yu finished introducing himself, Chang Yufei's eyes would linger on him from time to time. This made Lin Yu break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that this teacher really recognized me? After 2 physical education classes, Everyone noticed that Chang Yufei seemed to have a special attention to Luda and Lin Yu. Whenever demonstration and practical operation are needed, Chang Yufei always lets Lin Yu and Luda take the stage. This made Luda very excited and Lin Yu very helpless. No need to guess, the physical education teacher must have recognized me. Then this class ends here. Goodbye, students. With Chang Yufei's departure, Lin Yu's tormented mood was finally relieved. Did you see that? The teacher kept asking me to demonstrate in class. Tell me, is this a disguised way of agreeing to my confession? As soon as the class was over, Luda immediately walked up to Lin Yu and the other two, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. In response, Lin Yu and the other two just rolled their eyes at him, ignored him, and walked out of the playground on their own. Depend on. Seeing that the three of them didn't want to pay any attention to him, Luda gave them the middle finger, then happily followed them. As soon as Chang Yufei returned to the dormitory, she immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed a series of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone rang for 3 seconds, a majestic male voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Chang Yufei lowered her voice and said, Captain, it seems that the person you asked me to find has been found? Boom. There was a sound of a chair falling down from the other end of the line. Then the male voice became noticeably more urgent. Really? Xiao Chang, are you sure that's the person I want you to find? Chang Yufei didn't know why her captain suddenly became so anxious. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Captain, if I'm not mistaken, it must be him. There was silence for 3 seconds. Okay, Xiao Chang, you continue to keep a close eye on him and report to me immediately if anything happens. Thank you for your hard work. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Chang Yufei couldn't help but reveal a look of doubt in her eyes. Who on earth is this person that makes the captain pay so much attention to him? At the same time, in an office somewhere, a middle-aged man with a solemn face slowly put down the phone in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the video on the computer in front of him. In the video, there is an endless sea, and on the sea, an aircraft carrier flying the flag of the Eagle Country is sailing. A clear red line separates the sea area where the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier is located from the sea area of the Dragon Country. The Eagle Country's aircraft carrier ignored the red line and sailed straight into the Dragon Country's waters. Next second, without any warning, a huge wave suddenly rose in the sea not far away. The wave swept past, accompanied by a loud bang, and the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier actually exploded directly. Call. The middle-aged man exhaled a breath, and then quickly enlarged a small green light spot in front of the huge wave. Only after it was magnified hundreds of times could one barely see 2 blurry black dots in the green light. The middle-aged man turned off the video and opened another one. In the video, a small green dot suddenly appeared on the dark sea surface. The speed of the small green dot was very fast, and it only stayed in the video for 0 seconds. Another video was taken in an abandoned container near the Magic City. With the flashing green light, 2 dark figures suddenly appeared. The same familiar green light and 2 small black dots. After turning off the video, the middle-aged man walked to the window. These videos are all confidential at the level observed through strategic satellites. But even the tracking pixels of the strategic level satellite could only barely analyze that the 2 small black dots were 2 living people. But how could the humans in this world have such terrifying speed? The middle-aged man silently returned to the table and silently clicked on the last video. In the video, only 2 small black dots disappeared completely at the location of Magic City University. Since Chang Yufei has already identified the target with a high probability, we must act as soon as possible and never let these 2 people fall into the hands of criminals. Obviously, these videos are far beyond modern science. Even some old-time atheists were speechless for a moment after watching these videos. The middle-aged man tapped his fingers on the table. According to relevant information, it seems that the destruction of the Torikoka Shrine and a certain organization are closely related to the 2 people in the video. Hopefully, it's not too late. Chapter 88 2 Choices. Shanghai Airport. Chang Yufei was wearing a white hat and a white casual outfit. She stood on tiptoe from time to time and looked towards the airport exit. It's already this late. Why hasn't the captain come yet? Chang Yufei looked at the clock on her hand and couldn't help pouting her lips. After talking to the captain on the phone yesterday, the captain stated that he would come to Shanghai University today to officially face Lin Yu. After anxiously waiting for a few minutes, Chang Yufei's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she stretched out her slender arms and shook them rapidly towards a figure wearing a baseball cap not far away. In the car, Luo Xingtian took off his baseball cap, revealing his resolute face. He looked at the information about Lin Yu that Chang Yufei handed over and read it carefully. Lin Yu, 19 years old. Both his parents died in a car accident. He was adopted by the head of the Jiqing Temple in his early years. He was admitted to the Magic City University 2 months ago. During the military training, the instructor once subdued a bank robber with his bare hands. After reading for a while, Luo Xingtian put down the information in his hand and rubbed his temple. It's obvious that this Lin Yu suddenly acquired some superpowers that can't be proven by common sense. Chang Yufei, who was driving nearby, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard this, and asked in confusion, "Captain, why are you so concerned about this Lin Yu?" Luo Xingtian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Have you seen the video about the Jiqing mountain crane that was previously circulated on the internet?" Chang Yufei nodded. "Recently, the video has been going viral on the internet, and many people say it is real. However, even with the most professional means of proof, it cannot prove the authenticity of the video." Luo Xingtian nodded and continued. "Then do you know about the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier that sank in our territorial waters recently? And the Bird Country's shrine that collapsed for no reason?" Speaking of this, Chang Yufei raised the corner of her mouth. "Of course I know. I even forwarded it and liked it. God is here to help me." Suddenly, Chang Yufei's voice paused. Then she looked at Luo Xingtian with some shock. "Captain, you don't mean?" Luo Xingtian nodded. "So, this is why I asked you to investigate Lin Yu's ultimate goal. If I guess correctly, this Lin Yu has abilities that cannot be explained by science in this world." Chang Yufei exhaled deeply. "So what does that mean?" Luo Xingtian did not answer, but Chang Yufei had already guessed it. Once something happens that cannot be explained by humans, there are generally only two ways to deal with it. One is to use it for the country and ensure the security of the entire country, and the other is to eliminate hidden dangers. It was obvious that only Luo Xingtian came today, not a large army. Then the attitude of the superiors towards Lin Yu is very obvious, that is to recruit him. The car was driving fast on the road, and the atmosphere inside the car became a little solemn. If Luo Xingtian fails to reach an agreement this time. So, Chang Yufei no longer dared to imagine it any further. It can easily destroy an aircraft carrier. If it were to be destroyed, what a disaster it would cause. When Lin Yu was told to go to the principal's office, he was having a heated discussion with Lu Da and others about the important decision of who would wash the socks for everyone in the dormitory tonight. Today, no one should grab it. Lu Da is happy today, so he must be allowed to wash it. Bailey Pang Pang took out a bucket of socks from the side and pushed it to Lu Da with a smile. Lu Da's nose twitched and he almost vomited out last night's dinner. He kicked Bailey Pang Pang and said, "Get the hell out of here. There are so many socks. Why don't you just die?" "You want me to wash your socks?" "Sure. If you beat me in a card game, I'll wash them for you." Bailey Pang Pang, "Fuck you. You are so awesome today. Can't I let you wash your socks once?" Lu Da, "That's impossible. Xiao Feifei and I are a match made in heaven." Bailey Pang Pang, "Ugh, Lu Da, can you please not be so disgusting?" Lu Da, "Is it your business?" Lin Yu was completely speechless towards these two people. He shook his head and threw a few pairs of his smelly socks into Bailey Pong Pong's bucket. Ding-ling. At this time, Lin Yu's cell phone rang. Lin Yu pressed the answer button. "Hello? It's me. I'm here to the principal's office, right? Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu waved to the three people, then walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the principal's office. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu appeared outside the principal's office. Da-da-da. Knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Lin Yu responded and walked into the office. As soon as he entered the office, Lin Yu saw Chang Yufei sitting on the sofa. In front of Chang Yufei, there was a man wearing a baseball cap sitting. "Hello, principal." Lin Yu immediately greeted the principal, Principal Yao, who was sitting on the chair. Principal Yao looked up at Lin Yu, then said to him, "Is that Lin Yu? Teacher Chang and this gentleman are looking for you." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes automatically turned to Chang Yufei and the man beside her. The latter stood up, walked in front of Lin Yu, and slowly took off his baseball cap. He stretched out his hand towards Lin Yu and smiled gently. "Hello, Lin Yu. My name is Luo Xingtian, and I'm Chu Ting's boss." Chapter 89 Two Ways. My name is Luo Xingtian, and I'm Chu Ting's boss. Luo Xingtian stretched out his hand towards Lin Yu with a kind smile on his face. Although he had already known a series of information about Lin Yu, when he first saw the young man in front of him, Luo Xingtian could still detect some hard-to-conceal sharpness from beneath the latter's unprepossessing face. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who stretched out his hand to him, Lin Yu was slightly stunned at first. "Chu Ting's boss? Isn't that Lin Yu looked at Luo Xingtian with a little surprise. The latter seemed to notice Lin Yu's gaze and nodded with a smile. Seeing Luo Xingtian nod, Lin Yu also reached out his hand and held the former's hand without being humble or arrogant. Do you have time? As soon as their palms touched, Luo Xingtian asked. Lin Yu nodded. Please. Luo Xingtian made a gesture of invitation to Lin Yu. Lin Yu walked out of the office first, and Luo Xingtian followed slowly. Seeing this, Chang Yufei couldn't help but open her rosy little mouth. Others don't know the identity of the middle-aged man in front of them, but she knows it very well. An important member of a country's military actually made a gesture of invitation to a boy who was only 17 or 18 years old. If this was seen by some people, they would be shocked. However, Chang Yufei soon felt relieved. Thinking of the terrifying strength of the young man in front of her, and the fact that Luo Xingtian was so polite to him, it showed that the higher-ups also attached great importance to this matter. After the two left the office, Chang Yufei took a deep breath and then looked at Principal Liao standing beside her. Principal Liao, I hope you can keep your mouth shut about what happened today. After saying that, Chang Yufei also walked out of the office. Principal Liao is also familiar with his identity. With his many years of experience in the workplace, he must know that there are some things that should not be said and some things that should not be seen. I said this to kindly remind him. Rooftop. Lin Yu leaned against the wall with a mobile phone in his hand. A series of videos about the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier and the Bird Country shrine were playing on the phone. On the side, Luo Xingtian stood quietly like a sculpture. As the video played, the solemn look in Lin Yu's eyes became more and more solemn. Without Luo Xingtian saying anything, Lin Yu had already guessed the purpose of his coming here to find him this time. It was obvious that his abilities had been noticed by those above him. Lin Yu turned off his phone and looked at Luo Xingtian. Under Lin Yu's gaze, Luo Xingtian slowly spoke. Student Lin Yu, to be honest, when we first saw these videos, we were also quite shocked. We really didn't expect that there would be people in this world who could possess superpowers that science can't explain. But this isn't the first time we've discovered that humans can display similar superpowers. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Lin Yu actually already knew about an organization that also had humans with superpowers. At this time, Luo Xingtian continued, I wonder if you, Mr. Lin Yu, have heard of an organization called ED? A different place. Here we come. We don't actually know a lot about the Outland organization. We just know that it seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and everyone in this organization seems to have a series of superpowers that cannot be explained by science. Decades ago, the ED organization first appeared in the world. The famous Malaysia Airlines incident was actually the work of this organization. At the time, the leaders of various countries were extremely angry about this incident and proposed to send troops to eliminate this emerging organization. However, the location of this remote headquarters was also extremely difficult to find. Various countries successively sent numerous search and rescue teams to search the place where the Malaysia Airlines crashed, but they were unable to track down any clues, so the matter ended up in vain. Lin Yu listened and was shocked. It turns out that there is such a huge hidden mystery behind the famous Malaysia Airlines crash. Luo Xingtian looked at Lin Yu's expression, paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Mr. Lin Yu, I think you should know the reason why I came here? I won't beat around the bush. Actually, after watching these videos, the first thing they thought of you was to suppress new humans like you who have superpowers and prevent you from becoming a foreigner. In simple terms, at this moment, Luo Xingtian's momentum suddenly changed. A momentum like a lion awakening burst out from his body. Click, click, click. The floor beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand his terrifying aura and broke apart inch by inch. My treatment of you is simple. Either you take it for yourself or use it for your own benefit. Luo Xingtian bent his body slightly and let out a low roar from his throat. Either. Eliminate the hidden dangers. Chapter 90. Oath. Boom. On the rooftop, an invisible storm swept towards Lin Yu's location with Luo Xingtian as the origin. At this time, Luo Xingtian's face was solemn and his body was tense, as if he was ready to attack Lin Yu at any time. Lin Yu, who was in the center of the storm, faced Luo Xingtian, who was like an angry lion, and his expression did not change at all. Because he could clearly feel that although the storm that enveloped him was powerful, there was no real murderous intent revealed in it. It was obvious that Luo Xingtian in front of him had no intention of attacking him at all. After a few seconds, Lin Yu slowly said, Captain Luo, I understand what you mean, but I still stick to my opinion. At least now I have no intention of joining any organization. Wow. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the storm around Luo Xingtian suddenly receded like a tide. Lin Yu continued, Of course, I will not join any organization, nor will I take the initiative to become an enemy of the country. The main reason is that I am used to being lazy. When my master was alive, he knew that I can't sit still. If I suddenly join an organization, the various rules will make me uncomfortable. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Xingtian couldn't help but frown. Although Lin Yu's answer did not surprise him, the higher-ups would never allow a person who posed a strong threat to be free from the constraints of national rules. To put it bluntly, if I send Lin Yu's answer back to them as it is, they will not easily agree to this option. For a moment, Luo Xingtian couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. On the one hand, he didn't understand Lin Yu's abilities at all. If he acted rashly against him, it would likely backfire. After a long while, Luo Xingtian finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then said to Lin Yu, "Student Lin Yu, I will pass on your meaning intactly to the higher-ups, but I, Luo Xingtian, will put my words here first. Whether you agree to join the national organization or not, as long as you don't do bad things that hurt the people and endanger national security, I, Luo Xingtian, will not restrict your actions. Otherwise, even if I give up my life, I will fight you to the death." Luo Xingtian clenched his fists and said with a firm face. Although these words sounded like a warning to Lin Yu was not angry. Instead, he straightened his chest and pointed a hand to the sky. He said solemnly, "I, Lin Yu, swear here that I will never do anything bad to let down the country and the people in this life. If I break this oath, I will never be forgiven by my master in my life." Seeing Lin Yu swear by his master in front of him, Luo Xingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu made a promise to him with the most practical actions, which eased his tense nerves a little. "In that case, classmate Lin Yu, I won't bother you anymore. I have to go back and deal with the rest of the matter first." Luo Xingtian saluted Lin Yu and then left the rooftop. After Luo Xingtian left, Lin Yu looked up at the sky, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Master, are you okay in that world?" Then he looked away. Wait a few more days and go back to Zaiqingshan to take a look. On the highway, Luo Xingtian sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, thinking in his mind how to express Lin Yu's intentions to his superiors when he returned. In front, Chang Yufei looked at Luo Xingtian through the rearview mirror, and her pretty eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. The captain has been expressionless since he came back. No smile, no sadness, just the same as usual. I don't know what the result will be. It's really in suspense whether Lin Yu agreed in the end. As if noticing Chang Yufei's gaze, Luo Xingtian, who was sitting in the back row, opened his eyes. "Xiao Fei, stop the car." "Chang Yufei." "Captain Luo, we are on the highway now. You want me to stop the car?" "No way." The captain must have been provoked to the point of being stupid. Buzz. Before Chang Yufei could finish her thought, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Luo Xingtian's body behind her. Then he grabbed the stunned Chang Yufei and quickly pulled her behind him. Boom. Just as Luo Xingtian pulled Chang Yufei behind him, the car speeding on the highway suddenly let out a loud roar, and then countless flames quickly engulfed the entire car. Chapter 91 Two Figures. Boom. The blazing flames swallowed up the entire car body like a fire snake. Not far away, Chang Yufei's face was pale, and she was watching the scene with horror. "Just 1 second, and I would have been killed." She turned her head and looked at Luo Xingtian, who was standing beside her. At this time, the clothes on Luo Xingtian's upper body had been completely burned, revealing his bronze skin. His hair was also slightly curled, with some burn marks remaining on it. Luo Xingtian's eyes were like pillars of fire, staring intently at a certain place. Seeing this, Chang Yufei also followed the former's gaze. Hiss. The next second, Chang Yufei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the area filled with thick, black smoke, a figure wrapped in a black robe was slowly walking towards them. The distance was hundreds of meters, but the latter arrived in front of the two of them in just a few blinks of an eye. Die! An extremely sharp and hoarse howl came from under the black robe. As soon as the word death fell, the black-robed figure suddenly shot out towards Luo Xingtian's location. He just stretched out his hand, and a sharp black sickle appeared in his hand. The black sickle reveals its incomparable sharpness under the refraction of light. Walk! Seeing the man attacking without any greeting, Luo Xingtian opened his eyes angrily and went straight to him. Boom! When the two collided, an invisible air wave swept across instantly, and countless car wreckages were blown away. Hearing Luo Xingtian's words, Chang Yufei immediately came to her senses and turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the dense forest. As a soldier, everything is subject to the captain's command. Staying here would only become a burden, so the most sensible choice would be to escape quickly and seek help. The best escape route at the moment is through the dense forest where figures are difficult to detect with the naked eye. However, just as Chang Yufei ran towards the dense forest, she was horrified to see a figure wrapped in a white robe standing in front of her. A slightly mocking voice came from under the long robe of the white-robed figure. "Why run away when you see us? Just stay and have some fun." As soon as the words fell, the figure in white robe disappeared right at the spot. Clang! Before Chang Yufei could react, a sound like the collision of golden swords suddenly rang in her ears, accompanied by scattered sparks. Phew! A line of blood quietly appeared on Chang Yufei's neck, with a little blood foam flying around. On the side, Luo Xingtian withdrew his hand with a gloomy expression. In his palm, there was a thin white line deeply embedded, which was barely noticeable to the naked eye. Thin white lines cut through the skin, and the white bones were exposed to the air, visible to the naked eye. Not far away, a figure in a white robe slowly emerged, and a deep sigh came from under the robe. It was such a pity that he failed to cut off the beauty's head with one blow. Just fought off the white-robed figure. Whoosh! Sudden. A sound of whistling wind rang in Luo Xingtian's ears. He saw a figure in black robe approaching him, holding a black sickle in his hand and chopping it down on his head. Luo Xingtian stomped his foot heavily on the ground, pulled up Chang Yufei, and threw her into the dense grass beside the road. Chang Yufei rolled several times in the grass before stopping. She didn't dare to stop for a moment and stood up despite the severe pain, then ran wildly towards the jungle below. Now, there was no time to worry about who the captain was fighting. These two people are really terrifying. We must find reinforcements as soon as possible. Drink! After throwing Chang Yufei away, Luo Xingtian let out an angry roar. Then his body shook slightly, and an earth-yellow storm exploded instantly with him as the origin. Swish, swish, swish. At the moment when the black sickle collided with the storm, the former changed direction in the air in a strange posture, and then slashed at Chang Yufei, who was fleeing not far away. On the other side, the figure in white robe also snapped his fingers, and white silk threads shot towards Luo Xingtianji as if endless. The white silk threads condensed into a large net in the air, capturing Luo Xingtian like a cage. "Get out of my way!" Luo Xingtian let out a loud shout. He ignored the white net that was flying towards him and stretched out his hands to block the black sickle. Swish! Clang! Two completely different voices were heard. The black sickle seemed to be imprisoned, welded firmly to his hands by Luo Xingtian. However, Luo Xingtian's entire body was also wrapped in countless white silk threads at this time. The crackling sound just now was the sound of the silk threads piercing through the skin and cutting the flesh. Cuckoo! Every time the white silk thread trembled, countless drops of blood would spurt out of Luo Xingtian's body. They watched Chang Yufei escape, and the two figures, one black and one white, showed no intention of chasing her. Pa! The white-robed figure clapped his hands and walked towards Luo Xingtian slowly. Not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being a great leader. You even endured the heavy injuries and wanted to send that little girl away. What a pity. At the side, a figure in black robe raised the black sickle in his hand. No, don't waste your time talking to him. He pointed his finger at Luo Xingtian. Seeing this, the figure in white robe could only spread his hands helplessly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Captain Luo, I wanted to talk to you, but my companions don't seem to want to delay time, so you can go with peace of mind. As for that little girl, don't worry, she can't escape." Speaking of, the white thread was pulled violently. Swish. Chapter 92 Bloody Rose. Crash. In the dense jungle, a large clump of grass and trees was pushed over, and then a figure covered in mud rolled out of it. Puff. Chang Yufei spat out a mouthful of black blood, and without caring about the injuries on her body, she struggled and crawled away. Call out. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Swish. I saw an iron chain with a curved hook coming out from behind Chang Yufei and then piercing through the latter's back. Ah! Chang Yufei let out a scream of pain, and her whole body couldn't stop twitching violently. Swish. The chain was slowly pulled back. Chang Yufei bit the tip of her tongue hard, forcing herself to wake up from her near-fainting state. Feeling the movement of the iron chain behind her, Chang Yufei gripped the ground tightly with both hands. Unable to be pulled back, she had to go get help. We must move to the rescue. Coo. Countless blood flowed down Chang Yufei's clothes. Soon her clothes and the ground beneath her were dyed red. The chain became tighter and tighter, and the expression on Chang Yufei's face became more and more painful. Not far away, three figures were watching this scene with sarcasm on their faces. Soon, Chang Yufei's struggle became weaker and weaker. At this time, the three of them finally made a move. Third brother, don't be so rude. She is a girl after all. The one who spoke was the man on the far left. He had an extremely strange appearance, and there was always a sense of alluring charm in his every move. The one on the far right is a burly man with explosive muscles all over his body, with circles of iron chains wrapped around him. At this time, he was pulling the iron chain with one hand, and the other end of the chain was an iron hook that was deeply inserted into Chang Yufei's back. However, after Chang Yufei struggled for a few minutes, a look of impatience appeared on the charming man's face. Old 3, stop playing and quickly pull her over here. Hearing the words of the charming man, the sturdy man frowned and couldn't help but speed up the movements of his hands. The chain tightened suddenly. Swish. Not far away, Chang Yufei's fingers were all scratched. However, she could only watch helplessly as her body was dragged backwards. However, what the three of them did not notice was that while Chang Yufei was struggling, a small piece of debris fell off her body. After the fragments fell, they were quickly covered by the mud stirred up by Chang Yufei. When Chang Yufei was dragged in front of the three people, call out. The figure in the middle jumped lightly and came to Chang Yufei's side. Then he pulled up his hat, revealing a gentle and easygoing face. Seeing the elegant man approaching Chang Yufei, the remaining charming man and the sturdy man trembled unconsciously on their faces. The elegant man bent down and touched Chang Yufei's stained cheek with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Oh, what a wonderful taste! As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his palm and slapped the hook hard. Puff! Chang Yufei's pupils shrank sharply, and a huge pain instantly swept through her whole body. But before she could scream, the elegant man covered her mouth with his hand. The elegant man stretched out a finger in front of his mouth and made a hushing gesture. Then he pushed up his glasses. Under Chang Yufei's shocked and horrified gaze, he slowly spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. You are very lucky to be my dissection subject. I hope that in the coming time, you can transform into a beautiful blood rose and bloom in endless enjoyment. After saying this, an almost ferocious expression appeared on his face. A hand excitedly grabbed the hook on Chang Yufei's back and then pushed down hard. The bloody rose needs to be torn apart forcefully. That kind of blooming is true beauty. Ah! The tearing feeling from behind made Chang Yufei want to scream in pain, but her mouth was held tightly by the elegant man. Are you going to die? I didn't expect to die in such a miserable way. Or is it because I am too weak? Team leader. Chang Yufei struggled to move her eyeballs, wanting to take one last look at where Luo Xingtian was. Sorry. 3 hours later, a well-equipped team arrived here. This is where the target last disappeared. Hurry. The signal source is in this direction. Looking at the jungle filled with blood, the team had no time to grieve and began a carpet search. About 10 minutes later, Captain here. One of them picked up a fingernail-sized fragment from the mud. Shanghai University. After Lin Yu came back from the rooftop, his eyelids kept twitching. My eyelids have been blinking since Luo Xingtian left. What happened? He looked up at the blue sky. He always felt that there was a storm coming. Then he put his mind back into his thoughts. Divination. The object of divination is Luo Xingtian. Divination in progress? I'd better do some divination first, otherwise I'll always feel uneasy. About a minute later, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly opened. The fortune is very bad. Divination results. Die. Chapter 93 The Breaker. The scarlet words gradually appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes, as glaring as blood. A bad omen. Swish. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and without any hesitation, he directly activated his magic and ran out of the school according to the remaining energy of Luo Xingtian in the air. The magic talisman. As the green light flickered, a faint green ripple appeared across the sky. A minute later, the air shook, and Lin Yu's figure appeared on a small hill next to the highway. This is where the energy finally dissipates. Lin Yu frowned. The residual energy in the air was too weak, and he was unable to accurately locate Luo Xingtian's specific location through this energy. System, call up the information panel. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 18. Taoism, water wave technique, divination, immortal technique, soul-destroying. Mount, crane, on vacation. Faith value, 88 starry sky. System, can I use my faith points to exchange for the ability to accurately detect qi? Ding. Querying the host. The system fell into silence. Lin Yu stood there and began to think about the reason why Luo Xingtian predicted a bad omen this time. It was obvious that Luo Xingtian represented the official authorities this time, and he did not come with a large fanfare, proving that his whereabouts were kept extremely confidential. Lin Yu rubbed his temples. No matter how he thought about it, Luo Xingtian's whereabouts would not be easily exposed. Unless… Bang! Just as Lin Yu was thinking this, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from not far away. I saw a fire snake carrying a terrifying air wave, shooting straight towards Lin Yu's temple. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the hill was engulfed by huge flames. Target cleared. On another hilltop, a masked figure threw away the rocket launcher in Imomo's hand, then turned and walked into the dense forest. However, when he turned around, the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. Because at this moment, the target that he defined as having been eliminated was standing right in front of him. Sizzle. After the target is cleared, retreat as soon as possible. The relevant personnel of Dragon Country are on their way. Did you hear that there are no cannon blasters? A doubtful voice came from the headset. Mission information error, target not eliminated. After saying this, the masked man known as the cannon blaster took off his headset. Lin Yu looked at the masked man in front of him, and there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. The way the person in front of him was dressed gave him a very familiar feeling. A different place. The next second, this name appeared in Lin Yu's mind. That's right, the masked man in front of him looked exactly like the two people he had met in Bird Country. Just when Lin Yu was stunned, the breaker seemed to seize this opportunity, suddenly bent down, revealing a pitch-black muzzle behind him. Boom! A huge brown torrent shot out from the pitch-black muzzle, and countless plants and trees were blown away wherever it passed. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. A green light flashed under his feet, and in an instant it flashed hundreds of meters away. Not only that, drops of water vapor in the air gathered towards him frantically, condensing into walls of water in front of him. Boom! The brown torrent hit Lin Yu's original position directly, leaving a huge, deep pit. The remaining sound waves hit the water wall hard, but could only cause it to vibrate violently for a few times without penetrating it. This kid is not simple. Retreat first. When the cannon blaster saw that his attack missed, his robe shook and a cloud of black smoke poured out along his robe. The black smoke is actually small mechanical spiders that are so tiny that they are difficult to detect with the naked eye. When the red light flickered in Spider-Man's eyes, it was as if a switch had been turned on. Next second, the mountain shook and a terrifying energy burst out from it. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, horrific noises, accompanied by horrific sound waves, swept towards the surroundings. The area within several miles of the hill was engulfed in the huge explosion. On the other side, a Dragon Nation team that was searching suddenly felt the ground shaking in the distance. Then they saw a terrifying mushroom cloud rising on the distant hills. There's something going on over there. Go check it out. Swish, swish, swish. 4 dark red figures rushed out first. When they arrived, they looked at the desolate mountains and couldn't help but show shock on their faces. What kind of power must it have to cause such great damage? One of them squatted down, picked up a handful of dirt from the ground, put it to his nose and sniffed it. Then, he turned to the other 3 and said, "There is a very pungent smell of gunpowder. If I'm not mistaken, this mountain is full of explosives. I just don't know why it suddenly exploded." As he spoke, there was a hint of fear on his face. If they search this hill and the other party detonates the explosives, the consequences are simply disastrous. It is very likely that they will be wiped out. The leader frowned and then closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, looking slightly tired. There are traces of 2 people fighting here, but the traces were severely damaged by explosives. But the remaining aura of 1 person is very obvious, yes. Having said this, he was suddenly startled and then frowned. Shouldn't he have died a long time ago? Seeing the other 3 people looking at him with doubtful eyes, he pondered for a while. Then he slowly said, "This breath that remains in the air is almost exactly the same as that of the original spokesperson for destruction, the Breaker." When several people heard this, their faces couldn't help but change. This guy awakened his artillery ability more than 30 years ago, and as soon as he awakened, he destroyed a city in a certain country with his terrifying destructive power. To this day, they still remember the dilapidated city. Although the country finally claimed that the Breaker had been eliminated, no one present questioned the former speculation. Because unless this person's aura does not belong to the blue planet at all, he will not be able to escape the exploring eyes of the man in front of him. In that case, the original Breaker is not dead. And the Breaker. We have arrived in Dragon Country. Chapter 94. Run? Where are you running to? In the scorched earth ruins, The four people all had ugly expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that the breaker, the agent of destruction who shocked the world 30 years ago, was not dead? Not only that, he also reached the territory of Dragon Kingdom. We must report this as soon as possible. A dangerous person who is like a small nuclear bomb is in the territory of Dragon Country. If we don't take precautions in time, the consequences will be disastrous. One person suggested. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. If necessary, we should even ask all the superpowers above to conduct a carpet search throughout the entire Magic City and its surroundings. If we find a breaker, we suggest striking him directly and forcefully to prevent him from escaping. We should try to minimize the losses. When this proposal was made, the leader couldn't help but frown. After all, if one wants to encircle and suppress a person who has awakened for more than 30 years, except for a few experienced and powerful guardians, the others can basically only serve as cannon fodder. However, these guardians are stationed everywhere to intimidate people with special abilities in other countries. If he rashly left his original position, it would likely cause actions from people with special abilities in other countries. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This matter is really too difficult to handle. After all, the person who entered the territory of Dragon Country is not an ordinary unknown person with special abilities, but he is a vicious and notorious breaker. Pass this information to the higher-ups and ask them to handle it. Somewhere in Dragon Country, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed a little tense. 8 people sat around a round table. On the large screen in front of them was a video report uploaded from the Magic City Expressway. Standing at the front was a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a formal suit and with a resolute expression. After turning off the video, he looked around and said, "I think everyone knows the whole story now. Luo Xingtian and his team member Chang Yufei are currently missing, and the breaker who destroyed a city has reappeared. What do you think?" Below, a hot and beautiful woman blew out a puff of smoke from her mouth and rolled her eyes. "How do you see?" "I can see with my eyes." "Firebird, stop fooling around. This is a serious moment." Next to her, an old man with sunken eyes spoke up to remind her. "Cut." The fire sparrow said something non-committal, turned his head to the side and stopped talking. The old man continued, "What I'm curious about is that Xing Tian's actions are very secretive. Apart from us who are present here, there is no way anyone else would know his whereabouts." As he spoke, he glanced at the people present. Bang! Fire Sparrow slapped the conference table. "Old Emo, what do you mean? Are you doubting us?" The old man shook his head upon hearing this and said calmly, "Everyone present is suspicious. Of course, I am actually more puzzled about what Xing Tian said to that person named Lin Yu, and why the latter lost contact right after leaving Magic City University. I don't understand why Xing Tian would pay so much attention to a little brat. He is only a few years old. Even if he has been practicing since his mother's womb, he can't have much ability. I remember that you, Huake, seemed to suggest that Xing Tian go talk to that little brat named Lin Yu alone." At the side, a charming man holding a needle and thread and making orchid fingers gestures also spoke. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly burned on the fire sparrow. "You talk too much bullshit, you dead bastard. You can only talk nonsense and disgust people. If you have the guts, fight with me." Sizzle. The smile on the charming man's face froze after Huake mentioned the word dead demon. Visible lightning flashed on the silver needle in his hand. It was obvious that he was also furious. Seeing this, the other people also moved their chairs back and looked at the two of them as if they were watching a show. Just when the two of them were on the verge of a fight, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, "All right, have you had enough of the trouble? If you want to fight, get back to the training room. This is not the place for you to act wild." Snort. Upon hearing this, both of them snorted coldly and restrained their momentum. Now, the most urgent task is to find Xing Tian first and eliminate the cancer of the breaker. Since he dares to appear among the leaders of our dragon country, he will never leave here. Fire Sparrow, you are responsible for rushing to the scene and assisting Ma Yuani and the others in finding the traces of the breaker. The others will assist from the side. As for the matter of Xing Tian, leave it to Grandpa Mo. Everyone, go down. The middle-aged man made a series of decisions quickly. Fire Sparrow shook his head and walked out of the meeting room, and the others also left one after another. The old man called Mr. Mo also nodded to the middle-aged man, then walked out of the meeting room with the cane. After the few people left, the middle-aged man stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the conference table. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked deeply in the direction where Mr. Mo left. "I hope we can catch the hidden rat this time." Swish. A flash of green light passed by. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew backwards and crashed heavily into a valley. Snap! The mask on the breaker's face shattered, revealing a face full of scars. Ahem! He coughed violently a few times, looking at the figure not far away bathed in golden light, a look of deep horror on his face. Oh shit! He spat out a mouthful of blood, then struggled to stand up and fled into the distance. Run away quickly. This guy is a tough nut to crack. You can't beat him at all. As long as I get to the front, I will make up for the face I just lost. Run? Where do you want to run to? But just as he moved his feet, a ghostly voice sounded in his ears. Hiss. The rupturer's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 95 Disadvantages. Run? Where are you running to? A ghostly voice sounded in the ears of the breaker, causing his body to shake violently. Swish. The next moment, all I saw was a dazzling flash of golden light. Ah! One of the breaker's arms broke. Without time to treat the wound, the ruptured person threw the severed arm back with his other intact hand. The broken arm immediately flew backwards and then exploded in the air. Boom! A terrifying gust of air swept over. He's really a walking bomb depot. Even his blood is flowing with gunpowder. Lin Yu's somewhat surprised voice sounded from the side. Afterwards, I saw a huge golden circular cover spreading out in all directions with a certain point as the center, and then blocking the terrifying air wave inside. At last, phew! With a subtle sound, the two disappeared into the world. Seeing this scene, the fear in the breaker's eyes became more intense. Why does my ability have no effect on him at all? He, the guardian of the entire Dragon Kingdom, had never heard of this person. What is the golden light around him? In front of him, Lin Yu's whole body was bathed in golden light, and behind him, one could even vaguely see a huge illusory figure. The figure sat upright on the throne. His golden pupils contained no emotion, like a god, looking at the broken one with a gaze full of indifference and contempt. Immortal technique, the Golden Emperor's might. This magical skill is a skill that Lin Yu exchanged after returning from the Bird Kingdom. All demons are subdued under the Emperor's throne. Who the hell are you? The breaker leaned against the rubble, his face pale without a trace of blood. According to the intelligence I have learned, there is no information about you at all. To be honest, I was careless. With my strength, even if those guardians came in person, I would not be so embarrassed. Lin Yu floated in the air, looking at the bleeding broken man without any emotion. Tell me, where is Luo Xingtian? Luo Xingtian? The breaker shook his head upon hearing this and said, I don't even know the person you are talking about, and I don't want to pay attention to him. Just ask yourself, who would pay attention to a person who is as insignificant as an ant? Lin Yu heard this and said nothing, because at this time, the system that had been silent for a long time finally sounded the prompt sound again. Ding! The system has found the Taoist exploration eye that can accurately confirm the location. Ask the host whether to redeem immediately. Exchange. As Lin Yu's voice fell, a message instantly flooded into his mind, and then he felt a tingling sensation between his eyebrows. Squeak. As a sound like the flow of electric current sounded, Lin Yu's eyebrows opened slightly to the surroundings, and an exquisite crystal vertical eye appeared in the center of his eyebrows. Eye of Exploration. After receiving the Eye of Exploration, Lin Yu raised his finger and pointed at the breaker. Seeing this, the latter's expression could not help but change, and he quickly said, I can tell you a very important piece of information about the information that there is a traitor in the upper echelons of your guardians. I can be a very good helper. As long as we work together, we can get money, wealth, women, and even status. And I have not committed any crime in Dragon Country. Even if you are a guardian, you cannot punish me easily otherwise. Buzz. Without waiting for the breaker to finish speaking, Lin Yu pointed out. A light golden spot of light slowly condensed at his fingertips. No, you can't kill me. Swish. The light spot turned into a beam of light, which went straight through the breaker's head and shattered his life force. But you clearly wanted to kill me before. Lin Yu shrugged and retracted his finger. After dealing with the breaker, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. It was obvious that this organization called Edie had set its sights on him. Moreover, the words of the person who just broke through also confirmed Lin Yu's previous guess. There is a traitor among the upper echelons known as the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. It's even possible that the whereabouts of Instructor Zhao and his team were leaked by this traitor. Lin Yu rubbed his brows. Until now, he still had no idea how strong his opponent was. This was too passive. Forget it. I'll go back in exchange for some more powerful magic. When one comes, I'll crush him to death. When two come, I'll kill them both with one blow. Looking at the corpse of the broken one beside him, Lin Yu took out a magical talisman and crushed it. At the same time, eyes of exploration. Start up. At the same time, a certain sea area. Boom. A huge palm slapped on a head, and immediately countless red and white watermelon juice splashed out. What a waste. The breaker is such a waste. I asked him to kill someone, but he got himself into trouble. The owner of the huge slap was a burly black man. At this moment, there was a look of intense anger on his face. In the room, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in various positions with their bodies having died in tragic ways. Their bodies had been torn in half in brutal postures. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire room. Outside the door, a group of younger brothers couldn't help but tremble a little every time they heard the room shake. Now, they just hoped that their boss has killed enough people. In the room, the giant black man sat down on the chair and knocked on the table lightly. Crunch! Suddenly, the younger brothers outside the door came in one after another, quickly dragged the body on the ground out, and then cleaned the room. 10 minutes later, the whole room looked brand new. Hiss! The black giant took a deep breath of the sobering agent in the air and showed an intoxicated look on his face. Sure enough, fresh air smells the best. But the next moment, his face turned gloomy. I never thought that the breaker would fail in Dragon Country. If the masters in the Holy Land knew about this, it would probably cause their dissatisfaction. They would doubt my ability to do things. No, we must not let this happen. Do you want to use your ultimate move? No, it's too early now, but... After mumbling like a lunatic for several minutes, a look of madness appeared on the black giant's face. Go. Inform the Black Phoenix of Dragon Country and ask him to speed up the progress and implement the plan ahead of schedule. Yes. On the side, a younger brother received the order and quickly passed down the black giant's order. When the younger brother passed on the order, he turned around and saw the giant man staring at him with spring in his eyes. Come here. The giant hooked his finger, signaling his younger brother to come over. My face turned extremely pale in an instant. An hour later, a naked man with a miserable death was carried out of the room by several people. Chapter 96 found it? Where to go? Deep in the mountains, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on a rock. Between his eyebrows, the crystal-like vertical eye was flashing bright light. At the same time, an indescribable stream of aura that only Lin Yu could see emanated from the vertical eye of the crystal. A guide to exploration. Through the materialization of the eye of exploration, the aura of someone or something can be revealed. Dingling. At this time, the cell phone in Lin Yu's bag rang. The crystal-like vertical eye trembled slightly, then slowly closed. Lin Yu took out his cell phone and saw that it showed an unknown number. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Yu? As soon as the call was connected, a female voice with a strong, hot flavor came from the other end. Lin Yu picked up his phone and took a look. I don't buy insurance. The other party was stunned, and then quickly said, Don't hang up yet. My name is Hua Quebec. I'm calling you this time to ask you about Luo Xingtian. Can we meet when we have time? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, thought for a few seconds, and then said, Okay, I'll decide the location. The person on the other side was stunned, probably because he didn't expect Lin Yu to be so vigilant. Haha, that's natural, but I can tell you very clearly, Mr. Lin Yu, although you are the most suspicious now, I still believe in my own judgment. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. What vision? Shaking his head, Lin Yu stood up. Now that the official people are here, it can save us some trouble. An hour later, a hot and sexy lady in Cheongsam appeared in front of Shanghao Coffee House in Modu. Many men just take a few secret glances and feel a warm current flowing in their noses. The beautiful woman was not surprised by this. After hesitating for a while, she walked straight in. As soon as we entered the door, a waiter came to greet us naturally. Excuse me, beautiful lady. Someone has already reserved the seat. His name is Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, the waiter respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Lin Yu is in VIP room number 6. After learning the location, the beautiful woman walked towards private room number 6 in her high heels. As soon as he opened the door, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lin Yu sitting on the chair. Lin Yu smiled at the beautiful woman and said, Why? Haven't you seen what I look like? Is there anything surprising? The beautiful woman came back to her senses and said with a smile, I have seen your appearance, but I didn't expect that Mr. Lin Yu would look so young. Lin Yu. The beautiful woman sat opposite Lin Yu, crossed her legs naturally, and then took out a lady's cigarette from the waist bag between her legs. My name is Firefinch. Do you mind if I smoke? Mind. Firefinch. Firefinch rolled his eyes, but still cooperated and put the cigarette back. After putting away the cigarette, Huakei said bluntly, Mr. Lin Yu, I will speak frankly about Luo Xingtian. The higher-ups think you are the most suspicious this time. Fire Sparrow kept his eyes on Lin Yu, trying to catch the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. But after staring at him for a long time, the latter's face showed no emotion, and he didn't even blink. Seeing this, Huakei sighed slightly, and then said, Of course, I naturally don't believe that Mr. Lin Yu would take action against Luo Xingtian. After all, there is no reason. Lin Yu didn't say anything, because at this moment all his attention was focused on the aura of Luo Xingtian that he had just explored. The exploration eye has basically locked onto the latter's aura. Now all he needs to do is dig it out, and then follow the clues to find Luo Xingtian's location. However, Luo Xingtian's aura was rapidly dissipating. The latter has already met with misfortune. On the side, Fire Sparrow saw that Lin Yu didn't move at all after listening to what he said, and his handsome brows couldn't help but frown. This little brat is going too far. You have to know that I have one of the most explosive tempers among the Guardians. No one dares to show such an indifferent expression in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that you're handsome, I would have slapped you in the face a long time ago. He's a young and handsome guy, and that damn captain strongly asked me to change my hot temper, not to get angry, not to swear. I'm a lady and I will endure it. After repeating it several times in his mind, the Fire Sparrow regained his previous, kind, smile. The reason we took the initiative to find you this time is actually to ask you to assist us. The first thing we want is for you to take the initiative to cooperate with us. Explain. Dingling. Before Firefinch could finish her words, her headset suddenly vibrated. Then a voice came into her ears from inside. What? Say that again. The next second, her face changed and she stood up from the chair. Lin Yu was also startled by the Fire Sparrow's sudden movement. Fire Sparrow took a few deep breaths, then looked at Lin Yu with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Yu. I was too excited just now. Having said that, she sat back in her chair. The breaker is dead. Just now, personnel from the relevant department reported to her that a dead body was found in the mountains. After professional identification, it was confirmed that it was the spokesman of destruction, the breaker. The breaker is dead? But he is the awakener who has been famous for a long time? The only ones capable of killing him are the guardians guarding the Dragon Kingdom. After calming himself down, Fire Sparrow put a smile back on his face and was about to speak. Lin Yu in front of him had already stood up. Found it, follow me. Ah. The Firefinch was stunned. What was found and where to go? This series of events made her mind a little confused for a while. Lin Yu walked to the door, suddenly stopped, and then fell back. So what, do you have money? Chapter 97. It's just too unreliable, okay? Especially modified Mercedes-Benz. While driving, Huakei used the rearview mirror to look at Lin Yu, who was sitting in the back seat and staring out the window in a daze. He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect that in the end I would have to pay for the private room. The most important thing is that I have to be the driver. The Benz galloped all the way and finally arrived at the foot of a mountain outside the suburbs. Fire Sparrow got off the car first, looked around, found nothing, and finally could only cast a questioning look at Lin Yu. So why did you let me drive you here? Enjoy the view? Lin Yu got out of the car and walked straight up the mountain. Hey, you still haven't told me why you're here? I asked you to provide information about Luo Xingtian, not to drag me here to have sex. Seeing Lin Yu walking up the mountain on his own, Fire Sparrow suddenly became angry and blocked Lin Yu's way. Lin Yu stood still and said, Yes, I am taking you to see Chief Luo. Firefinch. The Firefinch looked like, Are you kidding me? There is only one Taoist temple on this mountain that has been abandoned for a long time. The relevant personnel have already investigated it and found no clues at all. Lin Yu didn't say anything, just walked up the mountain. The Fire Sparrow gritted its teeth and followed. She wanted to see what this pretty boy was up to. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally reached the top of the mountain. At the same time, a dilapidated Taoist temple appeared in front of the two. The Taoist temple was in a state of disrepair, with weeds growing all around it and the walls having completely collapsed, creating an indescribable sense of desolation. Looking at the Taoist temple in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall the educated youth temple where he used to be. After this matter is completed, I will go back and repair the educated youth temple. That's it. Behind him, Huakei looked at the extremely dilapidated Taoist temple and frowned. Can this hide people? Having said that, Fire Sparrow was about to push the door open and walk in. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly said, Wait a minute. Firefinch was stunned. What are you waiting for? Love? waiting for someone, although he is not very reliable. Cry. Just as the firefinch was about to speak, a clear chirping sound suddenly came from the sky. Then a snow-white crane broke through the clouds and appeared in the sky. There are actually white cranes here? The fire sparrow narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression suddenly startled. It seems that the young man in front of him also has a crane. Cry. Sure enough, the crane above swooped down as if it had found its target and flew towards Linyu and the others. Boom. The crane landed, raising a cloud of dust. Linyu took out a carrot from somewhere and threw it into the crane's mouth. Cry. The crane swallowed the carrot in one gulp and then rubbed Linyu with his mouth affectionately. At a side, Fire Sparrow watched this scene with slightly shocked eyes. Although the intelligence had long described that Linyu had a pet crane that could carry people, when she actually saw this scene, she was still greatly shocked. Linyu touched the crane's head and searched around it, but found nothing. He pushed the crane's head away and asked in confusion, "Where's Do Banxian? Didn't I ask you to take him with you?" Upon hearing this, the crane raised its head proudly. The look on his face seemed to be saying, "That guy has no more sausages, and I don't want to take him flying." Linyu. Great, great, great immortal. At this time, a weak voice came from afar, and a figure was seen limping towards this side. It was Do Banxian. Do Banxian came in front of Linyu, threw himself on his legs, and burst into tears. "Great immortal, you have to make the decision for me. This Choha only eats and does nothing. I was thrown halfway into the lake. I was so miserable. I was chased and bitten by a crocodile halfway through my swim. Woo woo woo, you almost lost me." Do Banxian cried with tears and snot. He was holding a package of sausage tightly in his hand. It was no wonder that Xinhe threw the package directly to Do Banxian after finishing eating the sausage. Looking at Do Banxian rubbing his nose and tears on him, Linyu couldn't help but twitch violently at the corners of his mouth. Unable to bear it any longer, Linyu kicked Do Banxian to the ground. "Get the hell out of here." Cluck. Seeing Do Banxian being kicked to the ground by Linyu, Xinhe covered his mouth with his wings and laughed mockingly. The firefinch was stunned by this scene. A crane and a shameless old man. Is this the person you were waiting for? It's just too unreliable, okay? Linyu grabbed the screaming crane, wiped the snot off his pants with its feathers, and asked Do Banxian, "How is it? Did you find what I asked you to find?" Do Banxian rummaged in his crotch for a long time and then pulled out a handful of condoms. Linyu. Firefinch. Crane. Do Banxian was stunned for a moment, then quickly took it back and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I'm used to carrying this thing with me. After all, I'm just in case it breaks." After stuffing it back in, Do Banxian began to grope in his crotch again, and then took out a pair of red shorts. "Who stuffed this thing into my pants?" Do Banxian frowned and tucked his pants back into his pants. Firefinch. The firefinch was completely dumbfounded. Finally, Do Banxian took out an ancient compass. Fire Sparrow stared at Do Banxian's crotch, then looked at the compass in his hand with a look of shock. "This has shocked me for 100 years. How dare you stuff something this heavy in there?" Linyu looked at the compass in Do Banxian's hand, which was still warm, and finally gave up taking it. "You take it." After Linyu finished speaking, he clapped his hands in front of his chest, and a crystal-like light appeared from between his eyebrows. Eye of Exploration. The firefinch opened its mouth in shock. He was very familiar with this ability. Some of their guardians also possessed this ability. This ability was extremely rare. Every such awakened person was an extremely precious existence in each country. The ability of the Eye of Exploration, to put it simply, is the ability to check the awakened abilities of the awakened person and thus formulate relevant preventive measures. If it is cultivated to a certain level, it can even lock on the existence of a person based on the aura left behind by that person. Legend has it that when the Eye of Exploration is cultivated to its highest level, it can even break the rules and explore time and space. As the crystal-like light flickered, a tiny crack gradually appeared between Lin Yu's eyebrows. Then, a crystal torrent invisible to others flowed from the center of Do Banxian's eyebrows into the compass in his hand. Titicaca. The compass changed rapidly, and then the needle on it spun rapidly, finally locking onto the Taoist temple in front of them. Do Banxian followed the guidance of the compass, walked to the front of the Taoist temple, stretched out his finger and lightly pressed somewhere on the gate. Snap. The next second, there was a sound as if something was breaking. Boom. Then, the door began to shake violently. A hidden cave entrance gradually appeared in front of several people. The firefinch opened its red lips. "This is a secret passage. Chapter 98. You are the least noticeable. I'll Looking at the passage that suddenly appeared, Huakei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He walked straight to the entrance and pushed Do Banxian away. The little sister you gave birth to is so beautiful. Do Banxian was suddenly pushed away and lost his balance, falling directly to the ground. As soon as he jumped up, he pointed at the fire sparrow and cursed. But when Do Banxian saw the extremely towering peak of the fire sparrow, his expression instantly became flattering. "Oh, I was just paying attention to the immortal and didn't notice this lady. Hello, lady. My name is Do Banjiang. You can call me Jiang." The fire sparrow slapped Do Banxian on the cheek and knocked him directly into the passage. "Get out of the way, you old bastard." After slapping Do Banxian in with a slap, Huakei raised her eyebrows at Lin Yu behind her and said, "Come on, follow me in." Lin Yu mourned for Do Banxian for a few seconds. He was so lustful that he dared to flirt with anyone. Shaking his head, Lin Yu followed and walked into the passage. Deep in the dark tunnel, the damp walls were covered with dark green moss, and the entire passage was filled with a stench of rotting corpses. At the end of the passage, the space gradually becomes wider. The first thing that catches your eye is a huge altar. On the altar, 10 candles burned, and wisps of black smoke flowed along a channel onto the statues carved on the wall. Those statues all looked like hideous evil spirits. As the smoke poured in, each statue became looming, as if they were coming alive and greedily absorbing the smoke. In front of the statue, figures were worshipping continuously, with black masks on their faces. At this moment, they were chanting, "My holy Lord, please accept the sacrifice of your pious servant. Holy Lord, holy Lord." The sacrifice they were talking about was 2 corpses lying flat on a stone platform, Luo Xingtian and Chang Yufei. As several people chanted, a cold wind blew on the altar, and the 2 corpses disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like being really eaten. At some point, a figure who was worshipping suddenly stopped worshipping. Then he slowly raised his head, revealing a dry, old face. He pointed his finger at the entrance of the passage and said, "There are intruders who want to disturb us from awakening the Holy Lord. Go, stop them." Roar, roar, roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the statues on the wall let out deafening roars. I saw gusts of black wind whistling out of their mouths, carrying an extremely fishy smell and sweeping towards the entrance of the passage. At the same time, in a dark and damp tunnel, a faint flame burned from the lighter in Huakei's hand. She took the lead and walked in front. Behind her was Do Banxian with a vigilant look on his face and Lin Yu with a comfortable look on his face. Do Banxian walked in the middle, leaning closely against Lin Yu, not daring to move away even a millimeter. The firefly in front glanced at the former from time to time and rolled its eyes helplessly. "That's it? You still want to hook up with me? You can't get an erection even if you take off all your clothes. Cut. I have never seen such a cowardly old guy. After all, he has lived a few decades longer than Lin Yu, but he seems to be eager to be tied up by someone else. Fuck you." Behind him, Do Banxian was holding a compass in his hand, looking around carefully, fearing that something would suddenly rush out. If he knew what the fire sparrow was thinking at this moment, he would probably burst into tears. "You think I really want to come down?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the needle on the compass began to spin rapidly. Great Immortal. Seeing this scene, Do Banxian subconsciously looked at Lin Yu beside him. The latter frowned and looked towards the passage ahead. "Stay with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's eyebrows naturally parted, revealing the crystal-like vertical eyes inside. Eyes of exploration. The fire sparrow in the front seemed to sense the danger as well. She reached for her waist and held a fire whip in her hand. Crack. The fire whip was swung, and sparks flew everywhere. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Do Banxian couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Oh my goodness, is this girl also a fairy? With the appearance of the Eye of Exploration, the passage gradually became clear. Roar, roar, roar. In the passage, miserable roars were heard coming from far away. Then, a gust of cold wind whistled past, and in the wind, one could vaguely see evil spirits roaring. Those evil spirits held knives and axes, ready to chop down the fire sparrow that was the first to be hit. How dare you, a demon or a goblin, act like a wretch in front of me? The firebird snorted coldly and swung its fire whip. A blazing flame suddenly burned from above. The flames shot up into the sky and illuminated the entire passage. Although you are already dead, I still want to kill you one more time. The fire whip flicked. Wherever it went, Countless evil ghosts let out miserable screams and turned into wisps of smoke before disappearing into the world. He was directly and forcibly liberated. Puff. On the other side, a man in black spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils were filled with shock at this moment. How could it be possible? How could my evil ghost army be dispersed by just a whip? The man gritted his teeth, quickly formed seals with his hands, and continued to urge the evil spirits to attack the fire sparrow. In the passage, Do Bonxian's eyes widened as he watched the fire sparrow cleanly and efficiently get rid of the terrifying evil spirits one by one. Damn it, if I marry this woman, she will be hung up and beaten every day. No, that's not right. If I can get along with such a rich woman, I can walk around with ease wherever I go in the future. Thinking of this, Do Bonxian's eyes couldn't help but shine. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the fire sparrow swung its fire whip, the passage that was originally ravaged by cold winds would become a little clearer. After a while, the screams of ghosts in the passage became less and less frequent until they disappeared. That's it? I haven't fought enough yet. The fire sparrow picked up the whip without comment, with a look of disdain on his face. Do Bonxian immediately ran to the fire sparrow with a fawning look on his face. Oh, yes, yes, you are so strong, little sister. Fire sparrow glanced at Do Ban with disdain, then walked straight to the end of the passage in her high heels. The latter followed immediately. Just as Huakei took a step forward, her figure suddenly became illusory, and then she and Do Bonxian disappeared on the spot. Lin Yu frowned and was about to follow. But just as he took a step, the passage in front of him suddenly changed rapidly. Next second, he had appeared in a cave full of huge stone statues. Hee hee. A sinister voice sounded in the room. According to my observation, that bitch is too dangerous and cannot be defeated. As for that old man, he should be a hidden boss and will be difficult to deal with. And in the entire team, you seem to be the least noticeable one. As long as I catch you, I can use you to threaten them. Hee hee. In the corner, a black figure gradually emerged. He gave Lin Yu a ferocious smile. Don't worry, I will gently break your limbs. Chapter 99. Gargoyle? Demon? God? In the deep and silent cave, after listening to the black-clothed man's reasonable analysis, Lin Yu couldn't think of any reason to refute the latter for a moment. So he could only nod in approval and said, You have a really good observation ability. You know that I'm the easiest to deal with. But before I die, can I ask you a few questions? Anyway, I can't escape your clutches. The man in black licked his cracked lips with his tongue and said hoarsely, There is an old saying in our dragon country that villains die because they talk too much. Besides, why should I answer your question? Wouldn't it be more satisfying for me to let you go to hell with doubts? Lin Yu shook his head, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and looked serious. If you kill me like this, God will not forgive my sins. Besides, you are a servant of God. How can you be called a villain? Man in black. At this moment, the man in black fell silent, as if he was struggling with what Lin Yu said. After a while, he looked at Lin Yu with a little doubt and asked, Are you also a believer in my God? Lin Yu smiled slightly. Of course. Along the way, Lin Yu discovered that there were countless hideous demon patterns carved on the walls of the passage. Lin Yu had seen those patterns in an ancient book. A demon with two fleshy wings called a gargoyle. Those patterns depicted ceremonies in which humans offered sacrifices to gargoyles. Apparently, this is something like an altar dedicated to gargoyles. At this moment, the gargoyle sculptures all over the cave and the gargoyle patterns engraved on the bodies of the men in black further verified Lin Yu's many guesses. I would like to ask, what would an organization that worships gargoyle demons call the creatures they worship? Of course it's God. Of course, if Lin Yu didn't guess right this time, then just force yourself on him. Beat the man in black to a cripple, then hang him up and torture him. I just don't know how much truth or falsehood the information obtained from the torture will be. But fortunately, Lin Yu's guess was correct this time. They are indeed a group of believers who worship gargoyles as gods. Lin Yu also discovered a general rule. All believers who worship gods without thinking have poor brains, be it on TV or in real life. These brainless fans who claim to be servants of God will see their IQ plummet once they come into contact with the gods they believe in. My holy Lord. Not far away, the man in black stretched out his hands towards the sky with a pious look on his face. Finally, he hesitated for a while, then slowly said, Your request has been approved by my lord. Now you can ask, but you only have 3 chances. After these 3 chances, I guarantee in the name of my lord that you will die without punishment. First question. Lin Yu didn't waste any time and stretched out a finger. Why did you come to Dragon Country? The black-clothed man trembled for a moment, then regained his composure. To awaken our Lord, many sacrifices are needed, and your Dragon Nation is undoubtedly the best choice. The Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, with a large population. The sacrifice he mentioned is probably blood or something like that. These guys actually want to use us dragon people as sacrifices. The most offensive thing is that from his tone, it seems that he is also a dragon countryman. The second question is, how many people are there among you? Lin Yu's questions were very rough, and if he asked too detailed questions, this guy might not answer. Including the leader and the 12 guardians, there are several hundred people in our divine religion. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. In this case, the scale of this cult is already very large, and these people are hiding very deeply. If it weren't for the exploration eye tracing back to Luo Xingtian's aura and tracking him, this stronghold would never have been discovered. The last question is, what is your relationship with Edie? Lin Yu had a vague feeling that this so-called cult was inextricably linked to that strange place. In a different place? The man in black was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he knelt on the ground in front of Lin Yu. Please calm down, my lord. Then, he raised his head and turned to Lin Yu and shouted angrily, How dare you? That is the place where our Lord rests, and it is regarded as a holy place by us. Even if you are a believer in our Lord, you must endure the pain of having your limbs cut off. The sleeping place? Before Lin Yu could come to his senses, the man in black made seals with his hands in front of his chest. Boom. Then, the gargoyle statues in the entire cave began to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds like heartbeats rang out. The next second, the eyes of more than a dozen gargoyles suddenly opened, and scarlet light flashed inside. At first glance, they seemed to be alive. Accept the judgment of my lord. The man in black slapped Lin Yu. Those gargoyles also raised their feet at the same time and stomped hard at Lin Yu. Facing the feet trampling towards him, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. He just stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Click. What a damn immortal. Strands of invisible white threads escaped from Lin Yu's fingertips into the void and appeared above the gargoyle statue. Phew. Poured directly into the bodies of the statues. Puff. The man in black in the distance spat out a mouthful of blood, with shock in his eyes. I control the statue. No. What on earth did you do? In an instant, he felt all his control over the statue disappear. He immediately realized that all this was the work of the young man in front of him. Lin Yu ignored him. He touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The basic information we have learned so far is that this is an altar. The number of people present is currently unknown. The altar was opened by an organization called the Cult of God with the purpose of awakening a god. No, it should be said that it is a gargoyle evil ghost. And this religion has inextricable ties with foreign lands. Does this world really have gods? Lin Yu looked at the motionless gargoyle statue. This strange place seemed even more terrifying than he had imagined. But then he smiled easily. Whether there are gods or not, if you want to use our dragon people as sacrifices, this awakening ceremony cannot be carried out. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and shook it. Boom. One statue after another rose straight up from the ground and crashed into the wall. Bang, bang, bang. With more than a dozen loud bangs, the statue was smashed into pieces. No. Seeing this scene, the man in black on the side felt his heart broken. My lord, you cannot be forgiven. You will be punished by my lord into hell. Lin Yu scratched his ears, looking disapproving. He stretched his body and walked towards the man in black step by step. I don't know whether I will go to hell or not, but if you don't tell me everything you know, I will let you experience what hell is in advance. Chapter 100. This guy is pretty good. Not long after, with a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, and then a man in black walked out of the room. Outside the door, two believers, also dressed in black robes, were already waiting. Seeing the man in black come out, the two men bowed to him very respectfully and said, May the Lord be with us. After saying that, they looked around the room and saw the corpse lying not far away and the remains of the gargoyle scattered all over the floor. The two men's eyes suddenly widened. Seeing this, the man in black explained, I underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect the invader to be so powerful. In order to kill him, I destroyed all the statues of the gods. I hope my lord can forgive my sins. As he spoke, the man in black clasped his hands together. The two men's wide-open eyes gradually calmed down, and they also clasped their hands together in front of their chests. Sir Deacon, You are doing this for the Lord to wake up from his deep sleep. I believe God will forgive you. Lin Yu's mouth corners hidden under the mask slightly curled up. It's better not to have this opportunity. Then, he lowered his voice and said in a hoarse tone, "Take me to the altar. I have something very important to inform you."
Yes.
The two men stopped being suspicious and turned around and pressed somewhere on the wall. Snap. Then, a brand new passage appeared in front of the three people. Seeing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Wow, there are so many traps here. Seeing the two people walking into the passage, Lin Yu hurriedly followed them in. The passage is not very wide, just enough for two people to pass side by side. What made Lin Yu feel a little nauseous was the light green liquid that filled the floor of the passage. It felt sticky when he stepped on it, and the fishy smell emanating from it almost made him choke. Fuck, can't the two idiots in front smell this stench at all? Looking at the two people in front of him whose footsteps were not affected at all, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if they grew up in a cesspool. Lin Yu stretched out his fingers and pinched it lightly. Puff. A small ball of water appeared in his hand. While the two were not paying attention, Lin Yu quickly put the small ball of water into his mask. Hiss. I took a deep breath. Yes, the air feels fresher. The water wave technique is really too powerful. Finally, after walking for about 10 minutes, the dim vision gradually became wider. At this time, the two people in front also stopped and separated respectfully. Lin Yu walked over, looked at it intently, and his eyes widened a little. This underground altar is surprisingly large. What appeared in front of Lin Yu was an extremely huge altar. According to Lin Yu's rough estimate, the entire altar was about the size of 10 football fields, and people standing on it looked like small black dots. Hundreds of people were standing scattered around the altar, each of them wearing a black robe and a gargoyle mask on their heads. At this time, on the ancient altar that smelled of blood, the high priest of the cult of God held a sacrificial staff in his hand and shouted complicated and profound spells. It seemed that he was now performing a sacrificial ceremony. Lin Yu used his exploratory eyes to quickly scan the area around the altar. Fire Sparrow, half immortal? Why were they captured? In a small cave next to the altar, there lay a young woman in Cheongsam and an old man with messy hair. It was Hua Kei and Do Banxian. Their bodies were covered with scars, especially Fire Sparrow. Her Cheongsam had been torn to pieces, revealing a large area of her naked body. Her fire whip had also been broken into 2 pieces and thrown aside at random. Purification. The high priest raised the sacrificial rod. Below, everyone raised their hands at the same time and shouted loudly, "May our Lord come to this world and purify the human world. May our Lord come to this world and purify the human world. Go to the altar." With a loud shout from the high priest, all the believers began to run towards the altar, including the 2 people beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu ran twice, and then took advantage of others not paying attention and ran silently towards the altar. On the altar, Do Banxian and Hua Kei were tied together with a thick hemp rope. Even though countless beautiful scenes were leaking out around him, Do Banxian's face looked as sad as if a great immortal had died. It's over. It's over. This is completely over. Not only did I fail to seduce the rich woman, but I also got myself involved. Woohoo, I never thought that after decades of being a romantic figure, I would still end up being a single virgin. Woohoo. Standing aside, Fire Sparrow gritted her teeth. If she hadn't been poisoned and unable to move, she would have wanted to kick the old man next to her to death. You've been yelling ever since you got together with me. You've been annoying me to death. Do you believe that I'm going to kick the shit out of you? Do Banxian rolled his eyes and started to act like a bad boy. Come on, you can't move now anyway, and when we both go to hell together later, I will continue to yell in your ear. Firefinch, fuck, you old bastard. Do Banxian, you damn bitch, if it weren't for you, how could I have been caught? Woohoo, my great immortal, please come and save the child. Firefinch. On the side, the believer who was guarding the 2 people covered his ears with his hands, with a look of doubt on his face. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked up the rolling pin next to him and poked him. Stop making so much noise, my ears are almost calloused. Shut up. Oh. Do Banxian felt as if he had been hit hard, and his mouth suddenly opened into an oval. He looked at the believers trembling all over, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. I feel at ease. The believer exhaled a sigh of relief, and was about to speak when he saw a man in black walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. When the former saw this, his eyes lit up and he ran towards the latter happily. Master Deacon, why are you here? Lin Yu pretended to be deep. I heard that the captured intruder was imprisoned here. Take me to see it. Yes, Master Deacon. Upon hearing this, the believers were very excited and made way for Lin Yu. The cultist brought Lin Yu to the altar. The cultist excitedly introduced Lin Yu. These two people accidentally fell into the formation set up by the Guardian, so they were captured alive. According to the High Priest, their flesh and souls will be used as sacrifices for the opening of the altar. Lin Yu nodded. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to the two of them. Fuck. When he saw Do Banxian's enchanting posture, his eyes almost fell out. At this time, Do Banxian opened his mouth wide and tears fell down. He saw the man in black in front of him constantly looking at him, and his chrysanthemum couldn't help but tense up and almost cried out. No way, could it be that I, Do Banxian, cannot lose my virginity and instead must be fucked? Lin Yu wandered around for a few rounds without making a sound. When he found that there was no one else around, he turned around abruptly and slapped the cultist on the forehead before he could react. Bang! The believers fell to the ground. Before the firebird could react, Do Banxian began to tremble all over. He watched in horror as the man in black knocked out the cultist, then took something out of his pocket and walked towards him. This guy really likes that. He's not planning to knock her out. Force it?